Spreading his hands with a lascivious grin, Xiao Luo once again activated the parasitism copy skill, forcibly equipping the Blackheart demon and making him use 2 skill cards. Do you want to dance to? And the most dazzling guy. In the next instant, the parasitized Blackheart demon lost all control over himself. The two of them threw back their heads in unison, shouting loudly at the cameraman Xiao Luo. Do you want to dance to? In a flash, even the scene in the livestream room shifted. The screen changed, transporting everyone into a strange, unfamiliar room. Meanwhile, in the livestream room, the camera showed Xiao Luo's gloved hands scrolling on his smartphone. On the screen, a short video of a naked Blackheart demon, leaving the viewers utterly bewildered and shuddering with discomfort. What made it even more disturbing was the Blackheart demon's twisted expression in the video, sporting silver-framed glasses and a dramatic, slanted fringe straight out of a punk hairstyle. Despite being stark naked, he still wore a pair of white gloves. Just looking at it made people feel physically uneasy. The next moment, a pair of white-gloved hands pressed the phone down. 2 flamboyantly styled faces, each with their own outrageous flair, appeared in front of the livestream camera. Compared to the naked Blackheart demon on the left, the demon Xiao Luo on the right, dressed in a black suit with special effects swirling around him and a head full of striking blonde hair, looked equally absurd, to put mildly. Demon Xiao Luo spoke up, his voice deep and magnetic. Leaning close to the camera, he addressed himself with feeling, gazing into the lens with his devilish face. Oj-sama. The Blackheart demon's head joined in, raising his arm to glance theatrically at his bare wrist. His expression contorted, but his tone still oddly magnetic. It's time to go to bed. A gasp swept through the livestream viewers as they reflexively leaned away, unable to believe what they were seeing on their screens. Xiao Luo, still on your phone, aren't you? His tone oozing mischief and drama. Blackheart demon. If you keep staying up late, struggling hard to keep his composure. Xiao Luo. Your skin will get worse, eyebrows dancing. Blackheart demon. This is your final warning. Pushing his glasses up with a middle finger. Xiao Luo. If you don't sleep now, his expression growing more and more audacious. Then, together, Blackheart demon and Xiao Luo spread their arms wide. We're about to start dancing. The naked Blackheart demon waggled his fingers at the camera, his expression slipping into utter despair as he helplessly muttered in an oily, exaggerated tone. Xiao Luo's demonic eyes flickered with wild light. No one can stop the young mistress. Viewers clutched their heads, dazed and overwhelmed. Why am I even watching this? Devils. Oh my God. Fine, I'll go to bed, okay. Stay away from me. I want to gouge out my own eyes. But as the music started, it was already too late for anyone to look away. Dun 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 dun. Once again, the world around Devil Charlo and the naked, dark-hearted fiend shifted, and the two began swinging their arms and kicking their legs in perfect sync. Especially the dark-hearted fiend. His moves were so outrageously cringeworthy that just watching him made one's skin crawl. It was as if he had a half-developed cerebellum and a completely undeveloped brain. All the while, he chanted in a sing-song voice, "Allah, Allah." The gates to a new world burst open with a roar, unleashing a wild, chaotic energy that swept over everyone present. Most notably, S.H.I.E.L.D. Not only did they have to watch, but they also had to record everything and conduct in-depth research on these 3 superpowered individuals. The camera zoomed in. Charlo, flamboyant as ever, began gyrating in front of the lens, declaring, "The irrepressible young lady." Then, both of them turned their backs to the camera and shook their hips in unison. The dark-hearted fiend's pale, jiggling backside was particularly eye-catching. He swayed with such flamboyant grace, then whipped his head around and flashed a wicked grin at the camera. Allah. Uffed. In S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Coulson, who had been holding a mouthful of coffee since the video started, finally lost control. Glancing at Hill and then quickly ducking his head, he sprayed his entire mouthful of coffee onto his own lap. No one had time to laugh at him. Every eye was glued in disbelief to the large screen at the heart of the operations center. The scene shifted again. Charlo and the dark-hearted fiend now stood close to the camera. The fiend faced the lens directly, swaying his hips and gesturing toward the camera with impish delight. And then, Charlo broke into an even more outrageous, flamboyant dance, his grin positively manic. The two devils managed to create a performance so revolting it was as if they were force-feeding the audience filth. And yet, they did it with gusto. As the camera panned, Charlo and the dark-hearted fiend clasped the cameraman's white-gloved hand. The viewers collectively gasped. There was no doubt now. We really are being force-fed garbage. Tonight, come dance with us only, then will you get to bed early tonight. We'll keep your secrets safe. With that, They both gave a gallant kiss to the back of the cameraman's hand. Phew-uck, quavered the audience in unison. Some people went straight into PTSD. The boss, Stone Eater, entered phase 2. Dun 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 dun. As the dark-hearted fiend and Charlot danced on, the phantasms of Thunder Demon, Rain Demon, Wind Demon, and Earth Demon appeared beside them. All the demons gathered, making their debuts on screen with a greasy, brainwashing group dance. Even Nick Fury, watching from the front row, couldn't help but grimace. Mouth agape. It was as if his mind kept repeating, "This is crap. This is pure crap." But, with sheer force of will, he widened his single eye and kept it glued to the screen. On the screen, the naked, dark-hearted fiend twisted and chanted, "Allah, Allah." In that instant, Nick shuddered all over, goosebumps prickling his skin. This is it. I'm going blind for sure. The scene continued with Charlot and the Heartless Demon locked in their odd, relentless dance. At last, one of the female employees, who had been watching the Heartless Demon for a while, couldn't take it anymore. She yanked over a trash can, leaned over, and began to vomit. Charlot leaped about powerfully and erratically, his movements both vigorous and just a little unhinged. But wrapped in the devilskin mod, he felt no pressure at all, even if it were really him dancing out there. Well, that might be a bit nerve-wracking. No matter how many people had planned to sleep before tuning into the livestream, after watching it, not a single one could close their eyes. The dance ended as abruptly as it had begun. The barrier vanished, and the Heartless Demon slumped to the ground, his eyes completely dull and lifeless. Newborn, newborn, he muttered. Of course, his breakdown didn't last long. The moment the cameraman's lens turned his way, the Heartless Demon rolled away in a donkey kick, straightening up with a dramatic shout. Wait, I admit defeat. I surrender. Surrender? Admit defeat. Charlot's devil eyes gleamed, and a wicked, cackling laugh escaped his lips. He'd already defeated the Death Demon before. Now he'd taken down the Heartless Demon, too. If the enemy is embarrassed, I'll strip him of his dignity. So what would happen now? Charlot looked at the Heartless Demon, testing the air with a playful squeeze of his hand. But nothing seemed to happen. Yet the Heartless Demon's eyes flew wide with shock, and this time even his brain seemed to tremble as he stared at Charlot in disbelief and demanded, "What did you do? What did you just do? What the hell did you do?" It seemed this demon before him was destined to haunt his nightmares forever. Because just now, right there in hell, it was his real body, his own body, whose long ceremonial robe exploded into tatters, leaving him standing in nothing but a pair of boxers emblazoned with "Heartless Demon, the mightiest, tramples Mephisto underfoot." And right in front of his father Mephisto, who couldn't sleep and had inexplicably come to pick a fight. I already surrendered. The Heartless Demon was taking a beating in hell, his voice quivering as he looked at Charlot with a tragic air. You little newborn." When Charlot raised his hand as if to strike again, the Heartless Demon's face twisted in terror. He transformed into a wisp of black smoke, plunging into the ground and vanishing without a trace. After the Heartless Demon fled, the Death Demon's body, which he had possessed, returned to its original state, a bloody, rigid corpse. In the next moment, the body began to decompose, viscera spilling out and crumbling to pieces on the floor. In the cameraman's lens, only the figure of Demon Charlot remained. Lifting his hand, Demon Charlot flashed a peace sign at the camera and said, "Ahem. End of the live stream, everyone. Thanks for joining the live-streaming hero and Iron Guts Train Night. The wicked, shameless, Heartless Demon has fled, and justice has triumphed once again. Everyone, let's give a round of applause. Clap, clap, clap." Charlotte claps for herself. All right, that's it for today's live stream. Thank you all for tuning in, and I hope to see you next time. The cameraman waves at the lens as well, and with a snap of Charlotte's fingers, he vanishes in an instant. Once again, the desolate, ruined street is left with just one solitary figure. But wait, there's this nagging feeling that something's been forgotten. What was it? Suddenly, with a sound like tearing paper, a steel blade pierces Charlotte's lower back. Glancing down at the all-too-familiar knife, realization finally dawns on her face in a flash of astonished clarity. Oh, come on. Jason, you're still here? Lizard Parker. Charlotte's form suddenly swells, monstrous and immense. Hellfire blazes hungrily around her, forcing the blade tip out from her thickening muscles. Her mouth splits open, revealing a maw full of vicious teeth, while a pair of enormous, black wings wreathed in infernal flames unfurl at her back. A shimmering halo glows above her head as a special effect, and with one swipe, she pins Jason to the ground. Staring into the bloodthirsty eyes of the killer Jason, Charlotte grins wickedly, jabbing at his kidneys again and again with her fingertip. "Stab me, will you? Stab me, will you? Stab me, will you? After a long while, finally venting her anger, Charlotte pinches Jason's mask between two fingers and yanks it off forcefully. Let's see what you really look like. Goodness, you're even uglier than I imagined. As the mask comes off, Jason's ever-growing strength suddenly halts and even begins to ebb away, little by little. Pinned face down in the filthy water, he seems to regain some sense, thrashing about desperately. He mutters under his breath, letting out agonized, guttural howls. Maybe Jason's afraid of water? Maybe he was bitten by a dog as a kid? No wonder his face looks like it was chewed up by one. Charlotte grabs Jason and leaps into the air, soaring over to the little lake in Raccoon Town, and casually tosses him in. Jason thrashes wildly in the water for a while, but eventually, unwillingly, his form dissipates from the corpse and sinks lifelessly to the bottom of the lake. Holding Jason's hockey mask in her hand, Charlotte returns to human form, pulls a fresh set of clothes from her spider pouch, gets dressed, and walks over to a nearby corpse, pressing Jason's mask onto its face. In an instant, the corpse's eyes snap open, glaring at Charlotte with hatred. Its hands fumble about, searching for the steel blade, but it's nowhere to be found. So, stubbornly, it raises its limp fists and musters all its strength to pummel Charlotte's kidneys. With a squeeze of her palm, Charlotte instantly blasts the clothes off Jason's body, even sending the mask flying, which she snatches up again. The corpse returns to its original state. Before long, Charlotte comes across another round, smooth head. Without a second thought, she presses Jason's mask onto its face. Charlotte tried to fasten Jason's mask onto the corpse of a woman. As the mist faded away, the town returned to its former tranquility. With the fog gone, all the X-monsters lost their power. The sky brightened, but everyone who had been caught in the drizzle fell ill without exception. The rain demon was dead, and those with weaker constitutions suffered only a bout of serious illness at most. The army rolled into Raccoon Town, rounding up and cleaning away the now helpless monsters. The survivors emerged from their hiding places, rejoicing in their newfound lives. The signal still hadn't returned, and the scene was under control by the American military. They confiscated any equipment capable of recording, and only after everyone had signed a confidentiality agreement were they allowed to leave. At this moment, a pall of sorrow hung over the entire town, none more so than Charlotte. He was especially distraught, for in the chaos, his entire bundle of cash had been stolen. Everyone, it seemed, had lost something. Damn thief. After regrouping at the temporary shelter, Charlotte radiated gloom, his whole demeanor steeped in misery. That was all his hard-earned money, days and nights of toil, no matter the wind or rain. He was alive, but the money was gone. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, he was penniless again, just like right after he got out of the hospital. Let it go, Charlotte. Harry sidled up, stifling a laugh as he patted Charlotte consolingly on the shoulder. At least we're still alive, aren't we? God damn it. Charlotte turned to Harry, face dark, and flipped him the bird, his smile only fueling Charlotte's frustration. Trust you to always say the worst possible thing. I almost died, damn it. Harry shot him a middle finger right back, grinning provocatively. They waited there for nearly a whole day, while the scientific team, led by the Life Foundation, conducted their research. They had long since confirmed that the creatures from Planet X lacked any viral infectivity, and once their queen was gone, they all began to weaken and wither away. So those who weren't residents of Raccoon Town queued up to sign the confidentiality agreement, and once they finished, they were free to leave. What? Almost a whole month has passed. Someone near the front of the line exclaimed in shock. The few friends exchanged wide-eyed glances. Without their phones, there was no way to check the date. Even with their phones, they'd need internet access to sync the time. But had a month truly gone by? How was that even possible? Did that mean school had already started? Charlotte's face darkened even more. Believe it or not, stop blocking the line. Next, name and ID number. Soon it was Charlotte's turn. Name. The black soldier in uniform tapped impatiently at his computer, asking curtly. Charlotte Parker, Charlotte replied shyly. That answer made the soldier involuntarily glance up at him. Then, after a quick check, he signaled to the armed men behind him. Wearing a stern, cold expression, he addressed Cheryl. So you're Cheryl, huh? You caused some trouble. Come with us. Volume 2, Connor's Crime, Extra Chapter. You may skip this section. The previous chapter was posted by mistake, so now it's been replaced with this one. Just a bit of supplemental plot. Kurt Connors, your ruthless heartlessness fills me with shock. Just looking at you sends a chill down my spine. By the authority vested in me by the state of New York, I hereby sentence you as follows. For endangering national security, 3 years in prison with the possibility of parole. For crimes against humanity, 2 months in prison with the possibility of parole. And for animal cruelty, 5 years in prison without parole. The charges are hereby confirmed, for a total sentence of 8 years and 2 months, effective immediately. The judge's gavel struck the desk with a resounding thud. Before long, Connors, now dressed in prison clothes, was escorted onto a prison transport vehicle, destined for the most heavily guarded facility in America, Shawshank Prison. But before that, there was still someone who wanted to see him. Connors lifted a hamburger with his left hand, and the man sitting across from him changed. It was now Justin Hammer. Watching Connors devour the burger with unrestrained hunger, Hammer crossed his arms, shook his head with a hint of distaste, and couldn't help but glance at the spread of fine Western cuisine he prepared for him, his face unreadable. But taste was never something Hammer cared much about. To him, profit and value were what truly mattered. With a pleasant smile, Hammer spoke. Dr. Connors, what do you think of the plan I just described? A complete and massive business empire shouldn't focus all its efforts on just one area. It should reach into every corner. Arms dealing is indeed a big business, but it's far too limited. Well, Connors looked up at Hammer, still chewing his burger. Justin, do you really need my opinion? You've always been one of the best. I saw that live broadcast too. Acquiring Apple, creating the smartphone from the video. It's a good idea, but I don't know what you need from me. Hammer's lips curled into a sly smile. Technology moves at lightning speed, and I always find myself lacking the latest insights. Tony may be an insufferable egomaniac, but I have to admit he outshines me when it comes to weapons expertise. Just looking at his latest inventions, I know the nature of warfare is changing. Old things will always be replaced by the new. Yet my ape soldier project has hit a wall. Connors couldn't help but roll his eyes. You really need to give up on your ridiculous guerrilla soldiers. The last thing I want is to see a bunch of hairy chimpanzees marching down the street holding signs and shouting, "Ape lives matter." Hammer smacked his lips, craning his neck, still unwilling to let it go. Is it really that bad an idea? I've always thought my plan was pretty genius. Connors let out a cold snort, offering no reply. His original intention had always been to rid the world of disability, not to create more carnage. In his eyes, anything tied to war was simply beneath consideration. Seeing that Connors remained unmoved, Hammer weighed his words carefully and said, "What if I told you I could keep you out of prison for the next 5 years, and even help you upgrade the equipment in your underground lab again? Haven't our past collaborations always gone smoothly?" As Hammer spoke, he raised his hand and clapped a couple of times. At that cue, the butler elegantly drew aside the curtain that had been hanging behind him, revealing a massive cage and the enormous creature inside it, now fully visible to Connors. For the first time, Connors' expression shifted. He stared at the metal cage in shock. "Connors!" came a guttural roar from within. Inside, locked up, was none other than the world's last remaining lizardman, Abigail. Hammer smiled as he spoke. "Kurt, do you still want to pursue your research? I can give you any support you need. Though I'm planning to break into the mobile phone market, the toy business, and entertainment as well. The foundation of weapons manufacturing is far from obsolete." Gazing at Abigail, the lizard man, Connors fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. "Sorry, Justin. I've been walking the wrong path all this time. What I need now isn't to rush back into things, but to finally take a step back and reflect." "Wait." As the soldiers moved to take Charlotte away, Gwen hurried forward, her face anxious. "What's going on? Why are you taking Charlotte?" "Miss, please." An officer stepped in front of her, giving an answer that explained nothing at all. "It's simple. We suspect he's connected to an incident that threatens national security. We have to bring him in for questioning." "What incident?" Harry demanded, frowning. "Tell us what happened. We've been together this whole time. There's no way we did anything to threaten national security." The chief, face set in stone, shook his head. "That's classified. No comment." "Where are you taking Charlotte?" MJ asked quickly. "That's classified. No comment." The chief motioned with his hand, and several soldiers immediately escorted Charlotte away. Charlotte waved her hand, signaling everyone not to worry, then raised her hand to Gwen in a gesture that mimed making a phone call. On the scene, Gwen was still arguing, but the sergeant stood firm, repeating only one line. "State secret. No comment." 2 soldiers escorted Shano all the way to an armed helicopter. As Charlotte boarded, the 2 soldiers turned and left. The helicopter's engines roared to life as Charlotte climbed aboard, and with a thunderous whir, it lifted off. Inside, a man and a woman sprang into action. Without a word, the woman pressed Charlotte into her seat and buckled her seatbelt. The man leaned halfway out of the helicopter and slammed the cabin door shut with a brisk motion. As the door finally closed, Charlotte, now high in the sky, shared a fleeting glance with Gwen, who was still arguing below. Then, with a steady drone of the rotors, the helicopter soared away. Once the flight smoothed out, Charlotte began to size up the 2 unfamiliar companions with great interest. The woman was dressed head to toe in a sleek, black, form-fitting combat suit that accentuated her graceful figure. The man, in stark contrast, sported a tailored black suit and sunglasses. A picture perfect, if slightly over the top, agent. Charlotte rolled her eyes and, feeling a bit uncomfortable in the tight seatbelt, stretched her neck. Eyeing the two as if they were guarding against a criminal, Charlotte teased. You know, in the movies, people dress like you too. They're never the good guys. So tell me, which hospital sent you here? And just so you know, all my money's been blown away by the Black Ale, so I can't pay any hospital bills right now. The two agents remained stone-faced, silently sizing Charlotte up from head to toe. Charlotte arched an eyebrow and flashed a mischievous smile. Come on, why aren't you talking? Cack out your tongue. Or do you just not like to chat? Tilting her head, Charlotte craned her neck toward them and said in a deliberately provocative tone, Say something, will you? Come on, just give me a word. Why so silent? Come on, let's talk. If you keep ignoring me, I might just start shouting. Seeing that the pair still refused to acknowledge her, Charlotte pouted and withdrew her head. Fine, just messing with you. Honestly, you two are no fun at all. I know exactly who you are, agents from Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. At these words, the male agent's pupils narrowed ever so slightly, but he still kept his mouth shut. How did Charlotte know? Well, she wasn't blind. The woman's uniform bore the shield insignia, proudly emblazoned across her chest for all to see. The male agent seemed genuinely shocked. These agents, well, there's really no polite way to describe them. But what was truly maddening was their utter refusal to speak. And from the looks they were giving her, Charlotte suspected they wished she'd stop talking altogether. They could stay silent if they wanted to, but if Charlotte stopped talking, she'd probably die of boredom, killed by his own repressed flamboyance. Come on, guys, don't be like this. We're all going to be part of the same organization from now on. I'm young, talented, charming. Everyone's bound to like me. Sooner or later, I'll be moving up the ranks in no time. You know, who knows, before you even realize it, I might be your boss. Is this really how you want to treat your future leader? I might just make things a little difficult for you down the line. So why don't you come over and chat with your new supervisor? For example, I could let you in on a little secret. I have superpowers. Seeing that the two of them continued to ignore him, Charlotte's lips curled up in a playful grin as he said, My superpower is the ability to make helicopters crash. I'm not joking. Well, want to see how it works? His words made the female agent's eyelids twitch, but she still said nothing. Realizing they didn't believe him, Charlotte decided to give them a little demonstration. His smile turned mischievous as he equipped his levitation skill card. He raised both hands above his head, wiggling his fingers in a playful flourish, and teased. Ready or not, here I come. Hold on, Mr. Charlotte Parker, a pleasant, friendly voice interrupted, and Coulson, with his high hairline and a gentle smile, turned around from the co-pilot's seat. I'm Phil Coulson. Hello, Mr. Parker. Coulson approached, also dressed in a suit. Unlike the other male agent, Coulson exuded a calm and comfortable presence, his smile warm and familiar, like an old friend you haven't seen in years. He was easy to like. Taking a seat across from Charlotte, he spoke gently. Don't make things difficult for my team, Mr. Parker. If you have anything to say, you can always talk to me. Talk to you, huh? Charlotte looked him up and down, then nodded cheerfully and answered bluntly. I don't want to go to school. Coulson paused, ready to launch into a lengthy speech to persuade him. But Charlotte immediately cut him off, his curiosity bubbling over as he fired off a rapid string of questions. What are the benefits like at S.H.I.E.L.D.? How many hours do you work a day? How many days a week? How often do you get time off? And how long are the breaks? What kind of insurance do you offer? Are there extra perks for people with superpowers? And most importantly, how's the cafeteria food? How many dishes and soups do you get? Is it any good? Mr. Parker, Coulson replied, his smile unwavering as he explained. We're not here to recruit you into S.H.I.E.L.D. We actually need your cooperation with an investigation. Do you remember your prophecy? My prophecy? Charlotte's expression froze for a moment, and he blinked in confusion. China number one. No, not that. It's about Mr. Tony Stark and the incident where he was kidnapped by his uncle. Oh, you mean that? Charlotte nodded thoughtfully. I don't remember. Did I really say that? And who exactly is his uncle? Elon Reevesmack. Coulson frowned, wondering, who is that? Of course, that wasn't important. He went on. It's been over a month since Mr. Stark's disappearance. During this time, we've secretly questioned Mr. Obadiah Stane. Although he refused to admit anything, we've basically confirmed that Mr. Stark's disappearance is indeed connected to his uncle, Mr. Stane. Charlotte had just opened her mouth, ready to make a joke. But Coulson dropped another bombshell. Captain America, Steve Rogers, has already regained his heartbeat. I think he'll be back to life very soon. Charlotte showed no reaction to this news. Instead, it was the two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents whose eyes widened in shock, clearly at a loss. Coulson noticed everything. Charlotte was simply too calm about this revelation. Once might be a coincidence, but twice? 3 times? And agents never believe in coincidences. All right, Charlotte said, clutching her head in mock distress, trying to recall. I think I remember now. Didn't I even hand out flyers back then? My goodness, those memories are ancient. Charlotte, Coulson couldn't help but sigh. You're a genius, a photographic memory genius. Please stop pretending you don't know. This is about Tony Stark's life. It's a matter of global economics, national security, and world peace. Realizing she couldn't trick Coulson any longer, Charlotte admitted honestly. Tony Stark, huh? I know. He's in the Afghan desert right now. Coulson nodded. They already knew that much. And that's it, Charlotte replied with an easy shrug. That's all I know. By the way, don't you want to try my superpower? Especially on a helicopter. Trust me, it's really cool. The helicopter landed in a wide-open plaza. As Coulson tapped his phone, blue lights flickered across the ground, and mechanical sounds echoed from below. Whoa! Charlotte waved her arms in excitement, giving Coulson a friendly pat on the shoulder, asking eagerly, Is this alien technology? Oh, I can't wait. In the next instant, the plaza split into sections, revealing a vast space beneath. With a soft whir, the platform carrying the helicopter descended underground, then slid forward on a transport device, neatly docking beside a fleet of sleek, new jets, like a puzzle piece falling perfectly into place. Not far away, several shield engineers were busy at work, while a crane nearby hoisted the latest model of engine heat shield. Charlotte's eyes sparkled. This place was nothing short of paradise. Gwen hadn't come along. What a tremendous loss for her. Overhead, the ceiling panels smoothly converged, and once closed, the LCD display transformed into a vivid blue sky with a radiant sun. Coulson opened the hatch and jumped down from the plane, smiling at Charlotte. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh wow, Charlotte exclaimed, taking in the sight of the new experimental fighter jets in the distance, the dazzling, high-tech scene illuminated by flashes of electricity. One engineer was dancing wildly right in the middle of the sparks, while the surrounding engineers cheered and laughed, spraying him with fire extinguishers as though launching confetti. Finally, in a burst of excitement, someone gave him a playful whack with a stick, knocking the smoke-happy dancer off the wire. What a lively scene, Charlotte casually asked. Can I take some photos and post them on Facebook? That's absolutely not allowed, Coulson replied, not having seen the spectacle. He beckoned Charlotte to follow, then headed toward the underground S.H.I.E.L.D. facility. Charlotte bounced along beside Coulson, swaying his head and humming an off-key tune. He paid no mind to the odd stares from those around him, looking about with unabashed curiosity, his gaze lingering on every person and every detail. As a result, nearly everyone turned to look at him. His head-turning rate hit 100%. He even caught a fleeting glimpse of Natasha in the distance. Charlotte hopped closer to Coulson, whispering in a conspiratorial tone. Coulson, be careful. Someone once told me, if someone's not focused on their work and keeps staring at you, they're probably a spy. Look, they're all watching you. Coulson just shook his head. They're looking at you. Yeah, what an idiot. A male agent who'd been following them scoffed, clearly unimpressed with Charlotte. Charlotte turned to him in astonishment and said, You can talk. I thought you were mute. Humph. The young agent grunted, falling silent again. Boring, thought Charlotte, as he looked around while walking ahead. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, Brock Rumlow, better known as Crossbones. At that moment, Crossbones was hefting a crate of equipment. Sensing a predatory stare, he shuddered, as if he'd been spotted by some ancient beast. He quickly set the crate down and turned around warily, only to lock eyes with Charlotte, whose gaze was sharp and unwavering. Charlotte waved at him with a friendly smile, greeting him as though they were old friends. Under Crossbones' confused and slightly annoyed glare, Charlotte simply wobbled away, bouncing off into the distance. He waved his hand energetically, beckoning to a squad of beautiful female agents, and even tried to high-five each of them. Though, in the end, only a cheerful brunette responded to his enthusiasm. Sliding along in step with Coulson, Sherlock paraded through the corridors, attracting more than a few curious glances. All of this was, of course, being captured by SHLD's ever-present surveillance cameras, the footage relayed to yet another pair of watchful eyes. A desk drawer opened. From it, a black eye patch was selected and fastened over the left eye. Next, an electric trimmer hummed to life, shaving away the fine stubble that had grown on his scalp. He applied a scentless moisturizer to his face, smoothing it over his features and all the way to the back of his head. Rising, he draped a leather trench coat, waiting on its hanger, over his shoulders. He glared at himself in the mirror, adjusting both his expression and his attire, and then Nick Fury pushed open his office door and strode purposefully toward the conference room. He entered with a stern face, exuding a commanding presence that filled the room. The operations meeting room was crowded. Some were intently watching a recording of Livestream Man, analyzing Iron Rail, Blackheart, and Livestream Man with grim determination, headphones clamped over their ears as they stared at the screens, faces marked by the weight of their responsibility. Others were hurrying urgently to track down Tony Stark's whereabouts. Using satellites and the American troops still stationed in Afghanistan, they scoured every terrorist base near the site of the recent attack. But so far, their search had turned up nothing. One other person present was Alexander Pierce, who had come to investigate SHLD's internal integrity. Thanks to Pierce's efforts, the investigation had proceeded steadily, and he had indeed uncovered several agents who had been hiding within SHLD's ranks, even exposing an infiltrating Skrull in their midst. The captured agents refused to talk, stubbornly holding their silence to the very end. Faced with Pierce's relentless interrogations, one even chose death over betrayal, proving their loyalty in the most tragic way. Now, with the investigation nearly complete, the team was deemed exceptionally clean, and Pierce expressed his deep satisfaction with Nick's work. He even went so far as to recommend several more trustworthy candidates for Nick's team. Pushing aside the chaos of his thoughts, Nick strode purposefully toward Sherlock, reciting in his mind the words he had carefully prepared. September 11th, 2001. That was a day of profound sorrow, not just for the United States, but for the entire world. With the thunderous collapse of the Twin Towers, over 3,000 American lives were lost in an instant. And so began the long, arduous war in Afghanistan. On October 7th, Operation Enduring Freedom commenced, the world's first major campaign in the global war on terror. Back then, Obadiah Stane, vice chairman of Stark Industries, was among the first to respond, supplying countless advanced weapons to the coalition forces, while Justin Hammer was quick to follow suit. Soon enough, that very same year, the war in Afghanistan was declared an overwhelming victory. But what was strange was that not long after, the Seekers organization managed to rise from the ashes. They received assistance from unknown forces and repeatedly obtained outdated equipment from other countries. They took advantage of the escalating conflict with the Allied forces, making the battlefield ever more intense. Although Afghanistan was poor, backward, and held little profit, the arms trade was always the most lucrative business. Sherlock dug at his ear and said, "Sorry, my English isn't great. What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." Nick's indifferent expression faltered for a moment. His single eye fixed coldly on Sherlock, who didn't seem to care at all. "We suspect that Stark Industries has always had dealings with the Seekers organization. They've been secretly supplying them with weapons and resources, prolonging the conflict so they can offload more arms to the United Nations." "Oh." Sherlock dropped the act and began to stroke his chin, analyzing seriously. "So you think Tony Stark went to Afghanistan to meet with Bin Laden?" "No." Nick's expression hardened as he continued. "The real mastermind behind all of this is most likely Obadiah Stane, the vice chairman of Stark Industries. He even orchestrated Stark's kidnapping behind the scenes. Stark's new weapons were upsetting the balance of war, something Stane would never allow. At the same time, he intended to use this opportunity to get rid of Tony Stark and seize control of Stark Industries for himself." Oh, Sherlock suddenly understood. So Tony Stark is actually infiltrating the enemy ranks on purpose, trying to steal their clients? No, he was genuinely kidnapped by terrorists because Obadiah sold out his travel plans. Damn, I thought it was his uncle who kidnapped him. So, who exactly kidnapped him? Nick didn't answer. Instead, he turned his back to Sherlock and asked, "Do you know why we asked you to come here?" Sherlock, bewildered, shook his head behind Nick. After a moment's pause, Nick continued, "Because we know you're different. We know you're hiding something, but we don't care about that. No matter how you've gotten your information before, what we need now is for you to get new intel. Help us find and rescue Tony Stark." "I do have my secrets," Sherlock replied, looking as smug and insufferable as ever. He beckoned Nick over. "Come here, let me whisper it to you." Nick nodded, and Coulson leaned in to listen. Sherlock glanced around, then whispered to Coulson, "Don't tell Nick, but there's a faint scent of ginger on his head. Still, dead hair follicles won't ever sprout new hair." Coulson's mouth twitched as he glanced at Nick's shiny bald head, then looked at Sherlock with an expression of utter speechlessness. "What we want to know is not something so trivial." "Trivial?" Sherlock furrowed his brows and rebuked angrily. "How could this possibly be trivial? Did you even ask Director Egghead for his opinion? This is of the utmost importance to him." With a stony face, Nick said nothing. Sherlock's words had already come through his earpiece loud and clear. "Mr. Parker." Coulson shook his head and said, "Let's stop fooling around. What we need most right now is to locate Mr. Tony Stark and prevent the situation from deteriorating any further. No matter what it takes, we must rescue Mr. Stark as soon as possible." "All right then." Sherlock spread his hands in resignation, realizing that these agents were far duller than any demon he'd ever met. With little enthusiasm, Sherlock said, "Although I truly don't know where Tony Stark is, I actually might have a way to find him." "Oh, and what might that be?" Coulson's eyes lit up with interest. "I actually have the ability to sense malice. As long as someone harbors ill intent towards me, I can feel their malice." At Sherlock's words, a few agents at work couldn't help but let their expressions change ever so slightly. Yet none dared to have murderous thoughts. Instead, they forced all emotion deep down. Sherlock continued confidently, "But if someone has no malice toward me at all, I can't sense them. When my powers first awakened, I even had a few prophetic visions. Now, though my senses aren't as sharp, if you take me to the battlefield in Afghanistan, I can use my malice-sensing ability to successfully locate Tony Stark." After a moment of silence, Nick nodded and said, "Coulson, take him to Afghanistan. I don't care about the process. All I want is the result. Remember, you have just one order. You must be quick." Overhead, helicopters circled the sky. Sherlock was wrapped up tightly, flying within the area under American military control. Coulson, also bundled up securely, sat nearby with a male and a female agent. Coulson, a bit helpless, asked, "So, Sherlock, have you found Stark's location yet?" "Don't be so impatient, Coulson. If it were that easy, wouldn't I have found him a month ago? Finding someone like this is no different than sifting through a tide of muck. You have to dig around to find the biggest lump. I can only pinpoint dangerous terrorist hideouts, but how am I supposed to know which one is holding Stark hostage?" Listening to Sherlock's explanation, the young Agent Ward couldn't hold back any longer and burst out, "You bastard! I think you're just playing with us. Can't you find Tony Stark? Or do you just want to go back to school?" Shaking her head from side to side, she pulled a silly face at Ward. She picked up her phone, snapped a selfie, and sent it off to Gwen, far away in New York. With the start of a holiday trip, Ghost Spider vanished after being scolded, and when Spider-Man returned, he too became the target of public outrage. The citizens thought these two young superheroes had been so deeply hurt by all the malicious criticism that their spirits were broken, and they'd given up on being heroes for good. Guilt weighed on everyone's minds. As time passed, and the wave of chaos faded, New York's crime rate steadily climbed, and people began to long for the days when Spider-Man watched over the city. Then, when the trip ended and Ghost Spider appeared once more, her return shifted public opinion back in her favor. Though wanted posters were still up, more and more people chose to believe in her. Countless others forgot about the scandal surrounding Spider-Man's supposed death and began to hope for his return. "All right, Ward, at least Charlotte's been working hard this whole time, which is a lot better than us flailing around in the sky like a couple of headless chickens." "Exactly," Charlotte nodded, snatching the map of Afghanistan from Ward's hands and shooting him a cheeky grin. She then took the red pen and marked a few more circles on the already heavily circled map. "These spots are all obvious hotspots for suspicious activity. I can't say for sure if Tony Stark will be there, though. Maybe we should try to look on the bright side. It's been 2 months, and Tony Stark might even be dead by now." To help Charlotte search for Tony Stark, the helicopter's door was left wide open. The wind roared outside, sending blasts of cold air into the cabin, but the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, sturdy as action movie heroes, didn't even flinch. Of course, Charlotte herself, tough as nails, was entirely unfazed. She watched the scenery flash by outside. Endless yellow sand, a desolate and silent land, ruined villages, the scars of war. Directly ahead and below the chopper, a lone traveler led a camel. Dressed in traditional Arab garb, he trudged through the wasteland. In the end, Charlotte couldn't help herself. Swallowing nervously, she placed a hopeful hand on the helicopter's doorframe, her whole body practically buzzing with anticipation. She turned to Coulson and blurted out, "Coulson, can I relieve myself out of the helicopter? It's always been a secret dream of mine." "Oh wow, that's your dream? That's really something." Coulson's smile froze on his face. Lately, his usual warmth had given way to a hint of resignation. "No, Charlotte, that's not exactly proper." "All right." Charlotte sighed in disappointment, shaking her head. The helicopter sliced swiftly across the sky. Down below, pedestrians gazed up, watching the aircraft as it soared overhead. Slowly, one of them pulled down the scarf from his face, revealing Charlotte's features beneath. With hands on his hips and a face brimming with confidence, Charlotte let out a mischievous chuckle. "Ha ha ha, Coulson, you'd never guess that this Afghan down here is me too, would you? I really am a genius." Not long after arriving in Afghanistan, Charlotte had left a duplicate of himself with Coulson, sending his true self out alone on the quest to find Stark. It wasn't that S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't afford his services. Rather, the prospect of claiming all of Stark Industries' bounty for himself was just too good to pass up. With a wave of his hand, the symbiote, which Charlotte had bonded with, wound itself tightly around him, forming a black membrane over his Afghan garb, almost like slipping on an extra layer of armor. Weak as the symbiote was for now, this was the best it could do. Still, it was better than nothing. At least it kept the biting wind and stinging sand from his mouth. For over a month, Charlotte had traversed long distances each day, searching for any trace of Tony Stark in the most remote and desolate places. But the results were always disappointing. Stark's captors had hidden him far too well. Even with the help of the sky, the ground, and S.H.I.E.L.D., there hadn't been so much as a whisper of Tony Stark. At this point, the only option was to search in even more isolated areas. Fortunately, days of flying had finally yielded a clue. Through his senses, Charlotte picked up an area utterly devoid of life. Yet at its center, a cluster of red dots glowed, enough to convince him he was finally on the right track. Of course, he hadn't marked this spot on SHLD's map. In fact, he'd been careful to keep his sensor's visible range limited to just 10 kilometers. He trekked onward, leading his camel under the fading light of day. As dusk fell, thick clouds swallowed the moon's glow. In this war-torn, backward land, the night was as dark as a well. Bare mountains all around, a darkness so complete you couldn't see your own hand before your face. Here's a passage describing the haunting beauty of an Afghan night. Let your imagination paint the scene. Merging with the shadows, Charlotte crept to the outskirts of the secret base. Off in the distance, a flicker of firelight caught his eye, and a sly smile curled his lips. He patted his chest, instantly shrouding himself in a devilish mod skin. He dialed his demon form's skin tone to its deepest black and switched off every visual effect. Thus, a creature of the night was born. With a mouthful of jagged black teeth, Charlotte relied on his new camouflage to swagger boldly toward the terrorist outpost sentry. The sentry wasn't far. Just a few steps brought Charlotte beneath a tree, where he looked up at the guard hidden among the branches. A wicked idea took root. Charlotte equipped his levitation skill card and, using his now stronger telekinesis, began to rise silently into the air. He drifted steadily up behind the sentry, unnoticed. In Afghanistan, the difference between day and night is stark. The nights are bitterly cold. At this moment, the sentry was wrapped in a layer of tinfoil, his frostbitten, red face exposed to the air, topped with a cotton hat. His vigilant eyes scanned every movement around him, yet he remained completely unaware of Shero, standing behind him. With arms crossed, Shero gazed at the trembling sentry before him, lost in deep thought. Then, he drew a dagger from his chest, studied the tinfoil covering the sentry, and, lowering his head, discreetly sliced a small opening right at the sentry's backside. A gust of icy wind swept through. Suddenly, the sentry's rear felt a sharp chill. His muscles tensed instinctively, and as the cold rushed between his legs, a violent shiver ran through his body. Confused, he looked around, his fingers probing the tinfoil at his backside, and soon discovered the tear. Plugging the hole with his finger, the sentry erupted in a string of curses, none of which made any sense to Shero. Behind him, hidden in the darkness, Shero wore a friendly smile and let out another wicked grin. There was a faint sound, and another slit quietly appeared at the sentry's backside. Feeling the cold wind sweep in, a sense of misery washing over him, the sentry's eyes grew wide, and 2 lines of snot hung down his face. Apparently suspecting that a branch from the tree above had torn his tinfoil, the sentry turned around and, groping in the darkness, began to investigate. This time, there was no pretense. 2 more holes were cut into his tinfoil. The sentry's scalp tingled, his mind buzzing. Another chilly draft blew against his exposed skin, sending a shiver straight up to his head. He immediately tried to turn on his flashlight to alert his distant teammates, but the very next moment, Shero, completely cloaked in darkness, grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. He didn't even manage to utter a word before Shero whisked him away at lightning speed. 10 minutes later, Shero casually dumped the sentry to the ground and, staring intently at the terrified, shivering man, began his interrogation with practiced ease. "Tell me, do you speak English?" A stream of unintelligible gibberish spewed from the sentry's mouth, a blatant lie. A sharp slap landed on the sentry's face as Shero repeated his question. "Tell me, do you speak English?" Again came a jumble of words, this time with a desperate IT mixed in. It was the truth. Another slap, even harder this time. Grabbing the sentry by the collar, Shero roared in his face. "I asked you, do you speak English?" This time, the sentry clutched his burning cheek, tears streaming down his face, and refused to utter another word. Without hesitation, Shero delivered 4 or 5 more slaps to the sentry's face. "I dare you not to answer. I dare you not to answer. I dare you." At that moment, Venom poked its little head out from atop Shero's own. Eyeing the sentry's head, it licked its lips hungrily. "Let me eat this pile of crap." Once I eat it, I'll gain some of his memories. Then not only will I be able to speak Persian, I can even describe exactly how it tastes. Hearing the third voice, the sentry dangling in Charlotte's grip grew even more terrified. At that moment, a gap opened in the clouds overhead. The moon peeked out, spilling silver light down and illuminating Charlotte. The sentry finally he saw what had captured him. It was a creature that looked nothing like a human, a devil, black as ink, with a twisted, monstrous face staring right at him. Light itself seemed to be swallowed by its presence, leaving only evil and chaos behind, chilling the very soul. Iblis. That's why everyone says this is the truth. Just one glance at Charlotte was enough to shatter all of the sentry's mental defenses. Charlotte grinned, then casually tossed the sentry to the ground. With his other hand, he pressed the venom bag down atop his own head. See, he can speak English after all. Opening his terrifying maw to reveal rows of pitch-black teeth, Charlotte asked, "Do you know where Tony Stark is?" Overwhelmed, the sentry fell to his knees, prostrating himself on the ground. He mumbled a long string of words in a language Charlotte couldn't understand, then managed to answer. "Great Iblis. The arms dealer is currently imprisoned in a cell for prisoners within the base. This is the truth." Heh, finally found him. Lifting his head, Charlotte's smile grew even more grotesque, uncanny, twisted, and horrifying, sending a chill straight through the sentry's bones. Pressing down on the sentry's head, Charlotte started to interrogate him. "Kid, tell me, how many people are guarding Tony Stark? How many are stationed at the base? How many security cameras are there? And where's your boss right now?" Great Iblis. The sentry trembled from head to toe, terrified Charlotte might, at any moment, twist his head off like plucking a weed. He answered with reverent sincerity. "There are only 4 people guarding the arms dealer, but there are around 100 in the whole base. Not all of them are in this cave. There are several other caves nearby. For the purpose of watching the arms dealer, there are 7 or 8 cameras, all connected to the boss's phone. My boss isn't here at the moment. This is the truth." Charlotte patted the sentry's shoulder approvingly and said, "You're pretty honest, just like me. Right now, I can only tell the truth, too. I was actually planning that if you didn't talk, I'd grab your head like squashing a fly, squeeze, open your belly, pull out your guts, and use them to strangle you. Then with one quick yank, your whole tongue would pop out, and then, with a flick of the blade, off it goes." Sensing the sentry shrinking lower with every pat, Charlotte suddenly yanked him upright and said, "Don't get so worked up. Haven't you just confessed everything? That was only if you refused to talk. Now that you've admitted it, of course I'm still going to kill you." With a gentle slap on the sentry's body, it was as if an unbearable weight had been placed upon him. The sentry collapsed to the ground under the force. Grabbing him by the collar, Charlot hauled the sentry to his feet. Smiling, he gazed at the pale-faced, trembling man and said, "But compared to the way I just described your death, wouldn't a quick beheading sound a lot more merciful? Almighty Iblis, I beg you, please, spare me." The sentry's voice was choked with sobs, caught in the clutches of a demon. All he felt was pain and despair. Charlot's eyes flickered with calculation as he said, "It's not impossible for me to let you go as long as you shut off or destroy every camera in the base. I promise I won't lay a finger on you." "Thank you, great Iblis." Prostrate on the ground, a glimmer of hope appeared in the sentry's eyes. After banging his head hard against the floor in gratitude, the hope began to fade again. His face twisted with worry as he asked, "But to turn off all the cameras? How am I supposed to do that?" "Idiot." Charlot rolled his eyes. "Just cut the power or unplug the network cable in the cave, that'll do it." With that, Charlot grabbed the sentry by the belt and set off at a brisk, bouncing run. The scene shifted back to where they had left before, quickly approaching the campfire. Once they were close enough, Charlot casually tossed the sentry at his feet. He began to carefully survey the base. Gathered around the campfire were 6 terrorists, all armed with AK rifles, standing before a green oil drum marked with a skull, warming themselves by the fire. Behind them, the cave was ablaze with light, and the sound of a bustling crowd echoed from within. Charlot waved a hand at the sentry, signaling that he was free to move. Whether the man would try to raise the alarm didn't concern Charlot in the slightest. The moment he found this place, nothing could stop him anymore. Still, Charlot didn't mind giving the sentry a chance. He watched as the sentry crept through the darkness, carefully avoiding the 6 guards at the entrance. After waiting for a while, the man slipped inside the cave in a flash, and calm settled once more. Charlot stifled a yawn and waited patiently. Then, with a soft click, the 6 terrorists at the entrance turned in confusion. The lights inside the cave dimmed, while Charlot's world grew ever brighter. With a smile, Charlot thought, the sentry has seized this chance. Whether he survives now depends on his own wits. And with the lights out, things would be a little easier for himself as well. Lifting his head, he drew a shotgun from his chest. Gripping the weapon in his hands, Demon Charlotte flashed a vicious grin and switched out his skill cards. Conjure a friend out of nowhere, plus Demon Mod, plus Headshot Kid, plus I bet your gun is loaded. With a friendly smile on his face, Charlotte strode forward openly, raising the muzzle and aiming at the 6 terrorists clustered by the door. Without a moment's hesitation, he squeezed the trigger again and again. 2 thunderous blasts rang out, smoke curling from the barrel as countless tiny steel pellets shot forward. As if they had a life of their own, the pellets adjusted their trajectory in midair. By the time the 6 terrorists realized they were under attack, it was already too late. Chaos erupted. Eggs shattered, chickens scattered, skulls cracked, and blood flowed. Even the dogs outside howled in panic. The scene was more ghastly than anyone could bear to witness. 3 unlucky souls met a fate worse than misfortune. There wasn't even time to scream. Each was shot in the head and collapsed instantly, as if falling into an eternal sleep. The greatest flaw of a shotgun is its short range and the scattering of its pellets. But now, equipped with Headshot Kid, whenever you use a weapon, every shot finds its mark right between the eyes, every single pellet automatically locked onto a target. This brought the shotgun's power to its absolute peak, making it the perfect weapon for Headshot Kid. Charlotte pressed the muzzle to his own head, inhaled the curling smoke, and gently blew out a ring. Without a hint of hesitation, he pulled the trigger again and said, I bet your gun is loaded. He swung the barrel around and fired twice more in quick succession. 6 more bodies slumped to the ground in utter despair, their deaths unspeakably grim. Charlotte reloaded the shotgun using only his mouth, then, weapon in hand, strode deeper into the cave. Hearing the gunshots from outside the cave, a drowsy guard at the entrance jolted awake. He shouted out to his teammates who had gone back to repair the circuits and check the situation. Come quick, we're under attack. Several terrorists instantly grabbed their weapons and ran in his direction, while he cautiously poked his head out to survey the scene beyond the door. Outside, the world was pitch black, like a stage curtain soaked in ink. Even the campfire had burned out, leaving only the sound of footsteps steadily approaching. He couldn't make out the figure's shape, only saw someone strolling through the darkness. The steps were calm, unhurried, yet carried an indescribable sense of dread. Time seemed to slow. In that moment, he thought he saw muzzle flashes ahead, illuminating a fearsome silhouette. His eyes went wide as, in the blaze of gunfire, he saw the steel pellets flying straight for him. Instinctively, he jerked his head back just as the flash and the deafening blast erupted. But in his vision, everything slowed to a crawl. The pellets zipped smartly around the corner, curving through the air, and, to his horror, most of them plummeted downward right in front of him. A mangled, blood-soaked figure was blasted back into the cave, landing at the feet of the terrorists who had rushed over. I bet your gun is loaded. Outside the door, the sound of the enemy chanting incantations echoed. For a moment, none of them dared to step forward and check. They exchanged glances, gripping their AKs tightly, muzzles aimed at the mouth of the cave, holding their breath and focusing all their attention. The moment the enemy stepped inside, they were prepared to unleash a hail of bullets without the slightest hesitation. Unfortunately, what awaited them was not the arrival of Charlotte, but death itself. 2 grenades, pins already pulled, flew into the cave, bouncing off the walls. One landed on the ground, while the other struck one of the terrorists, Shao Kuan, squarely. That terrorist's mouth fell open wide as he let out a desperate cry. Watch out, grenade! He lunged toward the nearest cover, screaming as he dove. The grenade exploded between his legs, sending shrapnel flying in all directions. No matter how the terrorists tried to dodge, every single one of them let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Those screams traveled down the length of the cave, carrying with them the terror of the enemy's arrival and the agony of their pain, reaching everyone inside. The sentry shrank back, his face turning even paler. Though he had managed to cut the power to the generator after entering, he hadn't succeeded in shutting down all of them. In fact, he'd only managed to take down the ones on the left side. His mission incomplete, his heart raced with fear. After a brief hesitation, he steeled himself, pulled a grenade, and hurled it at the network server inside the base, then spun around and dashed for the cave's exit. With a thunderous blast, this remote base was cut off from the outside world. Half the cave's power went out, causing the remaining generators to run at overload. Stark's cell was powered by the other half. Amidst the flickering lights and unstable current, Tony Stark's face, pale as a sheet on his bed, suddenly shifted in expression. He was wearing a gray, oil-stained t-shirt, a faint cybernetic glow emanating from his chest. His hair was greasy and unwashed, his beard ragged and untidy, and exhaustion and despair weighed heavily on his face. This harrowing ordeal had changed him profoundly. The lightness that once sparkled in his eyes had faded, replaced by conviction and a newfound yearning for peace. 2 months of suffering and Ethan's vivid descriptions of family bliss had left Stark longing for that kind of happiness as well. Now, the sudden loss of half the electrical current filled him with a sense of foreboding. Listening to the explosions and screams outside the cave, Stark and Ethan instantly sat up in bed, exchanging a worried glance. What flashed in Stark's eyes was not excitement at imminent rescue, but anxious frustration at events spiraling out of his control. In this chaos, he was utterly powerless to protect himself. Damn it, those bastards are finally here to rescue me. Of all the times, they had to come now. If only they'd come earlier or later. I was just about to break out on my own. Stark scowled as he glanced up at the dimming security camera, then, without hesitation, turned and rushed toward the turtle-like iron suit he had built for himself, shouting, "Son, hurry, this is our best chance. I don't want to put my fate in someone else's hands ever again. Whether those outside are here to rescue us or not, we need to be able to protect ourselves." But, Insan said hesitantly, "Your creation is still just a prototype. It barely has any weaponry installed, and the flight system isn't even reprogrammed yet. Does it really have any combat capability?" Though he grumbled nonstop, Insan's hands didn't slow for a second, because he knew all too well that this was truly their best shot. No matter what was happening outside, opportunities like this came once in a lifetime. Miss this, and there might never be another. "Just trust me," Stark replied with absolute confidence. Seeing Tony Stark standing ready, Insan immediately began helping him assemble the suit of armor, connecting the cables, and booting up his laptop to upload the combat systems. The cave lights flickered out, and when they blazed back on, they illuminated the demon form of Charlo at last. His terrifying, shadowy figure struck fear into every heart, but in his hand he carried only a shotgun, striding straight toward the terrorists. With each incantation, the shotgun reloaded itself, and every blast sent an enemy flying. As bullets flew at him from all directions, Charlo seemed utterly unfazed. The gunfire simply couldn't harm a demon. Seizing his moment, one of the terrorists fired a rocket straight at Charlo's head. A violent explosion erupted, flames roaring, and before their eyes, the demon's head was blown apart. "Hoo-hoo!" The little leader, clutching his rocket launcher, shouted triumphantly, raising his arm to show off his might. The other terrorists cheered in unison, until they turned to see that Charlo's body hadn't fallen. The little leader's face went pale. In the next instant, the demon's shattered head reassembled itself, the fragments snapping back together in the blink of an eye. Charlo grinned menacingly at the terrified mob before him. Although the Share skill card required line of sight to use, ever since his first day in Afghanistan, Charlo's clone had used Share on the main body and had never deactivated it. So in all these days, Charlo hadn't needed water, food, or even a bathroom break. Tireless and relentless, he stalked the Afghan desert, a monster incapable of dying. With a twist of his fully restored body, Charlo casually tossed aside the ruined shotgun, then strode forward, bullets rattling harmlessly against him, his presence cold and unstoppable. "Devil! Devil!" At last, the first man broke down, dragging his damp trousers as he screamed and bolted deeper into the cave, followed closely by the second, the third. There hadn't been much morale to begin with, but now it had completely vanished. One after another, the terrorists began to flee in panic. Watching the incoming rocket, Charlo didn't hesitate for a moment. He opened his mouth wide and swallowed it whole. The violent explosion left his mind reeling, yet his feet carried him forward, step by steady step, toward the gang leader. As the demon drew nearer, the gang leader trembled all over, frantically trying to reload the rocket launcher. But in his panic, his hand slipped and the rocket fell to the ground. When he bent down to retrieve it, a pair of sinister black, demonic feet appeared right before his eyes. He looked up and was met with Charlo's cruel, grinning face. "This state is powerful, truly undying, yes, but the pain is still all too real." Having swallowed his fill of rage, at last it was time for release. He raised his hand and caught the rocket launcher as the gang leader swung it at him. In the leader's eyes, wide with terror, Charlo seized him by the head, then drove his other hand mercilessly into the man's belly. As blood sprayed from the gang leader's mouth, Charlo gave a faint smile, twisted his grip to wrap around the man's neck, and pulled with both hands. With a strangled, guttural cry, the gang leader's tongue lolled grotesquely from his mouth. Without a moment's pause, Charlo brought his hand down in a swift, decisive strike. He grabbed the rocket launcher from the ground and hacked the gang leader cleanly in two. "Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a skill card. Catch blades barehanded, 100% success rate. When you press your palms together, You can always catch your opponent's weapon. Free attribute points +2. Note: there was a misplacement at the start of the last chapter. Forced circumstances. Catch blades barehanded 100% of the time? Now that sounds interesting. Delighted and curious, Charlo immediately switched to the new skill card, then clapped his palms together with a sudden, forceful motion. He felt an unfamiliar resistance between his hands, preventing them from fully closing. Not far away, an AK rifle seemed to answer his call, flying straight toward Charlo's hands. The AK wasn't moving particularly fast, but its shoulder strap dragged behind, desperately resisting as its owner tried in vain to hold on. Amid the terrorist's hoarse, frantic shouting, the strap tightened around his neck, leaving his face red and veins bulging. Despite his every effort, the rifle was finally wrenched from his grasp and fell into Charlo's demonic clutches. Charlo pressed his palms together, flawlessly catching the terrorist's weapon. Flashing a sly grin at the terrified man, he turned the AK around and pointed it straight at him. At close range, a bullet punched through the terrorist's despairing head, even tracing a smooth arc, allowing that single shot to blow through 2 skulls in a row. If one weapon can be caught like this, Charlo wondered, why not catch a whole pile of them? Without hesitation, Charlotte struck forward with her palm once more. Just as expected, it worked. This time, the barrier between her hands stretched over a much greater distance. Every weapon within Charlotte's sight responded to her call. Rifles, pistols, grenades, and knives all soared through the air toward her. Some even dragged their owners along for the ride. Suddenly, the cave was filled with a cacophony of startled screams and shouts. The quick-witted among them had already scrambled to shed their weapons and bolted deeper into the cave, while the less fortunate were swept along, carried mercilessly by their own arms straight to Charlotte's feet. During this maneuver, Charlotte discovered something rather intriguing. The further away a weapon was, the faster it hurtled toward her. A knife from the very depths of the cave pierced through 3 people in a single, unstoppable motion, then hovered magically in the air, landing in the center of Charlotte's outstretched palm. After that, one weapon after another returned to her. Charlotte released her grip, casually catching a grenade. Smiling in the face of the terrorist's horrified stares, she pulled the pin, then clapped her hands together again, summoning every grenade back to her side. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she scattered the grenades among her enemies like a deadly rain of steel. Faced with this scene, some turned and ran for their lives, while others broke out in a cold sweat, frantically searching for the grenade whose pin had been pulled. "Hurry up and help me find it," one of the terrorists shouted angrily at his dumbstruck companions. With so many grenades set to explode at once, there wasn't a soul in the room who could hope to escape unscathed. Meanwhile, Charlotte strode forward, her expression unchanged. "I found it," a terrorist yelled, ready to hurl the grenade out of the cave. But in the very next instant, the grenade exploded. The blast and shrapnel struck with uncanny precision, each piece seeking its target with lethal intent. One explosion triggered another, sending a storm of fragments whistling past Charlotte, each shard brimming with unstoppable force as it hunted its mark. A real hero never looks back at the explosion. Though flames scorched Charlotte's back and seared her skin, the pain vanished in a heartbeat, her wounds healing almost instantly. Her steps remained as elegant and unhurried as those of a devil gliding across the blood-soaked floor. Screams of agony echoed down the corridor ahead. Charlotte walked steadily along the gore-stained path, quickly reaching the deepest part of the cave, right in front of the cell where Stark was imprisoned. By now, only a heap of bodies riddled with shrapnel remained at the door. The sole surviving guard, bloodied and alone, sat trembling in a pool of blood, looking up at Charlotte with utter terror in his eyes. "You really are quite lucky, aren't you?" Stuck telling only the truth, Charlotte waved him away, silently signaling for him to leave. If his luck held out, Charlotte believed he might just escape his boss's wrath as well. The lookout didn't hesitate. He kowtowed twice to Charlotte with a loud thud, his lips murmuring some unknown chant. Though his legs had gone weak and he could barely walk, he forced himself low to the ground and began crawling toward the mouth of the cave. Meanwhile, Charlotte finally arrived at the door where Stark was being held. He perked up his ears, carefully listening to the sounds from within. As his attribute points increased, Charlotte's hearing had grown sharper and sharper. Even though there was an iron door between them, and Stark and Ethan inside were doing their best to keep their voices down, to Charlotte, their conversation was crystal clear, clearer than even they could hear themselves. "Hurry up, Ethan. After that violent tremor just now, things have gone quiet outside. We don't have much time left." Clutching the heavy iron helmet, Ethan shuffled over to Stark. "I'm moving as fast as I can. Unlike you scientists, all brawn and brains, I'm just a doctor. Couldn't hurt a fly." He carefully fitted the helmet onto Stark's head, locking it into place, then wiped the sweat from his brow, breathless. All set, Stark said, urgency and focus mingling in his eyes as he stared at the progress bar on notebook. It's almost my turn now. Yes, Ethan replied, a relieved smile on his face. We're already at 90%, just 10 more minutes, and we're done. Suddenly, the sharp rapping of knuckles rang out on the iron door. Outside, Charlot beamed brightly, calling out in a loud, cheerful voice. Knock, knock. Who's in there? That unfamiliar voice sent a jolt of unease through Ethan. He couldn't help but turn and lock eyes with Stark. Catching sight of the progress bar, now at 92%, Stark glanced at the bomb strapped to the door and called out. There's nobody inside, but there's a bomb on the door. If I were you, I wouldn't open it. Hang on, I'll come disarm it right away. But Charlot ignored the warning, undid the bolt, and replied with a laugh. Knock, knock. Little Tony, here I come. He flung open the door. An eruption of fire and thunderous explosion surged forth. Stark's face changed dramatically in an instant. Striding forward, the demon mod peeled away from Charlot's body, and the entrusted venom let out a gleeful cry as it enveloped Charlot's exposed skin, shifting and reshaping his appearance in dramatic ways. Ethan stood frozen, eyes wide, mouth agape. In his gaze, a demon transformed into a shadowy fiend in the blaze, striding through the flames of the explosion, and scathed into the room. My God! Ethan traced a trembling cross over his chest as he spoke. Clad in that white Afghan robe, Charlotte casually brushed out the sparks flickering on his clothes. Wearing a gentle, amiable smile, he locked eyes with Ethan. Ethan, what in the world just happened? Did he die? Facing away from the door and bolted inside the iron shell, Stark couldn't see anything happening behind him. Oh Lord, Charlotte, the dark-skinned man, smiled and said, well, you're praying to the wrong god. From a certain perspective, God and I are actually on opposing sides. And I have two pieces of fantastic news for you both. First, Tony Stark, you're saved. As he spoke, Charlotte flicked his wrist and tossed a dagger, sending it spinning right into Stark's computer, which was stuck at 99% completion. The screen flickered, then instantly went dark. Stark's eyes nearly bulged from his head. So close. Just a little bit more. He was right at the finish line. Raging helplessly within his iron shell, Stark could only watch as Charlotte's dagger ruined the crucial kinetic input phase, transforming his Iron Man suit into nothing more than a steel coffin. He couldn't quite figure out how Charlotte had survived, but one thing was certain. This man was trying to rescue him. Even though he couldn't see Charlotte, Stark shouted, I didn't need your help. I was just about to escape on my own. You ruined my brilliant plan. Why an escape attempt, huh? Charlotte stepped forward, draping an arm around Ethan's shoulders, who was frozen in fear and unable to move. I absolutely love a good prison break storyline, oh, Satan. And that leads me to the second great piece of news I have for you. You two are about to get another shot at escaping, right from the very beginning. Isn't that exciting? Stark was stunned, trying to turn around to look at Charlotte, but the iron coffin made that utterly impossible. What do you mean? Another escape? What nonsense are you talking about? Charlotte chuckled mischievously and replied, It's simple. Really what I mean is that you two are now my hostages. How about that? But you didn't see that coming? Surprised. Ethan shuddered from head to toe, his face drained of all color. Charlotte patted him reassuringly on the shoulder and said, No need to be so scared. I'm not throwing you into hell, though I do have a bit of a connection there. But as you know, hell isn't exactly a pleasant place to visit. After all, even being enemies is a kind of relationship. With the 24-hour truth-telling buff still in effect, Charlotte couldn't lie if he tried. Who are you, really? Stark demanded, unable to see Charlotte. A chilling, devilish laugh echoed 3 times. Then Charlotte sang out his answer. My current name is the Devil's Advocate. With an elegant turn, Charlotte let go of the timid Ethan and strode briskly over to Stark, craning her neck to scrutinize Stark's masterpiece up close. It was none other than the Mark Eye. And finally, Stark got a good look at Charlotte, a black woman with skin as dark as oil. Faced with shame, I shall strip him of his armor. Clenching her fist, Charlotte waited, but the suit on Stark showed not the slightest change. It seemed she hadn't bested Stark just yet. She rapped her knuckles casually against the belly of the Mark Eye. Stark's suit wasn't just well-cushioned. Its internal soundproofing was almost uncanny. She moved to the table, picked up the schematics, and studied them, then turned to Stark and asked, I have a simple question for you. Stark, what would it take for you to admit defeat? Defeat. Stark gave a cold laugh. If you hadn't interrupted my power cycle, you'd be the one on your knees begging for mercy right now. Tapping her own chin thoughtfully, Charlotte grinned. Well, if I put a mouse in your tin can suit? That made Stark's eyebrows shoot up, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. He couldn't help picturing a mouse scurrying up his leg inside the Mark Eye, darting about in every direction. Just the thought made his legs itch. But before Stark could muster a blustering retort, Charlotte, quick as lightning, actually snatched up one of the mice that had kept the two of them company day and night. As Charlotte strolled closer, the plump mouse writhing wildly in her hand, she reached out to lift Stark's faceplate, clearly intending to shove the rodent straight through the neck of his armor. Stark finally panicked, his face contorting as he cried out, "Wait, let's talk this over. You must want something if you've kidnapped me. Money, women, fast cars. We can negotiate anything." But Charlotte's smile twisted into something wicked as she brought the mouse right up to Stark's face. "None of that interests me. I just want you to give up." She dangled the squeaking mouse, the foul stench wafting off the creature, making Stark wrinkle his nose. Charlotte spoke in a soothing tone. "Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. I'll just let this little mouse have a run around in there, and after that, maybe I'll toss in a snake to catch it." Of course, Charlotte was only saying this to scare Stark. Otherwise, she'd have to throw in an eagle to catch the snake, and that would just be too much trouble. Watching Stark's expression twist in frantic struggle, Charlotte decided to up the ante. "Well then, if you still refuse to surrender, I'll have to kill." She paused, then turned to Ethan and asked, "By the way, Ethan, what was your full name again?" Trembling with fear, Ethan's voice quavered as he answered, "Ethan White." "All right, since you refuse to give in, I'll just kill Ethan. Would that make you feel any better?" Stark's pupils contracted. He turned to look at Charlotte's pitch-dark face and shouted in fury, "You're nothing short of a devil." Charlotte simply nodded, neither denying nor confirming, and replied, "You're not the only one who said that. So now, I suppose, I'm the devil's spokesperson." He threw an arm around Ethan's shoulders, his voice pressing in on Stark. "So, what's your decision, Stark?" Gritting his teeth, Stark glanced at Ethan's terror-stricken face, then at the oversized rat dangling from Charlotte's hand. In that moment, Charlotte felt he should cackle darkly, stick out his tongue, and give Ethan's bald head a thoroughly deranged lick. But Charlotte, lacking any fondness for licking men's heads, could only give up that particularly tempting, character-defining idea. "I give up." The words escaped through Stark's clenched teeth, barely more than a whisper. But Charlotte heard them loud and clear. His eyes lit up, and, with a casual flick, he tossed the gray-furred Pikachu aside. "Good, good, good. That's the spirit." Admitting defeat, Charlotte shook Ethan's head, whose expression was a portrait of misery, and laughed. "So, Tony Stark, as the loser, are you willing to become a devoted follower of the Heart Demon? Will you worship him, cherish him, respect him, and guard him forever and ever?" "I will not." Stark shot back, firm as steel. "A loyal follower of the Heart Demon? What kind of joke was that?" It sounded like nothing but trouble. Charlotte pursed his lips. How frustrating. Did he have to be so blunt? Doesn't Heart Demon sound terrifyingly powerful? With a gentle squeeze of his palm, this time it worked. The iron coffin of a suit that had bound Stark for so long began to dismantle itself, clattering to the ground as Stark stared in disbelief. Waving his hand, Charlotte grinned and coaxed. "Come now, Tony, at least hear me out about our glorious master. Besides the generous welcome package, membership comes with a 20% discount, and the latest line of demon-themed skins is flying off the shelves. Unleash torrents of demonic flame. Enjoy seamless villainy. Opportunities abound. Perks are everywhere. If your heart's moved, why not take action? The sooner you join, the sooner you'll reap the rewards." Climbing out of his iron coffin, Stark flexed his stiff limbs, his face like stone. None of this sounded the least bit appealing. This Heart Demon didn't seem so mighty after all. Though he felt only contempt, with no intention of joining, Stark decided to dig for more information. Heart Demon? Never heard of it. What's so impressive about that? As expected, Charlotte fell right into his trap, instantly launching into an enthusiastic explanation about the formidable Heart Demon. "It's precisely because none of you have heard of him. That's what makes him truly formidable. True strength is never just on the surface, is always hidden, never flaunted." Charlotte's face grew solemn, a sacred darkness radiating from his bronzed features, making him look uncannily like the culprits who often appeared at crime scenes in Detective Conan. The Heart Demon, born from the hearts of countless humans across the ages, a devil within. As long as the human heart lives, the Heart Demon cannot die. Its greatest skill lies in exposing a person's deepest fears, seeking out the flaws and barriers within their spirit, mind, and psyche. It can show you the beauty you've longed for, and it can plunge you into unimaginable terror. It can drive you mad with mysteries beyond comprehension, or root itself in your memory, digging deep into your mind to reveal those muddled thoughts you can never quite shake. Walking beside a wary and defensive Stark, Charlotte closed his eyes and drew in a quiet breath. Then, curling his lips into a sly smile, he looked at Stark and said, "It's your father, isn't it?" Stark's pupils shrank. His father's stern face flashed before his eyes, sending a jolt through his heart. What do you mean, my father? Why would you think that? This so-called heart demon. None of that works on me. Seeing Stark's flustered and agitated response, Charlotte knew it was far from ineffective. If anything, he'd hit nerve. With a gentle smile, Charlotte turned to look at Ethan and said, "Your heart demon is faith, isn't it?" His expression shifted. Out of Stark's line of sight, Venom's grotesque face suddenly emerged from Charlotte's, its mouth splitting wide to reveal rows of razor-sharp black teeth. A threat as clear as day. Clutching his chest in fright, Ethan nodded fervently. "Yes, absolutely right. You couldn't be more correct. My heart demon is faith. I believe in my heart demon." Venom flicked its tongue, savoring the moment before retreating back into Charlotte's face. Feeding on fragments of its host's spirit, Venom was in high spirits, having grown a little stronger recently. Pleased with Ethan's quick understanding, Charlotte nodded in approval. Then he turned back. With a gentle clench of his palm, in the blink of an eye and before Stark could react, all that was left on him was a pair of tattered shorts. His shirt and pants had instantly burst into scraps. As Stark stood there, dumbfounded, Charlotte continued his explanation. When humans value propriety, shame becomes their vulnerability. Skill card, riding the waves. Charlotte wiggled his middle and index fingers. Instantly, Stark's bladder, intestines, stomach, and blood all began to surge and churn. Watching Stark clutch his stomach, face dark with humiliation, Charlotte calmly pressed on. When people indulge their desires, pain and illness become their obstacles. When people fear death, their very fate falls under the control of the heart demon. Stark was almost completely naked, clutching his stomach with one hand and desperately grabbing for another piece of clothing on the bed with the other, struggling to cover himself. But something inexplicable was stopping him. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't manage it. Fuming with indignation, Stark snapped. "What inner demons? These are all just dirty, low tricks. So what if you strip someone's clothes off, give them a stomachache, or make them react physically? Even without superpowers, I could do the same thing with money." Low tricks? Sherlock wiggled his fingers, eyeing Stark's flushed, mortified face. "Demons deal in temptation, you know? We couldn't care less whether our methods are shameful, as long as they work. The more you care, the more we love to use them. If you were standing here, boldly and honestly, bearing body and soul without a hint of shame or fear, then inner demons would have no hold over you. Tony, you're still weighed down by your own demons." Slipping his arm around Ethan's shoulder again, Sherlock flashed a devilish grin. "But you know, you're actually in luck. Meeting a benevolent soul like me is a windfall. As the devil's representative of inner demons, my favorite thing in the world is helping people rid themselves of their demons. So, come along, let's hit the road together." Stark struggled furiously to wrap himself in a bedsheet, but, just as before, it was utterly impossible. His face darkened, humiliated and enraged beyond measure. "Damn it, cancel your damn trick and let me get dressed." Sherlock shook his head in disappointment, disabling the "when the enemy is ashamed, I'll strip him" skill card. "Stark, if you can't even face one person unclothed and unafraid, how will you ever stand tall and unashamed in front of a crowd?" Yanking angrily at the hem of his clothes as he finally managed to dress, Stark roared, "Why on earth would I ever want to strip naked and stand tall in front of a crowd? Because I'll be there to help you." "You'd help me? Help me strip naked in front of a crowd and stand there exposed, not a shred of dignity left?" Unbidden, the image began to play out in my mind. There I was, dressed to the nines in a sharp suit, standing tall and proud, giving a speech at a critically important conference. Down below, a sea of reporters brandished their pens and microphones like weapons, hurling bizarre questions at me from every direction. Suddenly, a chill swept across my lower half. The reporters' eyes widened in shock, and then, all at once, a frenzy erupted. They shouted and jostled to point their cameras at me. Confused, I looked down and realized, to my horror, that I was standing there before a live broadcast audience, not a single stitch of clothing left on my body. In that moment, I truly wished the ground would just swallow me whole. I shook my head hard, forcing that nightmarish scene out of my mind. "No, that won't be necessary," Stark declined grimly, his face darkening. He began to clear his mind, pushing away every distraction and restoring his focus. It was time to assess the current situation. From the very start, the other party had shown a keen interest in him, almost as if provoking him on purpose, and his resulting anger had clouded his judgment. Stark had always believed that thinking was more vital than mere survival. Humanity could survive without breath, but should never stop thinking. Letting his anger fade, Stark calmed himself. His brow furrowed, his eyes grew sharper, and he once more posed a question that hovered between clarity and ambiguity. "What is it you want from me?" Money? Power? Or the technology one command? He tapped his chest, where the arc reactor glowed with a dazzling light. Every person, whoever they may be, acts according to their most fundamental logic. Everything they do is a bid to gain something, be it material or spiritual. No one is exempt from this truth, not even so-called inner demons. Stark's gaze landed on Charlo, who wore a mysterious smile, utterly unfazed by Stark's scrutiny, the devil's own envoy. So what is it that you want? What do I want? The question genuinely stumped Charlo for a moment. He stroked his chin, falling into a moment's thought. At first, all he wanted were skill cards, just enough power to survive in this world. Then came friendship and family. He longed for wealth that could give Ben and Aunt May a better life. Later, he began to pursue ever greater strength, step by step. It always seemed as if he was never strong enough, always afraid of losing everything he held dear. And yet, there was no real pressure, no clear goal, no sense of direction. He felt like a rootless duckweed drifting aimlessly on the water, floating wherever the current took him. Even coming here to seek out Stark had been more a matter of chance than intent. In fact, even the current kidnapping was carried out with a casual, almost indifferent curiosity, just to see if he might gain another skill card. Charlotte opened his mouth and said, "That's a great question, truly an excellent question, so let's settle on this one. Tony Stark, what I want from you is, have you helped me discover what it is I truly desire?" "Stark? Are you pulling a Russian nesting doll on me here?" Stark let out a cold, sarcastic laugh and quipped, "A devil who can see through the hearts of others, but in the end, doesn't even know what his own heart wants." Charlotte's expression tightened. The smile vanished from his face as he glanced at Stark, his tone cool and measured. "So, you admit your father is the chink in your emotional armor?" Stark's look of scorn froze instantly. 1,000 enemies wounded, but you suffer 800 yourself. All right, enough with the chit-chat. They'd been in this cave too long, and now, having lingered, they'd attracted attention. The terrorist backup had already arrived. Charlotte's ears twitched. Stretching his muscles, he yawned and said, "This is all your fault, distracting me with conversation for so long that their reinforcements have shown up. Now, as a peace-loving humanitarian, I'm forced to unleash carnage once again." Inside the cave, a minor leader with an AK led 6 of his men forward. Under the dim, flickering lights, blood pooled on the ground, and the bodies of twisted terrorists lay scattered everywhere, turning the scene into something straight out of hell. Especially gruesome, the blood pouring from every corpse's groin, with their chests and heads faring only slightly better. Each face was frozen in an expression of sorrow, unable to rest in peace. No one could imagine what kind of weapon could have wrought such slaughter. The small leader grew wary as he advanced to the door where Stark was held, the very place with the most bodies piled up. The heavy door was firmly shut, making it impossible for him to see inside. He pressed his ear to it. There wasn't a sound. After a moment's hesitation, he reached out and shoved the battered metal door open. But in his mind, the enemy who had killed his comrades had either rescued Tony Stark and already fled, or killed Stark and escaped. It never occurred to him that all three were still inside, chatting and laughing as if nothing had happened. So, when the door swung wide and he caught sight of Charlotte, skin dark against the gloom, he was utterly stunned. "Wait, who the heck are you?" Years of combat training and bloodthirsty instinct kicked in. He reacted instantly, raising his AK and aiming it squarely at Charlotte's head. Charlotte didn't exactly look like a good guy, but then again, he didn't look like a bad one either. Stark, for his part, had decided to treat Charlotte as a temporary ally. Seeing Charlotte in danger, Stark immediately ducked down, snatched up the weapon previously mounted on the Markai's suit, and shouted, "Careful! Get out of the way!" But Ethan simply traced a cross over his chest, silently praying to God. "Please, I beg you, let it end with both sides hurt. Both sides must be wounded." Glancing disdainfully at the gun pointed toward him, Charlo let out a mocking smile. In an instant, the underboss squeezed the trigger without the slightest hesitation. The muzzle jerked, spitting fire, and bullet after bullet shot straight for Charlo's head. Yet Charlo suddenly opened his mouth wide, letting each bullet fly straight in. With a cold sneer etched on his dark face, he strode forward, step by step, until he stood right before the underboss. The terrorists behind the underboss fired off a single round each, but the sight before them left them utterly stunned. Everyone stared at Charlo, eyes wide, as if witnessing the devil himself. One of the terrorists was so terrified he wet his pants and collapsed to the ground in a heap. Watching in horror as Charlo approached, the underboss emptied the last round from his AK. Though his legs shook and his mind went blank, his survival instinct kicked in. He fumbled at his belt, desperately trying to reload and make one last stand. Seeing this, Charlo's smile grew. His lips curled with more force than the AK's recoil. He opened his mouth and spat a saliva-slick bullet right onto the underboss's face. The bullet carried no real harm, but it was an insult and a terror like no other. Even Stark was shaken by what he saw, his scalp tingling as he realized just how terrifying Charlo truly was. One bullet after another spat out and landing on the underboss's face, each blow battering his body, mind, and soul. His trembling hands lost their grip, and the magazine clattered to the floor. The underboss stared at Charlo, now only inches away, his face ghostly pale, his spirit collapsing into despair. Charlo lifted his hand and, ignoring the underboss's feeble resistance, took the rifle from his grasp. With a flick, the magazine snapped into his palm. He loaded it with practiced ease and cocked the weapon. Looking at the underboss, whose despair was now tinged with a glimmer of pleading, Charlo smiled and said, "You shot me so many times. Let me return the favor, just once. Seems fair, doesn't it?" With that, Charlo flicked off the safety and shoved the searing hot barrel of the AK into the underboss's mouth. Blood sprayed forth in a crimson burst. Within moments, a handful of mutilated bodies littered the ground, so brutal a sight that even Stark's pupils contracted. With a casual toss, Charlo threw the AK aside. Then, with a graceful gesture, he swept both hands toward the cave's exit, invitingly. "Well then, gentlemen, why don't you join me on this journey?" With no other option, Stark didn't hesitate long before stepping forward. Ethan, on the other hand, followed reluctantly, lagging behind with a heart full of protest. As Stark stepped out of the prison, it felt as though he were crossing into hell. Deprived of the prison's ventilation, a thick, metallic scent of blood slammed into him, mingled with other indescribable odors. Stark, who had thought nothing could be worse than the prison itself, found his breath caught in his chest. It was his first time crossing this threshold in over 2 months. There was no sense of rebirth, only a deeper pallor settling over his face. Above his head, the dim yellow lights flickered, casting their sickly glow over a gruesome scene. The corpses of terrorists strewn about in chaotic heaps, their twisted bodies almost unbearable to look at. Scarlet blood pooled at his feet like a winding stream. Everywhere he looked, fragile lives had fallen, one after another, reduced to dust. Is this what a real battlefield looks like? Could such a war ever be justified? They were extremist terrorists. They were the ones who had kidnapped him, the ones who had subjected him to all this suffering. They had wanted him to build weapons, tools to inflict even more pain upon the innocent. But then, what about the weapons he had built before? Could building weapons ever truly bring about the peace he'd once imagined? In that moment, as he gazed at those lifeless eyes forever frozen in terror, Stark saw not ruthless terrorists, but civilians caught in the crossfire. Innocent children, countless rotting corpses by the roadside, a war with no victors. No one is born to be cannon fodder. A cold fear seized Stark. Fear of the truckloads of weapons he had once sold with pride, fear of his so-called genius ideas, each one transformed into a tool of death. Seeing Stark's ashen face, Ensign hurried forward to support him. "I'm fine." Stark, stubborn as always, brushed Ensign's hand aside. He couldn't help but clutch at the arc reactor in his chest. Retching twice, his eyes clouded with despair and dread. The horror in his eyes was no longer provoked by the blood and mangled limbs before him, but by the realization that every corpse had once been a living, breathing person, now discarded like plastic refuse, carelessly piled up everywhere. Blood would always seep into the soil, quickly clotting and turning brown. Flesh would be picked clean by microbes and insects. All that would remain were foul-smelling bones clad in tattered gear, crushed to pieces beneath the wheels of trucks bearing Stark Industries logo. In that instant, Stark, still pale as a ghost, looked at Ensign, and the truth struck him like a bolt of lightning. He understood now, having lived through it himself. Life could never be reduced to a cold, faceless number. The weapons of Stark Industries should never have been the lever for any schemer's ambition. The brutal game of arms manufacturing, played since the Second World War. Now it was time for Stark Industries to bow out. America should no longer depend on blood-stained oil. What the world truly needs is not war, but clean energy, so abundant and affordable it can reach every corner of the globe. Lost in thought as he walked on, Stark's pensive expression slowly shifted into something stranger. He had finally noticed what was odd about these corpses. Why was there so much blood around the hips of every single body? This so-called demon's representative was clearly no proper fiend. All his tricks seemed to target the most indecent of places. If he ever made another suit of armor, he was definitely going to reinforce the protection below the waist. Stepping out of the cave, the nauseating stench of blood faded away, replaced by the crisp air outside. Stark could feel some color returning to his sickly pale face simply by breathing in the freshness. He gazed up at the sky, where storm clouds loomed, and peered into the pitch-black darkness ahead, where not even an outstretched hand would be visible. Unable to hold back his anxiety, Stark looked around and called out, "So, Mr. Devil, where exactly is our means of transportation now?" As a devil's representative, I abide by 3 rules. First, don't call me the devil. Call me Wei Vi. Second, absolute devilish fairness and elegance. Third, and I mean it damn fairness. As for transportation, well, a devil's footprints reach every corner of the world, all thanks to this pair of fair and just legs. Legs? Stark's eyes went wide in disbelief as he stared at Charlo, practically shouting, "Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea how cold it gets here at night? Do you understand how easily you can lose your way in this kind of darkness? We're only human. If we try to walk too far, we'll collapse from exhaustion or freeze to death before we make it anywhere. This environment is brutal. We need proper gear and enough food supplies. We also need something to guide our way. Otherwise, walking out there's no different from marching to our deaths." Even as he argued, Stark had already reached the 6 corpses lying by the entrance. Without hesitation, he began scavenging anything useful for himself and for Ethan. Death was cruel, yes, but survival mattered more right now. Only by staying alive could he hope to prevent more deaths in the future. Marching to your deaths? Isn't that just perfect? Charlot's face, even in the dim glow from the cave, was clear enough, his dark features twisted into a malicious grin. If you really die out there, well, arms dealer, you're sure to go straight to hell. And wouldn't that be just the place for a devil? Time to get moving. Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. You're my spoils of war, and I won't let any other demon take a share of my hard-earned prize. For the next 24 hours, Charlo was bound to speak only the truth, but the most convincing lies are often woven entirely from truths. Of course, his eyes never stopped searching for any trace of falsehood in their words. The most terrifying thing in the desert isn't the lack of water, but the cold, pitch-black nights. Because sand and stone have a low heat capacity, they lose warmth far too quickly, resulting in a dramatic difference between day and night temperatures. For Stark and Ethan, whose physical condition was less than ideal, the desert's frigid nights were a formidable challenge. As for the risk of getting lost while traveling through the desert at night, what a joke. Among them was a doppelganger of Sherlock, embedded within the S.H.I.E.L.D. team, shining like a beacon in the darkness. And as if that beacon weren't enough, he was also equipped with Spider-Man's skill card and the spider radar, making their navigation utterly foolproof. Granted, the range of the spider radar didn't quite cover the distant spot where the 3 of them now stood, but its impressive scope was still more than enough for them to find their bearings. So Sherlock made a snap decision. They would head in the direction opposite to the beacon. Unwilling to throw his life away, Stark engaged in a friendly debate with Vi, Sherlock, the so-called spokesperson for his inner demons. But it didn't take long for Sherlock to persuade him, with the eloquence of his fists. When something can be settled with action, Sherlock never wastes words. Left with no other choice, Stark and Ethan bundled themselves in thick cotton coats, flashlights in hand, and trudged step by careful step after Sherlock, embarking on a journey that promised to be long and arduous. Fortunately, dawn was drawing near. The temperature had begun to rise, and a faint glow was spreading along the eastern horizon. It wouldn't be long before the cold desert would turn scorching hot. With each step, the 2 men pressed forward, anxiety for their lives etched into every heavy, uneven footfall. Not long after Sherlock and his companions had departed, the suffocating darkness thickened in the cave behind them. The flickering bulb overhead suddenly blazed with blinding intensity, then burst apart in a shower of dazzling sparks. A few of these sparks landed on the corpses strewn about the cave, and in a sinister twist, the bodies ignited with a hellish red fire that rapidly spread across the ground. In an instant, several bodies were reduced to bare bones, while the thick blood pooled on the floor began, as if compelled by some mysterious force, to converge and form an intricate ritual circle. The blood reeked of sulfur, and before anyone could notice, the figure of a distinguished old gentleman materialized in the center of the cavern. Leaning on a cane inscribed with arcane scripture, the gentleman fixed a chilling gaze on the direction in which Sherlock's group had vanished. He tilted his head back, drawing in the metallic tang of blood that lingered in the air as if inhaling scented smoke. Mephisto's thin lips curled in satisfaction, savoring the despair and agony that filled the cave. Then, Mephisto exhaled a wisp of black mist, sending out a barely visible thread that drifted silently through the air. Without Sherlock's knowledge, this thread, the symbol of a soul-binding pact, had already attached itself to him. Ever since Mephisto revealed his phone number a month ago, Fools with more guts than sense have been calling him day and night with prank calls. But Mephisto, Lord of the Infernal Dimensions, hadn't answered a single one. After all, he had paid a hefty price to finally sever the contract that allowed that bald-headed woman to steal his power. Who could say what might happen if he picked up one of those calls? Maybe that wretched, bald woman would find another way to slip through his defenses. Long, long ago, the first-dimensional demon to be tricked by the Ancient One was none other than Dormammu, the dread ruler of the Dark Dimension, who suffered a devastating loss and became a cautionary tale. Yet, even knowing this, Mephisto himself had been outfoxed by the Ancient One more than once. That despicable schemer had the face of a sage, wise, benevolent, utterly trustworthy. But behind that mask, she was always plotting to swindle the dimensional lords. And there was simply no way to guard against her tricks. Those demons who'd been duped even began to imitate the Ancient One's deceitful ways, hoping to win back their losses. Back and forth it went, until the whole circle of demon lords reeked of suspicion and treachery. In the end, without exception, the demon lords blacklisted the Ancient One as a notorious oath-breaker. Yet even so, stories of another demon being conned by the Ancient One continue to surface with alarming regularity. Earth, once the Ancient One's stronghold, gradually became a forbidden zone for the demon lords, each one terrified of falling for her tricks yet again. Only Blackheart, that foolish youngster, still saw this place as a land of opportunity. But Mephisto, well-versed in the Ancient One's wiles, knew exactly what was happening. She was laying out bait, casting a long line for a bigger catch. And who else could she be hoping to reel in but Mephisto himself? Setting aside thoughts of that infuriating bald woman, Mephisto resolved to finish his business swiftly and slip away without delay. His target was Zarlo, a being who called himself the Mind Demon. The moment Mephisto first laid eyes on Zarlo, he knew the boy had all the makings of a proper devil. From then on, he kept a close watch on him. Everything that followed only strengthened Mephisto's conviction. He was practically itching to welcome Zarlo into the joyful family of demons, to claim his soul and make him a true denizen of hell. And the only way Mephisto could do this was by forging a binding contract with Zarlo, in person. A contract, it was the foundation of any relationship, a transaction, a means of control, and, thanks to that fiendish Ancient One, a restriction as well. A contract could be written, spoken, or even unspoken. The moment Zarlo called himself a demon, an unspoken contract, as far as Mephisto was concerned, had already taken shape. And when Mephisto acknowledged Zarlo as the Mind Demon, the verbal contract was sealed. Now, all that remained was the final step, a written contract. Once that was done, Mephisto's plan would be complete. Demons possess long, winding lives, and when he set his eyes on Charlotte, it was as if he had discovered a new and intriguing amusement. He was never in a hurry, not in the slightest, truly not at all. Time was a luxury he had in abundance, and he intended to use it to achieve his goals. Perhaps, in the future, he might even use Charlotte's mysterious power to realize his dream of outshining the Ancient One and overpowering Dormammu. And as for the idea of a devil's advocate, now, that was an interesting proposition. It would serve as protection against the Ancient One, that treacherous scoundrel who never played fair. Of course, Mephisto would never get his own hands dirty. But fortunately, he already had his own devil's advocate in the mortal world. He opened his mouth and began to chant softly. "Johnny Blaze, my ghostwriter, the time has come for you to pay your dues." His voice swept swiftly across the world, aiming straight for Johnny's mind. Once he finished, Mephisto's avatar didn't hesitate for a moment. With a dramatic flourish, he scattered himself into nothingness, denying the Ancient One any chance to intervene. He willingly sacrificed that portion of his energy, letting himself dissolve into a wisp of blue smoke. Johnny Blaze. The devil's whisper slithered through Johnny's thoughts. The old man who haunted the depths of purgatory appeared before Johnny's closed eyes once more, his mouth drawing near, calling his name. Johnny's eyes snapped open, breaking away from Roxanne's lips, a flash of orange fire glimmering in his gaze. "Johnny? What's wrong?" Roxanne Simpson, a Fox News reporter currently on leave and trying to relax, couldn't help but ask. Roxanne and Johnny had been lovers in their youth, but after the demon's curse, Johnny had left her behind to spare her from his fate. Yet all these years, she'd never left his heart. Time had flown by. The reckless biker boy had become a world-famous motorcycle stuntman. Roxanne, too, had risen to fame as a renowned Fox reporter. During the chaos of the Wind Demon incident, she'd been live on air, enduring a public ordeal before millions. Still, she gritted her teeth and finished the broadcast. That one act of courage made her a household name, landing her a better contract with Fox and earning her a firm place in the world of journalism. Though it also saddled her with the less-than-flattering nickname, the queen of on-air mishaps. Lately, she simply couldn't stand the odd looks from her colleagues, or the way they'd cover their noses when she passed by. So she took a break, hoping to recover her spirits. It was during this time that she crossed paths again with her first love, Johnny Blaze, who was now touring the country for his comeback show. Johnny, who'd always kept tabs on his former lover, had seen that infamous broadcast. The footage had left him wide-eyed and uneasy, unable to look away. When he found Roxanne so lost and dispirited, he comforted her, and one thing quickly led to another, right up to the edge of her bed. At that very moment, Mephisto's voice rang out. Desire had set Johnny's whole body ablaze, but that wicked summons struck him like a bucket of ice water dumped over his head. His mind went foggy, a wave of nausea rolling through him. The heat in his body blazed on, yet any urge to continue with Roxanne vanished completely. As the longing faded, all he could feel was a parched throat and an unbearable, growing heat below his waist. He had never once forgotten the reason he left Roxanne so long ago. The demon. It was because of the demon. A lifetime of death-defying stunts had only deepened his conviction about what happened in his youth. He had sold his soul to the devil, and the devil had tricked him. All these years, the demon's gaze had never left him, and Johnny knew that its attention would inevitably bring disaster to those closest to him. He caught the worry in Roxanne's eyes, the uncertainty there. She seemed to think Johnny was rejecting her. Johnny opened his mouth, desperate to explain. But all that escaped was a rush of searing breath, his mouth bitter with a burning sensation. He snatched up the glass by his side and gulped down the water in one go. Yet the symptoms didn't ease. If anything, the heat in his body, especially below, grew even fiercer. I need to go to the bathroom first. His voice rough and unsteady, Johnny stumbled toward the bathroom, unsure what to do. Roxanne, noticing something was terribly wrong, jumped up, reaching out to steady him. But the heat radiating from Johnny's arm made her jerk her hand back with a startled cry. Johnny, what's happening to you, Johnny? You're burning up. It's the demon. Johnny forced the words out through the pain in his throat, then rushed straight into the bathroom. Heat. It was a blistering, searing heat that threatened to consume him. The agony that first pierced his chest now mingled with a strange, twisted pleasure. A despair so deep he wanted to die contorted his face with pain, yet he couldn't stop the manic curve of his lips. Everything blurred together. It felt as if the devil himself was whispering in his ear, his body growing so unbearably hot, he almost wanted to tear his own skin away and burst free. No, I'm human. I'm not a devil. Instinctively, Johnny slapped the shower lever. Cold water cascaded over his feverish body. But as it struck his skin, it instantly sizzled into steam, thick clouds billowing through the bathroom. My God! Roxanne, who had seen the supernatural before, had no trouble believing in demons now. Seeing Johnny's condition, she clapped a hand over her mouth in horror. The heat at Johnny's crotch erupted first, flames surging up, and in the next moment, his head blazed like a torch. A fierce, searing pain flooded Johnny's mind. Standing amidst the scalding clouds of steam, Johnny opened his mouth and outpoured a wild, exhilarated laugh. Within the inferno of hellfire, Johnny's expression shifted rapidly. Agonizing torment twisted his face, only to be replaced by the elated, manic grin of the spirit of vengeance, the two personas flickering back and forth. His skin began to crack, piece by piece, revealing the pale bone and flowing magma beneath. Johnny's screams, mingled with the vengeful spirit's crazed laughter, made his eyes blaze with an unholy fire. Nearly collapsing, Johnny seized the shower head with a desperate grip. Hellfire erupted from his palm, surging through the whole bathroom. The water from the shower head transformed into a torrent of crimson magma, pouring over Johnny's body. As the blistering magma streamed down, the fire consumed the last shreds of his flesh. Amidst a sea of scarlet flames, the Ghost Rider completed his final transformation. A grinning skull shook itself vigorously, flinging off droplets of magma. And in his ears, Mephisto's voice echoed with a command. Find Charlo Park and deliver my gift to him. A gift for Charlo Park? Before the spirit of vengeance could react, a sudden beam of light shot up from beneath the ground, piercing his burning form. His orange-red flames shimmered with a strange, pinkish glow. A jolt of danger made the spirit of vengeance shudder from head to toe. For an instant, within that pink radiance, he thought he saw his great-great-grandmother, and she was wearing a grass skirt and dancing ballet. A chill of horror swept over the spirit of vengeance as his vision returned to normal. In his palm appeared a bizarre contract, encased in a pink sheet of paper, its purpose utterly mysterious. His mind began spinning furiously. This was the contract Mephisto had drafted, a pact concerning a demonic heart, brimming with a dense and peculiar hellish magic, the very gift intended for Charlo. Clutching his forehead, his demonic energies unwittingly mingled with the contract. The piercing, twisted shriek that rose in his mind made even the spirit of vengeance, who had thought himself perverse, fall silent in disbelief. What in the world is this demonic heart? Why does simply holding its contract make me feel tainted by some inexplicable corruption and disturbingly, oddly happy about it? From a corner of the room, Roseanne watched the bathroom in terror. She clamped her hand over her mouth, hiding under the bed, not daring to make sound. Peering out in horror at the skeleton bathed in magma, she was utterly convinced. The skeletal demon before her was no longer the person she once knew. Wreathed in hellfire tinged with pink, brimming with a restless spirit, the spirit of vengeance stopped pondering the bizarre situation. His grin grew broader as he picked up a bath sponge enchanted with hellfire and, under a shower of magma from the spout, began cheerfully scrubbing himself clean. Bathing flames washed over his white bones, scrubbing them spotlessly clean. His entire skeleton glowed with a molten, lava-red hue, and only when his body and spirit felt utterly soothed did he finally turn off the shower with contentment. Next, he laced his fingers behind his skull and, standing over the empty space where his pelvis should be, mimed the act of spraying magma toward the toilet. He grabbed the scorched, blackened towel and wrapped it around the empty space at his waist, then, with a swagger, strode out of the bathroom. He cast a careless glance toward the spot where Roseanne was hiding before shambling off, leaving blazing footprints across the floor, cheerfully making his way toward Johnny's wardrobe. He opened the wardrobe, and his skeletal hand, wreathed in hellfire, rummaged through the clothes without a care. First, he picked out Johnny's favorite racing suit and put on. Under the searing hellfire, the racing attire transformed into infernal battle armor, aglow with the light of the underworld, an impressively cool sight. Then, his gaze fell on a stylish black leather coat. The Ghost Rider took a liking to it, enchanted it with hellfire, and draped it over his bony frame. Flames surged along the coat, tracing fierce, crimson streaks across the leather, while devilish scales on the jacket gleamed with a cyberpunk metallic sheen. He gave Johnny's racing helmet a tap, letting it meld away into a useless puddle in the heat of the flames. Tilting up his bare skull, the Ghost Rider would never allow a helmet to hide such a dazzling visage. He strode into the main hall, his gaze sweeping over his collection of prized vehicles. His eyes settled on the Harley in the farthest corner, and the corners of his skeletal mouth curled into a wicked grin. He stomped his right foot hard against the floor. A crack split the ground, spreading forward in a burst of hellfire. At the rift's edge, the Harley was engulfed in infernal flames, and its engine began to rumble with a deep, thunderous growl. Blazing with fire, the Ghost Rider leapt forward. In the next instant, his beloved Harley, now transformed and powered by hellfire, roared past the rest of the collection, thundering straight toward him. It slid perfectly beneath him, catching him in the saddle. With a deafening roar, the hellfire-fueled motorcycle smashed through the window, tearing into the sky with a howl that shattered the silence, and raced off toward Afghanistan. Meanwhile, the scorching sun beat down on Stark. Though he was wrapped up tightly, Stark's body was far too weakened. His legs gave out, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground. As Sun cried out in alarm, Stark's body began rolling down the slope, quickly tumbling past Shallow and kicking up a cloud of dust as he slid all the way to the base of the dune. After trekking for a full 6 hours beneath the merciless sun, Stark and Ensign were at the limits of their endurance. Flat on his back at the foot of the dune, Stark tore off the cloth covering his mouth and gulped in desperate breaths of air. He gazed up at the azure sky above as memories from his past rushed before his eyes one after another. With the final image of his father's criticism fading from view, only Pepper Potts remained before him. A gentle look softened Stark's eyes as he raised a trembling hand, longing to caress the stubborn expression on his beloved Pepper's face in the heavens. But in the next instant, another hand, dark and powerful, seized his, and Charlo yanked Stark back from the sands of illusion to the harshness of reality. Stark, dizzy and on the brink of collapse, barely clung to consciousness. Charlo flashed a wicked grin and slapped his palm against Stark's chest. At that same moment, Charlo's duplicate ended the sharing link, allowing Charlo himself to equip the skill card. A jolt ran through Stark's body. His mind remained foggy, but an overwhelming strength and vitality surged within him, filling him to the brim and, for a fleeting second, making him feel utterly invincible. The shrapnel lodged near his heart was effortlessly expelled by his cells, while the festering wound on his chest healed at a pace that defied belief. Every trace of exhaustion was wiped away. In that instant, Stark's body became terrifyingly robust. By the time he regained his senses, Charlo had already ended the sharing skill, and the arc reactor was dangling carelessly in Charlo's palm. Stark's mind reeled in disbelief. He was at a complete loss for how to react. Ensign had told him that the electromagnet which saved his life would remain with him forever, and Stark had long since resigned himself to that fate. But this wasn't right. Right in front of him, Charlo tightened his grip and casually crushed the arc reactor into scrap metal. Stark, his expression a tangled knot of emotions, instinctively rubbed his chest. Charlo, curling his lip in disdain, quipped, "Tony, are you really that desperate? If you can't help yourself, you could always give Ensign's chest a squeeze. I'm sure he wouldn't mind." Ensign, equally stunned by everything, couldn't help the twitch at the corner of his mouth when he heard Charlo's words. "Who says I wouldn't mind? I mind a lot. Thank you very much. How did you do it?" Though Charlo had ended the shared skill and Stark's body had returned to perfect health, the miraculous restoration was utterly beyond Stark's comprehension. There was nothing scientific about it. His mind was still weary, but physically, he felt better than he ever had in his entire life. The absence of any scar on his chest made Stark momentarily wonder if his harrowing ordeal in Afghanistan had all been just a nightmare. With a snap of his fingers, Charlo used sharing to restore Ensign's condition as well. After a brief moment of astonishment, Stark looked at the crushed arc reactor in Charlo's hand, his expression a tangle of emotions. That device had been a flash of inspiration in the face of death, a crystallization of wisdom built upon his father's legacy, and his weapon to escape disaster. Now, together with the wound on his chest that had once seemed destined to accompany him for life, it was reduced to nothing but scrap metal. As he gazed at this scene, Stark's mind trembled, caught between reality and illusion. This strange sensation reminded him of his reflections on war back in the cave, vivid, unsettling, and deeply personal. His gaze toward Charlo grew all the more complex and wary. Was this what they called an inner demon? A test of his spirit, ceaseless and relentless, probing his resolve and true intentions through the very recovery of his body. Would he, once he left this place and returned to his former life of luxury and indulgence, still remember the conviction he felt in this moment, when the scar on his chest was gone, when the shadow of death no longer loomed? The desert was scorching, yet a chill shot straight to Stark's skull as he looked at Charlo's dark, inscrutable face, so controlled, so assured. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. What a formidable inner demon this is. Charlo had been using the sharing skill card to continuously reset Stark and Ethan's bodies, taking them from night to day, then back into night, and once more into the brightness of day. After a long and grueling journey, their bodies showed not a hint of fatigue, but their minds edged ever closer to collapse. What had begun as a novelty, this limitless, rapid restoration of health, now felt like being force-fed with boundless energy until all that remained was a sickening sense of nausea. The lack of sleep for such a long time painted the world before Stark's eyes in a dreamlike, unreal hue. It no longer seemed as though Charlo was helping them recover their strength. Instead, it felt like a prolonged ordeal designed to wear them down. As they climbed upward, Stark, half awake, half dreaming, misstepped and fell from the cliff face. Ethan's expression remained utterly blank, betraying no reaction at all. Sure enough, the next moment, Stark, unharmed, lifted his head from the foot of the cliff, looking utterly defeated by life. He lay on the ground, and for the first time, found himself captivated by the simple pleasure of lying still and quiet, letting exhaustion wash over him. If only he had a pillow, a blanket. Stark slowly closed his eyes, longing to just keep on sleeping forever. Strength surged through his body, sweeping away every trace of fatigue in an instant, only to leave behind a hollow void where his energy used to be. His stamina would fill anew, but his spirit felt aged and worn. Then, his body would grow strong and vigorous again, only for the next moment to slip once more into utter weariness. Charlotte twirled her fingers, swiftly slotting the sharing skill card for Stark over and over again. The repeated surge of powerful energy left Stark feeling as if he were being pumped full of strength. Resigned, he got to his feet, and while Charlotte still hadn't canceled the skill card, he scrambled up the mountainside like Spider-Man, using both hands and feet with astonishing speed. Why were they climbing this mountain, you ask? With Charlotte serving as their human GPS. For 2 whole days they'd been traversing treacherous, perilous terrain, never once encountering another living soul. Charlotte made the most of his knowledge that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Only ever seen the map from above, so he didn't actually know the routes, but what he did know was how to walk in a straight line. So, powered purely by sheer stamina, they scaled ridges and clambered up cliffs, allowing Charlotte to successfully lead the two of them right to the border between Iran and Afghanistan. Their feet finally touched down on an old, dusty, ochre-colored concrete road. In the distance, they could see a cluster of terrorists manning a checkpoint, and beside them, a military jeep. The sight brought Stark to tears on the spot. His fingers trembling, he pointed and stammered to Charlotte. "B, a car. Look, there's a car over there." Stark could swear he had never been so overwhelmed with emotion just from seeing a car. Ethan's eyes widened as he stared at the battered jeep, as if he'd spotted a rare and breathtaking beauty. He nearly started drooling. With a car, they wouldn't have to walk anymore. With a car, they could even sleep on the ride. The last 2 days had been more excruciating than death. "Oh God, please just take this demon away. Do you have any idea what we've suffered at his hands?" His list of crimes was too long to recount. A car. Charlotte blinked, glancing at the two men beside him who were practically beside themselves with excitement. In his usual gentle manner, he tried to dissuade them. "Tony, that car belongs to someone else. As a kind, gentlemanly, fair, and upright demon, I have to advise you. Taking what isn't ours is wrong, even if it belongs to terrorists. Never neglect to do a good deed just because it seems small, and never commit a wrong just because it seems minor. Besides, our legs are still nimble, and our bodies strong. Honestly, I think we could walk all the way to America." Stark's mind buzzed, his whole body nearly giving out. "What did you just say? Walk? Walk to America?" He had almost been convinced by Charlotte's words and was starting to feel guilty, but now Stark exploded in frustration. No, not only should they take the car, they ought to hijack a plane if they could. With that thought, Stark stopped hesitating, threw both hands in the air, and ran straight toward the checkpoint, determined to negotiate with the terrorists. The terrorists had already noticed the three of them. Fixing their gaze on Tony Stark, who was rushing toward them unarmed and shouting, they didn't hesitate for a moment. They pulled their triggers. Bullets struck Tony's flesh. The shock of being shot at so directly, of facing death head-on, drained the color from his face. Stark hit, crashed to the ground, curling up defensively with his hands over his head. But his sturdy body forced the bullets back out, the brief pain vanishing as quickly as it came, leaving nothing but several ragged holes in his clothes. Dazed, Stark slowly lifted his head, staring at the terrorists who had fired at him. The sense of invulnerability began to stir something deep within him. But in the next second, a few small stones flickered past Stark's eyes. In his line of sight, the stones curved mid-air, hitting their marks with unerring precision. Each terrorist's groin erupted in a sudden spray of blood. Watching the terrorists collapse to the ground, writhing in agony, Stark swallowed hard. Young Tony felt a chill go down his spine and instinctively squeezed his legs together. No wonder they called him a demon. What a vicious and cunning move. Just witnessing it was enough to make anyone think, this is someone you never want as your enemy. Glancing at the screaming terrorists, Charlot raised his palm and gave a gentle squeeze. Their equipment and clothing exploded into shreds, leaving them in nothing but their underwear, squirming on the ground like a handful of wriggling maggots. Without his clone to share the sharing skill, Charlot was left with only 7 lives. He couldn't afford to be careless, not even for a moment. So, after 2 seconds of thought, Charlot squeezed his hand once more. Who knew what they might be hiding in their underwear? Better safe than sorry. He surveyed his handiwork for a moment. Then, with Ethan the translator in tow, strode over to the now-naked men. Looking down at the men twitching on the ground, Charlot called out, full of swagger, "This is a stick-up. The world-famous American billionaire, Tony Stark, wants your Jeep. Hand over your car keys now." Approaching, Stark, a bit exasperated at hearing his own name, added, "And ask them if they know where we can find a plane. We might need a flight back to the States. Of course, if we can get in legally, all the better." Ethan translated their words for the convulsing men, exchanged a few quick words with one of them, then turned back to Charlot and Tony. "He says they're not terrorists. They're a local alliance working with the Americans. And the keys are already in the Jeep." Charlot didn't seem to care much about that. He just turned to Stark and asked, "What do you think?" "A test. This must be a test. A trial set by my inner demons." Stark's heart raced as he stared at the 5 terrorists writhing and groaning on the ground, deep in thought. His gaze swept over the blood-stained iron fence nearby, recalling how these men had opened fire on him without a word, and the way their eyes, even through the pain, still burned with malice. All these details left Stark certain. These men were anything but innocent. Charlotte listened to the agonized moans, bearing a set of gleaming white teeth and a sympathetic smile. Her compassion surfaced as she remarked, "Oh my, they really do look like they're in terrible pain." Ethan shot Charlotte a furtive glance, a cold smirk flickering in his heart. Crocodile tears. Who do they have to blame for their misery, really? Spreading her arms, Charlotte leaned forward and asked with a look of genuine concern, "Does it hurt a lot?" Ethan, tell them to relax. Let them know we'll help them, and soon, the pain will be all gone. As she spoke, Charlotte fished a grenade from her pocket, preparing to pull the pin and toss it among the wounded men. Everyone's eyes widened in alarm. Was this really how she intended to ease their suffering? Wait, Stark raised a hand, stopping Charlotte mid-motion. Oh, Charlotte blinked, passing the grenade to Stark with a curious look. Tony, do you want to do it yourself? Taking the grenade and glancing down at the 5 men, who were now struggling to recover and crawl away, Stark's face twisted with conflicting emotions. No, I won't shoot unarmed soldiers, but I'm sure they're not innocent. Maybe we should at least give them a dignified death. Charlotte's eyes lit up. She raised a finger skyward, and a whimsical, imaginary light bulb seemed to flicker above her head. I've got a brilliant idea. Turning back theatrically, Charlotte dug around in her pocket and produced 4 more grenades, grinning crookedly. So 1 grenade each. Now that the dignified way to go, isn't it? Stark cast a glance at Charlotte's nearly empty pocket, realizing once again just how formidable the demon's powers were. But was a grenade for each man really a dignified end? Strangely enough, it did seem oddly appropriate. Noticing Stark's wavering resolve, one of the terrorists, who had understood every word of English, glared with defiance. Despite his pain and trembling hands, sweat pouring down his face, he had never given up hope of making a final stand. Groaning, he quietly inched his way toward the gun that had fallen nearby. Listening to Charlotte and Stark discussing the manner of his death, the terrorist clenched his teeth, ignoring the pain in his groin. With a sudden burst of desperation, he lunged forward, snatched up the AK from the ground, and spun around, aiming at. A mouthful of blood burst from his lips. He stared in disbelief at the hole in his chest, where a grenade was now lodged. With the first act of resistance, a second naturally followed. Charlotte hurled another grenade with force, its path unstoppable as it pierced through the hearts of 2 more men. The brutality of the scene was too much to bear. One terrorist, unable to withstand the agony of blood pouring from his crotch, died outright from fright. Only one remained, trembling uncontrollably. He looked at the 3 of them, as if seeing the devil himself. Closing his eyes, he pleaded desperately in his own language. Charlotte rubbed the soot from his face and turned to Stark. By your logic, I've given the ones who fought back the most dignified deaths I could. So what should we do with this last one? Stark glanced up at the scorching sun, struggling to hold back his urge to be sick. Grenades weren't meant to be used like this. Watching a grenade smash through someone's heart up close was more than his nerves could handle. Yes, intestines, hearts, blood spurting everywhere. Such gruesome details. Having been pampered all his life, Stark simply couldn't take it. As long as we have a car, let's just leave him here and let fate decide, Stark said weakly, covering his mouth. Noticing Stark's discomfort, Charlotte quickly reached out and reset his physical state, trapping that nauseous feeling in Stark's throat, unable to vomit but desperate to do so. All right then, Charlotte said, glancing at the last terrorist on the ground. He casually tossed the final grenade in front of the man. Tony, you make the call. With that, Charlotte strode toward the Jeep parked by the roadside. Sure enough, the keys were still in the ignition. Taking the lead, he jumped into the driver's seat and started the engine. Without hesitation, Stark and Insun, as if it were rehearsed, took their places in the back seat. Charlotte tossed out anything useless from the Jeep, released the handbrake, and stomped on the accelerator. Before anyone could react, the vehicle shot backwards at breakneck speed, crushing the last surviving terrorist with brutal precision. Blood sprayed from the man's mouth, splattering the rear window beside Stark. Stark! Charlotte cleared his throat and quickly tried to explain. Don't blame me. I didn't know the Jeep was in reverse. It's fine, Stark replied, his voice calm and emotionless. Just keep driving. The vehicle rolled over his body once more, crossed the border, and sped off toward Iran. Tony, where should we go next? The 3 of them were penniless, without any identification. Trying to escort Stark all the way back to the United States in this condition, Charlotte honestly couldn't think of any brilliant plan. He was eager to hear the opinion of the main target himself. He was even beginning to wonder if he should just steal a plane from S.H.I.E.L.D. Where to? Stark gazed silently out the window, mind racing for ways to escape Charlotte's clutches. He exchanged a glance with Ethan, then said, The place we need to go most is the airport. There are flights to America from there. Just give me a computer, and I can make flawless new identities for all 3 of us. Trust me, no one will ever find out. Stark's intentions could not have been more obvious, especially since Charlotte could easily tell whether Stark was lying. Oh, Tony. Smiling, Charlotte shook his head in disappointment. That trick is much too simple to fool a devil. I believe if I gave you a computer, you'd be able to alert anyone you wanted, without leaving a trace. Now guess what I'll do? That's right, I'm absolutely going to get you a computer. And when you contact Pepper Potts, don't forget to tell her you're currently in the hands of the devil's advocate, Vi. Come on, Tony. Look at the camera. Mind your expression. Right now, you're a kidnapped billionaire. Your face should show sorrow, exhaustion, and apprehension for the future. Yes, that look of frustration and utter embarrassment works too. The mortification of social death, brilliantly played. Inside an abandoned building in Iran, Stark, dressed in a gray t-shirt and shorts, sat slumped on a broken wooden chair, staring hopelessly at Charlo, who was filming him with a camcorder. News of Stark's disappearance hadn't spread yet, so Charlo decided to take the initiative and send a ransom video to Stark Industries. Let them know Stark wasn't missing. He'd simply been captured by someone even less scrupulous. Ethan, Charlo barked, taking on the role of both director and cameraman. Hurry up, it's your turn. Don't forget your part. A ransom-hungry extremist. Be furious. Be deranged. And you too, don't look so glum. Relax, the ransom money, I'll split it right down the middle with you. This is our seed money, after all. Tony, you're the one who helped me find my path. Let me set a little goal first. Let's make $1 billion. Honestly, I can't think of a faster way to get rich than this. Stark's face remained expressionless. He just couldn't bring himself to feel even a bit of joy. He'd only tossed out a half-hearted comment to Charlo in the Jeep, never expecting Charlo to take it to heart so earnestly, nor to pull off a stunt like this. Charlo switched on the camera again, pointing it at Stark, whose face was still set in a sour scowl. Stark, wave your arm a little, just to show this isn't a spliced-together video. And say today's date for the record. Hurry up, the three of us haven't slept in 3 days. We're all exhausted. On camera, Stark took a deep breath, resignedly going along with Charlo's filming scheme. He waved his hand, cat-like, and recited the date as instructed. Today is June 27th, 2007. New York time, 18 hours, 34 minutes, and 56 seconds. I am Tony Stark of Stark Industries. He drew a breath and continued. I have been kidnapped. As planned, the terrorist Ethan suddenly lunged into the frame, brandishing his AK and poking at Stark's bearded chin. His actions were anything but natural, and his performance was awkward and forced. He hadn't managed to capture the deranged energy Charlo was aiming for, but dressed in clothes they'd stripped from actual terrorists and pretending to be a dim-witted extremist henchman, it worked just well enough. Ethan swallowed, the muzzle of his AK trembling in front of Stark's eyes. His face, completely swathed in cloth, looked haggard and anxious. Deep down, he was rattled. He'd never imagined he'd one day be doing something like this. I'm. Stark quietly reminded him of their group's name. Asylum. That's right. I'm a fanatic from the terrorist group Asylum. A deranged terrorist. Ethan blustered, all bark and no bite. He lifted his AK above his head, waving it around like a fool, and declared, "The world is a lie. Money is worthless. Faith is a scam. So, we've kidnapped Tony, and now we're demanding money. The ransom is..." Charlo prompted. $100,000. Oh yeah, the ransom is $100,000, Ethan repeated. At that number, Stark's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Charlo. 100,000? 100,000? Only 100,000. How can it be just 100,000? I'm Tony Stark. How could I be worth only 100,000? That's downright insulting. No way. We have to raise the price. Furious, Stark jumped to his feet, protesting loudly in his role as hostage. To think he had to make such a humiliating video. All for a measly $100,000? What a joke. Why don't you just ask for 100,000 hamburgers? Stark, you're the one who said all you need is 100,000 as startup capital. And you could turn that into $1 billion. I think I can do it too. Don't worry. When the time comes, you'll get your 50,000. I promise I won't pocket a cent more. Is this about the 50,000? Is this about the 100,000? No way. The price has to go up. Otherwise, wasn't I kidnapped for nothing? A ransom of just 100,000. How could that possibly match my status? All right, then. Charlo shrugged indifferently and said, "Go get dressed, then." Dressed in what? Stark stared at Charlo, completely at a loss. In the next moment, Stark was sitting grim-faced at a battered old table inside an abandoned building, dressed in the militant clothes he'd brought himself, playing the part of the deranged leader of a terrorist organization. As Charlo pointed the camera straight at him, Stark's lips twitched in exasperation. He took a moment to gather himself, then stared coldly into the lens and declared, "We demand a ransom of $1 billion, or I'll personally kill Stark." Charlo whispered a correction. First defile, then kill. Stock. It didn't take long for them to finish a rough, shoddy ransom video. Charlo turned the camera around, started the playback, and let them both watch their own performance. The visuals, the acting, the lines, everything was so awful it was almost unbearable to watch. The only convincing part was the blood-stained clothing, because that really had been stripped off an actual terrorist. Charlot smacked his lips and eyed the screen, watching Stark's subtle hand gestures, the little signals he kept sneaking in. Demon? Irombois. He had expected Stark to seize every possible chance, so Charlot carefully analyzed every odd move Stark made. A sly grin curled Charlot's lips. The secret gestures Stark made did indeed convey hidden messages, which only made the video seem even more authentic. Charlot smiled slightly and said, "So now all we need to do is edit the video and send it out. Should we email it directly to Pepper or release it to the media?" Stark's eyes flickered. As long as he could get online, there's so much more he could do. He wouldn't have to sit here, powerless and passive. "I can upload it directly to the internet, and no one will be able to trace it." Ensign pulled down his mask and stared at his own image on the screen, feeling nothing but a desperate wish for oblivion. Especially listening to Charlot and Stark discuss how to spread this video across the world. He almost wished he had died in that cave before any of this. Only now, watching the footage, did he realize just how foolish and awkward he had looked. Just imagining that the person in the video was actually him made him want to disappear from the face of the earth. What if the video spreads far and wide, and in the future, this incident comes to light, with everyone realizing that the person in the video is actually me? Oh God, that would be absolutely terrifying. No, absolutely not. Is there any way we can avoid sending this video out directly? Ethan, filled with regret, clutched the AK in his hands, his expression twisted in anguish as he pleaded. "Ethan." Charlotte shook her head with a helpless sigh. "Don't get so worked up." She rewound the video to the moment he leaped out, shouting, "Aha," and played that clip on repeat. "Look, you actually did a great job. I really think you have some acting chops. The way you played the pervert was spot on, and there's this inexplicable air of idiocy about you." Stark chimed in to console him as well. "Relax, as long as we keep quiet, no one will ever know the guy in the video is you." We found Stark's location. The young Hydra agent, Ward, stepped forward excitedly to report to Coulson. After analyzing the base Charlotte had marked and launching a raid, they managed to capture a few radical members for interrogation, finally extracting information about Tony Stark. According to them, Tony Stark had been kidnapped by another extremist group, and, as it happened, the two organizations had some connections. It turned out both groups used the same vegetable supplier, which gave them clearer insight into the incident. They then revealed the general direction of the secret base, which was exactly where Charlotte had rescued Stark. With this vital intelligence, Coulson made a swift decision and set out with Charlotte for a reconnaissance mission. Once Charlotte marked that solitary circle on the map, a large-scale rescue operation swung into action. To save the great Stark, the U.S. military and S.H.I.E.L.D. joined forces, drawing up a foolproof plan. 2 days later, under the cover of darkness, a special operation commenced, a collaboration between S.H.I.E.L.D., the military, and the CIA. For maximum precision and perfection, S.H.I.E.L.D. not only brought Charlotte's danger-sensing abilities to the field, but also called in their ace agent, Hawkeye. By this time, outside the mountain cave of the secret base, everyone was in position. Except for Hawkeye, nearly every operative wore night vision goggles, their eyes locked on the mouth of the cave. Sometimes timing is everything. Suddenly, a deafening explosion split the air, sending a pillar of fire shooting skyward. In an instant, all the operatives wearing night vision goggles were blinded, leaving only a handful staring in stunned disbelief at the scene before them. Flames raged as a skeleton, glowing a brilliant orange red, roared out of the inferno, clad in a leather jacket wreathed in supernatural fire, astride a blazing motorcycle. He let out a piercing shriek, cracking a hellfire whip through the air. One by one, the terrorists who dared show their faces were lashed by the whip, reduced instantly to charred, mummified husks. My God, is that the Ghost Rider? The legendary Ghost Rider actually exists. Coulson stared in disbelief at the unstoppable Ghost Rider. But wasn't the Ghost Rider in Legend supposed to ride a horse? When did he switch to this roaring cyber motorcycle? To be honest, these days the demons have been bolder and more active than ever before, while angels and God had never once appeared. It was hard not to recall those haunting words of the inner demon. God has never existed. Without catastrophe, how else can faith be harvested? From a motorcycle, metallic chains shot out, swiftly binding the souls of each sinner. Ghost Rider pointed a finger forward, singling them out. Everyone could hear the furious roar of a demon. You are guilty. You must die. Brilliant sparks erupted across their bodies. In their final moments, the evil within their souls tore them apart. The pain they once inflicted on the innocent was etched into their spirits again and again. And this was only the beginning. Because their next stop was hell. Unlike other hellish dimensions, the place they were destined for belonged solely to Mephisto. With jaws agape, the skull devoured endless wickedness, fueling Ghost Rider's inferno. Was this still the world of the living? No, this was hell itself. Why else would there be so many sinners? Why else would evil pile up so high? Ghost Rider could barely contain the madness rising within. He wanted to swallow all this evil, to ensure these souls would never be reborn. And Mephisto, that wretched Mephisto, I will have my vengeance on you too. I will devour your wicked soul. With his jaws stretched wide, crimson flames erupted from his skull like molten lava, forming a colossal pillar of fire. Every sinner who tried to escape was reduced to ash, the world around them consumed by a sea of flame. The Ghost Rider leapt skyward, seizing a bald man who tried to run. He gripped the man's neck, hoisting him into the air. This man was the boss of the entire base, one of the masterminds behind Stark's kidnapping. The magma red hand burned so fiercely the bald man trembled head to toe. From the mouth of the spirit of vengeance, a demonic roar burst forth. Look into my eyes. The bald man couldn't help but lock eyes with Ghost Rider. In those burning orbs, his soul and every evil deed he'd ever committed were incinerated. He saw his own crimes and every memory exposed, until his spirit was utterly consumed by agony and turned to ash. And within those memories, Ghost Rider finally found what he was searching for. With all of it done, he opened his hand, flames swirling in his palm. The Ghost Rider, of course, noticed the presence of S.H.I.E.L.D., the U.S. military, and the CIA, as well as the crowd of souls tainted by all manner of sins. After a brief moment of contemplation, he raised his skeletal middle finger at Coulson and the others, then leapt effortlessly onto his motorcycle. With a wild, echoing laugh, he sped off toward Iran. All he left behind for Coulson was a mountain engulfed in hellfire and a world scarred by devastation. From behind Coulson, Charlotte peeked out and declared with certainty, "I can sense it. There's no danger left here." Coulson glanced back at Charlotte, then silently waved his hand, signaling everyone to begin cleaning up the battlefield. The ground was scorching to the touch, littered with charred corpses that resembled burnt-out husks, the air thick with that distinctive sulphurous stench of hell. In the face of such destruction, the only thing Coulson could do was pray to God for Stark's safety. He had no other recourse. Several hours later, when dawn finally broke and the flames had died down completely, the team cautiously entered the cave, splitting up to thoroughly search every corner. It didn't take long before Hawkeye successfully recovered some of Stark's belongings that had survived the inferno, his phone, sunglasses, and the clothes he'd been wearing during the attack. But of Stark himself, there was no trace. It seemed all too likely that Stark had met a grim fate. Just as Coulson was mourning Stark's apparent demise, his satellite phone rang abruptly. Answering the call, he was met with Nick's gray voice. "Where are you?" Coulson hesitated before replying. "Director, we're at the cave where Mr. Stark was previously held." The Ghost Rider appeared out of nowhere and attacked this place. "I am afraid. Mr. Stark's chances don't look good." Nick's voice fell silent for a moment, then said, "Turn on Fox News. Check the latest updates." With that, the enigmatic bald man hung up, leaving Coulson frowning in confusion. "Ward, bring me the laptop." Soon, despite the terrible signal, the group watched a ransom video in heavy silence. Stark began the video by stating the recording date. It had been filmed nearly a month ago. A month ago, Stark had been taken from his place by someone else almost a month prior. Their entire operation today felt like nothing but a bad joke. Coulson said nothing, his eyes fixed on the screen as he watched the video again, frame by frame. During the recording, since Ethan refused to cooperate even at the risk of his life, Charlotte decided to film a brand new version to keep the kidnapper's spirits high. "Stark, since when am I part of your gang?" Stark also shot down the idea of the three of them doing a synchronized dance for the camera. In the end, after countless retakes, Charlotte had no choice but to personally edit together a rather bizarre and abstract ransom video. Since he couldn't encrypt the audio, the clever Charlotte decided to mimic Charlie Chaplin style, using intertitles for transitions and adding a playful, whimsical background score. In this way, he crafted a black and white ransom video. At the end of the video, the three kidnappers raised their palms and shouted their slogan in unison. The screen then cut to black, and the next intertitle revealed exactly what they had shouted. "Hail Hydra!" Ward was left utterly bewildered. After watching the entire ransom video, only one question echoed in his mind. Whose subordinates are these? Who could be so bold? They had kidnapped Tony Stark, shot such an absurd ransom video, and even dared to openly flaunt the name of Hydra? Alexander had repeatedly warned them, never touch Tony Stark, and above all, never expose Hydra's existence. And now, All those warnings had been tossed to the wind. Whatever he was thinking, it no longer mattered. The video had already spread across the entire internet, and nothing could change that now. Alexander must be beside himself with rage. Coulson, too, furrowed his brow. Hail Hydra! Was this some kind of joke? Hydra had been eradicated long ago. And as for this so-called asylum organization, he'd never even heard the name before. Yet the fact that they had tracked down Stark and kidnapped him a month ago spoke volumes about their capabilities. This was no group to be underestimated. Still, this was undeniably a failure on Coulson's part, turning a major operation into a laughingstock. So much had happened in just one day. The sudden appearance of Ghost Rider, this mysterious asylum group that seemed to be Hydra reborn, it all left Coulson's mind spinning, unable to find any answers. For the moment, he had no idea where to begin. Just then, Charlotte chimed in with a timely suggestion. My advice? Glide your way through. Wearing a radiant, sunlit smile, Charlotte watched Coulson's predicament up close, clearly enjoying the moment. Coulson, Charlotte, can you stop making my life more complicated for just one day? During this time, Charlotte had still managed to earn 3 skill cards from Coulson. Balding. For every hair you lose, someone else loses too. Backstab. When attacking someone from behind, your speed doubles. Disguise technique. Once my hair grows past my waist, it'll cover all my extra weight. Tiger-like build or not, I'll still be cold and proud. Ward. Since we've temporarily lost track of Mr. Stark, I think it's time to send Mr. Parker back to school. Charlotte. The smile instantly froze on Charlotte's face. He stared at Coulson in disbelief. Understood, sir. Ward's lips curled into a grin. That smile wasn't going anywhere. It was just changing faces. Now, it was his turn to enjoy the show. Ding. Congratulations, you've acquired the skill card, Class Clown. When you're unhappy, everyone else becomes very happy. Free attribute points +2. Ward walked up with a smile, reaching out to grab Charlotte. Charlotte scoffed and said, Coulson, do you really not need me anymore? At this point, we can almost be certain that Tony Stark is in Iran, and my ability is malicious intent detection. Coulson glanced at Charlotte and replied, So what? A 10-kilometer range for sensing malicious intent is impressive, sure. But compared to the whole of Iran, it's still a drop in the ocean. It's like searching for a needle in a haystack, unless your ability is more than just 10 kilometers. Ignoring Coulson's pointed remark, Charlotte tapped his temple and said, Coulson, you're being too narrow-minded. You have to remember, brains will always be more useful than superpowers. I've always relied on my brain to stay a step ahead. Abilities are just a bonus. With a wave of his hand, he exuded confidence. Right now, I have the means to find Tony Stark, and it's actually quite simple, all thanks to my brain. Hearing this, Coulson paused, frowning as he studied Charlotte, waiting for him to continue. He neither promised anything nor dismissed Charlotte's claim. Of course, Charlotte knew exactly how these agents operated. Pointing to the eager Ward beside him, he continued, You know, having me by your side is definitely useful. At least more useful than muscle-bound agents who only think like operatives. Charlotte smiled. As long as you don't send me back to school, you'll have a brilliant external brain at your disposal. Just think about it. We've been searching according to your methods all this time. What good has it done? Even if he wasn't kidnapped, by the time you find him, the trail will have gone cold. If you'd listened to me earlier, I can guarantee we would have found Stark's whereabouts a month ago. Indeed, as the mastermind behind Tony Stark's abduction, Hydra's asylum chief, Charlotte brimmed with confidence. The video had long since been prepared. Who would have thought Coulson would only come looking a month later? Charlotte flashed a mysterious smile. It's the same now. I can easily tell you where Stark is, just as soon as you give me this month's salary, along with compensation for lost time and emotional distress. As he spoke, Charlotte held out his hand to Coulson. Coulson stared at Charlotte's clean, uncalloused palm and fell silent. Should he really trust Charlotte? Could Charlotte actually lead him to Stark? With their intelligence from Afghanistan lost, all they had now was a silent ransom video. Stark, in that video, had even shaved off his beard to pose as chaplain. It was almost comical. Ahem, relying on a month-old video like that, finding Stark would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Before Coulson could reply, Charlotte's lips curled into a sly smile as he countered. Coulson, what do you think? Why would the Ghost Rider show up here? Coulson hesitated, his brows arching in surprise. That's right. Why is the Ghost Rider here? The legend of Ghost Rider is mainly known in America, which probably has something to do with a higher rate of crime there. But for the Ghost Rider to suddenly appear in this place, Charlotte pointed toward the trail of molten tracks left on the ground. Look at where he left from. Doesn't that direction point straight to Iran? Coulson's pupils narrowed as realization flashed in his eyes. He immediately understood what Charlotte was implying. Is the Ghost Rider after Tony Stark? Exactly. Charlotte nodded in affirmation. It's pretty simple, isn't it? Why did he ignore everywhere else, targeting only the extremists who kidnapped Stark? Why didn't he stay in the war zone to judge the rest of the guilty, but instead went straight toward Iran, the other way? Do you really think all this is just coincidence? I certainly don't. All we have to do is follow the tracks. I think Ghost Rider will give us the answer we're looking for. It sure beats running around blindly like headless chickens, doesn't it? Charlotte tapped the side of his head. For some reason, Ghost Rider holds a particular grudge against me. Now that he's been marked by my ability, there's no escaping it. Honestly, here I am, an upstanding citizen. Well, mostly, and yet a demon who judges the wicked bears me ill will. How bizarre is that? Thanks to Charlotte's smooth talk, Coulson was finally convinced. Though to be fair, he probably wanted to bring Charlotte along anyway. Sure, Charlotte talked a bit too much and could rarely keep a straight face, but as a living danger detector, he was surprisingly handy. Along with Ward and Ada, plus the newly arrived loyal S.H.I.E.L.D. agents Sitwell and Rumlow, the team immediately set off in pursuit of Ghost Rider's trail. It was also Charlotte's first time meeting Sitwell. The stern-faced, bald-headed agent looked almost bashful at first glance, with a crisp suit, silver-rimmed glasses, and a heroic, if minimalist, hairstyle. He wasn't tall, and his reserved demeanor made him seem like he was hiding something beneath the surface. As for Crossbones Rumlow, there was no need for introductions, a combat suit, a thick beard, and a build that practically radiated menace. Just looking at him, you could sense the danger. The six of them boarded a helicopter and quickly took off. Inside the cabin, Charlotte found himself surrounded by these tough guys, yet greeted them in his usual friendly manner. Hey Brock, long time no see. Funny thing, we last met the last time we met, and even though it's a reunion, it feels more like a first encounter, Charlotte mused with a half-serious sigh. Rumlow, are we really that close? We've only exchanged a single greeting, if that. Still, Rumlow couldn't help but remember Charlotte vividly. The first time they met, Charlotte had set off all his internal alarms, a presence that was impossible to ignore. At this point in time, Rumlow's position within S.H.I.E.L.D. was still rather marginal. He hadn't yet earned Nick's full trust, and since Charlotte was a favorite of Alexander, Nick, and even Coulson, he couldn't simply ignore her greeting. Charlo Parkar. It's a pleasure to meet you, he said. Oh, how much of a pleasure? Charlot's eyes lit up with curiosity as she asked. Sitwell quietly turned his face away, doing his best not to witness the stiff expression on Rumlow's face. With an awkward chuckle, Rumlow glanced at Coulson, who was unmoved in the front passenger seat, and replied dryly, I'm so happy. I'm actually smiling. Hearing Rumlow's answer, Charlo nodded approvingly. I'm glad to see you all too. So glad I could almost take flight. But then, I realize I don't have wings. Still, here I am, flying all the same. Isn't that a wonder? As she spoke, Charlo turned to look at bald-headed Sitwell. And you, my new friend, do you ever want to fly? No, si tu elvi play flatly. No? Why not? Is it because you're not happy to see me? Oh, my cross-dressing Satan. Can it be there's actually someone in this world who isn't delighted to see me? You must be a villain, then, a little baddie hiding out in S.H.I.E.L.D., Shoo, be careful. Don't go harboring any ill will towards me. I know. Catching sight of Charlo's mischievous smile, the expression on Sitwell's face dimmed. He clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn chatterbox. He lifted his head, locking eyes with Charlo, and said coldly, You know, Charlo, I think you've mistaken us for people who care about you. Shut your mouth. Remember, no one actually does. A cold laugh escaped Charlo as she stared right back at him. Oh, but you do care. All of you have to care. I don't have a gun, nor a knife, and I'm not even flying the helicopter. But when I'm on board, this helicopter isn't just under your control anymore, is it? So, do you know why bees can't fly? Tossing out a reference Sitwell was unlikely to understand, Charlo lifted her right hand. Ward, seeing the gesture, Charlo's hand poised as if to snap her fingers, sharply drew in a breath. After 2 whole months together, he learned the best way to handle Charlo was not to respond at all, not a single word. But if you did cross her, she'd never let it go. She'd find a way to pay you back, no matter what. Ward quickly grabbed Charlo's hand, stopping her from snapping her fingers, and offered an appeasing smile. Come on, Charlo, don't be like that. Agent Sitwell was just joking with you, that's all. Is this a joke? Sherlock looked at Sitwell with suspicion, noticing that his face remained stern. But he's not even smiling at all. Ward, who didn't have much standing in the group and couldn't afford to offend anyone, forced an awkward smile and explained. He's a deadpan comedian. No matter how funny something is, he never laughs, especially when he's the one telling the joke. Sherlock was half convinced, but soon forgot about this little episode. He turned to Ward and asked, By the way, Ward, this morning, you seemed really eager to send me back to school. Is it that you don't want to be around me? Ward's smile froze instantly. What happened that morning came back to him like a boomerang, hitting him squarely. He really shouldn't have gotten so carried away. He'd forgotten just how much Sherlock could hold a grudge. Sitwell frowned, puzzled as to why Ward was so afraid of Sherlock. To him, Sherlock was just a talkative kid. Nothing more, nothing less. What mattered was the mission at hand, the bubbling Hydra organization, known as the Asylum. Suddenly, Sherlock whipped his head toward Sitwell. Sensing a trace of hostility, his wide eyes sparkled with intelligence as he grinned and said, "Oh, you Sitwell, right? I've got your name now. Since you all don't want to chat with me, let's break down the situation. The person who kidnapped Stark claimed to be from Hydra. Sitwell, what's your take on that?" At the mention of that word, all three men's expressions shifted at once. Sitwell and Rumlow exchanged a brief glance, then both snuck a look at Coulson, who was resting with his eyes closed in the front passenger seat. Sitwell spoke up. "Hydra? That organization was wiped out back in World War II. There's no way it still exists. Someone must be using the name as a cover." "Oh, are you really that sure? Why so certain?" Sherlock asked, smiling slyly. "Of course I'm sure," Sitwell replied coldly, his tone serious. "I'm just making a reasonable analysis. If Hydra really did exist, there's no way they could have slipped past SLD's watchful eyes." "Oh." Sherlock raised an eyebrow, a mischievous grin on his lips. "So, Agent Sitwell, are you saying the reason SLD's watchful eyes can't spot Hydra is because Hydra is hiding inside S.H.I.E.L.D. itself?" The question sent a chill down Sitwell's spine, and for a split second, everyone in the helicopter seemed to hold their breath. Even Coulson opened his eyes. "No, that's not what I meant at all," Sitwell hurriedly explained. "I'm saying there's no way Hydra could still exist. If they did, we would have found them by now." "Why is that?" Charlotte pressed on with curiosity. "Why do you think so? It sounds so strange. There has to be a reason, right?" "Captain America is the reason," Sitwell answered. "Captain America killed the Red Skull, and with their leader gone, Hydra was destroyed by Director Carter way back in the last century." "So what?" Charlotte asked, his eyes bright with interest. "If Captain America is about to come back, do you think the Red Skull and Hydra might come back along with him?" He looked around, seeking everyone's opinion. That question sent a shiver down Sitwell's spine. "That's right. If Captain America didn't really die, did the Red Skull truly perish?" "What the Red Skull?" Ward, his face darkening, couldn't hold back any longer. He clutched his head, feeling like he was suffering a living nightmare. "For God's sake, Charlotte, can you please just keep your mouth shut? You want me to be quiet? As long as I'm still breathing, that's not going to happen." Charlotte replied, spreading his hands with a careless shrug. "And besides," he continued, "I actually think Agent Sitwell's insight is rather unique. Tell me, if Hydra really does exist in this world, what do you think they're hiding right now?" Charlotte met Shitvelshgesh. Sitwell could feel, clear as day, that Charlotte was targeting him. And what's more, it seemed Charlotte was plotting something even bigger in his mind. For a moment, Sitwell couldn't tell if Charlotte was just spouting nonsense, or if he truly knew something. But refusing to answer wasn't an option. He dodged, throwing the question back. "Then where do you think Hydra is right now?" Charlotte stroked his chin, pondering with a grave expression. "I suspect that Nick Fury himself is Hydra's undercover agent inside S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson, Sitwell, Rumlow. Everyone had a mental short-circuit at once. Even Sitwell was left speechless. He stared blankly, then stammered, "Why would you think something like that?" "Why?" Charlotte looked baffled. "Do I really need a reason? Don't you think he just doesn't look like a good guy? My cross-dressing Satan. Just picture that hard-boiled egg face of his. Menacing and harsh, always scowling. His whole presence is shady. Based on my years of movie-watching experience, anyone who doesn't look like a good guy usually isn't one. Even if it were me, I wouldn't trust someone like him." Listening to Charlotte slander his superior, Coulson, ever the devoted subordinate, finally couldn't take it anymore. If this went on, he'd be the next in the firing line. "That's enough, Charlotte. Stop with the nonsense. Let everyone have a break, or I really will send you back to school." Charlotte crossed his arms, letting out a cold chuckle, shaking his head again and again. "Refuse good advice, and you'll learn the hard way. Let me tell you, S.H.I.E.L.D. is bound to be destroyed by Nick Fury one day. Believe it or not." With that, Charlot clamped his mouth shut. The sky was dusky, and the sun and moon had lost their light. Far off, in a deserted building near the Iranian border, Charlot opened his eyes. Sensing something, he murmured, "It's here." On the edge of darkness, a red glow ignited. Not the rising sun, but a crimson demon. The roar of a motorcycle thundered across the sky, accompanied by a fiery inferno that seemed to stretch to the heavens. The bike's speakers blasted raucous music, pulsing with club-like lights, loudly announcing the arrival of the Ghost Rider. The music blared. A, B, C, D, U, F, G. Wreathed in flames and exuding a fierce, imposing aura, the Ghost Rider brought his bike to a halt. Across the distance, his burning gaze locked with Charlot's. Staring at the skull ablaze in orange-red light, Charlot couldn't help but nod to himself. This Ghost Rider looks kind of dopey. And that childish music, he can't be that hard to deal with. Stark and Ethan rushed to Charlot's side, staring in shock at the flaming skeleton in the distance. What the heck? What's going on now? It's nothing serious. Charlot waved them off casually. He couldn't break character now. Just that I broke out of hell a while back, and now the Hell Cop's here to drag me back. You know how it is. Hell's never peaceful, and the demon of the mind. Well, the spokesperson for the demon of the mind was always a unifying force, so they locked me up. Recently, I even stirred up trouble and got Blackheart and the old man a fight, which got a few demons killed. Hell's no place for me anymore, so I took the chance and slipped away. Stock? What in the world is he talking about? After dismounting his fiery motorcycle, the Ghost Rider left burning footprints as he strode step by step toward the abandoned building where Charlot waited. Charlot straightened his clothes and told his companions, "You two stay back. Time for me to make an entrance." With that, Charlot leapt from the building, stopping abruptly midair, standing on nothing as he slowly floated toward the Ghost Rider. When he was 10 meters away, Charlot looked down from above. "Ghost Rider, what are you up to, huh? Leave now, surrender, and I'll spare your life." Under the power of the contract, the Ghost Rider suddenly moved. His flaming hand, as if beyond his control, plunged straight into his own chest. With a furious howl, he yanked out a pink contract from his heart. In the blink of an eye, the contract turned into a streak of pink light and shot into Charlot's body. As the contract vanished, the Ghost Rider gradually returned to normal. The neurotic aura that had once clung to him vanished completely. Flames roared and surged around him, and his scarlet eyes fixed coldly on Charlot. The sparkling lights of his motorcycle dimmed, the music faded into silence, and he appeared all the more sinister and shrouded in darkness. Charlot had no chance to dodge. He could only watch as a streak of pink light shot into his own body. At once, he activated a contingency he had left on Stark, using the skill Coca, Parasitism, which allowed him to share Stark's attributes with himself. Though his physical stats plummeted, so long as the Ghost Rider didn't kill Stark, Charlot would remain invincible. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes shifted. Blue skies, drifting clouds, and a breathtaking meadow garden appeared. At a stone table and stools sat a kindly old man, who beckoned to Charlot with a gentle wave. A soft breeze stirred the air as the old man savored a cup of plain water, waiting serenely for Charlot to approach. Yet Charlot made no move to come closer. "Mephisto, youngsters are always so naive. Do you really think that by staying away, you can avoid what's coming? If you seek the mountain will come to you." In the blink of an eye, Charlot found himself sitting at the stone stool in the garden. Across from him, the sprightly old man grinned, his voice rolling out, equal parts kindly and sinister. "Welcome to the grand family of hell, my little inner demon, Charlot Park." His gaze flicked to the pink contract on the table. Charlot swallowed guiltily. After a brief moment's thought, he immediately confirmed the other's identity. "Mephisto, I'm here to negotiate." "Oh." The old man's lips curled up, revealing a mouthful of pitch-black, razor-sharp teeth. His eyes narrowed into vertical slits as he looked at Charlot with curiosity and asked, "Splendid, my little demon. What is it you'd like to discuss with me? Do you wish to turn hell into heaven, or perhaps join forces with my foolish son, Blackheart, to topple my rule?" Such interesting ideas. Charlot's expression didn't change in the slightest. With a shy smile, he shook his head and replied, "Those are just tricks to fool children, hardly worthy of your attention. In your eyes, such schemes are nothing but a joke. Besides a laugh, what use could they possibly have? What I want to discuss is a grand plan." "Oh." Mephisto looked at Charlot in mild surprise, momentarily forgetting his original intentions. Charlot cleared his throat. The population on Earth is rising rapidly, and with it, the number of criminals. Every nation is pouring vast resources into imprisoning and managing these convicts. But there's still a severe shortage of manpower, and in some regions the death penalty has even been abolished. Criminals keep accumulating, and the costs are mounting higher and higher. So why not build a prison here in hell itself, and send the most heinous offenders straight down to be locked away? When the time comes, even if they die, they won't have to run back and forth. It's really quite convenient, isn't it? Hell must need plenty of hands too, right? Mephisto blinked and couldn't help scratching his bald head beneath his hat. Just as Dormammu's hellish dimension stands for darkness and destruction, Mephisto himself represents sin and suffering. He always delights in luring human souls into hell, Yet he pays little attention to those evil spirits destined to fall into his grasp. Charlotte's suggestion was indeed tempting. It wasn't just the wickedness of sinners that enticed him, but also the countless fresh souls, born directly in hell under the orchestration of existence itself. But, unfortunately, that was not possible. Opening a portal would surely alert the Ancient One, let alone the fact that ferrying the living would break the contracts he'd signed before. Dormammu, after all, had always been eager to snatch away the sinners in his grasp. As for signing a new contract with the bald-headed demon lord, the Ancient One, what a joke. If he did, his entire hell dimension might as well belong to the Ancient One. With a sinister grin, the crafty and cunning Mephisto betrayed not a hint of weakness under Charlotte's probing. He merely replied, "Your idea is truly intriguing. Maybe you can take care of this matter in the future. But for now, let's begin with your very own demon contract, shall we? Even a fool knows that devils are the most skilled liars of all, and Mephisto is the devil among devils. No doubt, he's up to no good." Charlotte let out a dry laugh and said, "In fact, I can't write." "No problem." Mephisto kept his elegant smile, as if everything was firmly in his hands. A demon's contract never requires writing. And this one is unique. It's a contract for your own inner demon. All you need to do is leave your blood on it. Staring at Mephisto's mouth full of sharp teeth, Charlotte replied awkwardly, "I'm squeamish about blood." "But I'm not," Mephisto replied, narrowing his pitch-black eyes with a faint smile. Charlotte gritted his teeth, his mind spinning madly in search of a way out. Mephisto could already see Charlotte's hesitation, and once again tried to persuade him. "No need to be so cautious. The moment you said you were a devil, and I acknowledged you as one, you became a devil. And when it comes to our own kind, I always believe in truth, goodness, and beauty. I never deceive devils. For me, we already have a verbal agreement, and this is just a formality, nothing more. In hell, every devil has their own domain, their own powers. These powers are intimately connected to your soul. Though they exist in the hell dimension, they originate from you, are born of you, represent your purest desires, and are shaped entirely by the subconscious self. You're already a devil now, so recite your true name and feel the power of your ID, the hellish magic that flows within you." "My true name." Shero looked at Mephisto with a hint of hesitation and said, "Jaro Nikolash Uchiaude Aikshin Uj Roger Bigshot Tefano." "Oh, so that's your real name?" "I thought it was Demon Within, Shero." "Of course, I can help you change it, if you'd like," Mephisto replied, his words dripping with malice. "No need." Shero immediately refused. He muttered under his breath, repeating, "Demon Within? Shero." Without a breath of wind, Shero felt an invisible hellish force ignite within him. Scalding hellfire surged through his body, and, at the same time, he sensed that a corner of the underworld would forever belong to him. He truly was a devil now. A devil named Demon Within. The energy coursing through him was none other than hellfire, pure magical power from the hell dimension itself. Savoring this magic burning in his veins, Shero appeared overjoyed in front of Mephisto, but inwardly, his guard was up more than ever. This power was indeed a response from the hell dimension to Shero's presence. It was the territory acknowledging him, and his influence seeping into that part of hell. But after all, the entire hell dimension belonged to Mephisto. Shero was absolutely certain there was something off about this magic. It was very likely that would make him go bald. Shero thought with grim certainty. Pushing the contract across the table toward Shero, Mephisto rubbed his cane and said, "Come now, since you've gained your demon territory, claimed your true devil name, and received your hellish magic, it's time to sign the devil contract that's yours alone. This contract, like your territory in the hell dimension, belongs exclusively to you, a title befitting a devil. If anyone else touches the contract, your ID will taint them with your magic. Once you sign it, your inner self will grow even stronger." Shero looked down at the contract on the table. Every word was written in infernal runes, a simple agreement, on the surface, with nothing apparently amiss, which meant the real danger must be hidden further in. After a brief hesitation, Shero gingerly pinched the corner of the contract, preparing to turn the page. Suddenly, the paper whipped up, and the razor-sharp edge sliced into Shero's palm. Mephisto's face twisted into a sly, wicked grin. A single drop of blood flew from Shero's wound and was drawn to the contract, falling toward the signature line. "Sign it. Sign it. The moment you do, your soul will be mine, forever." Mephisto grinned, his expression ferocious. A guttural, sinister laugh echoed through the room. The blood surged back into Charlot's wound, and the scar on his thumb vanished in an instant. Charlot gave Mephisto, whose expression was now darkened and sullen, a sheepish smile. He glanced at the now blank back of the contract, then calmly placed it back on the table. Mephisto. Awkwardness hung thick in the air, smacking his lips in impatience. Never one blessed with much patience to begin with. Mephisto finally broke the silence. So, why aren't you signing yet? Nightmare Charlo, is the offer not tempting enough? Or do you have some special requests? Just say the word. Rubbing his hands together, Charlo replied. Well, Mr. Mephisto, you know how it is. Demons don't exactly have the best reputation on Earth, and signing a contract is a very serious matter. I'd like to consult my lawyer friend, the Ancient One, before making any decisions. The Ancient One? You actually dare mention the Ancient One? You think she's your friend? Charlo. The amiable smile twisted into a snarl on Mephisto's face, while Charlo only looked bolder, as if he had nothing to fear. Every demon contract is automatically generated by the dimensional domains. The moment you accepted the name Nightmare, your soul was destined for the Hell dimension. Hell will be your lifelong companion from now on. You think refusing to sign will change that? Sooner or later, you'll have to sign. Then let's talk about it tomorrow, Charlo replied without missing a beat. Mephisto's furious expression froze on his face. He stared at Charlo, momentarily at a loss for words, completely thrown off his stride. Tomorrow? Are you seriously just brushing me off? Anyone could see this contract was nothing but a trap. A fool's bargain, if ever there was one. Delay, if you can, drag it out as long as possible. It'd be best to head to Kamartaj and consult the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme. Compared to Mephisto, surely Earth's Guardian must be a good person, right? In the end, Charlo refused to sign the contract, and Mephisto finally dropped his mask, his laughter sharp as a blade. The garden dissolved, the blue sky shattered. In a hellish apocalypse of crimson and flame, Mephisto swatted Charlo back into his own body on Earth with a single smack. Because Charlo hadn't signed, Mephisto now craved his soul all the more. The scene shifted, and time picked up right where he'd left off. That long exchange with Mephisto seemed as if it had never happened at all. The Ghost Rider now stood directly opposite him, his entire body wreathed in the furious flames of hell. Congratulations, you've advanced to level 6 of the Madness Power. You've received a permanent skill card, Demon's Pact, and 20 free attribute points. Magical energy strengthens all attributes by +5. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a permanent skill card, Demon's Contract. When you sign a contract with someone, the greater the difference in your transaction, the higher their favorability towards you. Charlotte drew in a sharp breath. Where has Mephisto gone? Brother 2, are you still there? What about your contract? I think we could sign it again. Strength, 42, +2, trait, Arcane Surge. My strength is under my control. Spirit, 62, +12, trait, Superego. Mental barriers are safeguarding your deepest memories. +10, Constitution, 42, +2, trait, Demon's Body. I can withstand even more. Charm, 27, +2. Life, 7 max. Attribute points, 34. After a brief consideration, Charlotte added 10 points each to Strength and Constitution. Strength, 62, +12, trait, ID. My strength knows no bounds. +10. Constitution, 62, +12, trait, Ego. This is the very meaning of my existence. +10. Attribute points, 14. He spread his arms wide, feeling the surge of power within. A fiery force began to blaze in Charlotte's heart. Between his eyes, he glimpsed a world consumed by the infernal flames of hell. His right hand burned as if it were made of fire, and his left hand blazed just as fiercely. An endless tide of strength swept through his body, and for the first time, Charlotte experienced true magic, a force that transcended mere flesh. The sensation was overwhelming, exhilarating, almost indescribable. He felt as if he could devour an entire pig in 3 bites. You are guilty. You must die. With a furious demonic roar, the Ghost Rider erupted in a torrent of hellfire, raising his skeletal finger to point directly at Charlotte. Gone was the foolish pink aura. Now, the skull seemed savage and ruthless. Yet Charlotte actually breathed a sigh of relief. Compared to Mephisto's kindly face hiding treachery, the Ghost Rider was positively adorable. Wreathed in hellfire, wielding his whip, the Ghost Rider appeared before Charlotte in a flash. Their eyes locked. Ghost Rider, the Eye of Judgment. In the next instant, every sin within Charlotte began to stir. All his past experiences started to rewind before his eyes. The criminals he had slain in the name of justice, the hand members he'd crushed with a single blow, the life restorers he'd manipulated into turning on each other. The unfinished summer homework. skipping class to loaf around at S.H.I.E.L.D, secretly sprinkling salt into Gwen's coffee, telling MJ that handstands would make her taller. I am innocent, Charlotte sneered, shoving the Ghost Rider aside with one palm. An even fiercer hellfire erupted in his right hand, surging and blazing. If it's hellfire against hellfire, then let's see whose hell burns brighter. The hellfire radiated an overwhelming power, casting away the darkness beneath their feet. Feeling the hellfire in Charlotte's palm, the Ghost Rider took 2 careful steps back. Glancing at the pink hellfire flickering on his own hand, Charlotte tried to maintain a cold expression. Wait a second. Something wasn't quite right. He whipped his head around, eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the torrent of pink hellfire erupting from his right hand, each flame adorned with a tiny, heart-shaped spark. It looked scorching hot, pulsing with an unmatched, intimidating force, or so it should have, except what on earth was this? Why was it pink? This was just bizarre. Wherever the hellfire burned, the symbiote venom retreated, revealing Charlotte's bare skin. Charlotte tried to reassure himself. Even if he was wielding pink hellfire, which admittedly lacked the menacing, heroic flair of the Ghost Rider's flames, and had, well, a touch of perversion to it. As long as it was powerful, that was all that mattered. And the greatest power of hellfire was its enchantment. Wearing a professional, cold smile, Charlotte reached his chest and drew out a pistol, gripping it in his right hand. The pink hellfire surged along the Desert Eagle, enchanting it in the blink of an eye. He raised the gun, tilting his head back, and pointed this girlish, water gun-esque weapon right at the Ghost Rider's face. The Ghost Rider. Charlotte's hand trembled as he held the water gun. Meanwhile, the Ghost Rider's hand slid to his belt. He drew a revolver wreathed in hellish flames. The entire revolver exuded a dark, infernal aura, its blazing muzzle aimed straight at Charlotte's head. The contrast between the two couldn't have been more striking. Suddenly, Charlotte felt a pang of humiliation. The trigger was pulled, and a molten, hellfire-infused bullet streaked towards Charlotte. With a twitch of his finger and a twitch at the corner of his mouth, Charlotte fired back. A torrent of water shot out from the water gun, instantly dousing the lava bullet and soaking the Ghost Rider. Charlotte arched an eyebrow, staring in disbelief at the water gun in his hand. His expression slowly transformed, becoming wild and unrestrained. Ordinary water would, of course, do nothing to the Ghost Rider, but Charlotte's dream was infused with magical energy, catching his opponent off guard. Taking a step forward, Charlotte watched as the hellfire on his right hand crept up along his arm. Within the pink flames, his jacket sleeve rapidly vanished, replaced by a white lace glove and a pink bracelet, both climbing higher and higher. Standing a short distance from the Ghost Rider, Charlotte shuddered. In a panic, he frantically shook his arm, flinging the enchanted hellfire away. Only when his jacket sleeve returned to normal did he finally breathe a sigh of relief. That was terrifying. Who knew what kind of outfit he'd end up wearing if that pink hellfire enchanted his whole body? However, to defeat the Ghost Rider, there was no need for his entire body to be enchanted with hellfire. With a swift motion, he hurled the now useless pink water gun in his hand. It spun through the air and struck the rising Ghost Rider squarely on the head. Hands pressed together, the Ghost Rider, still gripping his revolver, hurtled uncontrollably towards Charlotte. A perfect, barehanded blade catch. In the Ghost Rider's terrified gaze, Charlotte caught hold of the gun's muzzle with his right hand, and a torrent of pink hellfire surged toward him. In a blink, the revolver was transformed into a pink magic staff. The pink hellfire forced back the crimson flames, scorching the Ghost Rider's body. His fierce, orange-red skeletal hand was instantly seared into tender, pink flesh. The effect surged upward, and the armored leather jacket covering his arms rapidly disintegrated. Panicking, the Ghost Rider released the revolver and sprang backward in flight. Flinging his hands, he used his magic to force out the remnants of Charlotte's hellfire. From a safe distance, the Ghost Rider watched Charlotte with suspicion and unease. He stole a glance at his Harley, the thought of escape rising in his mind. Once again, he slapped his own palm. A perfect, barehanded blade catch. Indeed, calling out the move made it feel far more imposing. This time, the whip that had been wrapped around the Ghost Rider responded to Charlotte's summons. The moment it twitched, the Ghost Rider wasted no time, using magic to release the hellish leather whip from his body. Hellfire flickered across him as he clenched his teeth, watching the whip fly into Charlotte's hands. Charlotte's palms came together, and a wave of pink fire flowed from his right hand, quickly spreading along the now stylish hellish whip. With a twitch at the corner of his mouth and a flash of panic in his eyes, the Ghost Rider saw his whip transform completely pink, now festooned with bright pink bows. The whip landed on the ground with a sharp snap, making the Ghost Rider's heart skip a beat. This enemy was truly terrifying. He couldn't even imagine the horror of being tainted by Charlotte's hellfire, nor could he believe that such a contract had been lurking within him all along. With just these simple moves, he lost all desire to fight Charlotte. Charlotte lifted his hand, still wreathed in hellfire, and flashed the Ghost Rider a wicked, mischievous smile. "Here's Johnny, from The Shining. Ghost Rider, come, embrace your true self." His true self? The pink flames made the Ghost Rider's heart tremble. In that instant, he decided this sin from hell was simply too much for even hell to reclaim. Of all the 36 stratagems, escape is the best. Without hesitation, the Ghost Rider lunged forward, making a beeline for his hellish Harley. Meanwhile, Charlotte crossed his hands, and pink hellfire blazed up from both palms. Charlotte had seen right through Ghost Rider's intentions. Before he could make a move, she flashed a mischievous grin, fixed her gaze on the dashing Hell Harley, and formed a heart shape with her hands in front of her eyes. She shouted, "Beautiful Harley, moon transformation. In the name of the moon, I'll vanquish you." A fierce torrent of pink hellfire erupted from between Charlotte's hands, striking the unsuspecting Hell Harley with unerring precision. This battle truly left Stark, watching from the abandoned building, completely astounded. His mouth hung open the entire time, unable to utter a word. But what happened next made his eyes widen even further. Hell Harley barely had time to ignite its fuel tank, letting out a thunderous, earth-shaking scream before the pink hellfire engulfed it, right before the blazing gaze of Ghost Rider's skull. Charlotte let out a cold laugh. Destruction is merely the birth of something new. Now witness what true magic looks like. From within the hellfire, Harley's howl echoed once more, the roar of its tank ringing out clear and sharp. As the flames faded, Charlotte's expression slowly turned rigid. In her line of sight, a rainbow-colored horn pierced through the dying embers of the hellfire, soon revealing the rest of its snow-white body. "Is that a unicorn?" Stark's pupils dilated, disbelief written across his face as he stared at the scene not far away. Ghost Rider looked as if his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, dumbfounded by the creature that had burst through the sea of pink flames. It looked like a horse, but atop its head gleamed a rainbow-hued metallic horn. Its entire body was clad in gleaming white mechanical armor. Its 4 powerful hooves shimmered with iridescent light, and it sported a pink mane and tail, with oversized heart-shaped electronic eyes that sparkled with electric energy. Raising its front hooves, the cyber unicorn let out a resounding, mechanical whinny. Its voice box boomed from its chest, brimming with synthetic energy. Pale pink hellfire danced along its body, sending pink, heart-shaped bubbles swirling up into the sky. Charlotte stared blankly at her newly enchanted Harley, her eyes dull as she glanced down at her hands still wreathed in pink hellfire. She wished she could just fling the fire away in embarrassment. What a bizarre style for hellfire. Her mind reeled. This was almost too strange to show off. The cyber unicorn tried walking on all fours for the first time, its steps a little clumsy as it bounced and hopped toward Ghost Rider. Even the old warlock's heart nearly melted. Strangely enough, it was actually kind of cute. The cyber unicorn opened its mouth, and a sweet, girlish voice rang out from its speakers. "Nico, Nico, ni." Then its jaw stretched wide, revealing a cannon barrel thick as an arm, which began charging up energy aimed squarely at Ghost Rider. "My cross-dressing Satan, it's somehow even cuter now. In the end, aesthetics don't matter at all. As long as the power works, that's all that counts." A thunderous explosion shook the ground, but the Ghost Rider twisted his body and narrowly escaped. Dirt and debris sprayed everywhere, obscuring his vision. Seizing this moment, Shero acted without hesitation. His palm slashed downward, unleashing a hellfire attack at the Ghost Rider. Faced with Shero's terrifying assault, the Ghost Rider opened his mouth wide and let out an enraged roar. Deprived of his weapons, his eye of judgment useless against Shero, his remaining power was almost gone. He crossed his arms, and a torrent of crimson-black hellfire erupted from his chest, instantly sweeping away Shero's pink flames and transforming the ground into a field of molten lava. Both hands slammed into the earth, glowing with a fierce red heat. From the burning inferno, a massive skull of molten rock emerged, its jaws gaping as it lunged at Shero to devour him. Hellfire was merely one of Shero's many tricks. He'd never relied on it to make his mark in New York. What truly set him apart was his striking good looks and his extraordinary strength. Compared to sorcery, nothing soothed the soul quite like a well-placed punch. Super strength. In a blur of motion, Shero's fist shattered the magma skull to pieces, his figure bursting through the fiery storm to appear right in front of the Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider's eyes widened in shock. He had no time to react. All he could do was stare, dumbfounded, at Sharo's right hand poised at his forehead, middle finger tensed and ready. With his left hand casually tucked in his pocket, Sharo didn't even glance his way. His right middle finger snapped out with explosive force. The Ghost Rider's head jerked back under the heavy blow, sending him hurtling through the air, bouncing and skidding across the ground. Sharo surged forward, closing the distance again, faster than ever. With no chance to resist, the Ghost Rider was stomped straight into the earth. His hellfire dulled and flickering. He struggled to pull his head free from the dirt before Sharo. He glared up at Sharo, eyes burning with fury. But Sharo, flames flickering on his palm, swept his hand through the air. In an instant, the pink whip appeared in his grasp, and with a single flick, he bound the Ghost Rider in place. The poor Ghost Rider, completely suppressed, utterly helpless. On either side of the cyber unicorn, small, wing-like boosters unfolded as it galloped over at full speed, its hooves trampling the Ghost Rider with a resounding thud. With its mouth curled in a cocky sneer, it looked down on him with undisguised disdain. And as if losing his powers weren't enough, a glimmer of light began to rise in the distant sky. Hellfire seeped black smoke from the Ghost Rider's body. He glared murderously at Sharo, his furious soul howling in rage. Sin born of hell, you must return to hell and suffer for eternity. Though I have lost this time, I swear, across endless tomorrows, I will forever seek revenge upon you. Shoo! Sharo waved his hand, pink hellfire fading from his palm as black venom once again crept over his skin. With a crooked smile, he looked down at Ghost Rider, his expression full of hidden meaning, and asked, "Just now, it sounded like you admitted you were defeated, didn't you?" Before Ghost Rider could answer, Charlo lightly closed his hand. "Enemy shamed. I shall strip him of his garb." In an instant, the hellfire engulfing Ghost Rider erupted, bursting apart as a demonic shadow, wreathed in blue smoke, darted straight into his heart. With the hellfire gone, Ghost Rider was left kneeling, frozen in place as if his system had crashed. What's going on here? The skill had clearly worked, yet Ghost Rider's leather jacket was perfectly intact. Instead, his hellfire had been utterly extinguished. Curious, Charlo walked closer, eyeing Ghost Rider's orange-red skull. Without the raging flames, he now looked like nothing more than a charred skeleton. With one hand in his pocket, Charlo gave a wave, and all the items he had previously enchanted returned to normal. Johnny's Harley had toppled over onto the ground as well. Charlo scratched his head, circled around the petrified Ghost Rider a couple of times, then picked up a twig and poked it into one of his pitch-black nostrils. The moment the twig touched his nose, the first rays of dawn shone down on Ghost Rider's skull, triggering an uncontrollable sneeze. He suddenly sprang to life again, visibly startled. "What happened to me? Where am I? My head hurts." Forcing himself upright, Ghost Rider's first instinct was to look at Charlo, standing before him. He asked with a note of confusion, Who are you? Why am I here?" As he spoke, he glanced around, taking in the battleground and his Harley lying on its side, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Could it be that he had just been fighting this black-clad stranger in front of him? "And you are?" Charlo tilted his head, asking with a hint of puzzlement. "I'm Johnny Blaze." Johnny stood up, and realization seemed to dawn on him. He raised both hands, staring in disbelief at his skeletal palms, now devoid of hellfire. With a trace of fear, he crouched down, bringing his face close to the rearview mirror. There were no eyes in his pitch-black sockets, but reflected back at him was an orange-red skull. Clutching his face, Johnny collapsed to the ground in agony, sinking into a wordless despair. Now that the battle had ended, the ever-restless Stark led Ethan forward. Shrewd as ever, he was certain that Charlo could protect him, and for now at least, posed no threat. Approaching, Stark eyed Johnny's skeletal head, then turned to Charlo with a curious smirk. "What's this? Did Hell's Lawman scare himself to tears? He really does have a face only a demon could love. The Ghost Rider has been driven off by me. The one standing before you now is actually a human being, a motorcycle stunt performer. Johnny Blaze," Charlo introduced. "Johnny Blaze?" Otilda Stark nodded thoughtfully. "I've seen his shows before. How'd he end up like this?" "Ah," Charlo sighed, stepping forward to pat Johnny comfortingly on the shoulder. "It's all the fault of those damned demons." "Stark? Aren't you a demon yourself?" At the mention of that word, Johnny let his hands fall from his head, and a raw hatred flashed in his eyes. Everything had been the demon's fault. Because of them, he lost his father. Because of them, he was forced to leave Roxanne, and even when they were finally reunited, they were torn apart again that very same day. And now, it was the demons who had cursed him with this form. Watching Johnny grit his teeth in anger, a sly smile curled on Charlo's lips, as if an imaginary light bulb had just flickered on above his head. "I feel your pain, Johnny. You have to understand. I too was deceived into signing a contract." With Stark staring at him, Eyes wide and skeptical, Charlot let out a gentle sigh, his face filled with nostalgia. For as long as I can remember, I was always the odd kid, the outsider. My life has been like a toilet, filled with all the world's garbage dumped into it. The world's been cruel to me. People have hurt me deeply, but no matter how bitter life gets, you have to keep going. Until one day, I listlessly turned on my computer at work, and instead of the usual system loading screen, something else appeared. A question popped up in front of me. Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you truly want to live? Of course I did. I absolutely did. So, without hesitation, I chose but I never imagined that this would be the beginning of endless terror. Afterwards, I was tricked into signing a contract with the evil Mephisto. Sure, I gained power, but I lost all my worries. At first, Johnny was genuinely moved by the story, but the more he listened, the more things fell off. Stark, meanwhile, had on the look of someone who had seen through the act from the very beginning. Charlot put his arm around Johnny's shoulder and continued. Johnny, now that you know my story, you'll realize that we're not so different, you and I. We both share a common enemy, the demons. The demons stole your life. They took away my troubles. Sigh. We both want to get back what we've lost. Wait, isn't there something wrong with this? Johnny's mind was spinning in confusion. What's wrong? What could possibly be wrong? Charlot asked, feigning innocence. Losing your troubles sounds great. Why would you go out of your way to make trouble for yourself and fight the demons? Stark added, arms crossed, raising an eyebrow. That's right, Johnny nodded repeatedly. Charlotte let out a soft laugh and asked, Tony, I've actually talked to you about this before. Have either of you ever lost all your worries? Do you know the pain of a person who doesn't have a single worry left? If you lost all your troubles like I did, you'd realize that even happiness doesn't feel as joyful anymore. Life loses its purpose, everything just repeats, bland and tasteless. There's a kind of indescribable pain where you don't even know what you want. Tony Stark, have you helped me find what I'm looking for? We had a deal. If you help me find it, I'll let you go. Staring into Charlotte's eyes, Stark was momentarily stunned. So, you weren't joking earlier? Were you serious this whole time? Charlotte's words left Stark uncertain about how much of this was the so-called spokesman of Inner Demon's act, and how much was real. He began to seriously consider whether Charlotte was actually deceiving him. Over this period, he had already analyzed some of Charlotte's abilities. But the pink hellfire today reminded Stark just how little he truly understood. With one arm draped casually over Johnny's shoulders, Charlotte strode over the solidified magma beneath their feet, leading the lost Johnny toward an abandoned building. With an easy smile, he said, Johnny, don't be so down. When it comes to dealing with demons, I'm an expert. Stick with me. I'm sure I can help you. You don't understand. Johnny stared at his own hands, anguish filling his heart. By all rights, once the spirit of vengeance left, he should have returned to normal. But now it felt like he was stuck in a glitch. He couldn't go out in public, and even seeing himself was enough to send chills down his spine. He transformed and left in front of Roxanne. Now, in this state, how could he ever face his first love again? I don't understand. With a casual snap of his fingers, a pale pink hellfire began to flicker gently at Charlotte's fingertips. Everyone nearby turned their attention to Charlotte's finger, from which heart-shaped pink flames danced. Stark, examining the pale pink hellfire up close, found it more bizarre the longer he looked. Charlotte reached out with his flaming finger and gently tapped Johnny's right, skeletal, orange-red hand. As the hellfire burned, flesh and blood began to reappear on Johnny's right hand. The skin was fair and flawless, the fingers long and well-defined. The flames quickly died down, and Johnny's skeletal hand returned to its original, human form, leaving Johnny wide-eyed in astonishment. Realizing Charlotte had the power to restore him, Johnny now looked at Charlotte with hope shining in his eyes. Admittedly, he didn't remember his hand ever being this fair or nice-looking, but that hardly mattered, did it? Seeing hope restored, Johnny's face lit up with excitement. You have a way to restore me. Wearing a friendly smile, Charlotte nodded and replied, I do have a way to make you better, but there are a few small hurdles along the way. She reached out and patted Johnny on the shoulder, then pointed at the abandoned building. Come on, let's head inside and talk. Before long, Johnny was sitting silently at a table, staring expressionlessly at the contract in his hands. Having already been tricked by Mephisto once, he'd been left with a psychological scar. Now, seeing another contract before him, his whole being recoiled in resistance. Even though this was merely an actor's employment agreement. According to Charlotte, the moment she laid eyes on him, she could tell he would be a brilliant actor, a natural on stage. So, she wanted to sign him up as an actor, and the paper in his hands was the employment contract. Still, seeing the word contract boldly written in red at the top of an actor's agreement, this was a first for him. Better safe than sorry, Johnny, don't worry. I absolutely would never deceive you. Jason, please forgive me, but I need to think this over. Clutching the actor's contract for the asylum in his hands, Johnny was battling a storm inside. Wouldn't deceive you, Stark muttered under his breath. He cast a sidelong glance at the man who had previously introduced himself as Vi and now went by Jason, curling his lip in disdain. He'd looked over the actor's contract as well. There was indeed nothing wrong with it, and the terms were so relaxed as to be almost suspicious. But precisely because of that, Stark was certain there must be some hidden scheme lurking beneath the surface. The more time he spent around Charlotte, the more convinced he became. Charlotte was nothing if not a scoundrel. Charlotte suddenly whipped her head around, locking eyes with Stark's suspicious glare, both faces expressionless. Stark's face stiffened as he slowly turned his head away, fixing his gaze on Ethan, who sat on the other side, equally impassive. A pitch-black hand slid around Stark's neck and draped over his shoulder. Charlotte appeared out of thin air, now seated on Stark's other side. With a casual wave, another contract materialized in Charlotte's hand. She offered Stark a friendly smile and handed him the contract. Don't worry, I never play favorites. Here at the asylum, we're one big harmonious family. Everyone gets to sign a contract all their own. Without waiting for a response, Charlotte stuffed the contract into Stark's arms. It was identical to the actor's agreement given to Johnny. Stark opened his mouth, hesitated a moment, and said, "Can I just—" "No, you can't. Hurry up and sign, or you'll regret it." Charlotte's friendly threat was unmistakable. She handed Ethan a copy of the same contract as well. Without a word of nonsense, Ethan took the pen without hesitation and signed his name. The next to sign, looking utterly resigned, was Stark. Charlotte gathered the two contracts back into her hands. In that same instant, both Ethan and Stark felt a gentle warmth spread through their bodies, a sensation reminiscent of the time Charlotte had once shared her attributes with them. Only this time, the feeling was faint, like a subtle force quietly strengthening them from within. As a true capitalist, Stark firmly believed there was no such thing as a free lunch. Only someone else's lunch you could get for free. Though he was extremely reluctant, he knew there was no turning back now. He'd well and truly boarded this pirate ship. The only thing he still didn't know was, where exactly was this pirate ship headed? With a flicker, Charlotte appeared behind Johnny, a smile on her face as she asked, "Johnny, have you made up your mind? I know you want to be whole again. I know you want to defeat the demon. I know you long for your old, peaceful life. Well, this anti-demon alliance we're building, this might just be your last hope. Why not give it a try? Look at yourself. Things can hardly get any worse, so why not take a chance for your own sake? Besides, what do you have that I could possibly covet? Am I after your looks? Certainly not. No, I'm doing all this to help you. Johnny, you've spent your whole life running. Running from your father, running from the demon, running from your girlfriend, running from every fight. You've never had the courage to face any of it head on. All this running has made you who you are now, but you can't run anymore. Johnny, it's time to try standing with me and fight back." Gritting his teeth, a fire ignited in Johnny's heart as he carved his name onto the contract. He looked at Charlotte and said, "I hope you won't let me down." Taking the contract, Charlotte's lips curled into a confident smile. "Of course I won't." "Well then, gentlemen, since all our actors are present, it's showtime. Let's get ready to take the stage." The three who had just signed their actor contracts stood frozen in place. A faint soul fire flickered in Johnny's eyes. Wait a second. To fight demons, why did I just sign an actor contract? Holding the contracts, Charlotte casually filled in the role Tony Stark would be playing, Robert Downey Jr. "Tony," she said, pulling a laptop from her chest and handing it to Stark, showing him his contract with a gleam in her eye. "Set up a live stream for us, one that can't be traced back. The Madhouse is about to put on a breathtaking show for the world. Oh my, now that the cast is complete, I can hardly wait to start this thrilling game. Remember, make sure it's an absolutely untraceable live stream room, unless you want to be on the receiving end of a missile strike." Hugging his laptop, Stark's face twitched. He could barely resist the urge to smash the computer over Charlotte's head. "Missile strike? What exactly are you trying to do?" The laptop was hooked up to the streaming camera, an old mobile broadcast station, and a vehicle server. Tangled cables snaked across the floor, and under the pink hellfire-lit spotlights, Stark wore a serious expression, his fingers flying over the keyboard. All this equipment had been pieced together to meet Stark's specifications. Seizing the chance before sunrise, Charlotte had brazenly stolen a news van, cobbling everything together just in time. To speed things up, Charlotte had even tried enchanting a laptop, but when it turned into a pink, catgirl emblazoned brick, he had to abandon that infernal stroke of genius. By the time the sun climbed high in the sky, Stark's efforts had brought them halfway through the preparations. Ethan calibrated the streaming gear and ran a quick test. Meanwhile, the four soon-to-be guests adjusted their costumes. each so outlandish, they looked ready for a masquerade ball. Ethan, especially, was wrapped up from head to toe, terrified that even a sliver of skin might show. While they waited, and Johnny pressed with his questions and doubts, Charlot continued his campaign of persuasion. Demons, Johnny, what we're dealing with right now, are demons. Live streaming a fight against demons? Soulfire flickered in Johnny's eyes. He thought to himself, only a fool would believe that. Draped entirely in black, looking for all the world like a murderer from a detective cartoon, Charlot smiled and asked, "So, tell me, what do you think a demon really is? Is it a monster with a wicked, supernatural essence? A figure from religious doctrine? Or perhaps a spirit that tempts souls, bringing calamity and disease to mankind?" In the book of Revelation, demons are described as angels fallen to earth, sovereigns of the forces of darkness, obstructing humanity's connection with God, fiends that will stop at nothing. Before Johnny could answer, Charlot pressed on. But none of those are quite right. In that sense, those stories are meaningless. Demons are, in truth, nothing more than shadows cast by the darkness within the human heart. Pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. It's humanity that creates the devils of hell. It's evil that shapes the demons within us. The darker the human heart, the stronger the demon becomes. And aside from leading souls astray, a demon's favorite pastime is to unleash disaster upon the world. A crooked smile played on Charlot's lips. HYDRA, they're the demon's partners on Earth, Hell's very own agents, and our next enemy. Stark, off to the side, remained expressionless. He shot Charlot a sidelong glance, as if to say, "Go on, keep spinning your tale." He spun quite a convincing tale. But the truth was, Hydra had long since been destroyed. A story his father had repeated to him so many times, it was practically etched into his memory. Hydra. As a devoted fan of Captain America comics, Johnny found Charlot's claim easy to believe. After all, in those best-selling comics, Hydra was the quintessential villain, often linked with the infernal realms, a familiar trope. If Captain America was real and Hydra was real, then it hardly seemed far-fetched for Hydra to be in league with hell itself. To Johnny, it felt as if the world of comics had spilled over into reality. That's right, Hydra. Charlot's gaze brimmed with a certain gravity. Hydra was never truly destroyed. They merely went into hiding, lurking in the shadows of this world. What we must do is drag them into the open, place them under the spotlight, and expose every dark conspiracy they spin. Catching a glimpse of Stark's skeptical expression, Charlotte instantly knew Stark didn't believe a word of it. But Johnny, standing nearby, was already utterly convinced. The flames flickered in his skull, eager to join Charlotte in thwarting Hydra's sinister schemes. Stark, maybe your father never spoke to you in detail about Hydra, but do you know how he actually defeated them? That single question made Stark, who had been indifferent, suddenly perk up his ears. Still, his fingers danced across the keyboard as if he hadn't a care in the world, keeping up his facade of nonchalance. Surrounded by darkness, Charlotte continued. After World War II, Hydra fell apart. America recruited a large number of former Nazi scientists, and many of them were brought in by your father to join S.H.I.E.L.D., the very organization he built to fight Hydra. Cut off one head, two more grow in its place. How could a Hydra born of hell be wiped out by the death of a single man, or the defeat of a single nation? They simply went underground. And do you know where they're hiding? Once the time is right, they'll strike like vipers, bringing disaster and pain to the world, harvesting souls and faith for the devils in the agony and torment they cause. Our mission is to warn the world, to trigger Hydra's exposure before they're ready, and to foil the demon's wicked plans. Charlotte spoke with righteous conviction. Whether or not they believed him, Charlotte certainly believed every word. And if they didn't believe him, then he'd simply have to make them believe, one way or another. All right, Stark swiveled away from his computer and said, "It's all set. I built a cloud service base, programmed everything, and soon this live broadcast will be projected across every major website. I guarantee no one will be able to trace us. And whether you call yourself Jason or Vi or something else, let me tell you, Hydra has already been destroyed. And don't bring up my father again. He's gone. Have you never questioned how your parents really died? Just an ordinary car accident? Who are you kidding? Think about your car, Tony. Would you ever die in an ordinary car crash?" Charlotte asked with a sly smile. Stark froze on the spot, his pupils shrinking in shock. A seed of doubt was planted deep in his heart. It took root quickly, sprouting and growing into a towering tree. Yes, an ordinary car accident. What a load of nonsense. What kind of car could possibly wreck one of his father's creations? And why would his father be caught off guard, without even a hint of resistance? Stark's face gradually turned pale, his whole body nearly collapsing to the floor. Why? Had he never questioned it before? Was his father's death really just a simple accident? Hydra? Hydra? Could Hydra truly exist? Had it been lurking all along inside that secret organization his father built? One he'd never been told about? Meanwhile, Charlotte was thoroughly enjoying himself as he tinkered with the program Stark had created, confident that there shouldn't be any issues. Even if they did catch on, he could always make a clean getaway. At worst, Stark, Ethan, and Johnny would be left behind to be arrested as Hydra's remaining henchmen. No skin off his back. The only thing he regretted was losing the professional actors he'd recruited and bound by contract. Soon, fully dressed and completely prepared, Charlotte immediately started the live stream. The code Stark had written began to run, hacking into the backends of several streaming platforms, video sites, and TV channels through the cloud. In the blink of an eye, he took over them all. As countless phone and television screens flickered, an epic live broadcast burst forth. On every screen, the same image appeared. Stark, his face dark and grim, was strapped to a chair by a whip, while Ethan, head tilted and standing at a crooked angle, aimed a rocket launcher straight at Stark's head. Compared to the gaunt, battered man he'd been over a month ago, Stark now looked much healthier. Gone was the look of exhaustion and despair from his time as a captive. To make up for this, Charlotte had dusted Stark with flour and splashed him with ketchup, then doused him with dark soy sauce and vinegar, turning him into a picture of misery. Stark parted his lips and spat out a mouthful of chili sauce, looking utterly wretched. No acting needed. After a moment's hesitation, he forced himself to play the role. Haggard, helpless, and compelled by circumstance, he shouted, "Hail Hydra!" Truth be told, he desperately wanted to know now. Did Hydra really exist? Had his parents truly died by accident? With a swift slide, the pitch-black figure of Sherlock darted into view, flashing a grin as he waved at the audience watching from their TVs. Hi there, dear viewers, gentlemen, ladies, and everyone else tuning in. As you can see, right now, Tony Stark has been kidnapped by the glorious Hydra. Yes, that's right. Exactly the Hydra you're thinking of. The very same Hydra that stood against Captain America during World War II. We were never wiped out. And let me tell you, without exaggeration, so please, fuck, we're back. On the helicopter, Coulson's sharp rebuke had barely ended Sherlock and Sitwell's argument about Hydra. Resting with his eyes closed, Coulson was once again bombarded by a barrage of calls from Nick Fury. Confused, he switched on the chopper's barely working console TV. The moment the broadcast came on, everyone aboard heard those words loud and clear. Sitwell seethed inside, grinding his teeth as he muttered under his breath. They're nothing but a ragtag bunch who kidnapped Tony Stark, a troop of petty clowns, just using the Hydra name to scare gullible civilians. I'll never believe they're truly Hydra, unless they produce some real proof. In the video, Sherlock gave a casual wave of his hand. Ethan, immediately understanding, tossed aside his rocket launcher and, along with the chair, dragged the struggling Stark away. Sherlock turned the camera to the side with a flick of his hand, his face lighting up with a bright, almost dazzling smile as he spoke. Some of you may be wondering, why do we kidnap Tony Stark? What power does Hydra really hold? Good questions. Let me tell you right now. If you want Tony Stark back, besides the $100,000, we want S.H.I.E.L.D. to trade him for the recently resurrected Captain America, Steve Rogers. And as for what power we possess, the camera panned, landing on Johnny's brooding face, draped in a leather trench coat. A wicked, cruel smile twisted across Sherlock's dark face as he stared straight into the lens. A faint pinkish flame flickered in his eyes. Within his gaze burned a hellish inferno, where countless tormented spirits wailed in despair. His stare seemed to pierce through the screen, meeting the eyes of Sitwell, Rumlow, Coulson, Nick Fury, and every single person watching. He bared his teeth in a chilling grin, offering a mocking, gentlemanly bow. Because our power is him, the Red Skull. Just moments ago, talk of Captain America's resurrection might have sounded like the ramblings of madmen to most. But the instant Johnny's face appeared on screen, and with Sherlock's chilling introduction, a thunderclap of realization exploded in the minds of countless viewers, prompting a chorus of furious curses across the globe. Even off-camera, Stark and Ethan, who were in the middle of changing clothes and getting ready to go on stage, stood there utterly stunned, staring at Charlo in disbelief. Who did he just say Johnny was? I don't think I caught that, Stark muttered weakly. Ethan's body seemed to deflate, a look of utter despair flickering in his eyes as he gave a hollow chuckle and replied, I think he said Jesus. Even Johnny himself was so shocked that his mouth hung slightly open. Fortunately for him, no matter what angle you looked from, his face always appeared twisted into a sinister, mocking smile. His entire skull glowed with an eerie orange-red light, casting a ghastly glow in the darkness conjured by the backdrop. Twin ghostly flames flickered in his eyes, making him look far more terrifying than the real Red Skull. He seemed every bit the villain. Charlot turned toward the camera, a malicious grin spreading across his face. This trick is called switching the beams. Aren't you Hydra folks fond of hiding in the shadows? Well then, from now on, Hydra's true legacy belongs to me, Charlot. Johnny was dumbfounded for a moment, but quickly caught on. He gave a cold laugh, raised his palm, and shouted, "Hail Hydra!" Inside the helicopter, Sitwell was completely floored. His legs gave way, and he sank down beside Charlot, who sat there with a calm, easy smile. I told you before, the Red Skull would come back together with Captain America. Red Skull. Sitwell's face turned deathly pale. Could it be they really are Hydra? Then what does that make us? Coulson stared silently at the screen, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized every movement of the Red Skull, sifting through the information stored in his memory. He could see it, and so could many others. The Red Skull was a fake. The kid in black was clearly the real mastermind. But Coulson let out a silent sigh. Whether the Red Skull was real or not, with this livestream underway, Hydra might as well be real now. And whether this Hydra was genuine or not, if Captain America was truly about to return, then this Red Skull couldn't be a fake either. Because at this moment for S.H.I.E.L.D. and, indeed, for the whole world, the Red Skull and his Hydra had, in a very real sense, come back from the dead. Wearing a smile, Charlot continued in the video. Cut off one head, two more shall grow. Once we splintered apart. Today, we unite as one. To all our Hydra comrades lurking across the globe, gentlemen, gather to me. I call upon you to stop hiding and join our great Hydra Asylum family. Allow me to give a brief introduction to our Hydra Asylum. Just as every hero has a codename, each head of our asylum's Hydra has their own heroic title. First up, we have the one and only, the infamous king of hyperactivity, Robert Downey Jr. The camera swung over to Stark, who was struggling into his boots, catching him mid-motion and making him freeze on the spot. Wait, what? Buddy, you actually call this a heroic title? Polio, George Zola. Ethan, frozen in place, stared at Charlot in disbelief, unable to process his own so-called heroic title. Skeleton Syndrome, Red Skull. Johnny's face betrayed no emotion, not that he was ever capable of much expression. Turning the camera on himself, Charlot flashed a dazzling grin, brimming with enthusiasm as he introduced. And me, I am Schizophrenia, Jason V. Cage. We are the legendary nemesis of Captain America, the true heirs of Hydra forever. In an old-fashioned yet cozy hospital room, a brawny white man with an impressive physique jolted awake from a nightmare. ADHD, Robert Downey Jr. was the first to speak, taking up his role as Hydra's head and delivering a stirring speech. He clutched a blank sheet of paper, improvising in front of the live broadcast, knowing nothing at all about Hydra. As everyone knows, Hydra is extremely important to American society. Its significance goes without saying, not just because it's part of America's great story, but also for the vital role it plays in our social development. So the American people should support Hydra just as we do, and of course, Hydra should support us as well. Hydra is neither Republican nor Democrat. Hydra is an international organization. It can't be judged simply as good or bad. It promotes social harmony, strengthens infrastructure, and reduces payroll taxes. If you think about it, the meaning of Hydra's existence in this world, it really is profound. And finally, hail Hydra! With the speech over, Stark, who'd been forced into the spotlight, stepped off stage, wiping cold sweat from his brow, his mind a total blank. Damn it, what on earth is this Hydra thing? And why was he doing something so ridiculous when he wasn't even running for president? How could anyone from Hydra possibly join them just because of a nonsensical live broadcast? The camera cut to Ethan, who stared dully, clapping his hands as he spoke. ADHD Robert Downey Jr. made an excellent point. I wholeheartedly agree. Everyone, remember to vote for him. With that, Polio applauded as he walked away. The camera panned to Johnny, and the Red Skull paused, then raised his right hand high and declared, Hydra will make America great again. Hail Hydra! And thus, the wildly successful speech came to an end. In the end, just like before, Charlotte left behind a website for signing up with Hydra, telling the viewers it would be open in a month. Everyone is welcome to enthusiastically join Hydra and share in the thrilling days of battling Captain America. Plus, there's even a chance to win an autographed photo of the Red Skull. With that, the livestream ended. The Hydra higher-ups all exhaled in unison, utterly unprepared for what had just happened. They didn't know much about Hydra at all. Some weren't even sure what role they had just played. It was all simply too nerve-wracking. Charlotte immediately stood up, lifted his head to glance at the distant sky, and with a leap, sprang out of the abandoned building. He strode quickly toward the off-road vehicle parked nearby, shouting, "Move! Move! Move! Hydra is already on our tail. We have to get out of here right now." Red Skull, Johnny blinked in surprise and asked, "Leave? Why? Shouldn't we stay and fight them?" "Fight? With what? Missiles or attack helicopters? Tanks or bombers? Power is what matters, and right now, do you think they'll even give us a chance to speak? Besides, don't forget we are the real Hydra." As he spoke, a swirl of pink hellfire burst from Charlotte's palm, and in the blink of an eye, he enchanted the battered Jeep, transforming it into a pastel pink unicorn support vehicle. Charlotte vaulted through the window into the driver's seat, started the engine, and waved at the others. "No time to explain. Get in now." With that, a chain shot out from under the car, wrapped around Johnny's Harley, and yanked it behind the support vehicle at lightning speed. Stark and Ethan exchanged glances. With a sigh, Stark unplugged the data cable from his laptop, clutching it tightly as he hurried downstairs, with Johnny and Ethan hot on his heels. They clambered aboard the support vehicle, and in the next instant, the distant thrum of attack helicopters could be heard approaching. The engine roared to life. With a sharp turn and a burst of hellfire for acceleration, the vehicle shot forward like a rocket. Glittering lights danced along the car's body, where an adorable unicorn seemed to gallop across the painted surface, trailing a long, sparkling rainbow behind. All the while, the cheerful tune of My Little Pony blared proudly as they sped through the city. Shortly after Charlotte and the others made their escape, the attack helicopters followed the trail of dried lava left by Ghost Rider's bike right up to the scene. The helicopters touched down, and Rumlow was the first to move, scanning the entire building with his instruments. Charlotte, keeping up appearances, placed his right hand on his head and closed his eyes, then shook his head gravely at Coulson. "Captain, I'm the one who brought you right into the enemy's hands. And now, the place is empty. Oh, what luck. Finally, I don't have to squeeze into a helicopter with a bunch of muscle-bound men. Even the air feels so much fresher now. By the way, I can actually fly a helicopter too. Quite well, in fact. So, I suggest that I take the controls for the return trip." Stepping off the helicopter, Coulson's attention was immediately drawn to the ground in front of the abandoned building, where clear signs of battle remained. The scorched earth was marked by the telltale traces of molten fire. A heavy shadow crossed his face, making his expression grow even more grave and tense. Based on their earlier speculation, the Ghost Rider had come specifically for these Hydra agents. But now, it appeared that even Ghost Rider had fallen into their trap. If their guess was correct, the Red Skull now seen on the broadcast was most likely Ghost Rider himself, stripped entirely of his hellfire. If even Ghost Rider could be captured by Hydra, then these people were far more terrifying and powerful than anyone had imagined. Rescuing Tony Stark would no longer be a simple task. As for exchanging Steve Rogers, that was out of the question, not even worth considering. Soon, under Rumlow's lead, the group arrived at the spot where Hydra had streamed their broadcast. All that remained now was a scattering of equipment left behind for them. Ida stepped forward to run a scan, then rose and addressed Coulson, who was also examining the gear. They were definitely here just moments ago. The power strip is still warm, and the cameras are still running. They haven't been gone long. Hydra, the asylum, Coulson muttered to himself. Sitwell, also inspecting the equipment scattered on the ground, looked deeply troubled. Only now did he realize that if the people who kidnapped Tony Stark were Hydra, then who did that make them? They were S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra's opponents. Though Coulson had not yet received direct orders from Nick, word had already come from Alexander. Operation Codename, S.H.I.E.L.D. reclaimed. The objective: eliminate this Hydra cell and apprehend the imposter Red Skull. Several Hydra squads had already been dispatched to participate in the mission. What Sitwell needed to do was determine the current location and direction of the asylum. Charlo walked up beside Coulson, making a show of placing his right hand to his temple and pointing in the direction he had just come from. "Captain, I just sensed that they seem to have gone that way." Examining a discarded rocket launcher in his hands, Coulson found himself at a loss amid the confusion. But one thing was clear. They needed to continue tracking Hydra. Looking at the youthful face before him, Coulson said, "Mr. Parker, it's really time for you to go back to New York. This is no longer something you should be involved with." Early in the morning, the jostling of the vehicle roused Stark from his sleep. He stretched his weary body, and a gentle warmth in his chest washed away the exhaustion from too little rest. He opened his eyes and looked out the window. The rain had finally stopped. Wispy white clouds floated across the sky, promising a beautiful day, if only they weren't driving across the surface of the sea. The pink wheels left 4 shimmering, rainbow-colored tracks atop the water, while the adorable unicorn emblazoned on the side of the car winked playfully. Through the open window, the moist and salty sea breeze rushed in, filling the cabin with its briny freshness. Beneath the bright sunlight, the ocean exhaled a cool, delicate breath. Glancing down at the water surface, one could now and then glimpse fish darting beneath the waves. The vehicle glided smoothly across the sea. At the wheel sat Charlot, his entire body clad in black, a baseball cap pulled low over his face as he slept soundly. It was common knowledge. When you're driving on the ocean, there's no need to worry about dozing off at the wheel. What you really have to watch for are whales suddenly breaching right in front of your car. Of course, very few whales are bold enough to leap out of the water in front of a car. Suddenly, a wild gust of wind sent Stark's hair flying in all directions. He turned and saw that Ethan, on the other side, had rolled down his window too. The sea breeze stirred Charlot awake. He yawned, lifted a hand wreathed in pink hellfire, and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. It had been ages since he'd slept so well. After all, with nothing but endless ocean stretching in every direction, there was little to do but sleep. From the passenger seat, Johnny spoke in a deep, gravelly voice. My God, you can't imagine what it felt like the first time I woke up on a boat. It was as if the sky itself was crashing down on me. One moment I was still with Roseanne, and the next I found myself on a reeking fishing boat, dozing against my beloved motorcycle. Every crew member stared at me in terror, as if I were some demon who'd devoured their captain. And the worst part is, that's exactly what happened. Fiddling with the pink hellfire dancing in his palm, Charlot had to admit. Once he got used to it, the hellfire didn't seem so monstrous. Actually, it was rather handy. He chuckled softly. This just goes to show, more often than not, stories don't actually tell us anything at all. He raised his hand and pulled a bottle of vodka from his chest pocket, a prize he'd swiped from Ward. Pink hellfire flickered to life atop the bottle. Ever since getting this power, he developed a bad habit of wanting to enchant anything he laid hands on, just to see what would happen. Right in front of the other two, Charlot's expression grew curious. After a brief hesitation, he tilted the flaming pink liquor to his lips and took a swig. The hellfire burned so hot that the venom at the edge of his mouth glowed red instead of black. At that moment, none of the three in the car had the slightest inkling of what was about to befall them. After letting out a drunken belch and clutching the remaining half bottle of vodka in his palm, the world before Charlot's eyes took on a hazy, pale pink double image. Out on the waves, the car suddenly jolted for no apparent reason and began to pick up speed. Johnny, sitting in the passenger seat, was the first to sense that something was wrong. He asked cautiously, Jason, how are you feeling? Jason. Charlot opened the window in confusion, stuck his head out, and looked around in a daze, failing to spot the familiar bald man. Where's Jason? Charlot's mouth opened wide, and he blew out a string of pink bubbles into the open air. Across his blood-red face, slender, elongated, eerily strange eyes appeared, if they could even be called eyes. This time, even Stark realized something was off. As the red color pulsed through Charlot, or rather, venom, the symbiote's form shifted to a swirling mix of red and black. Charlot opened his mouth and spat out a stream of pale blue flames, then, under Stark's horrified gaze, swallowed the entire bottle of vodka in one gulp. My cross-dressing Satan. Stark shrieked. Don't tell me this demon is actually drunk. Drunk? I'm not drunk. My head feels a little itchy. Everyone hold on tight. Without waiting for anyone to respond, a thunderous boom exploded in their ears. The powerful acceleration pinned all four of them against their seats. Amid the clattering chaos of everything loose inside the car, a sudden jolt made Stark's head bang violently against the roof. With his hair in wild disarray, Stark buckled his seatbelt at lightning speed. Rubbing his dizzy head, his face several shades paler than usual, he gripped the overhead handle and forced himself to speak calmly through gritted teeth. This damn demon has got to be drunk. Ethan, face ashen, stared at the churning waves ahead and yelled, No, slow down. The next moment, the car surged forward, accelerating over the smooth surface of the waves, until the entire support van, trailing rainbow special effects, soared into the air above the sea. Watching the seagulls they overtook through the open windows, Stark took a deep breath. At least things haven't gotten completely out of hand yet. Then the car reached the peak of its smooth arc, and under Johnny's terrified gaze, plunged straight down toward the surface of the ocean. Midair, Charlot, tongue lolling out, rested his elbow on the window and spun the steering wheel one-handed. Yet, aside from offering the other three a shred of psychological comfort, it did absolutely nothing because in the next instant, the car plunged headlong into the sea. Water rushed in through all four windows. A bored-looking orca, curious about the commotion, peered in with tiny eyes and, blowing a stream of seawater, offered the four of them a whimsical welcome. The car, swaying like a drunken man, burst out from the surface of the sea once more, and by now, A lively saltwater fish was flopping about inside Stark's shirt. The only small comfort was that, at last, his hair was no longer in total disarray. Everything ahead of the car scattered to avoid them, while inside the violently rocking vehicle, buffeted by the waves, Stark's face had turned a ghastly shade of green. After yet another sudden, unpredictable swerve, Charlotte steered the car straight toward a passing aircraft carrier. Riding the crest of a wave, the entire car soared through the air, trailing a rainbow behind it, before vanishing beneath the sea before the stunned eyes of a sailor on deck. With a screech of the brakes, Stark gulped down a mouthful of seawater, finally releasing the fish in his arms, and reached over to close the window. As everyone knows, drinking seawater leads to dehydration, but if you just keep drinking it, you can't get any more dehydrated, can you? Chaos had erupted inside the sinking vehicle. Johnny, his eyes leaking water, hurriedly shut the window. The soul fire in his eye sockets flickered as he turned to look at Charlotte. At that moment, Charlotte pulled out a world map, holding it upside down, her face a picture of bewilderment as she studied it. Where are we now? Why can't I see the road? The car began to sink slowly toward the bottom of the sea. Watching the water rise up to his chest and a bony fish leap onto his head, Johnny's voice trembled as he stammered, "Help." Before anyone could react, the vehicle lurched sharply, spinning 90 degrees so its nose pointed up at the surface. In an instant, seawater submerged the two men in the back seat. Stark's eyes widened in panic as he pounded frantically on Charlotte's seat. "Whatever," Charlotte declared, her face the only part of her still above the water, punctuating her words with a boozy hiccup. "Let's just keep driving and see where we end up." With a cheerful leap, the car shot out of the water and came to a sudden halt 100 meters above the sea. Stark, who had been holding his breath, quickly opened the window he'd just closed a moment ago. A torrent of seawater poured from the car back into the ocean. With faint pink hellfire still flickering on his face, Stark unclipped his seatbelt, poked his head out of the watery interior, and gasped for breath. Beside him, Johnny sat motionless with an octopus sprawled across his face. He looked for all the world as though he were dead. Meanwhile, Charlotte craned her neck, peering into the sky, trying to spot stars beyond the blue daylight in hopes of finding her way home. But her efforts were doomed from the start. It was Stark, pale as a ghost, who, after a careful look at the sun's position, pointed in a certain direction and said, "We should go this way." At this moment, Stark had no time to wonder why this cursed demon bus was hovering in midair. All he wanted was for this ordeal to end, so he could hurry back to New York and see Pepper again. "Roger that," Charlotte replied, exhaling a whiff of boozy fire as she spoke. In the very next instant, the entire car plummeted from the sky, landing with a tremendous splash on the surface of the sea. Flames of every color shot out from the tailpipe as the car spun in place in a full 360-degree drift, then darted off at breakneck speed, weaving left and right in the direction Stark had indicated. But the sea was nothing like a smooth road. The rolling waves rose and fell like nature's own speed bumps. Yet the devil car under Charlot's command had never known what it meant to slow down. With the three of them inside, it turned the wild, undulating sea into the most exhilarating roller coaster ride imaginable. All sorts of gleeful shrieks and laughter filled the car, each voice swept up in the thrill of the moment. Mouth agape, Charlot let another rosy bubble drift from his lips. Sitting beside Charlot, Ward, newspaper clutched in hand, shot him a baffled look. But it wasn't the pink bubble that truly surprised Ward. What unsettled him most was how uncharacteristically quiet Charlot had been in the waiting room. Ever since meeting him, Ward had never seen Charlot so eerily silent. That put Ward perpetually on edge, his heart lodged in his throat, half convinced Charlot was brewing some sort of mischief. As the sharp tang of alcohol burst from the bubble, Ward suddenly realized something. He hurriedly popped open his luggage, rummaging through it in a panic. Sure enough, the bottle of vodka he'd packed had vanished without a trace. He turned around in silence, only to see Charlot gazing back at him with a dreamy expression, wordlessly spitting out an empty vodka bottle. Fly a plane. Ward, actually, I can fly a plane too. Damn it. Ward's gut instinct screamed at him. He absolutely could not let Charlot anywhere near the cockpit. Charlot exhaled a boozy breath, then, seeing Ward's wariness, tried to reassure him. "Ward, relax, there's nothing dangerous here. Everything is within my perception. I believe I've told you before, my power is to sense malice, and everyone's malice is different. Some people's malice is faint, like that guy who got stopped at security. He just feels annoyed, wants a vent, maybe fantasizes about punching the guard. But that kind of malice flares up and fades away quickly. They only think about it. They'd never dare actually do it. Others, though, carry a heavier malice, like the security guard who stopped him. The kind would really throw a punch, and their anger could spiral out of control, making things messy. Then, there are those with malice, so deep their hands are stained with blood. See that shifty, hyper-alert fellow over there? He might be a killer. The malice in their hearts is a single, chilling desire to kill you. And then there are some whose malice boils over, whose thoughts are set on indiscriminate terror and destruction, and worse, have already begun to act on those impulses. But don't worry, I haven't sensed anyone like that here. Some people's malice is like that of Bald Sitwell. He always thinks he hides it so well, clever enough to believe I'll never notice. Ward, what about your malice? What form does it take? His hand, rummaging in his backpack for a hangover cure, froze mid-motion. For a brief instant, Ward actually considered whether he should just get rid of Charlotte right then and there. But it was only a fleeting thought. Reason quickly reminded him that he absolutely shouldn't. Ha ha ha! Charlotte, you must be drunk. Ward forced a laugh, trying to brush it off. Charlotte leaned in, his breath heavy with alcohol, and patted Ward on the shoulder. Oh, I caught you. What was going through your mind just now? I was just thinking, Ward stammered, searching for the right words. I have to take you back to New York, and for a long time after that. It'll probably be my job to keep an eye on you, to make sure you don't use your superpowers to break any laws or commit crimes. Just thinking about how much time I'll lose stuck monitoring you instead of being out in the field really ticks me off, makes me want to hit you. As he spoke, Ward brandished his fist in mock bravado, looking for all the world like he really wished he could punch Charlotte. Really? Charlotte asked, skeptical. Really? Ward replied, clenching his fist, almost tempted to prove his point. Ward. Charlotte paused for a couple of seconds, his words slurred with drink, but his tone suddenly sincere. You shouldn't be stressing about whether I'll break the law or not. There's something else you should be worrying about, because my superpower is malice detection. You know, there's a good chance I'll be drafted to monitor you SHIELD agents, to see if any of you are breaking the rules, or worse, harboring ill intentions. That's what you should be worried about. The smile froze on Ward's face. To be honest, it was a real possibility. In a way, people like them, Hydra agents, had nowhere to hide from someone like Charlotte, especially now that Sitwell had already been exposed. Ward let out an awkward chuckle, then grabbed his walkie-talkie. Ada, change today's flight to tomorrow. Don't ask why, just do it. I'm not dying mid-air, that's all. He turned around, only to find that Charlotte had already slumped back in his chair, fast asleep. Ward breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for small mercies. Meanwhile, out on the ocean, not far from New York, a unicorn rescue van hovered above the waves, with Charlotte at the wheel, snoring peacefully. The other 3 passengers, battered and worn, didn't dare disturb him. They waited in patient silence, afraid that even the smallest noise might wake him. At dawn, as the waves washed softly against the shore, a dove glided past the coastline, cooing cheerfully as it flew by. In the corner, a stray cat curled up into a ball, lazily basking in the dim sunlight. Whenever someone passed by, it would lift its head in wary alertness, letting out a low, threatening meow. Dawn was just breaking, and the streets and buildings glowed with a faint, yellowish light. Both sides of the narrow street were lined with all kinds of expensive cars. The misty sky had yet to unleash the heat of summer, so New York's morning remained pleasantly cool. All along the way, only a single jogger kept their distance, making a wide circle around the group of 4. The peaceful riverside, tranquil streets, rows of villas, and across the river, the bustling heart of the financial district. As they continued forward, they passed 2 pigeons that wandered off on their own, indifferent to the world. Here, walking down this street, Charlotte and his companions looked more like a band of misfit tribesmen fallen on hard times. In the affluent Franklin district, they seemed ready to be questioned by the police at any moment. Beneath the leafy canopy, the entire road shimmered with a cool blue hue, scattered with the remnants of last night's uncollected trash. The skyline merged the sea and the city, while the sun hid quietly behind the tall buildings. At times like this, you couldn't help but marvel at the grandeur of the world's greatest city, especially knowing that many of these infrastructures had already stood for 100 years. Across the distant river, you could still make out the faint silhouette of the Brooklyn Bridge. In this steel jungle of a city, it's only through progress that people are divided into the good and the bad. From the quiet city in the distance, a sharp gunshot suddenly rang out, as if announcing, "Good morning, New York." Ordinarily, Charlotte would never stroll the streets of New York's Franklin district like this. He always preferred swinging on webs. Stark, too, found the scenery here monotonous, especially after learning that the average monthly rent for a villa was only $20,000. Setting foot on this familiar ground, what he craved most was a steaming, juicy burger. Of course, all of this depended on one crucial condition, that they remained unseen. Otherwise, the story ahead would be a great deal louder. A waterfall of sleek black hair cascaded from his head to his waist, while his physique grew to a towering 2 meters, robust and imposing. The pure black symbiote receded, revealing a cold, aloof face with a triple chin. He draped himself in a loose-fitting, white cleric's robe. After a moment's hesitation, Charlotte pulled out a workbook and hugged it to his chest, slipped a platinum chain around his neck, and tucked the skull pendant deep inside his clothes. Indeed, he now looked every bit the proud priest from some grand cathedral, glancing back at the 3 companions bundled tightly behind him like refugees. Charlotte suddenly felt the role suited him even more. Watching Charlotte's transformation and his crude disguise, Stark's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Johnny was the first to speak. I don't think we can just walk around Franklin streets like this, especially not down the main road through the wealthy district. I have a feeling they've already called the police on us. If we get questioned, they'll definitely lock us up, especially for my sake. Relax, Charlotte reassured him. Don't forget, I have superpowers. If the police show up, I'll just use my power to strip off their uniforms. That way, they won't be able to prove they're real cops. And we won't get arrested. Stark's lips twitched as he silently sneered to himself. Trickster devil. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Suddenly, the shrill wail of a siren cut through the air as a police cruiser pulled to a slow stop, blocking the street just ahead, the one the 3 of them had to take. After a long moment, a female officer finally managed to untangle herself from her seatbelt, pushed open the door, and with a flourish, hiked up her trousers in front of the 4 of them, trying to look impressive. She leaped heroically from the car, only to trip and sprawl right in front of the open door. Seeing the 4 of them turning silently to leave, the officer hurriedly snatched up her police cap, which was now smudged with dirt, slapped it crookedly on her head, and jogged over, calling out in a loud voice, "NYPD, you 4 stop right there." Charlotte turned and, recognizing the familiar face of Officer Carter, scratched her head in confusion and asked, "Officer, are you talking to us?" Compared to when they'd last met her back in Lakeview, this soft-hearted Officer Carter had put on a little more weight. Her uniform was now a size too small, stretched tight, and making her look even more formidable. Her freckled cheeks and sharp gray eyes, intelligent and wary, were fixed on the 4 of them, as if she fully believed they were up to no good. Her badge made it clear to Charlotte that she'd moved up, no longer just a trainee cop in New York. "Huh, officer? Are you actually talking to us?" Clutching his workbook to his chest, Charlotte absent-mindedly traced a cross in the air, looking at Officer Carter with wide, bewildered eyes. "That's right, I'm talking to you," Officer Carter replied earnestly. "You don't exactly look like the trustworthy type." "Well, if you really are talking to us," Charlotte went on, pointing to each of them in turn, Stark, Ethan, himself, and Johnny, as he introduced. "He's Tony, that's Zola, I'm Cage, and this is Colo. Very nice to meet you." As he spoke, Charlotte reached out his hand to Carter. "Oh, I am Carter. Pleased to meet you all, too." And with that, their hands clasped in a quick handshake. Charlotte carried on with casual small talk. "So, Officer Carter, what do you do for a living?" "Oh, I'm actually a police officer. I just transferred here from Lakeview, New York, not too long ago," Carter answered right away. "Oh, a police officer? Officer Carter, your job must be tough, right?" Sherlock asked in a friendly tone. "Not really," Carter replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. "At first, I worked undercover. I was a mechanic under Big Boss Tang of a biker gang, investigating their secret dealings of Captain America action figures. Unfortunately, before I could really get started, my cover was blown. They tried to use me as leverage against the station and my superiors. Luckily, that day, I got lucky. I managed to slip away in the chaos. Big Boss Tang and his crew tried to flee by car, but all their vehicles broke down halfway, so they were all arrested together. And after that, I became a full-time officer." "What an interesting story," Sherlock nodded in approval. "Poor Family Guy, foiled so badly. He actually got outsmarted by Carter. How could he have trusted Carter to fix his cars?" Carter, still excited, continued. "After I was officially on the force, George assigned me to clean the toilets. My goodness, who would have thought the NYPD's plumbing was such a mess? I just pressed the flush button, and the whole station's bathrooms exploded. And to make it worse, the chief was in there at the time. I swear, I called into the bathroom several times before I started working. If I hadn't heard his scream, I wouldn't have known he was in there. Then sewage started flooding out, drowning the temporary jail and the records room in the basement. Heavens, no one wanted to go down and let those poor prisoners out, even though they were wailing. In the end, I was the one who went. Sadly, that time, I didn't get any praise from the chief." Sherlock patted Carter's shoulder and offered comfort. "Don't be upset, Officer Carter. We think you did a great job." Johnny, who had recently been arrested, swallowed nervously and nodded in agreement. With cheeks puffed out, Carter summed up, "So now, I've been sent out on patrol by myself. They treat me like a fool, a jinx with terrible luck. No one wants me in their squad. Officer Carter, that's simply not fair. Trust me, everyone at the station must like you. George, Hank, Andrew. I'm friend with all of them, too. Sherlock tugged at his mismatched monk's robe, swayed the thick platinum chain around his neck to show off the dangling Jesus skull, then pretended to study his workbook with exaggerated seriousness, puffing out his chest and raising his chin as if in a trance. Obviously, I'm a priest. Carter paused, sizing Sherlock up and down uncertainly, and replied a bit awkwardly. Sorry, it's really not that obvious, Cage. Father, I always thought you were a rapper. You know, the kind who slurps noodles, carries a gun, dresses flamboyantly, flaunts wealth, and drops motherf in every line. And those three with you, they're like your shady little gang members, lurking in the shadows. As she spoke, Carter tilted her police cap to one side, opened and closed her mouth, waving her hands in the air. She threw herself into an imitation of a rapper, twisting her body to an awkward, exaggerated rhythm, humming a tune that was as offbeat as it was bizarre. How could you think that? Sherlock's expression turned stern. I'm a well-known priest around these parts. Everyone within miles knows me. Even you police officers often come to the church, just like you, to confess in the booth with me. You're all the Lord's lost sheep, needing someone to listen to your troubles. Take George, for example. George often complains that he has no luck with women, gets bullied by criminals, and even his colleagues spreading rumors that he's a sissy who likes to wear thongs. Oh my God, Carter exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, I think that's just slander, but who can say what the truth really is? As for Hank, he says not a single girl ever liked him. His childhood dream was to become Victoria's Secret angel, but when he grew up, he realized men can't be that. So he wanted to be a princess, but sadly, even that dream was crushed. Wow, Carter gasped, covering her mouth in shock. And then there's Andrew. He says nobody cares about him. No one even remembers who he is. Poor Andrew, Carter murmured sadly, despite having no idea who Andrew was. They all come to my confessional and just burst into tears. But as soon as they leave, not one of them will ever admit it. You know how it is. Their sky-high pride and their utter inability to express themselves. Especially George. He only knows how to show he cares by criticizing others with that stern voice of his. If he ever hurts you with harsh words, he doesn't mean it that way. But I'll apologize on his behalf in advance. Oh, Carter clutched her heart, beaming with delight at the revelation that all those scoldings from George, morning till night, were actually his way of showing he cared. Of course, Sherlock wasn't exactly lying to her. Those criticisms really were George's way of expressing concern in his own peculiar fashion. Though George and his friends had the oddest ways of showing it, Carter decided she could forgive them. What about Yolan? I might be working with him soon. Did he ever say anything in the confessional? Carter asked, curiosity piqued. Yolan? Never heard of him. The unfamiliar name made Sherlock pause for a moment. He only knew a handful of police officers, and this Yolan was someone he'd never even met. That's true. Carter's trust deepened even more. Yulan is Chinese. He doesn't believe in God. Watching Carter, who was now almost completely convinced, Sherlock decided it was time to turn up the persuasion. So, listen to the priest. Go have a good heart-to-heart with your sheriff. I'm sure you'll get a lot out of it. Remember, the sterner and angrier he seems, the more he cares about you. That's just his way. He was born like that. He can't express himself. Sherlock curled his lips into a confident smile. Sometimes a beating means affection, a scolding is love, and the deepest feelings are shown with a kick. As long as you feel its care, then that's what it is. Carter's eyes lit up, still flecked with dirt from her tumble. She turned, ready to leave, but suddenly remembered something and looked back at Sherlock. Oh, by the way, Father Kevin, could you show me your identification? Sherlock blinked, thinking to himself, so stubborn. Of course. Carter, you're a truly diligent worker. But, patting her pockets and tossing her long hair, Sherlock said with feigned regret, I'm sorry, but I never carry anything from the secular world while I'm on my missions. That way, both my body and soul remain pure, like I'm channeling Jesus himself. As for these three, I just saved them. They were homeless folks eating trash. They don't have any identification, either. Stark pursed his lips in obvious displeasure. Carter's brow furrowed, and she shot Sherlock a look full of suspicion and scrutiny. After a moment's hesitation, she said, This won't do, Father Cage. I can't allow unknown dangers to appear on the streets I patrol, even if this isn't actually my beat. But still, you all just look way too suspicious. With that, Carter's expression turned grave and determined. Mimicking Hank, she swung her right hand, tried to rest it on her sidearm for extra authority. Only, her dramatic gesture came up empty. Damn it, Carter cursed under her breath. She awkwardly patted her waist, then, flustered, jammed her hand onto her hip. Suddenly, she remembered she'd unholstered her gun and left it on the passenger seat for the seatbelt. Feeling exposed, Carter glared at the four of them, hesitated, then shoved her left hand up her sleeve, pretending she was holding a gun. Freeze! Hands in the air. Unfortunately, no one played along. Oh my God, Ethan muttered softly. She honestly looks like a lunatic. More like an idiot, Star commented, deadpan. Clearing his throat, Sherlock raised his hands to go along with her. Easy, Officer Carter, remember, we're friends, aren't we? Friends? We're friends. Carter pointed her index finger at Sherlock, her expression all seriousness, eyes wary, as if she was ready to shoot with a sharp pew at any moment. Do you remember my name? Sherlock offered a friendly smile. Kevin. Carter hesitated for 2 seconds, then replied, uncertain. That's absolutely right. Sherlock snapped his fingers with a grin. Exactly. You remember my name. How can we not be friends? Well, that makes sense. We're friends. Carter lowered her gun, her face shifting again as she said, no, even if we're friends, you still need to show your identification. Oh. Sherlock's gaze swept over Carter, then flicked to the police car not far off. He said, with all due respect, Officer Carter, I'm more than happy to cooperate. But it seems you didn't bring your scanner or your radio. Otherwise, we could simply give you our ID numbers. Patting herself down, Carter admitted awkwardly. Sorry, I'll go get them right away. With those words, Carter turned and hurried off toward the patrol car. At that very instant, Sherlock and the 3 vagrants spun around and took off running. The sudden commotion made Carter halt in her tracks, a sly, we're up to something look flashing across her face. She spun around, swinging her arms as she broke into a run after the 4. Ah, I caught you. Don't even think about running. Stop right there. I'm fast. You can't outrun me. I'm a police officer. You're not allowed to run. No, wait, slow down. I can't keep up. Panting heavily, Carter finally realized something. She turned back, tongue out, and dashed for her police car. Inside the cruiser, Sherlock flicked his silky black hair, a devilish grin on his lips. The engine roared to life. With a graceful drift, the car slipped past the flustered Officer Carter. From the window, Sherlock saluted her, hand poised at his brow. The car picked up speed, flying forward under Carter's furious gaze. How dare you? Her palm pressed against the window, long, smooth hair streaming out into the wind, casting a dreamlike veil over the entire vehicle. He really dared. More than dared. Carter's eyes went wide as she yelled. No. Father Cage, you can't. Hands braced on her knees, she was out of breath from running. Watching the police car fade into the distance, all she felt was despair. Heavens, this was her first time driving this old car. And rumor had it, this was once George's ride. George must have loved this car, if he found out she'd lost it. She clutched her head in dismay. Her first patrol, her first time getting lost, and she had to run into something like this. Even more absurd, she had left all her equipment behind on the car. Her pistol, radio, phone, and everything else. I once had a job, but then it was set free. Carter could only watch helplessly as her police car came to a stop in the distance, while the other 3 ragged vagrants got into her police car one after another. Johnny, who slid into the front passenger seat, quickly gathered up the equipment lying there and casually stuffed it all into the storage compartment. In the back seat, Stark and Ethan dutifully fastened their seat belts. Stark couldn't help but complain. I thought I'd never have to sit in your car again. Being in there always made me feel like disaster was just around the corner. And stealing a police car in New York? That's a dumb idea. Still, I'm pretty sure the NYPD officers are even dumber. Seat tights. The police car roared to life, launching forward and leaving Carter coughing in a cloud of exhaust as she tried to catch up. Watching her police car speed away, Officer Carter pounded the ground in frustration. Damn it, nothing was going right today. The police car wound its way through the narrow streets of Brooklyn, and before long, it was racing up onto the Brooklyn Bridge. As the clock hands spun ever faster, more cars and people began to fill the streets. Although Charlot hadn't turned on the siren, the speeding police car was already conspicuous enough, especially with Charlot's long, flowing hair streaming out the open window. His hair danced on the wind, flickering like tendrils just outside Stark's window. Charlot shook his 3-chinned, aloof head, making his locks shimmer and ripple, smooth as water, drifting like mist. With one hand, he spun the wheel, sending the police car leaping off the Brooklyn Bridge and onto the streets of Manhattan. Suddenly, the whole city burst into noise and life. Poor Carter hadn't even managed to contact her superiors yet. She'd probably forgotten her colleagues' phone numbers, and, once again, forgotten the emergency line, so none of the officers even knew her police car had been stolen. So, when the car stopped at an intersection and the police radio inside crackled to life, It wasn't an alert about their theft. It was a call for backup in a high-speed chase. Charlot's eyes gleamed. With a practice motion, he flicked on the police lights, stomped on the gas, and the engine shrieked as the siren blared. The police car didn't bother with the traffic lights. Charlot shot out from the line of cars, surging forward at breakneck speed. He drifted with elegance and precision, slipping past roaring vehicles to join the chase. Charlot favored his usual tactic, driving against traffic. Inside the car, the three passengers were perfectly calm. After all the terrifying swims they'd survived at sea, a sober Charlot behind the wheel was nothing out of the ordinary. Dodging a pedestrian who had been sent flying by another car, Charlot surged forward at breakneck speed, successfully reaching the battlefield. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to your favorite live car chase show. I must say, you all are up bright and early today. Open your windows and take a breath of fresh air. Perhaps this heart-pounding chase is unfolding right outside your window. With so few cars on the road, today's high-speed pursuit will depend even more on the driver's skills and equipment. And here comes the first police car to reach the scene. Our old friend, George Stacy. As the chief of police in New York, he's got a storied history with car chases. Being swept off his feet by a princess is just one of his many claims to fame. As his speed gradually increased, George maintained a steady pursuit, his expression silent as he listened to the radio in his car. He gently turned the steering wheel, preparing to accelerate and attempt a pit maneuver on his target. Sure enough, the media helicopter overhead immediately shrieked out a thrilling commentary, vividly describing not only George's move, but also the police trap waiting just ahead. With a sudden twist of the wheel, the suspect's car drifted skillfully, not only evading George's pit, but spinning around to head back in the opposite direction. I knew it. After several probing attempts, George's heart sank. This maniac clearly had the live chase broadcast on too. No wonder he'd been driving as if he had X-ray vision. George cursed under his breath. Damn media! At that very moment, Charlotte, also tuned into both the live show and the police radio, spun her wheel and shot past a bewildered Hank at lightning speed. Hank, clutching his radio, stared in disbelief at Charlotte's license plate, then shouted into the radio to warn everyone. Be careful, everyone. Be careful. Carter's here. You're sure it's Carter? The police chief, barely settled in his office chair at the start of his shift, jolted upright. He grabbed his radio and bellowed. Get her. Right now. Immediately. Bring her back. She'll destroy all of Manhattan. Attention, everyone. And now, our second contender from the police force, our second challenger, has entered the scene. There's a certain infectious energy in the way American commentators narrate, a passion that sweeps you up and sends your blood racing. In contrast, Charlotte, driving one-handed, looked completely unfazed, her movements lazy and careless. George, seeing the Dodge Challenger charging toward him, was momentarily taken aback. This was a car that had accompanied him through countless chases. Unlike the battered Chevrolet that was now just a skeleton of metal, this Challenger had been refurbished and upgraded, making it every bit as capable as a sports car, and even more durable. It was, incidentally, the same car he had entrusted to Officer Carter just this very morning. I never expected to meet it on the battlefield so soon, fighting side by side. Well done, Carter! With a sharp spin of the steering wheel, George dodged the oncoming Challenger. He drifted with practiced ease, the world spinning around him, but his vision gradually slowed and steadied. The smile at the corner of his lips slowly froze on his face. In the police car, Sherlock shook his heavy chin, coolly nodding at George. That expression seemed to say, Relax, leave the rest to me. As the drift ended, George's eyes widened, his face flushing red. No way. Who the hell is this? Damn, homeless, rapper my squad car. Why on earth are they in my police car? Shifting gears, clutch gas. George's hands moved like lightning, his gaze now 100 times more focused than before, gritting his teeth as he chased after Sherlock. Up above, the media helicopter hadn't realized what was happening yet, the commentator's voice brimming with excitement. According to the information we have, the driver of that Dodge Challenger is none other than the NYPD's newest recruit, Carter Brown. As a rookie, just starting her career, her very first mission saw her single-handedly capture the entire street racing gang. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to that. She took down the whole gang. I always thought it was just a rumor, until today, when I witnessed her skills firsthand. The Dodge Challenger, she's still accelerating. Kicking up clouds of dust from the road, Sherlock switched on the hazard lights, his car rocketing toward the Chevrolet sports car ahead. He tapped the rear quarter panel of the sports car with a deft nudge, and with a cold smirk, watched as the car nearly lost control and flipped. Johnny, sitting beside him, calmly remarked, Based on my years of death-defying motorcycle experience, what you want is to nudge the rear of the car ahead, make it lose traction, and start a fishtail. Then keep the pressure on. If its center of gravity is high enough, it'll start rolling, maybe even flip over a few times. From the back seat, Stark refused to be outdone. Sports cars usually have a low center of gravity, and this one's performance isn't anything special. Look there. After all those modifications, the car's aerodynamics are off. I'd bet anything, after swapping out the engine, they never recalibrated the stability control or safety systems. A bunch of show-offs who don't know what they're doing. Just hit him about 3/4 down the rear, make him lose his inside braking balance, and his electronic stability system will do the rest. He'll lose control. Sherlock's eyes glinted with sharp calculation, his gaze landing far ahead on the road. A police cruiser parked in wait, officers readying a spike strip and a slick patch of water on the pavement not far from the police. A complete plan took shape in Charlotte's mind. She floored the accelerator, pushing the sports car from behind, ramming it forward and charging straight toward the police spike strip. But as she noticed the car in front quietly pop open its trunk, Charlotte frowned slightly. Well done, Carter. I knew you could pull this off. Let those damned live-streaming reporters witness the might of the NYPD. Let them see for themselves the destruction you're capable of, Carter Brown. Back at the precinct, the chief was cheering with excitement. Those damned reporters and the media had almost turned the high-speed chase into a public spectacle, casting cops and criminals as two rival teams. Every time a criminal slipped through their fingers, the audience would gleefully cheer, completely caught up in the thrill. Where did that leave the dignity of the police? On the video feed, George was speeding up from behind, returning to the fray. He grabbed the radio and shouted, "Damn it, son of a... That's not Carter in the car. Tell me, what did you do to Carter?" "Not Carter? How is that possible?" The chief, glued to the chase on screen, snatched up his radio and shouted in disbelief. He stared at the long hair flying outside the car window, his mind full of confusion. If it's not Carter, what? Is it some long-haired male driver? Just then, Yolan burst through the chief's office door. "We have a situation. Carter just took a cab back. She said her squad car, her service pistol, and her badge were all stolen. Right now, she has no idea where any of them are. Oh, and she can't pay the cab fare. Her wallet was left in the squad car, too." The chief's face turned as dark as the bottom of a burnt pot. Glaring at the challenger chasing down the criminals on screen, he flew into a rage, grabbed the radio, and hurled it at Yolan, roaring, "Mother, why didn't she just lose herself, too? Why doesn't she just drop dead? Damn Carter. What a jinx." This time, the whole NYPD and her gonna lose face together. Yolan deftly caught the incoming radio, forcing a grin as he said, "Don't be so upset, Chief. Anger's bad for your health. After all, it's not entirely Officer Carter's fault. Those criminals are just too cunning." After a few deep breaths, the chief sat down, his face still cold. "Which criminals? Who are they? And where's Carter now?" Word is, it's some rap Jesus leading 3 homeless disciples. As for Carter, she's in the restroom at the moment. Says it's the safest place. Bastards. The chief, beside himself with rage, slammed his fist on the desk. Somehow, it worked. A twitch at the corner of his mouth, and the anger ebbed just a little. He fixed Yolan with a dark look and spoke in a menacing tone. "Get the word out to Central Dispatch. Mobilize every squad car we have. We have to find those bastards. Make them pay." As he spoke, his left hand grabbed the pen holder on his desk and hurled it violently to the floor. A bottle of vodka exploded against the passenger side windshield where Johnny sat. Watching the black guy in the back pull out yet another bottle of vodka from the trunk, Sherlock couldn't help but curl his lips into a grin and said, "Oh, so we're moving into the item-throwing round of the game now. Johnny, check if we have anything we can toss back." Another vodka bottle shattered right before Sherlock's eyes. He flicked on the windshield wipers, sweeping away the shards of glass and the splattered liquor. Johnny rummaged through the glove compartment, eventually pulling out an open pack of sanitary pads and handing it to Sherlock's outstretched hand. "This is what we've got." Sherlock rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You expect me to use these to soak up the booze? Johnny, we need something we can actually throw at them." With that, Sherlock tossed the pack of pads out the window. The opened package burst, and one pad after another unfurled in the wind. Caught up in the rushing draft of the speeding cars, they soared high into the air, only to be slapped down again by the oncoming breeze. One after another, they slapped right onto George's windshield. Maybe George never knew what aubergine purple was before, but right now his face looked exactly that shade. To hell with this item-throwing game. He was itching to pull his pistol and unload a full clip in the squad car up ahead. Yet another bottle of vodka came flying, striking Sherlock's dodge right on the wipers with pinpoint accuracy. The windshield stood firm, but the poor wipers were out of commission, forced to sit helplessly as liquor and glass fragments strutted across the glass. "Nice try, kid. That's bulletproof glass. Even a handgun might not get through. Bottles? Don't make me laugh. In retaliation, Sherlock rammed the front of his car into the rear of the sports car, only to be bombarded by several more bottles of vodka smashing against his windshield. These guys must be bootleggers. Who keeps this much vodka in their car? Johnny, where's my weapon? Sherlock snapped. Johnny sighed. As a contracted demon, he thought Sherlock was still being way too conservative. There aren't really any weapons in the car, but why not enchant a sanitary pad with hellfire and launch it at them? I bet that would work wonders. Sherlock shot Johnny a look and said, Brilliant idea, Johnny. I'm sure you'd make the finest ghostwriter. Hellfire sanitary pads? Genius. Absolute genius. But to use magic against a few ordinary people? No way, absolutely not. Fairness. Fairness. That's what I, Jason, value above all else. With that, Charlotte once again slammed the front of her car into the rear of the sport car ahead, pushing it straight toward the spike strip the police had laid out. In the car ahead, Xiao He threw open the hood. At last, with nowhere left to run, he revealed his true intentions, a vicious sneer twisting his face as he lit a homemade Molotov cocktail with his lighter and hurled it toward the police car. They were far too close for anyone to dodge. In an instant, blue flames erupted across the police car, a rolling wave of fire igniting all the spilled alcohol and setting the entire front of the vehicle ablaze. The scorching heat quickly engulfed the police car, transforming it into a blazing inferno. It looked as if the ghost rider himself was behind the wheel. It was admittedly a clever move, but he had chosen the wrong opponents. The smug expression on Xiao He's face gradually froze. Through the flames licking at the windshield, he could see that none of the people inside the car showed the panic he had expected. Even as the police car burned, it stayed firmly in control. It was as if the flames were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Charlotte and Johnny remained as calm as ever, nonchalantly ramming the sports car forward. The burning alcohol trickled from the Dodge's hood into the sports car ahead. Before Xiao He could even register the danger, the sports car jerked violently. The front tires had been shredded by the spike strip. The battered car immediately lost control. Xiao He could only watch as a flicker of flame leapt before his eyes, then, in the blink of an eye, plunged into a pile of vodka bottles. Perhaps that wouldn't have mattered. After all, vodka bottles are made of glass and shouldn't easily catch fire, making it relatively safe. But among them was the Molotov cocktail he'd just assembled. The runaway sports car skidded out of control on the slick surface and began to roll forward. With a thunderous bang inside the car, a torrent of fire erupted from the open trunk. Before everyone's eyes, the car pulled off a spectacular, alcohol-fueled explosion and blast of acceleration. Then, the entire sports car shot up into the air, flames trailing behind it, finally breaking free of Charlotte's relentless pursuit, spinning away like a top into the distance. Even with its tires shredded and the fugitive's car sent flying, the Dodge Challenger police car, still wreathed in flames, showed no signs of stopping. It pressed on, relentless. Above, media helicopters captured the breathtaking chase. From the live broadcast van on the ground, the host shouted, "My goodness, what an absolutely thrilling clash between these titans. This is even more exhilarating than any of the previous chases." But it looks like, once again, the contest is about to end in a victory for the police. Of course, I hope Carter is unharmed, and I sincerely wish for the safety of everyone in the fugitive's vehicle. Blazing police cars, explosive alcohol-fueled accelerations, a wild high-speed pursuit between multiple vehicles. This is the very definition of heart-pounding excitement. Moreover, the criminals had no idea that just up ahead, the police had set up an inescapable net, waiting for them to walk right into the trap. Little did they expect, however, that the real challenge was Carter, and they never even got past him. It seems today's show might be coming to an end. Thank you all for tuning in, and we hope to see you next time. But why hasn't Carter, the hero of the police force, slowed down his blazing Dodge patrol car? And why are all the other squad cars doing the same, refusing to stop? Isn't anyone going to check on how the criminals are doing? I feel like there might still be a chance to save them. Or could it be that Carter's patrol car is out of control too? It looks like we're in for a little bonus scene. Not only did Charlotte refuse to slow down, but none of the police vehicles did either. George, especially, was glued to Charlotte's tail, his car window still sporting that defiant sanitary pad, but his Chevy charging on with unstoppable force. He pulled up diagonally behind Charlotte, just waiting to execute a textbook pit maneuver on her crippled, tireless inferno of a car. Flames continued to consume the vehicle, and the heat inside grew ever more unbearable. Though Charlotte didn't want to mention it, her wind-blown hair streaming out the window had caught fire as well, the flames racing toward her head. With a sharp turn of the wheel, she deftly dodged George's pit attempt. At the same time, she swatted away the fire from her hair and gunned the car down a hidden alleyway, weaving through the narrow lanes until she burst onto another street. With a dramatic skid, the blazing patrol car spun out behind Hank's utterly bewildered vehicle, dousing it in a spray of flaming liquor before surging ahead once more. New York was George's home turf, but it was Charlotte's domain too. Not to mention, every night she swung through these streets on webs, and by day, she zipped around as an underground delivery driver with a lead foot. Coupled with her razor-sharp memory, Charlotte knew every twist and turn of the city's roads like the back of her hand. And, let's be honest, a burning police car was simply impossible to ignore. Everyone, be they human or otherwise, screamed and scrambled out of Charlotte's way, clearing a path for her blazing ride. With a hearse-like drift, Charlotte brought the flaming patrol car to a stop right next to a gas station. She leapt out, flung open the back door, and hauled the nearly roasted Stark and Ethan to safety. A quick share gave the two a much-needed boost, restoring their strength. Waving Johnny over, Charlotte darted with them into the shadows, hidden from the circling helicopter, and sprinted towards her chosen target. There it was, a wild BMW X6, abandoned but still at the pump. She tossed Stark and Ethan into the back seat, waved off the panicked gas station workers rushing in with fire extinguishers, and, with a flick of the wrist, removed the gas nozzle and sealed the tank. Sliding into the driver's seat, Charlotte floored it. The car shot out like a rocket. At this moment, after losing sight of their target for a while, both the police helicopter and the media helicopter in the sky spotted a very suspicious vehicle. My God! The host, who had witnessed everything, clutched his head and cried out in a shrill voice. The story isn't over yet. The police car that defeated the criminals isn't a police car at all. They're actually another group of criminals. So, has the story ended? No, this is just the beginning. They've abandoned the police Dodge Challenger, which they took at gunpoint, and are now driving a BMW X6. Naturally, the police have also noticed their movements, and George is already in pursuit. Tony, do you have any constructive suggestions? For example, where do you think we should go? Charlotte asked, speaking up as she drove. Where to? Shouldn't the great Lord Devil have his own plan? If you ask me, your purpose for bringing us to New York was crystal clear. And don't forget, I'm just a kidnapped prisoner. A prisoner, not your tour guide in New York. Having just barely escaped being roasted alive, Stark was seething with resentment, especially after realizing that Charlotte hadn't meant to save him. She had almost forgotten about him altogether. What a joke. Forgotten? How could anyone forget Tony Stark? Wherever he went, he was always the center of attention. A plan? Of course I have a plan, but I doubt you'll like this little disguise operation of mine, Charlotte replied, flashing a false smile. A thought flickered across her mind as she began to channel the power of their contract, letting her magic lend the three of them a bit more aid. They noticed the hellfire quietly igniting on their bodies, suffusing them with a faint pink glow. Yes, just like three nauseating baby rats. For a moment, all three of them were at a loss, feeling the constant surge of power brewing within them. It was only then that they realized, after signing the contract, that they could actually borrow strength directly from Charlotte. Ever curious about magic, Stark was the first to experiment. In his view, magic was simply another form of energy, and spells were merely another branch of science. Fields mankind had yet to fully explore or understand. If it exists, then magic should naturally be something that could be unraveled. But can magic really be deciphered? Of course it can, because at its core, magic is the power to make your wishes come true. As long as you believe you can break it, magic will grant your wish. Just a friendly reminder, Charlotte said, her smile now tinged with malice. She no longer looked like a disheveled Jesus, but more like a temptress inciting mischief. Oh, right, that's exactly what she was. This is merely a disguise plan, not a warning or a threat. You know how inner demons always. Ah! Stark's agonized scream echoed from the train car. Pink flames spread rapidly, and his ragged vagrant clothes were swiftly transformed by the enchantment. His skin, touched by magic, took on a delicate, radiant sheen. He flailed his arms desperately, trying to extinguish the magical fire, but his efforts were in vain. If anything, the enchanted flames only burned fiercer. Amid a swirl of pink fire, a voluminous pink dress settled over Stark's muscular frame. His hands were now gloved in white lace, his legs clad in sheer, glassy stockings, and his feet squeezed into a pair of adorable pink ballet shoes. Atop his head, a bunny girl hair clip perched jauntily, while a rosy bow was tied at the back of his head. Long false lashes were fixed to his eyes, and a pink wig clung tight to his scalp. Even after being enchanted by the hellfire, Stark was still unmistakably Stark, a fact that was either a stroke of luck or a cruel twist of fate. Even the wild, scruffy beard on his face remained stubbornly intact. The disguise was in its own way flawless. With makeup caked thick and colors blindingly bright, Stark was now so flamboyantly outrageous that even Pepper would have trouble recognizing him. Help! Turn it off! Get off me! Please get it off! Make it stop! Somebody help! Save me! Ethan tipped his head back, eyes wide in shock as he backed away from Stark, trying not to retch. His voice trembled with fear. Oh my swan! Stark's face was flushed crimson as he struggled, teeth gritted, tugging furiously at the enchanted dress. Oh God! He had no idea just how nauseating he looked, a grotesque and oddly dainty sort of hideousness. Johnny stood frozen, pink hellfire flickering in his hands. He was a master at controlling hellfire. He'd been about to enchant himself as well, hoping to regain his human form. But the sight of Stark's predicament sent a shudder through him. He quickly abandoned the tempting thought, shaking the hellfire from his hand as if flinging off a venomous insect. If he ever showed up in front of Roxanne dressed like that, he'd probably send himself straight to hell. Stay calm. Tony, I know you're freaking out, but hang in there. Charlotte, still driving, try to reassure him. Every power has its price. The price of the inner demon is that alongside great power, you also have to face the devils inside your own heart. Overcome it. Tony, I know you can do it. Still, Charlotte was deeply relieved that he hadn't completed the full enchantment on himself earlier. Watching Stark's misery now, he felt entirely justified in continuing to play up his own inner demon persona. Damn it, don't just stand there making snide remarks. Stark had never been so rattled. Not even when he first learned there was an electromagnet in his chest and that he'd have to spend the rest of his life tethered to a battery. Hurry, get it out of my body now. Charlotte spun the wheels sharply, dodging the blockade of 5 police cars with ease. With 2 seamless drifts, she left George far behind, slipping away unnoticed by using the buildings as cover and almost shaking off both the media helicopter and the police chopper. Only then did she flash a mischievous grin and say, Tony, don't make it sound so suggestive. This power came from me, but you can control it yourself. Focus, Tony, you need to rely on your own heart. The heart demon is a force that comes from within. Charlotte swore. She absolutely wasn't just making fun of Tony. If I stepped in, sure, I could help. But the moment I closed my hand, every stitch of clothing you're wearing would explode into scraps. Unless you don't mind sitting naked next to Ethan, Charlotte's face glowed with a wicked smile. Now that's funny, and it really is hilarious. Damn it. Tony slammed a fist onto Charlotte's seat, shutting his eyes and forcing himself to calm down. Heart. To hell with the heart. Game over. Power outage. No water. My phone's about to die. Posting this first. Posting now. I'll fix the typos later. Accelerate, brake, drift. If you have a middle-aged mage in your car, your driving style has to be nothing short of spectacular. Charlotte, fully focused while evading pursuit, temporarily forgot about Stark in the back seat, who was meditating, regaining his composure, and slowly becoming decently dressed again, ready for what came next. The New York chief had already revised the capture plan several times, with every precinct giving their all to help. But every time, Charlotte seemed to anticipate their moves, darting straight for the weakest link in their plans. After a series of coordinated manhunts and adjustments, they finally forced Charlotte onto a wide one-way street. With an S-shaped maneuver, Charlotte dodged George's collision attempt, slipped past 2 compact cars ahead, and finally hid beside a massive truck. Watching George approach, Charlotte's lips curled in a sly, wordless smile. She began a game of cat and mouse with George, weaving around the truck. The truck driver's scalp tingled, so furious he nearly broke his horn, but in the end, he had no choice but to slow down. Of course, Charlotte couldn't slow down with him. She knew the police were busy setting up a roadblock up ahead, waiting for her with painstaking preparation. The longer she dragged things out, the more the situation turned against her. So Charlotte floored the gas pedal again. With a thunderous roar, the car shot forward. The car slipped flawlessly into the emergency lane, picking up even more speed. In a matter of seconds, she left George far in the dust once more. The car swerved toward the ramp at the fork in the road. Although the emergency lane appeared empty, Charlotte knew all along it was a trap. A police ambush had been carefully prepared there. So, with a sharp turn of the wheel, she merged into the congested traffic instead. It was a reluctant choice, and the drop in speed gave the police their chance. As Charlotte kept weaving through cars, a private vehicle suddenly veered into her path, slamming hard against her car. The BMW collided with it inevitably. The violent jolt of the crash, the deafening impact, made Charlotte frown. The shock sent a tremor through Charlotte's left hand, which had been resting on the window. This private car had hidden itself remarkably well, and the way it rammed her, it was probably a spur-of-the-moment decision by its driver. The 2 vehicles raced side by side. Through the window, Charlotte caught sight of an unfamiliar off-duty police officer. He shot her a provocative look, eyebrows raised. He even looked a bit like the main character from Fast and Furious. One had to admit, his driving skills were impressive. Taking advantage of the chaos, 6 police cruisers at the ramp closed in around Charlotte. The doors of Brian's car and the BMW scraped together with a screech of grinding metal as he spun the wheel, trying to flip Charlotte's car over. Charlotte tapped the brakes. Instantly, the side mirror was sheared off by Brian's car with a harsh clang, and the BMW nearly rolled over. She fought to steady the car, but the rear end slammed into another private vehicle, which had to brake hard. Cars behind them began to crash in a chain reaction, the pile-up creating a perfect barrier that blocked George and his team from giving chase. Of course, that emergency braking had another benefit. Charlotte managed to dodge another police car, trying to box her in from the side. Accelerating, Charlotte rammed the front of her car into the rear corner of the police cruiser that was closing in. The police car shook violently, lost control, and crashed into Brian's vehicle, then flipped into the flower bed at the roadside. Seizing the moment, Charlotte floored the gas, overtook another police car in Brian's private vehicle, and shot ahead of them. She slammed into a police cruiser that tried to cut her off. The car in front shook from the impact. Its driver was clearly not as skilled, and the hit sent him into panic. In the confusion, the police car sideswiped another squad car. Charlotte jerked the wheel in a zigzag, but the car skidded into the curb. The brutal collision was almost too much for Stark, but a sudden surge of warmth inside helped him adapt. Finally, he snapped back to himself, homeless armor activated. Charlotte, meanwhile, was already accelerating, pulling ahead, and trying to widen the gap from the pursuing police cars. But above, the police helicopter's spotlight remained fixed on her. Inside the live-streamed car chase channel, the host shouted at the top of his lungs. Once again, he's broken through the blockade again and made it to Queens. Towering skyscrapers, bustling streets, narrowing lanes, conditions that make setting up roadblocks all the easier. How much longer could his miracle last? My God, unless he managed to shake off the police helicopters, this fleeting victory was destined to slip away soon. Come to think of it, his car must be almost out of gas by now. The host had it exactly right. Charlotte was running low on fuel. Unless they wanted to turn into a Peppa Pig sightseeing bus under everyone's watchful gaze, they'd have to come up with a new plan. Charlotte's first idea for making the cops lose their trail was the subway, but his proposal to disguise the 3 of them as beefy American soldiers was quickly shot down. The second plan was Charlotte's BMW headed straight for its target, smashing through the parking barrier and racing toward the underground exit of a large shopping mall's parking lot. In doing so, the helicopters all lost sight of them at once. Only the host's voice, raised in astonishment, echoed on. Charlotte's BMW scraped along the parking garage walls, dodging a few cars pulling out, the harsh metallic screech echoing like grinding teeth. He pressed on, finally coming to a halt at the lowest level of the underground market. As soon as Charlotte entered, several police cars barreled in after him and blocked every exit of the shopping mall. More patrol cars involved in the chase were speeding and fast. Unbuckling his seatbelt, he leapt from the car. The windshield was a spiderweb of cracks, and, as he climbed out, he brushed shards of glass from his clothes. Stark, who had also climbed out, glanced around at the sea of cars filling the underground lot, and couldn't help but quip. Give me a little time, and I could build us a flying machine right here to take us to the moon. But I don't think we have much time now. So what's your plan? Just grab a machete and fight our way out? Of course not, Charlotte replied with a mysterious grin, pointing to a manhole cover ahead. Everything is going according to plan, Tony. With that, Charlotte motioned for the others to follow, confidently leading them into a concealed staff passage. A few quick turns, and they arrived at a heavy drainage door. Casually, Charlotte popped the broken lock and pushed the door open. They descended the emergency stairs, making their way down to where the subway and the underground drainage system met. Glancing over the rusted train tracks, Charlotte stretched and loosened up. Once inside, he was truly in his element. Apart from Dr. Connors, probably no one knew this place better than Charlotte. Of course, he had no intention of leading them to Connors' most secret laboratory. This detour was simply a way to shake off the relentless police pursuit. By now, the police had stormed into the underground parking lot and had already found the BMW that Charlotte had abandoned. But they made a critical error in judgment, believing that the goal of Sherlock and his group was to take the elevator, blend into the crowds upstairs, change their clothes, and sneak into the New York subway. They never imagined that Sherlock's real intention had always been to go down, not up. Their mobilized search operation was doomed to come up empty from the very beginning. Following in Sherlock's footsteps, Stark grew more and more certain of his earlier suspicions. Sherlock's destination from the start had been New York. Or rather, this devil had always been a New Yorker through and through. And the fact that he had gone to such great lengths traveling all the way to Afghanistan to save him, at least prove that the two had met before. Of course, it was still possible that this devil had been the one to kidnap him in the first place, but based on what he'd learned lately, that seemed highly unlikely. Wading through filthy water, they pressed on. The stench of the sewers was truly unbearable, but fortunately, Stark hadn't spent much time anywhere normal lately anyway. Trailing Sherlock as he led them through twist after twist in the sewers, they finally arrived at the base of a drainage outlet. "This is it," Sherlock announced. As he spoke, the black, viscous substance covering Sherlock's body writhed, and in an instant, he shot upward like some creature with tentacles, swiftly scaling to the top and lifting the manhole cover above. With a leap, he emerged onto the street. This spot was several blocks away from the supermarket they'd just left. The police were still pouring into the area, determined to catch Sherlock and his group of troublemakers. Casting a quick glance at the media helicopters overhead, Sherlock waved to the others, beckoning them up from below. It was almost as if a wizard were summoning 3 vagrants from the darkness. Having had enough of being hunted, Stark finally spoke up. "If you're willing to trust me, I know a good place to hide. I promise it's very well concealed." "That will be perfect, Tony. Otherwise, we're going to be stuck down here with the homeless for a long time." "What wonderful news that would be," Sherlock replied with a wry grin. Stark rolled his eyes. "How do you devils even survive in New York? Do you squeeze into the sewers with the rats?" Feeling the sting of contempt, Johnny looked a bit embarrassed and said, "Actually, I have a reporter friend." Stark let out a cold laugh, glanced at the media helicopters overhead, then looked at the 3 of them, their appearance rather bedraggled, and replied with biting sarcasm. "Wow, a reporter friend? That's just great. Wonderful. A reporter. She's my girlfriend, or at least, I think she still is," Johnny added awkwardly. For some reason, an awkward silence fell over the group. "Girlfriend?" Stark muttered, eyes widening slightly, as the image of Pepper, her face serious, flitted across his mind. "I have a new girlfriend every day," Stark said dryly. Then, his tone shifted and he could barely hide his eagerness. "All right, enough with the talking. Let's hurry up and carry out my plan together. That place, the police will never find us there." He had barely finished speaking when a police car slowly pulled up ahead of the alley. The window rolled down, revealing Officer Carter's head. Wearing sunglasses, Carter called out loudly, "Excuse me, do you know how to get to the nearest Woodbury Mall? This area is just so big. I think I'm a little lost." Her gaze landed on Charlo and the others, and she froze in shock. Tearing off her sunglasses, she exclaimed, "It's you." No. The chief told me the suspects were cornered in Woodbury Mall, and told me to go assist." Suspicious, she studied the 4 of them and asked, "It's you, isn't it?" "No." Charlo replied without hesitation. If the chief already said the suspects were trapped in Woodbury Mall, then how could it possibly be us? Carter nodded in agreement. "That's true. That makes perfect sense." She struggled out of her seatbelt and stepped out of the police car, heading toward Charlo and the others in the alley. "Even if it's not you, could you take out your ID card for me to check? It's just part of my job, Sheriff George's orders. Stop anyone who seems suspicious, and check their ID cards." "Fine," Charlo said helplessly, reaching into his pocket and handing Carter a wallet. "Here you go, officer. My ID card's inside." As they spoke, Charlo subtly switched places with Carter. Fiddling with the clasp on the wallet, Carter said with a hint of nostalgia, "What a coincidence, Father Cage. I have the exact same wallet. I mean, mine's just as hard to open as this one." With her cheeks puffed out, Carter tugged hard, and sure enough, the wallet popped open just as she remembered. But, clutching a driver's license with her own photo on it, Carter's mind went blank. She stared at Charlo in disbelief. "Father Cage? Wait, is it you in the photo?" Charlo glanced at the ID card with Carter's name on it and nodded solemnly. "That's right, it's me. See, I was a lot skinnier back then." Carter silently rummaged through the wallet's contents. She even found her receipt from this morning's bread purchase, a little habit she had for keeping track of her expenses. Looking up at Charlo, her face flushed with anger, she let out a furious shout. "You jerk! How dare you trick me? Look, there's a handsome guy streaking over there." Charlo cried, pointing behind her in faint alarm. But Carter didn't fall for it. "This time, you're not fooling me." After seeing through Charlotte's trick, Carter's hand snapped to her waist, only to freeze in place. Oh no, the gun was still left in the car. In her gaze, Charlotte and the other 3 charged straight for her police car, with Charlotte diving forward. His burly, heavy body seemed to liquefy, sliding nimbly through her car window. The 3 homeless men, too, climbed smoothly into her police car as if they'd done it 100 times. Slumping down onto the ground, Carter reached out in despair, face contorted in misery as she tried in vain to stop the police car from leaving. A mournful theme seemed to underscore her misfortune. Poor Carter, she hadn't even had time to warm the seat of her own cruiser. A police pistol tumbled from her pocket, striking the ground with a sharp, metallic crack. Staring down in disbelief at the gun, Carter scrambled to snatch it up, flicked off the safety, and jumped to her feet, shouting at her own police car. "Don't run, or I'll shoot." But the only reply was the car's engine roaring even faster as it sped away. Gritting her teeth, Carter ultimately didn't pull the trigger. To her, Father Cage and the others were only stealing the car. They hadn't actually hurt anyone. She couldn't justify firing at them, even if it meant she might lose the job she loved. Her face set in frustration. Carter broke into a run, channeling all her anger into her pistol. With a sudden heave, she hurled the police gun at the squad car, disappearing down the alley. But the car had vanished before she could even throw. Instead, the gun arced through the air, and by sheer chance struck an innocent passerby who turned to look back at the fleeing car. Thunk! The pistol hit the man squarely on the forehead with uncanny accuracy. Carter flinched at the sight, glancing about in panic, instinctively wanting to flee, but there was nowhere to run. The passerby clutched his forehead in pain, and the battered gun clattered to the ground with a crisp metallic ring. In an instant, the gun discharged, sending a bullet into the support pole of a shabby old billboard. The next moment, the billboard came crashing down like a giant fly swatter, landing hard on the dazed man, still holding his head in confusion. "Oh my God!" Realizing what she'd done, Carter rushed to the man's side, tugging desperately at his legs where they stuck out from beneath the sign. All she managed to pull off were his shoes and socks, revealing a pair of purpled calves and feet. Scratching at the man's purple soles, Carter tentatively greeted him, trying to reassure him she was still there. "Don't worry, my friend. I'll call for backup and get someone to help you. And this time, I didn't forget my radio." But the man, unconscious, had no reply. Yet, deep down inside, he felt the corpse was strangely warm. "Hello, is this the chief?" "Carter?" The chief's voice carried a mix of concern, anxiety, and a fair share of uncertainty. "Did you get yourself into trouble again?" "Chief, I think I found Father Cage and the others. They just stole my patrol car and drove off again." "Impossible. That's absolutely impossible." Wiping cold sweat from his brow, the chief insisted. "We've cornered them at the Woodbury Mall. There's no way they could escape." "You're right, Chief." Carter sounded as if he'd been persuaded. "Maybe I just ran into 4 identical sets of twins." Carter's agreement made the chief hesitate. "Of course, we can't completely rule out the possibility that they've already escaped. I mean, it's highly unlikely. I just can't figure out how they could have pulled it off. When you saw those suspects again, the ones who looked so much alike, did you have any exchange that could confirm their identity?" Carter thought for a moment and replied, "Father Cage gave my wallet back to me with my ID and shopping receipts still inside. Does that count?" "Oh, my God. There's actually another handsome guy streaking." Chief, I'm going to arrest him right now." "Wait, Carter, hold on." A wallet and an ID were more than enough to prove the point. Yes, the suspect had slipped right out of the police dragnet without anyone noticing, while the police were still foolishly conducting a sweep of Woodbury Mall. He could already imagine tomorrow's flood of colorful complaint letters, and all for nothing. Grinding his teeth, the New York chief felt a surge of frustration. He immediately called George, and just as the call connected, Carter's voice came crackling again over the radio. "Freeze right there. You dashing exhibitionist, you're under arrest for disturbing the peace." Click, click, click. On both ends, the chief with his radio, and George on the phone, there was stunned silence. Both their phones rang at the same time. Opening the message, the first photo they saw was of the naked man, pinned to the ground. The chief could only cover his forehead in exasperation. He could feel his blood pressure skyrocketing. "I can't let this walking disaster, Carter, keep wrecking the NYPD. I have to get her. Pull the man." George's sudden scream from the phone cut through, so jarring it threw the chief's thoughts off track. "Pull the man? What purple man?" He picked up his phone to look at the next 2 photos, one a close-up of a body part, the other showing a pair of legs trapped under a billboard. "Purple man?" The chief's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Carter, I knew the NYPD couldn't do without you. You truly are a lucky star." "George, you're here too?" Carter's voice crackled with excitement over the radio. "Stay put. Don't move. Be careful, Carter. Where did you spot the purple man?" "He's an extremely dangerous fugitive," George quickly warned him. "Fugitive?" Carter's voice brimmed with confusion. "I was actually trying to get him out of there." "Oh no. Blast it. I failed. I only managed to rescue his pants." After a brief moment of silence for the purple man, George spoke again. "Carter, tell me where you are. We'll alert the relevant departments to send backup right away." "All right." Carter nodded, then draped the purple man's pants over the exposed legs of the flasher at his feet, asking kindly, "Sir, do you know where we are right now?" One after another, police cars began to pull away from the perimeter of the Woodbury shopping center, trying to track down Carter's once again missing patrol car. The media helicopters, noticing the unusual police movements, quickly realized that the target of the chase had managed to escape. After hours of searching, the abandoned patrol car was finally found parked right at the police station's entrance. To the chief, this felt like a deliberate insult, an outrageous humiliation. But then, with a smile, he praised Carter for his excellent work. First, capturing the elusive purple man hiding in New York, then rescuing a missing boy who had been drugged, and finally leading the police to clues that resulted in the arrest of a vicious serial killer. Around the same time, Stark led everyone to a place he described as extremely well hidden, his own villa. This wasn't Stark's usual home, not the seaside mansion in California, nor the lavish apartment in Stark Tower. Still, he often came here, and he especially loved the big bed, so soft and comfortable. Excellent. Sherlock clapped his hands and declared, "From now on, this will be the filming base for Hydra Asylum. Hyperactive Robert Downey Jr., you did a fantastic job." "Who's there?" At that moment, a startled woman's voice drifted down from the upper floor of the villa. "Who's talking?" "Tony." "Damn it." Stark cursed under his breath, then craned his neck upward and called, "You're hearing things? There's no one here." Wearing a sharp business outfit, Pepper Potts, Virginia Pepper Potts, cautiously peeked her head out from the second floor, scanning the situation below. She clutched a vase brimming with fresh flowers and dewdrops, ready to put up a fierce fight if anything seemed amiss. Stark tilted his head back and looked upward as well. The dazzling crystal chandelier above Pepper nearly made it impossible for him to keep his eyes open. Every little speck of dust in his vision seemed to shimmer, beautiful and radiant. Instead, the light shone directly on Stark's face, making it crystal clear to Pepper, though she still needed a few moments to truly recognize him. That familiar voice from downstairs had even made her wonder if this was all just an illusion. "Oh my God, Tony, is that really you?" Pepper couldn't help but cover her mouth in shock, gazing down at the vagabond below in disbelief. The vase she had been holding slipped from her grasp, streaking through the air in a blur, and Stark, his nerves on edge, dodged it just in time, breaking into a cold sweat as it shattered at his feet. "Hey, careful there, of course it's me," Stark protested, pointing at the broken vase by his feet. "I'm docking that from your paycheck, you know." Wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes, Pepper turned and rushed down the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time. She hurried straight to Stark, her voice trembling with relief. "You're all right, Tony, you're really all right. This is just wonderful. Oh God, you're not hurt, are you? I saw your signal in that video, the one that said you weren't in danger, but thank God, you're really back. This is such a blessing." "Well, maybe you should thank the devil while you're at it," Stark said with a sly grin, trying to lighten the moment with a joke that may or may not have been true. He spread his arms wide, waiting for the hug he hoped Pepper would give him. But Pepper's attention was caught by something else. She reached out and tugged at the ragged hobo's outfit hanging from Stark's chest, pulling at his mismatched sleeves, then looked at the war-torn pants and the mud-streaked face, the pitch-black boots at his feet. Stark looked as though he'd stepped out of a parallel universe. And there was the smell, a pungent odor Stark had grown used to, but which made Pepper wrinkle her nose in concern. "Tony, why are you dressed like this? Why do you look like this? If I didn't know your voice and face so well, I'd have thought you were someone else. You're filthy, and you smell terrible." Stark replied, a little embarrassed. He frowned and sniffed his own wrist, then quickly recoiled in disgust. "Looks like, Pepper, you'll need to find me some clean clothes. And I'd really like a hot, juicy burger." He wanted to say more, but just then, someone appeared right in front of them, so close their faces nearly touched, eyes wide with curiosity, staring at the two of them without blinking. "Oh," Pepper gasped at the sudden appearance of Charlotte, turning to Stark for an explanation. "And this is who?" As she spoke, Pepper eyed Charlotte's white clerical robe with a puzzled look. "This is," Stark's eyes darted, and he raised his voice a notch as he said, "It's what they pulled me out of Afghanistan in, I think." Charlotte nodded and explained, "That's right. We're from S.H.I.E.L.D., the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. It's a council tasked with handling international security, and we specialize in dealing with all sorts of unusual incidents. Safeguarding the world has always been our top priority, and Hydra is our fated enemy. I am the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury." Stark couldn't help glancing sideways at Charlotte. Not having the faintest clue who Nick Fury was, he simply continued, "That's right, they're the enemies of Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents." "All right then," Pepper replied, clearly uninterested in all these details. "Let me get you a change of clothes first. You all look like you could use a shower. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., thank you for bringing Tony back. Hang on, Pepper, seeing you." Stark's mind stuttered. The warmth that had flooded his heart vanished as quickly as it came. He still couldn't find the words, so he changed tack. "I hope you won't tell anyone I'm back. No one at all. These S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are investigating my disappearance, trying to find out who betrayed me. That person is very likely connected to Hydra. All right, Tony. Pepper nodded quickly, sensing the gravity of the situation, then double-checked. No one at all? Not even Rhodey? That's right, not even him. Stark glanced around the empty room, then at Ethan a little further away and Charlotte standing close by. He rubbed his fingers absently and added, "Oh, and Pepper, I'll need your help sneaking out a lot of things for me. A whole lot of things." One foot stepped out of the airport doors, and Charlotte, backpack slung over his shoulder, waved excitedly toward Ben. Some time ago, Charlotte had told Ben that he was an expert in searching for Stark, and that he'd been recruited by the government to go to Afghanistan in search of Stark's whereabouts. Though Aunt May had criticized him, and Ben had questioned him thoroughly. In the end, Coulson had to appear on a video call, looking awkward as both elders grilled him. He repeatedly confirmed his identity, and even brought George and Smith onto the call to vouch for him before the two finally believed. Of course, Ben had also sent Coulson an official email of complaint, asking him to forward it to his superiors. By then, Charlotte was already in Afghanistan, and Ben, wanting to help, could do nothing from so far away. After that, Charlotte would send him texts and photos from time to time, sharing scenes from his daily life abroad. He told Ben and May that life in Afghanistan wasn't all that bad. Though, of course, he told Ben and May that life in Afghanistan wasn't as terrible as they might imagine, but it wasn't exactly great either. The first challenge was the absence of video game consoles and the fickle, unreliable internet. Then there was the daily monotony, the dullness that seeped into everything. Sometimes he'd find himself riding in a helicopter, soaring above the endless, sun-bleached stretches of yellow earth, filming villages that war had left in ruins. Of course, during rare moments of leisure, he managed to visit a few local landmarks. But in truth, the endless, tedious flights in the chopper made up the bulk of his time there. After all, he'd only come to Afghanistan to look for Tony Stark. With a grin, Charlo flung his arms wide and gave Uncle Ben a big, heartfelt hug, saying, "People always have bright hopes for unfamiliar, intriguing places." After living in New York for so long, Afghanistan really did have its own unique flavor. Of course, it's the sort of place best suited for a brief stay, just a handful of days. With a gentle, fatherly smile, Ben hugged him back and patted him on the shoulder, leading Charlo toward his somewhat battered old car. The way Ben greeted him, it was as if he were welcoming home his own son after a long business trip. In this world, there was never a younger brother. Ben had always treated Charlo as his own child. "Ben, come on. Take me out for a welcome-home dinner." The FBI and the U.S. military gave me a pretty generous travel allowance and salary this time. "I want to treat you and Aunt May to a great meal." Ben chuckled and nodded, replying, "Nicely done, Parker. But I still have to say, that was really dangerous. I know you've always been exceptional, wanting to shoulder some of this family's burdens, and you've truly done it. But, Charlo, you're still a kid. I think what you need most is to focus on your studies." The welcome-home dinner had to be postponed. Charlo could never have guessed that the very first bad thing awaiting him upon his return to New York was Ben dropping him straight off at school. Standing at the school gate, so strange, yet so familiar, Charlo's expression was especially forlorn. After being hustled out of the car, he accepted the backpack Ben had already prepared for him and watched as Ben drove off in a hurry. In his mind, a stampede of wild thoughts raged. Casting one last, helpless glance at the school, Charlo sighed and muttered, "Well, I'm here anyway." He slung the backpack onto his shoulders, dragging his feet as he trudged toward the entrance. "Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Good afternoon, Mr. Miller. Good afternoon, Mr. Rodriguez. Good afternoon, Ms. Jones." As he walked inside, the hallway buzzed with the familiar chorus of daily greetings. Charlo joined in, half-heartedly raising his hand and exchanging tired hellos with the teachers he passed. Relying on memory, he made his way to the door of a classroom and peeked inside. It was fortunate he brought him here just in time. Charlotte suspected he'd planned it all along. At this moment, the first class of the afternoon hadn't fully started yet. A teacher sat at the front by the lectern, and the individual desks were already filled with classmates whose faces Charlotte found comfortably familiar. Gwen wore a black and white jacket, absently twirling a pen in her fingers as she puzzled over the dinner menu in front of her. MJ, dressed in a white hoodie with the hood pulled over her head, lay slumped across her desk as if completely lifeless. Harry leaned casually against his desk, laughing and chatting with another girl. Jessica, Felicia, Betty, Ned, Tom, and of course, not to be forgotten, the tide caller, Yuanhua. "Charlotte," a startled cry rang out behind him. Francie threw an arm around Charlotte's neck from behind, her face beaming as she eagerly asked, "Where have you been lately? Why haven't I seen you around? You know what? I made a fortune during the Lizardman super crisis. Oh my god. Though, I ended up losing it all. but I've been dying to tell you about it. Only I couldn't find you. The commotion at the door quickly caught the attention of the students inside. Gwen was the first to stand up, poking her head out with surprise and delight as she called out, "Charlotte, you're back." Charlotte raised a hand to block the smooth dome of Jessica's forehead, stopping her from barreling into him, and shrugged off Francie's arm from his shoulders. It was then he noticed all eyes in the classroom were now fixed squarely on him, making him feel deeply out of place. This feeling, it was just like the thrill of stepping onto a dance floor. Charlotte wiggled forward theatrically and said, "Hey, how's it going, dear classmates? I'm back because I heard we're getting another break soon." Gwen sat down, rolling her eyes despite herself. Of course, she knew exactly what Charlotte had been up to. The two of them were often in touch. Just as everyone knew Dr. Lizard was actually Connors, Gwen was convinced Charlotte had some kind of fortune-telling superpower. He must have predicted Tony Stark's kidnapping, and sure enough, he'd been taken by the authorities to help search for Tony Stark. At least, that was Gwen's own analysis. Over the past weeks, she'd received more than one message from Charlotte complaining about how boring Afghanistan was. As a good friend who cared about him, she'd kindly shared her study materials with him, hoping to alleviate his boredom. Truly, it was all study material, loads and loads of university courses. And just like before, the daily grind of their high school lessons. With all that study to keep him company, she was sure Charlotte's strange adventure in Afghanistan was anything but dull. "Charlotte, where's your friend, Spider-Man? I haven't seen any news about him in ages." Jessica Jones, my employer, blinked innocently as she asked the question. "Charlo, you know Spider-Man? How come you've never mentioned that before?" Francie, ever persistent, slung her arm over my shoulder. All these years, she'd always considered herself my best friend, the kind who could really keep up with me. Spider-Man. Harry, my closest friend, walked over with a grin and, without a moment's hesitation, socked me playfully in the chest. "Looks like you're okay, bro. I thought the U.S. soldiers had hauled you off to the army to work as a camp follower. Man, it's good to see you made it back safe." "Shut your filthy mouth, Harry." I patted my own chest, wearing an expression of pride. What I did was actually pretty cool. Harry rolled his eyes, quick to burst my bubble. "I know, but being treated like a human bloodhound doesn't sound cool to me at all." I replied with righteous indignation. "Please, refer to me as a human radar. That's high-tech." Our gazes crackled with mock electricity as we locked eyes, and then Harry stepped forward and gave me a friendly hug, laughing. "Welcome back, Charlo. Damn, what's that smell on you? How long has it been since you had shower?" Gwen, I really wouldn't recommend giving him a hug right now. Gwen, sitting in her chair, blushed and retorted, "Who's even thinking of hugging him, Harry? You're the only one doing that. Honestly, I wish you two could see how fired up you look right now." I pushed Harry away with one hand, brushing off my clothes in exaggerated disgust as his eyes widened. "Give me some space, you big goof." All this commotion finally woke MJ, who'd been napping. She lifted her head, caught sight of me not far away, and mumbled, "Fantastic. I must still be dreaming." Then, thoroughly pleased, she flopped back down onto her desk. "All right, ladies and gentlemen, back to your seats, please. The test is about to begin. You'll have plenty of time to welcome Mr. Parker back after class, but during the exam test." The teacher hadn't even finished before I cut in, my voice full of disbelief. I blinked, swallowing hard and putting on a pained expression. "Respected Mr. Miller, would you believe me if I said I'd walked into the wrong classroom? Ahem, my name is Peter Parker, and I'm actually a reporter here to investigate whether our teachers are abusing students. Sorry for the interruption. Please carry on." With that, I turned and tried to make a quick exit. "Mr. Charlo Parker, unless you want your test score this year to be a failing grade." Powerless, Charlotte dragged herself back to her seat, slumping in her chair, just like MJ, utterly spent. Felicia, with her light ash-blonde hair and cool, pale blue eyes, wore a form-fitting black sweater. Her long legs were crossed beneath the desk, and she rested her chin in her hand, her gaze indifferent. Charlotte's return didn't interest her in the least. At the neighboring desk, Felicia's close friend, Jessica, leaned over, a playful grin on her face as she whispered, "Felicia, don't you think there's something different about Charlotte?" "Different?" Felicia's voice was tinged with a trace of icy indifference. She rarely bothered herself with the childish affairs of her classmates. "You mean she's gotten more talkative?" Felicia said dryly. "No." Jessica craned her neck, leaning in close to Felicia's ear, and whispered conspiratorially, "I mean, she looks more handsome now, or maybe she just seems a lot more confident." A soft chuckle escaped Felicia's lips. The image of the timid, nearly invisible bookworm flashed through her mind. Compared to Charlotte now, well, there was something different. But in Felicia's eyes, Charlotte just seemed more childish than ever. With a hint of coldness, Felicia replied, "All I see is that she's gotten noisy." As she spoke, Felicia tilted her chin up, turning her head away with a proud air. In the next instant, her entire body jolted. She nearly fell out her chair. Charlotte was crouched right beside her seat, staring at her intently from up close. "I think I just heard you talking behind my back," Charlotte said. Suddenly, memories resurfaced for Felicia. She finally recalled why Charlotte had become so noisy. It was because she'd spent a long time in Arkham Asylum. "Steve, have you made up your mind?" Nick asked, his single eye fixed on Steve Rogers, his tone grave. "Yes, I have," Steve replied. "I'll trade myself for Tony Stark. I don't want anything to happen to him. He's my old friend's son." Images of Howard Stark flickered through his mind. For Steve, those 70 years of separation felt like no more than a day, blurring the line between dream and reality. With a gentle smile, Steve reminisced about his old friend. "I believe Tony must be a kind, witty, clever, and lovable young man," Steve said sincerely, lost in memory. Nick paused, a look of confusion creasing his brow. "How on earth did you come to that conclusion?" In the Shield gym, Steve sat before a punching bag and let out a sigh. What a strange, unfamiliar word, future. He had only closed his eyes for a moment, but when he opened them again, the world had changed, and he found himself a stranger in a land he no longer knew. Soon after, someone told him, "Captain America, Steve Rogers, you're alive. The war is over. You've come 70 years into the future." It was so absurd, so ridiculous, it felt like the punchline to a clown's joke. Yet, eventually, he had no choice but to accept it. Everything now seemed both familiar and strange, as if he could still glimpse the lingering shadows of what once was. His body remained young, but his soul, shaped by that distant era, felt stubborn and old, like an elderly man refusing to let go. This world was dazzling and bizarre, bursting with vitality, yet darkness still loomed, casting a shadow so vast that it weighed down countless ordinary people beneath it. Just like before, the war had been won, yet Steve felt, deep down, that he was still a failure. All his struggles on the battlefield had been for a single hope, to make this world a better place. He had held fast to the belief that he stood on the side of justice. And now, America was strong, #1 in the world. But soldiers still fell in distant wars, and there were still homeless souls wandering the alleys of New York. Technology raced ahead, reshaping the world with each passing day. Yet those who once stood at the top still towered above, and the only change was that the gulf between them and everyone else had grown wider. And now, it seemed as if this world had no need for him anymore. No need for the old relic who'd clawed his way back from the grave. No need for a hero who once stood for honor, courage, and sacrifice. Was America truly better now? Steve felt it was only that things couldn't get any worse. It was almost laughable. The ones who greeted him upon his awakening weren't Bucky, nor Carter, not Howard, nor any member of the Howling Commandos. Instead, it was the same Red Skull and his Hydra, just as when he'd left. Strangely enough, that was what finally pulled him back from feeling lost and disconnected. Almost like running into an old friend. Even though this Red Skull looked nothing like the Red Skull he remembered, and Hydra seemed nothing like the Hydra of the past. Still, Steve had resolved to face it head-on, to pour all his focus and determination into rescuing Tony Stark, and to confront this so-called Hydra himself. "Captain, I trust your judgment, and I believe you'll defeat Hydra again, just as you have every time before." Nick glanced at the several punching bags that Steve had already broken. Ever since Steve had woken up, he spent most of his time here, as if the world outside were some kind of demon, too intimidating and overwhelming for him to face. But now, with Hydra showing up, the timing was right. It was time for Steve to step out into the sunlight, to truly get to know this new world. After all, how could he hope to fight Hydra if he knew nothing of the world as it was now? Funny thing, Captain, the registration website Hydra mentioned, is already online. Nick's lips twitched in an odd little smile, but he pressed on. "We had our agents chat with the not-so-normal Hydra customer service on their website. He told us to stop bothering him, said he didn't believe we were from S.H.I.E.L.D., and even left a note on the webpage, claiming he wanted to save Tony Stark. Unless Captain America himself shows up to talk, he won't budge." At this, Steve fell silent as well, his expression grave as he turned to Nick and asked, "So, what's a website and what's customer service? And how exactly do you talk to Hydra face-to-face?" These earnest and constructive questions brought a slight smile to the corner of Nick's mouth. You see, Steve is adapting to modern society faster than anyone could have hoped. It seems, after all, that nothing motivates a person like a worthy adversary. "Don't worry, Coulson will teach you everything. I'm sure he'll be more than happy to help." Everything was proceeding smoothly. Originally, Nick had intended to act immediately, to deal a fatal blow to this counterfeit Hydra. But on second thought, perhaps there's value in letting them be for now. This fake Hydra could serve as a perfect training ground for Captain America's return, helping Steve get up to speed. Of course, a thorough investigation was still absolutely necessary. Today I'm taking a sick day. Headaches killing me. My thoughts are all over the place. What, then, counts as a necessary investigation? If you want to look into an organization, the first step is to actually find it. But aside from a lone webpage and some livestream footage, there wasn't a single trace of this Hydra. Almost as if they had never existed at all. Even the real Hydra agents were frustrated, racking their brains for ways to track them down. That is, until, after successfully signing up on the website, several Hydra operatives actually received emails inviting them to a Hydra special training. The emails clearly listed the training's time, date, and location. To Nick, this whole setup felt like child's play, especially since the listed venue for the training was none other than Stark Tower in New York. That only strengthened Nick's conviction that these people were definitely not Hydra. Just a bunch of clueless kidnappers, really. Still, Nick decided to play along, sending his own S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to attend the so-called training, to probe the depths of this Hydra. Who knows, maybe they'd stumble upon something unexpected. And so, in front of Nick now stood several carefully selected agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. These were the special operatives he'd chosen to investigate Hydra. Among them was Ward, who had just dropped Charlotte off, while Coulson and the others were still on their way back to the city. Looking around at a room filled with familiar faces from Hydra, Ward felt a tangle of emotions. Sending undercover Hydra agents embedded in S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate and even infiltrate and knock off Hydra. What a plan. Ward couldn't help but marvel at the sheer audacity of it all. He couldn't help but marvel at just how incredibly clever Nick truly was. And since there were still a few days left before the training began, once Nick had clearly assigned their tasks, he dismissed everyone to prepare on their own. Because before all of that, Captain America would take the lead for them. Steve would go undercover as a hostage, infiltrating Hydra from within to conduct an investigation. So now, Steve was sitting in front of the computer, attempting to sign up for Hydra and establish contact with them. With a loud shout of "Hail Hydra!" from Stark, the registration page sprang to life. Do you want to know the meaning of life? Do you want to truly feel alive? Then what are you waiting for? Sign up and join Hydra now. Hydra, the criminal fashion unique to this era, leading the world's evil trends. The website was filled with bewildering slogans, leaving Steve at a bit of a loss. He slowly tapped out his name on the registration page in his own hesitant, two-fingered style, then glanced at the required fields below. Perhaps he should put soldier, or maybe World War II veteran. But what was he now? An agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or just an unemployed drifter wandering the city? A look of uncertainty crossed Steve's face as he struggled to decide. In the end, he went with something that sounded more impressive. Former captain of the Howling Commandos. Work experience. Home address. Criminal history. Type of conviction. He scribbled and filled in the blanks. Then, after careful consideration, Steve finally clicked the submit button. With the help of a Hydra agent, he was soon directed to the so-called Hydra customer service. After answering a few simple questions correctly, he watched a chat box pop up on the screen. Steve slowly typed, "I am Steve Rogers, Captain America during World War II. I'm here to negotiate with you." Clang, clang, clang. A series of crisp hammering sounds echoed through Stark's luxurious New York mansion, as Stark fixed his steely gaze on the spot where the hammer struck. The hammer swung before him, coming down again and again. Zooming out for a better look. Oh, it turned out Charlo was installing a new bell on Johnny's Harley. Both Johnny and Stark wore rather pained expressions at this sight. Good grief. Was there anything more ridiculous than hammering a bell onto a motorcycle? Earlier, Stark had easily set up the Hydra registration website. With nothing better to do, Charlo had temporarily played the role of customer service, chatting with a few S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who signed up, and then handed the task over to Jarvis to filter and process the responses. All that was left was to quietly wait for the prey to walk right into their trap. And sure enough, a message finally arrived. The familiar name of Steve Rogers immediately caught Jarvis's attention, and he placed it front and center on the computer screen. After receiving the message, Charlotte casually tossed the hammer aside, gave the bike bell a flick, and walked over to the computer with a smile. Watching Steve's words appear on the screen, he typed out a question. "So how are you going to prove you're Captain America?" On the other end, Steve fell into a brief silence before typing back. "Well, how am I supposed to prove I'm Captain America? And how do you prove that you're the Red Skull?" Charlotte picked up his phone and took a selfie with Johnny, whose face was full of confusion, then sent it off to Steve with just a few quick taps. "I'm the Red Skull. Now it's your turn." In the photo, a skull with flames burning in its eyes stared out, dressed in casual clothes. For some reason, Steve thought he could even catch a hint of foolishness in that fiery gaze. The last person Steve had seen before he fell asleep was the Red Skull, but the one he remembered was nothing like this. It was as if someone had peeled off another layer of the Red Skull skin. And compared to Johnny, who looked downright evil and terrifying, even the Red Skull seemed to have grown more refined and handsome in Steve's mind. Steve turned to look at the Hydra agent nearby. With the agent's help, he quickly sent Charlotte a photo through the chat box. In the picture, a still youthful Steve stood with a serious expression, blonde hair neatly combed, his broad shoulders filling out the frame, staring straight into the camera with the steely gaze of someone ready to knock the Red Skull's teeth out. That's right, you really are Captain America. So, are you planning to trade yourself for Tony Stark? Stark couldn't help but lower his head, staring at the man in the photo on the screen, surprise written all over his face as he blurted out. So, Captain America really did crawl out of his coffin? And just how many children did he eat to look that young again? Of course, Steve replied, typing with utmost seriousness. Hydra has been destroyed. Pretending to be them won't get you anything, and kidnapping is illegal. I think you should release Tony Stark immediately. I don't know why you want to trade me for him, but as long as Tony Stark is unharmed, I'll play along with whatever schemes you're plotting. As he waited for Steve to finish his slow, deliberate typing, Charlotte could almost picture the soldier on the other side. Face stern, tapping out each word, a man out of time. Very good, leave your phone number, we'll set up a code word, and someone will contact you to discuss the hostage exchange. Hail Hydra. With that, Charlotte closed the chat window and rubbed his hands together with a smile. Excellent. It seemed his own Hydra was finally on track. Soon, his Hydra captain would be officially online. And behind him, Stark was practically bursting with questions. How did you find out that Captain America has been brought back to life? And is the whole Hydra thing true as well? Charlo rubbed his plump chin, clearly displeased that Stark didn't trust him. I'm an honest and reliable, fair-minded devil, so of course I'm telling you the truth. As for how I know Captain America has returned, well, let's just say that's a little devil's secret. Stark, feeling rather let down, curled his lip. All right then, let's move on to the next topic. A hostage exchange? Are you kidding me? Stark couldn't help but raise his voice. I'm sitting here in my own house. You want me to set myself free, then swap hostages, and after all that, bring me back home? That's just ridiculous. He waved his finger back and forth in frustration. With a sly, cheerful grin, Charlo replied. The man being rescued is Tony Stark, richest man in America. But little Robert Downey, he's still one of Hydra's own. Besides, if we're talking about how to use you in exchange for Captain America, you'll have to discuss that with him yourself. As he spoke, Charlo handed Stark the phone number he'd received. Don't forget the code phrase. You need to seriously consider how to get all this done without blowing your own cover. How should the exchange happen? How can you get Captain America to surrender without a fight? And after that, how will you make it back here? You need to treat yourself as a true member of Hydra. That's crucial. Don't you want to find out the truth about your father? Did you see the list of names on that sign-up page? I'm certain there's a real Hydra agent hiding among them. Charlo's words convinced Stark. He stepped aside, picked up his phone, and asked Jarvis to encrypt his number. After thinking for a moment, he dialed Steve. On the other end, Steve's voice came through, hesitant and unsure. Hello, is this the hyperactive hero, little Robert Downey? Stark couldn't help but roll his eyes at that code name, too exasperated to complain. Still, he answered in code as instructed. Hello, senile old man, little Joseph Robinette Biden. What on earth was the point of all this? He was sure the line was being monitored, and the code phrases were probably hashed out right under the noses of S.H.I.E.L.D., or even Hydra. There was absolutely no secrecy here. To Stark, this was nothing but the devil's twisted sense of humor. Meanwhile, Steve wandered alone down the bustling streets of New York, clutching a temporary smartphone, a device that wasn't even his to begin with. He felt like a monkey freshly dropped into a zoo. Everything around him sparked his curiosity, but he couldn't shake the awkward sense of being completely out of place. Only the call from Hydra in his hand brought him a familiar sense of comfort. Several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were stealthily following Steve, or rather, while monitoring his call, they had also set up surveillance throughout the entire alley. This made the somewhat secluded alley unusually busy. A few actual passers-by looked utterly baffled. When did this place get so crowded? This bustling crowd continued to follow the instructions coming from Stark over the phone, wandering the city with Steve in tow. Keep moving forward, senile old man, don't tell me you've actually got dementia. Oh, of course, not that it's an uncommon illness for a guy in his 90s, but I think it's taken a special liking to you, Stark quipped. Captain America, Steve Rogers, the man who had once been his father's close friend. His father had praised Steve more than once in front of him, saying he wasn't born a hero, nor was he immortal. He was simply stronger, braver, and sharper than most, with a heart of pure gold. An old, worn-out story about an old, worn-out man. His father had sung Captain America's praises to the skies, but in Stark's eyes, Captain America was just a World War II veteran used for political propaganda. Victory in war never comes from just one person. It's the result of the courage of every fighter, every factor. Stark was curious to see if Steve was truly as great as his father had claimed. His fingers danced over the keyboard. In no time, Stark had hacked into Steve's phone, using it as a springboard to sneak into SHELD's network. He casually directed Steve and the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents to crisscross the city, all the while meticulously browsing through SHLD's files. Even though these were only the standard files, they were enough for Stark to glean some useful information. First, there were the foolish weapons projects. Then some uninspiring tech developments. There were also files on superpowered combat, along with a mess of various investigation reports. Among them were investigations on the Lizard, Spider-Man, and Ghost Spider, but even more research focused on the Skrulls, demons, the Purple Man, and others. These, at least, piqued Stark's interest. He copied them effortlessly into his own archive and continued searching for anything that might be linked to Hydra. Soon enough, he found it. Documents on Hydra's defeat at the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. As an organization long since wiped out, S.H.I.E.L.D. took great pride in this, and the information was hardly classified. Even the Paperclip project was not particularly well guarded. OSS, the Office of Strategic Services, was established by order of President Roosevelt. Created to meet the demands of war, it was a strategic intelligence agency formed by the United States during World War II. Its official duties included sabotage, espionage, counterintelligence, and planning and executing covert operations, all with the aim of steering the course of the war. But after the victory and the end of the war, the OSS, which had wielded considerable power during those years, was disbanded and broken up. This led to the creation of what we now know as the CIA, the Central Intelligence Agency, while another faction went deeper underground. This secretive branch was the result of Colonel Chester Phillips inviting Howard, Carter, and others to form the Strategic Scientific Reserve, the predecessor of today's S.H.I.E.L.D. The CIA and S.H.I.E.L.D., you could say they're siblings, born from the same womb. Only, S.H.I.E.L.D. later established a connection with the Security Council, transforming into a special unit dedicated to handling extraordinary incidents. Of course, its original and most important purpose was to eradicate HYDRA, the organization founded by the Red Skull. As for Operation Paperclip, it was masterminded by the OSS, aiming to seize Nazi German technical experts. Before other countries could get to them, the United States orchestrated the mass relocation of these researchers, bringing them to America to serve its interests. They didn't just join various branches of the U.S. military. Many of them also became part of the Strategic Scientific Reserve at that time. This realization made Stark frown, feeling that his father had made a grave mistake. The presence of these Nazi scientists in the U.S. was never much of a secret, yet both the CIA and the Department of Justice consistently refused to disclose the details, deliberately keeping things under wraps. But if you add Hydra into the mix along with those Nazi scientists, Stark was now entirely convinced that Hydra could indeed rise from the ashes within S.H.I.E.L.D. Or perhaps, not just within S.H.I.E.L.D. Those Nazi scientists have been invited into every field and industry across America. Cut off one head, and two more shall take its place. Just the thought was enough to send a chill down the spine. Moreover, records showed that even after joining the U.S., these scientists continued to maintain ties with the Nazi Party. In fact, most of them were suspected war criminals. Yet, for its own strategic interests, the U.S. government chose to bypass the rules and carry out these actions in secret. So what do we do next? Steve's voice came through on the other end of the line, tinged with resignation. Stark had kept him running in circles for hours already. Steve didn't mind, but the agents around him were clearly growing weary and dispirited. Keep going, Captain America. I want to see you charging ahead, just like always. After all, you've always been the gold standard, the hero every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent looks up to. Sigh. Steve let out a weary breath. I don't think I can go any further. ADHD. As he spoke, his gaze drifted over the railing, his brows furrowing as he stared out at the endless expanse of ocean below. He knew the other party wasn't really paying attention to him at all, just tossing out instructions absent-mindedly. Flicking through some files, Stark raised an eyebrow and tapped quickly on the keyboard. Soon, a red dot representing Steve appeared on the map of New York City, and one by one, surveillance cameras in the area switched on, displaying the surrounding scene. After glancing at Steve's location, Stark asked casually, "So, did you manage to shake off the agents tailing you, soldier?" His fingers danced across the keys, and with a few swift commands, Stark blocked the tracking device on Steve from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s network. "Start running, soldier. Remove the tracker they've put on you and get moving. I need you to lose them for good and come to a place in person. Only then can we meet." Stark smirked slightly. You wouldn't want Tony Stark to get into trouble, would you? With a helpless sigh, Steve put down his phone. Nearby, an agent pressed a hand to his earpiece. As if listening to instructions, while another shot Steve a questioning glance. Clutching his phone tightly, Steve scanned his surroundings. He was certain that, with so many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents around him, Hydra would never agree to meet. After a brief moment of hesitation, Steve's eyes steeled with resolve. Gripping his phone, he broke into a sudden sprint. The agents nearby were caught off guard, momentarily unsure how to react. Should they follow directly? If they did, they'd surely blow their cover. Yet, scattered along the deserted coastline, only the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were present. There wasn't another soul in sight. Several agents were still on their phones, looking stressed as they discussed work. Were they really still undercover? There was no time to dwell on it. Like a startled flock, the agents surged after Steve. Meanwhile, flipping through his files, Stark soon came across something that piqued his interest. He murmured the name on the page under his breath. The Prophet, Charlo Parker, a survivor of the Arkham Asylum attack, briefly controlled by the Purple Man, and reportedly had some contact with Spider-Man. He successfully predicted Captain America's return, Stark's disappearance, and the alien invasion of New York. Unconfirmed prophecies include the coming of Thor and the Purple Man's grand design. According to investigations, he claims to have a danger sense, but it's likely that this ability also comes from his precognition of the future. He was connected to the Lizardman incident, the Dung Demon affair, the Mist event, and the Blackheart Demon case, each one tied to him in some way. Relying on his own abilities, he managed to walk away from all these incidents unscathed. Agent Smith's report stated, Smith believed that tremendous prophetic powers were, in fact, not a true advantage. Instead, they only brought disaster and misfortune to Shero, ensuring turmoil would forever swirl around him. Attached below was a detailed dossier on Shero. And Shero himself, like a phantom, crouched silently just behind Stark, his expression blank, peering at the words on the computer screen alongside him. The computer's glow cast a cold, oily sheen on Shero's arrogant face, his massive frame looming over Stark and swallowing him in shadow. Yet Stark, utterly absorbed, noticed nothing at all. Only Ethan, not far off, trembled uncontrollably. School exams had ended, and even the collective-minded Shero seemed to have switched brains. His interests now turned to expanding and strengthening his own Hydra, determined to restore its former glory. Having just heard his name mentioned, Shero was of course intrigued. Meanwhile, Stark remained oblivious to Shero's presence behind him, idly stroking the neat, crisp beard on his chin. Laying eyes on Shero's photograph again, Stark's memory confirmed it. He did recall this young troublemaker. He recognized Shero as the kid who'd once handed out flyers in front of Stark Tower, loudly claiming his uncle would take Stark down. Especially since, back then, Shero had even slandered him right to his face. Now, after reading the research files, Stark found the truth hard to swallow. But he had to admit, Shero's claims were genuine. ADHD, I've already shaken off S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and removed the tracking device from my body. Now, how should we proceed with our deal? Steve's voice came through the phone once more. He was quick. In just a few moments, all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had lost him. Steve used his agility to dart away, so swift that even the cars couldn't keep up. But Stark felt that, as a World War II old-timer, Steve might still be underestimating SHLD's technology. Stark was certain that S.H.I.E.L.D. was far from simple, and Steve was surely still within their surveillance. That was exactly what Stark wanted, to let the opposition believe they remained in control. And then, what did you say? Rogers is missing. Nick's face darkened, his brows knitted in shock as he stared incredulously at his tech team. One of the technicians wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded, replying, "It sounds wild, but it did happen. The captain ran so fast that by the time our agents reacted, it was already too late. We told the captain beforehand to go all out, that we could handle it, but we didn't expect him to go that far. Moreover, halfway through the mission, all of the tracking devices on the captain stopped working. And even more outrageous, the hammer system, which S.H.I.E.L.D. purchased at great expense, may very well have been hacked as well. We have no effective way to track the captain. Even the phone he took with him has been encrypted a second time. According to the tracking data we managed to obtain, the captain is now somewhere over the Pacific Ocean." Nick's face was dark as thunder. In his mind, he cursed his unreliable subordinates up and down. He didn't have many tech specialists on his team. Most were field agents, trained for tactics rather than technology. The original plan had indeed been for Steve to infiltrate Hydra and investigate. But the actual operation was supposed to be far more complicated than this. He had never expected that a counterfeit Hydra could pull off such a feat so easily. Now, having lost contact with the captain, S.H.I.E.L.D. was suddenly left blind and deaf in this entire operation. That, in itself, was proof of just how formidable the opponent's technical skills were. So, the real reason for kidnapping Stark was worth some serious thought. They were probably after Stark's technology, or perhaps wanted to force Stark to work for them. It was even possible that the person who hacked SHELD systems was Stark himself. A warning bell sounded in his mind. Nick narrowed his eyes, a heavy feeling settling in his chest, and instantly raised the threat level of this Hydra organization. He stood there, his expression shifting between gloom and uncertainty. With things at this stage, there was nothing more they could do. All they could do was wait for Steve to make contact on his own. Under Stark's direction, Steve spent quite some time playing a game of cat and mouse with thin air. While pondering the tracking methods S.H.I.E.L.D. might use, Stark instructed Steve to change clothes and even swipe a new phone. Still, Stark wasn't satisfied. After all, Steve was a S.H.I.E.L.D. operative. There could still be hidden trackers on him. Letting him come here would be far too risky. Why don't I talk to him? Charlotte's voice piped up suddenly in Stark's ear, making him jump. Without comment, Stark simply handed his phone over to Charlotte. Crossing his arms, he let Charlotte take center stage. Charlotte picked up the phone, resting one hand on Stark's shoulder, and greeted the person on the other end with a cheerful, almost mischievous smile. "Hi there, Steve Rogers." Hearing the unfamiliar voice on the line, Steve frowned. After hours of running in circles at Stark's behest, his patience was wearing thin. "Can you release Tony Stark now?" Rogers demanded. "Of course, we can. Well, there's just one final step left." "Mr. Rogers, do you really think we're Hydra?" Charlotte asked with a playful note in her voice. Steve's expression froze for a moment as he recalled the memory of Red Skull. Shaking his head, he said, "A lot of people have told me that Hydra was wiped out by S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, Sherlock narrowed his eyes slightly, a gentle smile on his lips as he replied. "Yes, wiped out. You saw it with your own eyes, didn't you? Red Skull being sucked into the Tesseract, vanishing into another world inside that cosmic cube. You also witnessed, 70 years later, a world at peace, thriving and prosperous, untouched by Red Skull's return from that other world. 70 years have passed. It's easy to convince yourself that Red Skull is dead. If not, surely he would have come back by now, wouldn't he? But is Red Skull really dead? How do you know this? How could you possibly know all this?" I've never told anyone." Steve's heart skipped a beat. He stopped in his tracks in the narrow alley, staring at his phone in disbelief. It was true. He'd caught a fleeting glimpse of another world in the light bursting from the Tesseract. He'd seen with his own eyes the look of utter despair on Red Skull's face as he was pulled inside. And Steve Rogers, Captain America, had felt as if he'd been thrown into another world himself. In this world, everyone told him Red Skull was dead, that Hydra had been destroyed. But deep down, there was always a lingering thought. What if? He'd once believed he had died as well, but reality proved otherwise. He believed Red Skull was gone, too, yet a persistent voice inside told him Red Skull wouldn't die that easily. So, the moment he learned of the existence of this imposter Red Skull and Hydra, he made up his mind to investigate for himself, to test the truth of his suspicions. Steve, everything you see now is what others want you to see. Everything you hear is what others want you to hear. But you still have your own choices, your own judgment. S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. But have you ever considered this possibility? What if we are S.H.I.E.L.D. and you are Hydra? Steve's mind buzzed, a deafening rush overwhelming his thoughts. He immediately shouted, "That's impossible." "You've been deceived, Steve," Sherlock sighed softly. "I'm the real director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. The black guy you met before? He was just a stand-in I left behind. Of course, he has no idea he's just a decoy." Everything he believed, waking up in what he thought was S.H.I.E.L.D., the idea that Hydra was gone, that Red Skull was dead, that Nick Fury was real. Could it all be false? Red Skull, still alive? S.H.I.E.L.D. led by an imposter? Was this possible? Was this some kind of elaborate joke, an international farce? It sounded too fantastical, like something made up on a whim. Steve furrowed his brow, growing more certain in his heart that Charlotte was nothing more than a smooth-talking fraud. With a scowl, he opened his mouth, ready to argue. "Bucky isn't dead," Charlotte replied calmly. The words of anger caught in Steve's throat and stuck there. Charlotte's statement exploded in his mind like a thunderclap, making him forget what he was about to say. He stood rooted to the spot, utterly stunned. Bucky had fallen into the mountains during a mission 70 years ago. Could he really still be alive? Steve's expression was incredulous as he asked, "What did you just say?" "Carter is alive too," Charlotte added. Steve's eyes widened in disbelief. The two people he could never let go of, Peggy and Bucky, were always on his mind. Confusion, excitement, surprise, joy, pain, helplessness. A whirlwind of emotions flickered across Steve's face, until all that remained was a painful glimmer of hope. Is all of this really true? Steve's voice was hoarse as he asked. "Of course it's true," Charlotte answered with a wicked grin. The truth, after all, is often more deceptive than lies. But you may be disappointed. Carter is already old and frail. She discovered that Hydra had infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D., but age has left her powerless to act. As for Bucky, he, like you, was frozen. Though his body is still young, Hydra brainwashed him into the Winter Soldier, a cold-blooded killer who's taken many lives. And then there's Howard. He was also murdered by Hydra. As she spoke, Charlotte glanced at Stark, watching the complex emotions flicker on his face. On the other side, Steve's expression shifted rapidly once more. Though much of what Charlotte said was impossible to verify at this moment, a part of him began to believe her. Bucky Carter. The faces from his memories seemed so close, yet now they drifted further and further away, as if separated by an impenetrable wall. That wall was called time. It divided everything, even causing memories to fade and blur. He still owed Carter a dance he feared he would never be able to fulfill. He had to investigate, to see Carter, to rescue Bucky, and to find whoever killed Howard. Steve's gaze gradually grew resolute, and he muttered under his breath, "Hydra." Of course, Charlotte couldn't see the subtle changes on Steve's face, but she could guess that he was likely taking the bait. Clearing her throat, Charlotte spoke with solemn authority. "As director of S.H.I.E.L.D., I'm assigning you a mission. Infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. and uncover Hydra within it." Even then, Steve could hardly believe what he was hearing. Is it possible? Has S.H.I.E.L.D. really lost all of its own people? "Captain, apart from you, I don't know who else I can trust. You've just woken up, so you're above suspicion. But as for the rest of S.H.I.E.L.D., I can't guarantee that none of them have been compromised. Some may have been brainwashed by Hydra, controlled, or corrupted. I don't even know if my double has a problem, whether he's an honor or not, because at this point, Hydra has infiltrated every corner of S.H.I.E.L.D. So all I can tell you is, don't trust anyone in S.H.I.E.L.D., especially not my double. After that, we'll put on a little show together. As Captain America, you'll once again defeat Hydra and save Tony Stark. Of course, we'll make the heroics even more thrilling this time. Picture it. High-speed chases, super-powered battles, close calls, and a triumphant return. In front of everyone, the villain is vanquished, and the hero returns. Once again, Captain America triumphs over the evil Hydra. At this point, Charlot's tone shifted. But what no one knows is that this is only the beginning, because in this act, Steve, you'll truly discover Hydra's shadow within S.H.I.E.L.D. You'll see Hydra, which has completely embedded itself within S.H.I.E.L.D., and realize that even greater challenges lie ahead. Steve, you can choose not to trust us and keep investigating Hydra from the inside, or you can join forces with the real S.H.I.E.L.D. and play your part in our production. Then, I'll easily be able to show you proof of Hydra's existence, but of course you'll need to sign an actor's contract first. So what will it be? In the end, Steve finally gave in to Charlot's relentless pressure. No, in truth, after a fierce struggle within, a painful confession, and a return from the brink, he chose the path of righteousness, leaving darkness behind and forging ahead on a rocky road to justice. After all, Steve isn't some newborn chick or duckling that imprints on the first creature it sees. And his mother certainly wouldn't be a bald, one-eyed black man who hardly looks the part of good guy. Though Steve never judges by appearances, to be honest, the first time he laid eyes on Nick Fury, he half suspected that Hydra had captured him. Now, looking at things, the difference isn't so great, except that Nick Fury might not be Hydra. In fact, he might not even be Nick Fury at all. Steve had always found the looks S.H.I.E.L.D. agents gave him rather odd, tinged with a subtle hostility. Now, after hearing Charlot's explanation, he couldn't help but feel a sinking certainty in his heart. So that's why they're Hydra. Of course, Steve would never jump to conclusions. He needed to keep moving, keep watching, for true evil can never remain hidden for long. As a gesture of good faith, S.H.I.E.L.D. will first send Tony Stark, whom we rescued, to meet with you. In return, you need to show your sincerity as well. With the phone in hand, Charlot spoke while deep in thought. "Tony Stark, if you're really S.H.I.E.L.D., then why did you kidnap Tony Stark in the first place?" Steve frowned, spotting another inconsistency. "No, the ones who kidnapped Tony Stark were Hydra's lackeys. We were the ones who saved him from Hydra's grasp," Charlot replied without so much as a blink. This was all supposed to be one of Hydra's elaborate performances. They arranged everything themselves, contacting, betraying, and kidnapping Tony Stark. Then, under a different identity, they would rescue Tony Stark, hoping to win his gratitude and friendship. But what Hydra doesn't know is, Tony Stark has been one of us ever since the very beginning. Wait, what? Stark, standing to the side, stared wide-eyed. Was that really the truth? If Hydra was behind his kidnapping, if S.H.I.E.L.D., who came to his rescue, was also Hydra in disguise, and if he'd truly been a member since the very founding of this organization, then maybe, just maybe, it all made sense. But the most important thing is, we rescued Tony Stark from the hands of terrorists. Hearing Charlot's words, Steve fell into deep thought as well. Of course, there was no need to rush things. The first step was to have Steve lay low in New York City, and Charlot offered Steve a hiding place he was most familiar with, the sewers. He assured him there was no need to worry. He'd be meeting Tony Stark very soon to discuss the next steps. Afterward, Charlot gleefully started plotting who would be Captain America's next villainous adversary. Even if it was all just for show, the performance needed to be as convincing as possible. So, a stream of possible villain names floated before Charlot's mind's eye. Iron Man, Tony? Or perhaps Ghost Rider, Johnny? Maybe Polio, Ethan? Or Ghost Spider, Gwen? There was also Venom, Charlot. Black Spider, Charlot. The Lizard, Charlot. Nightmare, Charlot. Hydra Supreme Leader, Charlot. SHILD's Director, Charlot. Nemesis of Justice, Charlot. What to do? The choices were endless, and he was thoroughly torn. Thankfully, this wasn't something he needed to decide right away. It would require a slow, careful plan. Soon, Stark really could be considered for release. All that was left was $100,000. Stark's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Charlot. You actually remembered that? Ahem. Charlotte cleared his throat, wanted to make it clear he wasn't that greedy. To preserve his image, he added, My inner demon, what matters most to its representative is fairness and keeping promises. If you've agreed to something with me, you must see it through, whether you want to give it to me or not. You have to deliver. And of course, you still owe me the answer to a question. Charlotte spoke with deep meaning. I'll be back to ask you again. All right. No problem. No matter what, it was best to agree for now. Even though this was his own home, Stark always felt like he was living under someone else's roof. There were many things he couldn't do, or at least not easily, but all this extra time gave Stark plenty of room to think. Countless genius ideas brewed in his mind. Mark II, Mark III, Mark IV, and the anti-demon Mark I. No rush, no rush. He really wasn't in a hurry, but he was definitely feeling anxious. All right. Charlotte's cold and proud face grew serious as he looked at the three of them. Stark, Nick, and Ethan waited for Charlotte's next devilish command. To celebrate the start of filming tomorrow, let's call it a day. Whatever else needs doing can wait until then. Without another word, Charlotte made his escape. Staying here was boring him to death. After a few steps, a thought struck Charlotte, and he turned back to the three who were exchanging confused glances. Today's Thursday, tomorrow's Friday. How about we take tomorrow off too? Take care of yourselves. If anything comes up, we'll talk about it next Monday. If Rogers asks, just tell him not to rush. We still have some preparations to make. With that, Charlotte quickly left the temporary base, vanishing from sight almost instantly. Charlotte slumped weakly onto the school bus, feeling as though the exam had been a giant monster that devoured every last ounce of his brainpower. The questions hadn't been hard, but the act of sitting there had been pure torture, as if he had been sitting on a bed of nails, unable to get comfortable. Cursed knowledge had once again flooded Charlotte's mind, leaving him in a state of philosophical exhaustion. Catching Gwen's gaze, Charlotte put on a thoughtful expression. He looked every bit the philosopher as he opened his mouth and declared, Gwen, I just realized a profound truth. If people don't eat, they'll die. Gwen rolled her eyes, boarding the bus and sitting down next to Charlotte as she replied, I've noticed that too. Everyone who's ever eaten on schedule has eventually been proven to be dead. Harry raised his eyebrows and added, In that case, I've discovered that whenever I talk to you two, I always end up saying one extra sentence. MJ, looking miserable over her disappointing exam results, chimed in. A 10-year-old girl was 5 years old just 5 years ago. Charlotte blinked in disbelief, shooting his three friends a look of utter disdain. You guys are really something else. All you do is chatter on about pointless things. Not me. I know that filling my belly is what really matters. Tonight, I've got a feast waiting for me at home. Aunt May and Uncle Ben are throwing a welcome dinner for me. Oh, Gwen's eyes lit up, and she swallowed hard. A feast? Can I join too? Just a mention of food made her stomach grumble loudly. Catching Gwen's sparkling gaze, Charlotte glanced over and saw that Harry and MJ had also perked up, their mouths practically watering. A few hours later, those shameless friends all ended up joining the dinner party, coming together to welcome Charlotte home. So, Charlotte decided to treat everyone out of his own pocket, picking a Chinese restaurant. In America, Chinese food is often seen as cheap, but Charlotte didn't take them for fast food. He chose a more upscale place. Before long, several dishes were laid out on the table. Spicy boiled beef, lamb rib casserole with dry bean curd, and each person got a plate of noodles with braised beef and savory sauce. Twisting the noodles around his fork and taking a bite, Charlotte thought the taste was a bit like eating pasta, almost like an Italian meat sauce noodle dish. Except this one was on the sweeter side. After eating so much American fast food, this was strange, but not bad. The food might not have been perfect, but hunger is the best seasoning. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Gwen dove in her favorite little ritual. She picked up a fortune cookie, cracked it open, munched on the crumbs, and read out loud. The fatigue of the day ends with a good dinner. Not bad, huh? To be carefree. That's the true meaning of life, Harry declared, crushing open his own cookie, reading the slip, and shoveling another forkful of noodles into his mouth. MJ, who was watching her figure, only picked at her food. Propping her chin in one hand, she pulled out the fortune from her cookie and read, "Your lucky number is 52. Charlotte, having finished his meal early, had a pile of fortune cookie slips in front of him. Glancing at the others, he casually tossed another cookie in his mouth, pulled out the slip, raised an eyebrow, and read, "Warning, don't eat the paper." A gentle laugh came from Aunt May beside him. Smiling warmly at Charlotte, who'd cleaned his plate, she asked kindly, "Still hungry, Charlotte? I've got your favorite blueberry pie waiting for you in the fridge," she said, giving him a conspiratorial wink. Blueberry pie. Charlotte hadn't even reacted yet, but Gwen's eyes lit up instantly. That night, two figures, both by coincidence, found themselves beneath the same starlit sky. It had been a while, but the once greenhorn ghost spider now swung confidently through the air, moving with practiced ease. She swung nimbly on her web, her figure in the black and white suit soaring gracefully through the sky. With effortless composure, she changed direction as needed, and even had time to glance back now and then to check if Charlotte was keeping up. Compared to Gwen, Charlotte, dressed in casual blue attire, moved with a simpler, more forceful style, using his old model web shooters to stay close on Gwen's heels. In the time Charlotte had been away, Gwen had grown a lot. She defeated villains like the Vulture and the Chameleon on her own, and even had a run-in with Daredevil. She always kept her strength in check, punishing evil without taking lives, and her reputation in New York had improved significantly. Another thing was troubling her lately. She'd begun to notice something off about her former mentor, Morbius. His once sickly pale face was even paler now, and his frailty seemed almost theatrical. Gwen was now secretly investigating this matter. She suspected Morbius's research had gone awry, and that he might have created a monstrous being. Just last night, the Kingpin's New York syndicate suffered a brutal assault by this very creature. Hundreds of gangsters were found, each one drained of every drop of blood. Gwen's father, George, was now leading the investigation. George suspected the Hand was involved, but Gwen didn't agree. Last night, she too had glimpsed a black, shadowy figure gliding through the air. She followed it, watching as it vanished into the Hammertech building. Her instincts told her that all this might be connected to the antidote serum she'd once given to Dr. Morbius. Charlotte's return couldn't have come at a better time. That creature, eerily bat-like, was probably Dr. Morbius himself. Clinging to the side of the building, Gwen stood upright, gazing out over the glittering lights of New York. At some point, Charlotte had changed into his suit as well, transformed into an all-black Spider-Man, hanging at Gwen's side by a strand of black webbing. "Awesome. Black. You look incredible." As she spoke, Gwen nudged Charlotte's arm, tracing the web pattern on his suit. The symbiote, Venom, beamed with pride, a faint smile curling at the edge of its black mouth. The whole entity radiated satisfaction. "Thanks for the compliment." With a swift motion, Charlotte also adhered to the building, stretching his neck and arms wide, lost in nostalgia for his days as Spider-Man. Dealing with Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had always been tedious. This simple, straightforward superhero life was far more thrilling. "So, which villain are we taking down tonight? I promise I'll go easy. I won't punch anyone to death. That way, we'll have more time to savor the fun." "Don't be so rough, Charlotte. You should be gentle. We have no right to judge them. We should hand them over to the police." "Well, look at you, Gwen. Haven't seen you for a while, and now you've gotten bold enough to lecture me?" Charlotte's face turned stern. She walked up the building wall as if it were flat ground, head held high and hands clasped behind her back, and corrected her. "Rookie, rule number 2 of the trade. Never mention names. Have you forgotten? And during hero work, address me by my title." She really had forgotten for a moment. Gwen rolled her eyes in exasperation and said, "All right, your title, so, do you have any instructions?" Charlotte's expression grew serious as she looked down at the car thief not far away, trying to pry open a door. Her pitch-black suit melted seamlessly into the deeper shadows, and, as though a menacing soundtrack surrounded her, an aura of intimidation made Charlotte seem like a villainous boss straight out of a nightmare. She jabbed a finger at the thief and ordered Gwen with a menacing tone. "Squad 1, move out." "Gwen, do you really expect me to take you seriously?" 2 webs shot out with perfect accuracy. One latched onto the thief's arm, the very one trying to break into the car. He spun around in alarm. Only for the second web, in a split second, to snap his pants down with a flick, and then, in a blur, whip back to tie his legs with his own trousers and pin him under the car. "Damn it!" he screamed, his hoodie flying off as he shouted. "It's Ghost Spider and that damn, disgusting, terrifying, freaky." But as Charlotte swung through the air and landed before him, the thief's face drained of color, and he yelled in desperation. "I forgot a guy." Charlotte descended from above and pressed a palm to his face. With a sharp, satisfying smack, the thief dropped soundly into sleep. Thoughtfully, she webbed the man's other arm to the car, making sure he wouldn't collapse to the ground even while asleep. "I really am a good person," Charlotte mused inwardly. "Spider-Man, you really should go easier on him. He's just a car thief," Gwen said helplessly, landing beside her and rubbing her forehead. "Wasn't I gentle enough?" Charlotte absent-mindedly flicked the thief's head. "Look at him. He thinks it was gentle enough. Besides, it's not like I ripped his head off. And, for the record, I'm not Spider-Man right now." She rapped her knuckles against her black suit and said, "If I show up and Spider-Man suddenly reappears, that's way too obvious, so, right now, I am the Shadow Spider." With that, Charlotte flourished a pitch-black cowboy hat from her palm and, in one smooth move, pulled it on her head with flair. She patted her chest as a black leather duster materialized around her, billowing in the wind, and then she strapped a revolver and a whip to her waist for good measure. With a low, gravelly voice, he declared, "Evil, I will never tolerate it." As he spoke, he cracked his whip, lashing it across the black man's back. The man, roused from sleep, let out an unconscious groan of pain. "Well then, Shadow Spider." Gwen glanced at the cowboy boots on Sharrow's feet and the whip in his hand, too weary to make a proper retort. "But really, you don't have to be so violent. I think George actually had some good points." With Sharrow now serving as a textbook case of what not to do, Gwen found herself siding wholeheartedly with the police. Superheroes are just vigilantes. Real justice should be carried out by the police. We don't have the right to take the law into our own hands, or else we become the criminals ourselves. Sharrow was unmoved by Gwen's objections. His voice was cold as frost. "If I can't be the judge, then I'll be the executioner. Fight violence with violence, an eye for an eye. Potential criminals need to feel fear. Victims need to see justice and retribution. And the guilty should know exactly what fate awaits them for repeat offenses. To correct what's wrong, sometimes you have to go to extremes. If you don't go far enough, nothing gets fixed." Gwen, with her own unwavering principles, was never going to agree with Sharrow's philosophy. But knowing she couldn't change his mind, at least not tonight, Gwen pressed her lips together and strode ahead in silence. Sharrow checked. There were no cameras or recorders in this battered old car, then hurried to catch up with Gwen. Up ahead, not far away, a portly old woman with graying hair smashed a window, reaching for the supermarket's cabbages. Gwen turned to Sharrow and said, "She's just stealing vegetables. The law will go easy on her." Sharrow's eyes flashed dangerously. "Today she steals vegetables. Tomorrow who knows what she'll do? Take a hand now, and she'll never dare again." He drew his katana from his chest and glared fiercely at the old woman. But then he hesitated, glancing uncertainly at Gwen. "But my sword does not fall on the old or the young." Before Gwen, who was now practically brimming with righteous indignation, could respond, Sharrow grinned wickedly, reached down to his leg, and with a cheeky smile, added, "But I do have a little knife." Of course, Sharrow was only teasing Gwen. Using a knife on an old lady was far too cruel, far too twisted. He was not that kind of person. So instead, Sharrow used his web to yank off the old lady's skirt and stick her to the cabbage rack. Because in Sharrow's mind, everyone deserved equal treatment. Justice. The venom inside him cheered in a child's innocent voice. It was kind-hearted Gwen who called the police for help. Otherwise, by morning, that old lady might have been in serious trouble. "Sharrow, Shadow Spider, you're getting worse. You never used to be like this." Gwen pouted, scolding him, clearly upset. Sharrow's eyes darted, and he quickly tried to shift the blame. "It's all Venom's fault. You know, even though he's a harmless symbiote, he does amplify a person's, but he's just so bad. He's always messing with my mind." "Venom, huh? Hey, come on, I'm just a kid here." Does Gwen buy it? "Of course not." With a dismissive pout, Gwen said, "All right, Shadow Spider, don't forget why we're here today. We came for that blood-sucking bat creature. When the time comes, we'll use Hammer Tech Tower as our base. You cover the west side, I'll cover the east. We have to catch him tonight." Charlotte blinked and said, "So, you mean we're just going to wait here? What if he doesn't show? Didn't you say he's already drained a lot of people? Maybe he's got enough to last him a while." Gwen fell silent, biting her lip before asking, "So, Shadow Spider, what do you think we should do?" "What should we do?" With a katana in hand, Charlotte's leather jacket billowed out behind her in the wind. "If you've already pretty much confirmed he's Dr. Morbius, Then what's left to hesitate about? Let's just go straight to him. But Gwen's face was full of uncertainty. I'm only suspicious of Dr. Morbius. We don't have any proof. Suspicion? Evidence? Huh. Charlotte's lips curled into a sly grin, her eyes gleaming coldly. Rookie, remember, we're not the police. We're Spider-Man. Spider-Man doesn't need evidence to be suspicious of someone. It's up to them to clear their name if they want to. It's simple. We go to Dr. Morbius, and if he's got nothing to hide, he can prove it right in front of us. With that, Charlotte strode confidently toward HammerTech Tower. Wait, Gwen blocked her again, hesitating. We're just going to walk in like this. What else? Charlotte shrugged. Should we call Hammer for an appointment first, or something? With that, Charlotte vaulted down, landing smoothly on the ground, and started toward HammerTech with steady, unhurried steps. Meanwhile, Gwen, a former intern at HammerTech, scrambled nervously to keep up. This was nothing like her usual sneaking around, peeking, eavesdropping, and trailing suspects from the shadows. It was all so bold and commanding. Watching Charlotte stride right into HammerTech, Gwen couldn't help but straighten her back, lift her chin, and march after her with newfound confidence. At the entrance to HammerTech, 6 security guards immediately spotted the 2 spider people approaching. But one look at Charlotte's outfit and the air she projected, and it was clear this was not someone to mess with. The head of security immediately called for backup, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he kept a close watch on the 2 approaching figures. Only when he saw their professional demeanor did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. Still, he put on a stern facade and barked at Charlotte. Who are you? Can't you tell? Charlotte's voice turned hoarse and menacing as she opened her mouth. Obviously, we're not the good guys. What? The head of security shrieked, hastily moving to shield the rest of his team. Gwen had already recognized him. This was the somewhat famous chubby security guard from the Osborn Tower. Back when he faced Lizard Parker, he pretended to faint and made his escape, only to later give an enthusiastic interview to Fox News, sharing his heroic experience. His fame skyrocketed, and after Osborn Tower came crashing down, he'd been transferred here to HammerTech, promoted to head of security. Watching him furrow his brow and shield his men, Gwen couldn't help but press her lips together, stifling a smile. Charlotte stepped forward, exuding pressure, ignoring the drawn stun guns of the guards. Her unflinching gaze was fixed on the head of security, as she declared, leaving no room for argument. According to our intel, last night's vampire murder case may very well be connected to HammerTech. I, the notorious Night Spider, have come here for answers. As for the one behind me, she's not important. She's called Fat Spider. Shut it. I'm Ghost Spider, and my reputation in New York is way bigger than yours, Night Spider. Gwen snapped back, visibly annoyed. Truth be told, she'd been a hero in New York longer than even Spider-Man, but for some reason, criminals and citizens alike were far more interested in Spider-Man. It irked her. She was just as good, if not better. Especially, she'd never lead patients astray. Oh, Charlotte replied nonchalantly, not bothering to argue further. Her expression hardened as her black compound eyes locked onto the head of security. Within seconds, sweat began to drip down his forehead. He might have put on a brave front, but his voice was shaky as he demanded, What do you want? Do whatever you want, don't mind me one bit, he thought as he subtly took half a step back. Is Dr. Morbius here? I'd like to go up and meet him, Charlotte inquired smoothly, as if she were discussing the weather. He is. The head of security, nervous as he was, tried not to show any weakness. But orders from above are clear. No entry to HammerTech without permission. Charlotte's hand landed on the revolver at her waist, chin tilted slightly upward, her whole demeanor icy as frost. Swallowing hard, the head of security caved, amending his statement. But management also said that HammerTech warmly welcomes any Spider-Man who's packing heat. Humph. With a cold snort, Charlotte strode forward, treating all the security guards as if they were invisible. His black-gloved hand, carrying the weight of a mountain, landed lightly on the security captain's shoulder, and the man's body instantly went limp. So, aren't you going to take me there? Charlotte continued, his tone casual yet menacing. Don't worry. Unlike those other Spider-Men with their ridiculous rule against killing, I, the Shadow Spider-Man, have no such qualms. Evil will find no mercy from me. Under Charlotte's grip, the security captain's knees nearly buckled. Everyone knew that while Spider-Man could seem inhuman, he truly never killed, and the Ghost Spider was the same. But this Shadow Spider-Man, dressed head to toe in black leather, a black cowboy hat pulled low over his face, a revolver gleaming at his hip, radiated a darkness far too intense to ignore. With just a few words, he crushed the last sliver of hope the security captain clung to. Pale-faced, the captain could only lead the way, throwing a nervous glance at his fellow guards. forcing himself to sound resolute as he tried to save face. Shadow Spider-Man is a hero of this city. He's just here to investigate criminal activity. As citizens of New York, it's our duty to cooperate, even if they don't have a warrant, even if they're not the police. Charlotte tapped his revolver again. The captain's tone changed abruptly, his voice rising. But they've got guns. They're the righteous Spider-Men. If anyone's in the wrong here, it's us. Seeing how quickly the man caught on, Charlotte nodded in approval. No wonder this guy survived all the way to Chapter 200. He understood when to yield and when to stand his ground. They made their way to the elevator. Just then, an idea flickered in Charlotte's mind, and his expression shifted. Go, Spider. There's actually another way to test whether Morbius is really the Bat creature. Charlotte, ignoring the sweat-soaked security captain, began to chat with Gwen as if nothing was amiss. Oh, Gwen shot him a curious glance. What do you have in mind? As everyone knows, whether villain or monster, they're all extremely violent. And from what I've gathered, Dr. Morbius's research is all about electricity. So, Gwen suddenly had a bad feeling, and before she could stop herself, Charlotte continued, to prove it, we'll just cut the power to the entire building. Gwen's face froze in disbelief. You just never run out of surprises, do you? Did he really think the main power supply to a high-tech building could be switched off on a whim? Who knew what experiments those scientists were running upstairs? Shutting off the power without warning could easily trigger disaster. Still, maybe cutting just the power to Dr. Morbius's lab was a risk worth taking. No way. The security captain's face was ashen, but his voice was firm. He could still explain bringing the two Spider-Men to see Morbius, but if he led them to cut the building's power, that would be a far graver offense than mere negligence. It's just, I don't actually know where the electrical room is. After a brief moment of bravado, the head of security faltered and stammered an awkward excuse. Glancing at the security chief, Charlotte stepped into the elevator, with Gwen right behind her. She watched intently as the security captain pressed the correct floor button. Her whole demeanor brimmed with a quiet, mounting tension, ready for the violent clash that might erupt at any moment. Inside the laboratory, Morbius was hard at work. He suffered from a genetic disorder, an even more severe blood disease than Osborn's. In his desperate search for a cure, Morbius had captured a group of vampire bats, hoping to isolate their genes and heal himself. Yet after years of fruitless effort, it wasn't until Dr. Connors, the lizard, appeared that Morbius glimpsed a real chance at success. By reverse engineering the lizard serum and obtaining the antidote, Morbius managed to create a cure. After successful trials on lab mice, and with his own days numbered, he wasted no time injecting himself. He never expected that while the serum did cure his genetic disease, it also transformed him into a superpowered vampire monster. Like Connors, this biological metamorphosis stripped Morbius of parts of his humanity. Still, Morbius's rational mind continued to wage a wild, desperate struggle between his illness, his conscience, and the overwhelming thirst for blood. In the end, he lost control, became a superpowered vampire, and attacked Kingpin's men. An insatiable bloodlust surged within him. Though his mind was partially altered from Morbius's perspective, this too seemed like a blood-borne genetic disorder that needed treatment. Electricity crackled, sparking across the mutated lab mouse, which exploded with a sickening splatter. Morbius's crimson eyes burned with frustration. Another failure. He couldn't hold back. A piercing, anguished howl tore from his lips. For razor-sharp fangs flashed coldly as the monstrous visage of a bat flickered across his pale face. His bestial nature constantly clawed at the remnants of his humanity, and now, having truly tasted human blood, his restraint was slipping fast. He fought to control himself, but the searing agony gnawed at his soul. He was reaching his limit. Just one sip, then another. No, I can't. They're all criminals. If I just take a little, I'll regain my sanity. But they're still people. Every drop drags me deeper into darkness. Killing the guilty makes me a hero, a protector of the innocent. No, I am unforgivable. I'm dependent on human blood. What happens if one day there are no more criminals to feed on? How can I ever be sure the ones I kill truly deserve it? In the midst of Morbius' struggle, Charlotte poked her head out from the laboratory doorway, playfully rapping the air as if knocking. Knock, knock. You who is the vampire doctor home? Open up. The community's here to deliver some garlic. A terrifying roar erupted from the monstrous bat creature towards Charlotte, startling the security captain so badly that his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious to the ground. With a swift flick of her foot, Gwen sent the captain's limp body sliding away, then quickly positioned herself behind Charlotte, her gaze warily fixed on Morbius. Gwen Stacy, you finally found me. The human part of me, I can barely hold on. Before I do something I can't undo, stop. So Morbius' muscles bulged, his appearance growing even more bloodthirsty and monstrous. He glared at Gwen and roared, "Ghost Spider, humans have their limits, and I'm done being human. I won't restrain myself any longer. I'm no longer the weak, sickly Michael Morbius. I have a new name now. Morbius. I am Doctor of the Night. I am Morbius." With claws slicing through the air, the Doctor of the Night blurred into motion, launching himself with a speed and ferocity that left Gwen momentarily stunned by his declaration. His form streaked forward, trailing gray-black shadows behind him. Bat-like and razor-sharp, he shot ahead with a forceful momentum, an aura of menace radiating from his every move. His fangs bared, an invisible sonic wave surged from his open mouth, and in the blink of an eye, he was right before the two. "I am a night itself. Become my feast, my blood." As he spoke, the Doctor of the Night's blurred silhouette was already at their side. His hand darted out, pitch-black fingertips aiming straight at Gwen's throat, his crimson eyes completely disregarding Charlotte's presence. Charlotte's leg twitched, her left leg vanished in a flash, leaving only a blur in her wake. With a tremendous crash, the Doctor of the Night was sent hurtling backward at a speed far greater than his charge. He crashed straight through his own research platform, slamming helplessly into a pile of ruined lab equipment. Empowered with superhuman strength, Charlotte's stats were on a completely different level. With a casual flick of her fingers, a strand of black webbing shot from Charlotte's palm, snaring the startled Doctor of the Night by the neck and pinning him against a pillar. Her footsteps thundered as she closed the distance in an instant, landing a brutal punch square in his abdomen. The blow cracked like a sonic boom, blasting straight through the pillar behind Morbius. His body curled up like a shrimp, the Doctor of the Night was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing down by the far wall. Compared to Gwen, the Doctor of the Night lacked her strength and resilience. His real advantages lay in speed, flight, and rapid healing. Seeing the situation clearly, Dr. Nightshade realized he was no match for the two of them. The moment he landed, he executed a swift roll, his figure dissolving into shadowy afterimages as he hurtled toward the window. Of course, Charlotte immediately caught on to his plan. With a flick of her wrist, she shot out a strand of web. Her speed was nothing short of astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she was already on Nightshade's back, a cold smile on her lips as she pinned the bat-like doctor beneath her feet. "I want to fly. I want to." His desperate wish was cut short, suspended for a fleeting moment in midair. Dr. Nightshade's eyes flew open wide, his body trailing ghostly afterimages as he froze in the office building's airspace. His mind was blank, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Charlotte sneered, and without hesitation, brought her fist down twice onto the head of the doctor pinned underfoot, then delivered a fierce kick to the middle of his back. A mouthful of dark blood burst from Dr. Nightshade's lips, gushing out like a fountain. It was hard to tell if it was even his own. His powers fading, Dr. Nightshade collapsed to the floor. Charlotte leapt nimbly down, landing gracefully beside him. Nightshade shook his head, dazed and disoriented, staring blankly at the shadowy Spider-Woman now looming over him. There was a new clarity in his eyes. As Charlotte raised her fist, clearly intending to strike again, he shrank back, hastily pulling in his neck, and cried out, "Wait! Stop! Don't hit me! I'm feeling much better now. I'm Morbius, just an ordinary human. I'm Fine, a miracle doctor, truly." Clad in a tattered, blood-stained lab coat, he staggered unsteadily to his feet, blood still streaming from his mouth, the flow relentless. The bat-like transformation slowly faded from his body. His crimson eyes returned to normal, though his shrunken fangs still glinted sharp in his mouth. With blood dribbling down his chin, Morbius spoke in a calm, explanatory tone. "I'm sorry, both of you. This is all my fault. My experiment went wrong, and this is the result. Sir, you can put your fist down, I promise. I mean you no harm at all." Reluctantly, Charlotte lowered her fists. "You mean no harm, but I certainly do." Clutching his bleeding mouth, Morbius's deathly pale skin regained a hint of color. He gave a bitter smile and said, "It's all my fault. I was at death's door, and this was the only option left. I injected the serum and subjected myself to high-voltage experiments. I never expected I'd create a monster. You were dying then? If you ask me, you look even closer to death now." Watching Dr. Nightshade already surrounded by a pool of blood, Gwen felt no urge to approach. She could only call out from the distant doorway, "Dr. Morbius, how can we help you?" The question left Dr. Nightshade at a loss, and he hesitated. Unlike Connor's, the transformation caused by his vampire bat serum, once triggered by electricity, is utterly irreversible. Only by consuming blood can he maintain his human form and keep the reason that marks him as human. Worse still, only human blood is truly effective. The trench coat fluttered behind Charlot as he strode forward, his boots landing in the pool of blood. Ripples spread with each step as he steadily approached Dr. Morbius. With one hand, he slowly drew the katana from his back. Gripping the blade with both hands, its cold edge gleaming menacingly, he raised it for a downward strike, aiming at the blood-soaked head of Dr. Morbius's child. A gentle smile touched his lips as he said, "Don't panic. I have a cure-all idea that will fix everything." With that, he suddenly brought the blade down toward Dr. Morbius's neck. A pair of crimson eyes flashed again in Morbius's gaze, and a terrifying bat-like visage flickered across his face. "Wait, don't do anything rash," Spider Silk lashed out, winding around the katana. With a sharp tug, Gwen yanked the blade from Charlot's grasp, sending it clattering and embedding itself in the ceiling above. Charlot turned to Gwen, spreading his hands in a helpless gesture. "Come on, Gwen. Don't you sense something's wrong here?" Thanks to his powerful spider sense, Charlot could feel another presence within Morbius. This presence was even more mysterious and unfathomable, not belonging to the serum, nor to the bat, nor even to any gene. It felt as if it came from another universe, a different kind of power altogether. From Morbius, Charlot sensed an inexplicable pressure, a higher-order force, constantly weighing upon him from another plane. It was as if Morbius was the true hunter, and he himself was the prey. "What's wrong?" Gwen frowned, glancing at Morbius, who was still coughing blood, and asked in puzzlement. The fight had ended so quickly, she hadn't even had a chance to intervene. Morbius had gone down before she could do anything, so she truly hadn't noticed anything unusual. "Gwen, let me tell you a well-known fact. Spider-Man's powers actually come from the spider totem, the web that weaves together life and destiny, the source of all spider people's abilities. But in a multiverse, there's also a family that hunts animal totems, the Inheritors. That family are all vampires. They possess powers that specifically counter animal totems. If they get close to you, your abilities will weaken, and the totem power within you, along with your life, will be drained away." Morbius, still spitting blood, stared at Charlot in disbelief. "No way, man. Are you serious? Or are you just making up an excuse to finish me off?" Seeing that Gwen still seemed unconvinced, Charlot turned serious and asked, "Gwen, just now Morbius almost stabbed you. What happened to your spider sense?" Gwen's pupils contracted. She had found this whole situation strange from the start, and she thought it was simply because Dr. Knight's speed was just that fast. But now, thinking it over, she realized something was definitely off. Blood dripped from Dr. Knight's mouth as he faced Gwen's searching gaze, a sense of dread tightening in his heart. "No, Charlot." After a brief pause, Gwen looked seriously at Charlot and shook her head. "Our lives are not above anyone else's. Every person should hold life in awe and show compassion. Dr. Morbius's greatest sin isn't that he might belong to some heir family, but that hundreds of innocent souls died yesterday. Charlot, I think we should heal him, then bring him to court, and let justice be served in prison." Gwen's expression was sincere, and she radiated that unique, almost divine quality she possessed. To heal your enemy, only to lock them up in prison? Charlot thought that was just foolish. But Gwen had always followed the dictates of morality and law. As a kind-hearted superhero, she protected all good people from the bottom of her heart. But what about the villains? Who would seek justice for those who died at the hands of evil? The no-killing rule of Spider-Man was, in Charlot's eyes, far too naive. Charlot couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. It was irrational in many ways. But this was Gwen, after all, a superhero defined by kindness and justice. Compared to Gwen's strict principle of not killing, Charlot's own approach as Spider-Man was much more flexible. He much preferred seeing evil punished. Beasts that devour others never deserve forgiveness, and heroes who slay monsters are the ones who should be celebrated. Of course, these things were best done in secret. He could easily help Gwen save Dr. Morbius, then take care of him quietly afterward. Charlot scratched his head, feeling there was no contradiction at all. This way, Gwen's moral code was satisfied, and so was his own resolve to eliminate evil. Perfect. The best of both worlds, a true win-win. All right, Gwen, we'll do it your way this time. Gwen's face lit up, but she quickly put on a stern expression and said, "Shadow Spider, use my code name when we're working." Charlot rolled his eyes. "Fine, Fat Spider." He hauled Dr. Knight up from the ground in one swift motion. The guy was still coughing up blood like crazy. Anyone passing by might think he was having a serious medical episode. Though he'd agreed to help Gwen heal him, and though Morbius might indeed be innocent, Charlot still had no fondness for the heir families, and his attitude was always better safe than sorry. Dragging Dr. Knight along with little regard, Charlot made his way to the wrecked experiment table, sifting through the heap of debris with his hand. He found a pile of useless lab notes. Then, half a vial of antidote serum caught his eye. He couldn't help but glance down at Dr. Knight's ghastly, half-human, half-monster appearance. That's right, something this ugly could only be the result of the research Connors and I did together. But this poor guy was even more unlucky. He got tangled up with the inheritor families of the hunting totems from other universes. It was both his fortune and his misfortune. Dragging Dr. Knight along, I searched the blood pool for any useful equipment. The results weren't too bad. Most of what was destroyed belonged to Dr. Knight's electrical experiments. Why does this guy love electrocuting things so much? Could he actually be a bit of a masochist? Gwen walked along the ceiling, clearly unwilling to set foot in the blood pool. Even she could feel the oppressive force against her powers coming from the blood itself. She had no choice but to hang various pendant-like objects from the ceiling with web lines, helping me search for data and try to reconstruct Dr. Mobius's experiments. Coughing up blood, Dr. Knight spoke up between gasps. Why don't you just ask me? I'm a good guy. I'm on your side. I'm willing to cooperate. Really. Ahem. I consider myself a decent person. I truly didn't want to end up like this. As for those inheritor families you mentioned, I have no idea about them. I'm innocent. Go on. I'm listening, he replied absent-mindedly. I was holding a handful of experimental materials with Mobius's deduction formula scrawled on them. Aside from a half-baked reaction equation, it was all electricity, shock after shock after shock. What a joke. This was treating science like some sort of sorcery. The whole experiment reeked of strangeness, not scientific at all, and yet somehow magical. Well, I suppose, out of all us super animal types, Professor Connors might actually be the most scientific one. Electrocution, Dr. Knight declared, deadly serious. The key step is electrocution. With the right amount, the cells don't rupture, but undergo dramatic changes. They proliferate and differentiate rapidly. The current heightened cell sensitivity speeds up metabolism, so the reagents activate and absorb quickly, even altering cell structure and function. That's what made me succeed and what made me fail. I plunged a syringe into Dr. Knight's arm and drew a vial of fresh blood, injecting it into the analyzer. Dr. Knight's eyes widened, blood still trickling from his lips as he protested. Buddy, look, my blood's already all over the floor. Did you really have to stick me with a needle? I gave him an answer he couldn't argue with. I don't like secondhand blood. It was a powerful, convincing reason, and Dr. Knight fell silent. Stepping through puddles of blood, I quickly got the test results. Gwen, still on the ceiling, craned her neck to take a look. Compared to the lizard blood we'd studied before, Dr. Knight's was even stranger. This kind of cross-latitude mutation granted Dr. Knight's blood an extraordinary power, but it also meant that the moment his blood left his body, it immediately lost its vitality. Refusing to give up, Charlotte drew 2 more vials. Yet, instead of solving his doubts, the ensuing research only brought more questions swirling through Charlotte's mind. With a flick of his fingers, the knife tip spun lightly. At the sound of Dr. Knight's muffled groan of shock, Charlotte sliced off another piece of his skin. Glancing at how swiftly Dr. Knight's wound healed, Charlotte placed both the skin cells and the fresh blood under the electron microscope. After a brief examination, as if struck by a sudden idea, Charlotte fetched Mobius's electrical device from across the room. Using Mobius's technology, he administered a faint electrical current to the blood and cells on the slide. As he watched the cells and blood regain a faint trace of vitality, a series of question marks slowly rose in Charlotte's head. Wait, could it really be connected to electricity? Frowning in thought, Charlotte continued his research. Though it seemed like he was studying Dr. Knight, in truth, he was more interested in the Air family. He was seizing this rare opportunity to search for their weaknesses and deepen his understanding of them. But judging by his current findings, this task was anything but simple. It wouldn't be solved anytime soon. All right, let's gather these instruments and notes and head somewhere else, Ghost Spider. Don't worry. I promise I'll cure Dr. Knight. With that, Charlotte hoisted Dr. Knight up, preparing to haul him off to his own underground bunker laboratory for the next round of experiments. With all these instruments, Gwen gestured between herself and the mountain of equipment, puffing out her cheeks in exasperation. Oh my gosh, how many trips are we going to have to make to move all this stuff? She pulled a face, grumbling. I've never done anything like this before. Are we supposed to swing the equipment through the air, or wrap it around ourselves and fly with it? Won't that just end up smashing or tossing it everywhere? Maybe we could call a moving company to get all this down to the street, or maybe... Is it that difficult? Charlotte's voice floated over from not far away. Dragging Dr. Knight with one hand, he casually stuffed a huge Mobius shock device right into his own chest. Gwen could only stare, wide-eyed, her arms falling limp in disbelief. Well, I guess it's not actually that hard after all. It was a night so dark, Not even an outstretched hand could be seen, one without a hint of sunlight. In the shadows beyond the reach of the streetlights, a man dressed in leather, wearing an eye patch, radiating a cold and somber aura, walked with determined steps. He glanced at his watch, the stride of his boots quickening as he finally came to a stop outside the Parker family's yard. He carefully observed the Charlotte residence for a while. After making sure there was no one around, Nick vaulted over the fence, his toes landing on Uncle Ben's meticulously manicured lawn, stirring up a faint scent of earth. With a soft, rustling sound trailing behind him, Nick Fury arrived directly beneath Charlotte's window, moving like a shadowy phantom, climbing up silently and swiftly. At that very moment, Charlotte, who had been lying in bed asleep, opened his eyes. "Who's trying to sneak up on me in the dead of night? Should I pretend to be asleep and, at the very instant he lifts my blanket, transform into a lizard man and yell, 'Show yourself, darling'? Should I give him a huge surprise? Surely he wouldn't blame me, right? After all, I did call him darling." Curiosity piqued, Charlotte shifted his position. Meanwhile, with skills far more practiced than Spider-Man's, Nick climbed up to Spider-Man's window and poked his ghostly, shadow-black head inside. At first glance, he saw Charlotte lying in bed, tucked under the covers. After watching Charlotte for a moment, Nick pulled out a tool like a thin piece of wire, hooked it gently, and deftly popped open the simple window. Clearly, a window as basic as Charlotte's was no match for him. But he failed to notice that in the darkness beyond the lamp's reach, a pair of bright eyes on the bed were staring at him intently, not blinking, watching his every move. Nick Fury? Oh my cross-dressing Satan, what brand of Dark Knight elf is this? Maybe this is a golden opportunity to unload a whole clip. The only pity is there's no gun in my room. With this unique entrance, there could be no one else but Nick Fury. He had a particular fondness for sneaking into other people's homes, catching them off guard, making a dramatic entrance, and then steering the conversation from the very first word, always keeping control. Opening the window, Nick moved with utmost care, avoiding even the slightest sound. He leaned into the window frame, ready to slip inside quietly. Suddenly, the lights snapped on, catching director Nick Fury completely off guard, freezing him in place. Slowly and stiffly, he raised his bald, ebony head, his single eye meeting a pair of startled ones. Awkward. But the real embarrassment was still to come. Charlotte cried out, Who are you?" Now that he'd been caught, there was no point in hiding. With a leap, Nick entered Charlotte's room, standing tall and proud, exuding all the poisoned presence of the S.H.I.E.L.D. director, a man who, at a glance, was anything but ordinary. "I am." He hadn't finished speaking when Charlotte shouted, "Help! Help! Someone's sneaking into my room in the middle of the night. George! George! Did you hear me?" That's right, Charlotte immediately called George, reporting the incident as a victim, dialing the police without hesitation. Although George often thought Charlotte was a hothead, he was always sure that Gwen was the real firebrand. When the window of Charlotte's next-door neighbor shattered, shards of glass raining down, George, dressed in a gray short-sleeved shirt, leapt out in a single bound. With one hand gripping a fully loaded Glock, he landed in a practiced roll, dispersing the force and momentum. Straw and bits of glass stuck in his hair. He wore a grim expression as he sprinted toward Charlotte's house. His sharp gaze immediately caught sight of Nick's silhouette on the second floor, and a deadly glint flashed in his eyes. Nick, equally on edge, glanced back over his shoulder. Charlotte's shout had startled not only George, but also Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Nick's face darkened as he hurried to explain, raising his voice. "I'm Nick Fury, director of the New York FBI. I'm not a criminal." He didn't get the chance to finish before Aunt May, still in her pajamas, burst in and brought her cane down hard on his bald head. "You scoundrel! Stay away from my family. Get out. Leave right now." She struck him twice more for good measure. Charlotte quickly shielded Aunt May, leaving Nick, who was clutching his head and at a loss for words, to let out a long, weary sigh. But in the next instant, Charlotte grabbed Nick by the waist and shouted, "There's nothing valuable here, you trespassing burglar. I don't know who you are, but I didn't know I could empty every bullet from this gun into you. Nick, mother! Who's here to steal anything? That's just racist." Charlotte's shoulder slammed into Nick's chest, cutting him off mid-sentence. With a show of effort, she hoisted the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. onto her shoulder. With a powerful heave, she flung him straight through the open window. Nick went flying, landing face-first on the lawn, his shiny bald head digging into the grass. "Mother!" "Ugh!" He lifted his head, spitting out a mouthful of grass and dirt. Charlotte's strength far exceeded his expectations, but instead of anger, Nick Fury felt a surge of admiration. Anyone who could anticipate his arrival and throw him around like this was someone worth recruiting, a potential S.H.I.E.L.D. agent with promise. He barely had time to gather his thoughts before George's boot landed right in front of his face. Glock pressed firmly against Nick's head. George, his face contorted with anger, shoved Nick's head back into the dirt. "Don't move, you damn burglar. My bullets don't have names on them, and I won't hesitate to give you a third eye right now." With his gun in one hand, George reached down to search Nick's waist, checking for concealed weapons. Mother, with his head still in the dirt, Nick couldn't help but curse. As the king of secret agents, even with a gun pressed to his head, he felt little fear. Instead, he became even more composed and calm. He knew that even if he surrendered, at most he'd take a couple of blows before he could explain everything. But the mind of a true spy master would never allow an event to spiral out of his control, nor permit himself to be caught in an uncontrollable crisis. That's why, in that very first instant, he'd already come up with a plan. He gave his shoulder a slight twitch, making his cloak slide aside, revealing the outline of a pistol at his waist under his leather coat. Noticing this, George's brow furrowed as expected, and his hand shot toward Nick's waist. Taking advantage of George's distraction, Nick suddenly threw his head back, slamming it forcefully and knocking the pistol out of George's hand. With a sudden, powerful punch to George's abdomen, the swinging tails of his coat sent the gun skittering even farther away. Caught off guard by the blow, George staggered back several steps. He shot a glance at the Glock lying not far away, patted the mark left on his stomach, and his eyes turned even colder as he fixed his gaze on Nick. Meanwhile, Nick's hand darted quickly to his waist, trying to draw the pistol tucked there. But George was even faster. His calloused hand came down hard on Nick's neck, aiming to knock him out with a single blow. Nick, in the midst of drawing his weapon, threw up his arm to block the strike, his eyes widening in surprise. George, seasoned as ever, grabbed the hem of Nick's heavy leather coat with his other hand and gave it a fierce yank, pulling Nick off balance. In a flash, George's knee lunged toward Nick's groin. If that hit landed, never mind whether Nick could use that part again. Given George's strength, even a hospital stay of 3 or 4 months would be getting off easy. Nick twisted his body at the last moment. Letting go of the gun at his waist, he managed to block the knee strike. George, seizing the chance, stepped back sharply, yanking Nick's dark coat and completely trapping him in the heavy garment. Then, with a swift kick to Nick's unsuspecting shin, he sent him stumbling. George pressed forward, using the coat as leverage to try to force Nick to his knees. This was George's fighting style, rendering Nick, clad in his stylish but utterly impractical leather coat, completely hamstrung. Nick reacted instantly, trying to shrug off the coat in one swift motion, but George had no intention of letting him get away that easily. Still gripping the coat, George stamped his left foot down to pin it to the floor. His muscular frame bore down in a rush, his face a mix of icy resolve and savage ferocity. With a ruthless swing, he lashed out with a whip-like kick aimed straight for Nick's bald head. But the king of agents was far from finished. With a clever roll, he slipped free of his favorite leather coat, revealing a fitted black shirt cinched tightly with a belt underneath. Shaking out his hands, Nick narrowed his one good eye, his expression cold and merciless. George turned out to be far tougher than he had imagined. But how could an ordinary cop ever hope to match me? The king of agents? With a casual flick, Nick tossed aside the pistol from his waist. The muscles beneath his leather trench coat flexed. Now it was time to let you witness the true strength of the king of agents. His expression darkened as he raised his right hand and beckoned George with a single finger. Nick, however, found himself forced to his knees on the grass under George's weight. "Let me go. I'm with the FBI. I can't breathe." George let out a cold laugh. He'd already figured out that this guy, just like Carlson and Smith before him, was part of the same group. But that didn't mean he was going to let him off without a beating. Besides, you're just a regular agent. You have no idea what a New York cop faces every single day. Haven't you heard? Every officer in the NYPD knows. Back in the day, George, could dodge bullets. As the scuffle wound down, Sherlock dashed down the stairs and hurried over to George's side. Unable to contain his admiration, he exclaimed, "George, that was incredible." George's vanity swelled with pride. This was the NYPD's combat technique, and he was their proud runner-up. Chin held high, he said, "Want to learn it, kid? I can teach you." "Of course I do." Sherlock's eyes sparkled as he mimicked George's kneeling stance, dropping to the ground beside him. He carefully studied every detail of the hold, then turned to George, brimming with enthusiasm. "How's this? Am I doing it right?" George couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. "So this is what you want to learn? Really?" When George didn't respond, Sherlock pushed his luck, eyeing Nick pinned beneath George's knee. "Uncle George, can you get up and let me try? Honestly, this is the part one wanted to try most." "Nick, am I even a person to you too?" He truly hadn't expected to stumble so badly. Pinned face down in the dirt by a New York cop. Smith had once reported that the NYPD officers were all formidable, but Nick hadn't taken it seriously. How tough could they really be? Could they possibly be tougher than agents? After today, At least, tougher than me, the head of the agents. Let me go. I mean no harm. Coulson and Smith were all the same kind. Nick kept his voice icy as he tried to shield himself. George, of course, knew they were the same kind. Coulson used similar moves when things got rough. He was about to let go when Sherlock, brows knotted in suspicion, barked. You're lying. They're white, and you're black. You're not the same kind. No, Nick paused, then explained. I mean, we work for the same place. I'm their boss. George nodded, confirming that what Nick said was indeed true. Just as he was about to lift his leg, Charlotte pressed a hand to his shoulder. George, don't be so naive, Charlotte said to him, her tone earnest and sincere. With this lesson, George's eyes widened in surprise. The veins on George's forehead twitched. He was itching to pin Charlotte down as well. Snap, snap, snap. Hearing the sound, Nick's eyes went wide with disbelief as he stared at the lens of Charlotte's phone. After taking a series of photos, Charlotte stood up, picked up her phone, and spoke. Hi, esteemed Officer Coulson, look what I've caught. He claims he knows you, does he really? Several photos and a voice message were sent out together. Nick's eyes blazed with anger. Delete them. Mother. For crying out loud, delete them now. But with no leverage in this situation, he had no choice but to wait, his face darkening as he awaited Coulson's reply. He silently made a mental note to settle the score with Coulson later. Mr. Smith, take a look at what I've caught. He says he knows you too. Mother. Unable to hold back any longer, Nick muttered a curse under his breath. Cursing in front of me, are you? George's expression turned cold. He aimed a sharp slap at the top of Nick's head. Behave yourself. Until someone can prove who you really are, you'd better not push your luck. They waited for a while, but neither Coulson nor Smith returned Charlotte's call. At that moment, Coulson was saving on expenses by flying back on a commercial flight, while Smith had turned off his phone and gone to sleep. Neither of them had any idea what their superior was going through. With no response for ages, Nick realized he couldn't reach them. Face grim, he said again, I have another subordinate who can vouch for me. Her name is Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff. Charlotte hadn't replied yet, seemingly lost in thought, when George's voice suddenly rose. Black Widow. His leg, which had just eased up, pressed down hard on Nick again. George's face was icy as he said, Another blasted spider? Do you people have any respect for the police at all? After settling Uncle Ben and Aunt May back to bed, Charlotte, catching Aunt May's concerned gaze, put on a cheeky grin and gave her a warm hug. Lately, Charlotte had been running around nonstop, tangled up in all sorts of odd jobs, and still had to help Steve rehearse for a big act. Even so, she hadn't forgotten about figuring out how to sign a contract with the two elders, to let the Soulfire improve their health. Of course, before that, Charlotte had been diligently studying her own Hellfire. After all, she still needed to avoid the side effect of turning into a magical girl warrior. Otherwise, the shock of such a sudden surprise might just be too much for the elders' hearts. Afterwards, Charlotte found a bundle of rope and a pair of handcuffs in her own room, and, under George's deeply skeptical gaze, she tied Nick up. Then, dragging Nick along, his one good eye now sporting a bruised ring from a recent blow, she brought him to George's house. And then, George, who was already suspicious by nature, soon looked even gloomier than Nick. He no longer bothered to wonder why Charlotte happened to have such items in her room, because he discovered his daughter, Gwen Stacy, had disappeared yet again. Casting a glance at Charlotte, who sat beside him completely unfazed and munching on an apple from the table as if none of this concerned her, George clenched his jaw and folded his arms, brooding in silence with his phone in hand. Charlotte bit into her apple, letting her gaze wander around the room. She noticed that the glow-in-the-dark wall clock in Gwen's living room had been replaced. She guessed Gwen, too, had found that eerie green glow unbearably ugly. Meanwhile, Nick sat in a chair, his expression calm and composed, back straight and chin lifted, his eyes never leaving Charlotte's face as he studied her every reaction. The more he watched, the more convinced he became of his own beliefs. It was as if the one tied up in the room wasn't him, but Charlotte. After a long silence, Nick finally spoke. Charlotte Parker, I know you're special, but you're far from the most special one here. It was a probe, a harmless, empty test. Nick was a psychological expert, and an expert in tactics as well. He was always able to seize on others' psychological weaknesses and devise unique strategies to win them over. But what a psychological analyst fears most is not a mind heavily fortified, but someone who simply refuses to play along, someone who lets you talk yourself in circles until your tricks run dry. The moment you follow his lead, the moment curiosity stirs within you, you've already fallen into his hands. Yet Charlotte, apple in mouth, kept her silence, watching him as if he were performing on stage, eager to see what tricks he'd try next. And Nick knew right then that she wouldn't be easy to handle. He didn't have any real leverage over Charlotte. Charlotte, you wouldn't want George to know Gwen is his most despised spider, would you? But Nick didn't even need to say it aloud to know that wouldn't work. Especially now, with George right here. Any threat at that level would do nothing but earn him another beating. George strode over and grabbed Charlotte by the sleeve, the grass and shards of glass on his clothes still clinging to him. Unable to reach Gwen by phone, his face was tight with worry. He looked at Charlotte, then shot a glance at Nick. Finally, he couldn't help but lean in and whisper urgently to Charlotte. Charlotte, Gwen's missing. Aren't you the least bit worried? Don't forget what you promised me. You swore you wouldn't let Gwen get mixed up with unsavory people, especially that cross-dressing Peter. Have you forgotten? I know, I taught Gwen self-defense, but New York nights are unpredictable and dangerous. Charlotte offered a reassuring reply. Of course I haven't forgotten. Peter's already been sent away by me. As for Gwen, well, I know why she was out so late. She's been practicing the drums lately, in her secret hideout. You know how loud those things can be. I think that's why she didn't hear your calls. Charlotte had already tipped Gwen off, letting her know that George had realized she was missing. Since she'd been found out anyway, Gwen felt even less inclined to rush home, moving about aimlessly. She just needed a plausible excuse. After all, George did know how much she loved playing the drums. It wasn't unusual for her to be out practicing all night. Nick, who knew the truth, raised his eyebrows. He'd always hoped to get a 2-for-1 deal here, so he tried again. Charlotte, I think you already know about S.H.I.E.L.D. We're an organization dedicated to maintaining peace in the face of extraordinary events. We've been watching you for a very long time, and I want to ask you, what exactly have you seen in the future? The future? George, who had just been pondering over Gwen's secret base, arched his brow. Was this guy knocked silly by my punch? Now what? The mind is as delicate as a computer, one faulty component, and it'll never boot up again. But fortunately, George was quite the handyman when it came to fixing old computers. George flexed his massive hands, ready to fix Nick up himself. Sensing the imminent danger, Nick hurried to add. Tony Stark's kidnapping, Captain America's return, the Lizard's invasion, the Purple Man's mind control, the ogres in Lakeview, the disasters wrought by demons. You've been caught up in every one of these crises, yet you always come out unharmed. Back when you spoke of these things, everyone thought you were mad and locked you away in a hospital, until every single thing you predicted came true. S.H.I.E.L.D. noticed this, and we've managed to uncover most of your prophecies. Others may not believe you, but I do. As he spoke, Nick gave Charlotte a look filled with encouragement and approval, his gaze full of recognition and hope. But Charlotte wasn't buying it at all. Especially since Nick's one good, I was starting to swell shut, making any look in his eyes hard to detect. Charlotte had only one thought. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Extra update for everyone who tipped. Thank you all for your support, for your gifts and tips on the videos. Here's your bonus chapter. Charlotte didn't react much, but George instead fell into deep thought. Were all of Charlotte's previous prophecies really true? Come to think of it, Tony Stark actually was kidnapped. They'd even joked about it at the time, but now, looking back, it was all a bit too unbelievable. What a joke. Captain America coming back to life? Huh, not even a dog would believe that. How could Captain America possibly come back from the dead? George muttered, shooting a look of utter disdain at Nick's bald head, his eyes full of skepticism. Let me help you knock some sense into yourself, shall I? You must be out of your mind. Nick replied coldly. Because Steve has already come back to life. Steve was currently carrying out Nick's secret mission of infiltrating the fake Hydra. The fact that Captain America was alive, that alone was the main reason he believed in Shiloh. Shiloh, however, paid no attention to Nick's performance, treating him as if he were invisible. George, on the other hand, was fascinated by the idea of predicting the future, but his interest was quickly replaced by another, far stronger emotion. All of a sudden, George sprang from his chair as if struck by a sudden realization. His stern, square-jawed face went pale, and his lips trembled as he spoke. Damn it, I completely forgot. There's been a vampire monster lurking around at night recently. Gwen, she could be in danger. His voice rose in urgency, and the more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. To track down that creature, George had already dispatched Yulon, Carter, and Brian to go undercover in the hand for the investigation. But Gwen, he couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen if she ran into that vampire monster tonight. The image of Gwen flashed through his mind. She was a lifeless corpse, her face ashen and her eyes wide open in death. Her skin, shriveled and drained of all blood, had lost its former vitality, and her pale hair no longer shone as it used to. Even in death, her hand reached desperately forward, a final act of will, as if in her last moment she still hoped her father might come to her rescue. In that instant, George felt a chill run through his scalp. He shouted, "No, I have to find Gwen. I have to save her." "Wait, who do you think you're saving?" Shiloh quickly blocked the agitated George. because the real situation was very different from what George imagined. It was the pale-faced vampire monster that Shiloh was dragging along with a strand of web. Dr. Knight, with his jet-black hair now dull and lifeless, was spitting up blood non-stop, trailing a crimson path through the sky. In his misery, he reached desperately toward Gwen, hoping, just this once, that his former student would save him. Shadow Spider. Gwen couldn't help but speak up sympathetically. Dr. Morbius looks like he's in a lot of pain. In pain? Got it. Shiloh instantly understood what Gwen meant. He gave her a knowing nod, stopped mid-air, and then brought his hand down in a sharp karate chop to Dr. Knight's neck. He won't be in pain if he just passes out. Dr. Knight. He stared wide-eyed at Shiloh, utterly incredulous, and as he opened his mouth, another gush of blood spilled out. Thud, thud. 2 more swift chops landed on Dr. Knight's neck, each one heavier than the last, but Dr. Knight stubbornly clung to consciousness. Grasping Charlotte's arm just as she raised her hand for the 4th karate chop, Dr. Knight, his face deathly pale, pleaded in desperation. Please, hero, just finish me off. Kill me, I beg you. No way, Charlotte declared with unwavering resolve. I said I'd save you, and I will. Not even Jesus himself could stop me, I swear. As she spoke, Charlotte shook off Dr. Knight's grip, then brought her hand down mercilessly on his neck once again. Dr. Knight's eyes rolled back, and, knowing it was the wisest course, he allowed himself to faint. Gwen's lips twitched. She could tell Dr. Knight was only pretending to pass out. After all, a single tear of bitter resignation still traced down from the corner of his eye. But Charlotte looked immensely pleased with her handiwork. She turned to Gwen, clearly fishing for praise, then, swinging Dr. Knight by a strand of web, set off on their way once more. Shifting the scene back to George, whose agitation was barely restrained, Charlotte hastily tried to calm him. Don't worry, George. Gwen is definitely safe. Eyes bloodshot from his own wild imaginings, George glared at Charlotte and snapped. Charlotte, how can you be so sure Gwen's all right? She could be in danger right now. Don't try to stop me. I have to save her. Because Charlotte's eyes darted for a split second to Nick, instantly coming up with a reason. She replied, solemn and sincere. I really do have the ability to predict parts of the future, George. Gwen is truly unharmed. This explanation carried real weight. Charlotte's straightforward admission, coupled with her reasoning, managed to calm George a little. He eyed Charlotte warily and asked, Charlotte, I'm not joking. Are you absolutely certain Gwen is safe? I am, Charlotte replied firmly, and with her conviction, George, who knew Charlotte would never joke about Gwen's life, let out a subtle sigh of relief. Hearing Charlotte confess to her prophetic ability, Nick's eyes instantly lit up, a surge of excitement flickering within him. He was, after all, the king of agents. Even though he'd found no trace of Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D., he was still acutely aware of hidden dangers and unknown threats lurking in the shadows. He just didn't yet know their source. So Charlotte's foresight was of immense value to Nick. Seeing George still looking uneasy, Charlotte shrugged and said, Trust me, George, I saw someone defeat Dr. Knight, and I saw Gwen safe and sound. There's no reason for me to lie. I really do have a teeny-tiny knack for prophecy. George pursed his lips, narrowed his eyes, and scrutinized Charlotte. If you really can predict the future, then why not hit the casinos? You be raking in the cash. Facing George's skepticism, Charlotte explained, because I can only see fragments of the future, and even those glimpses can still be changed. Tilting his head, Charlotte did her best to talk herself up. It's just like why I insisted on staying in your patrol car that day, just like how I shadowed you every step in Lakeview, just like how I suddenly disappeared in Raccoon Town. A deep, resonant hum seemed to echo in George's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. He looked at Charlotte with a strange expression, as if suddenly realizing, so that day, you were trying to save me? You've been trying to save all of us? Sighing softly, as if she had guessed what George was thinking, Charlotte said, But I can't save everyone. I can only see glimpses, simple, fragmented glimpses, of futures connected to me. And even then, they're not always accurate. Charlotte wasn't lying. She truly had glimpsed parts of Marvel's future, although that was in a movie theater. But the future shown in movies is still a kind of future. If the future Charlotte spoke of turns out different from reality, then surely it's the real future that's gone awry. How could Charlotte possibly be wrong? Charlotte can't be wrong. It's only because she told you all about the future that things changed. Aren't you even a little bit at fault? Yes, it's all your fault. Besides, she already said her predictions only show partial glimpses. And anyway, the future isn't set in stone. Conclusion. The final right of interpretation belongs to Charlotte. Seeing that George was already taken in, the next challenge was figuring out how to convince Nick. Of course, for Charlotte, this was just as easy. With a casual flick of her wrist, Charlotte revealed something in her hand that made Nick's eyes widen in shock. He blurted out in disbelief, "Where did you get that?" Because what Charlotte held was a pager with a distinctly sci-fi design. That's right, she had stolen it from Nick earlier. She hadn't planned on telling him. She was going to deny it even if he found out. But now that things had come this far, it didn't matter anymore. "You've been probing for cracks in my defenses all this time, but you never imagined I'd already taken hold of your secret, did you?" For a brief moment, Nick lost control of his emotions, but he quickly composed himself, realizing Charlotte must have lifted it from him. Just this alone was enough to make him absolutely convinced of Charlotte's ability to predict the future. There was simply no other explanation. No memory reader could pull off something like this. Countless thoughts raced through Nick's mind. Watching him struggle to piece things together, Charlotte casually untied his hands. A fragmented future is still a future. Now, what Nick wanted most was to know just how serious the crisis was, why he would have to use that device. Charlotte yawned and said, "Since you want to know so badly, that's all the more reason I can't tell you." "Nick, you..." A silver-white Porsche 911 pulled up in front of the George residence. The car door swung open, and Natasha stepped out, clad in a sleek black leather combat suit. She tossed her head, sending deep brown waves cascading over her shoulders. The suit hugged her graceful figure, accentuating her slender waist, long and shapely legs, perfect curves, and full chest, making her irresistibly alluring. With every sway of her hips, there was a sense of strength. Each elegant movement of her legs gave her the air of a model striding down a runway. She exuded the deadly charm of a mature woman, and the sight left the middle-aged, single George, who'd opened the door, completely entranced. With car keys in hand, she strode forward. Through the open doorway, she caught sight of Nick inside the room, even from a distance. Natasha couldn't help but wrinkle her elegant brows. Nick was already untied before I arrived, and after I got here, he's still untied. Was my trip here for nothing? But as she drew closer, Natasha's frown quickly eased. Even her steps and posture became more alluring, a delicate smile playing at her lips, for she'd spotted Nick's black eye and bruised face. Not a wasted trip at all. This visit was absolutely worth it. The closer she got, the more her spirits soared. Reaching the doorway, Natasha gave a playful laugh and said to the stunned, burly Officer George, who was still blocking the entrance, "What's wrong? Aren't you going to invite me in?" "Of course," snapped out of his daze. George quickly stepped aside, but his gaze couldn't help but linger on Natasha for a few more moments. Who doesn't appreciate beauty? Looking costs nothing. Let me have another look, and another. With graceful steps, Natasha took a seat in the chair opposite Nick. She rested her chin in her hand on the dining table, her eyes fixed unblinking on Nick's sullen face, a mischievous smile tugging at her lips. "Nick, enough already." It wasn't every day you saw Nick sporting a black eye. If she weren't worried about getting on his bad side, she'd have whipped out her phone for a rapid-fire photo session and shared the pictures in every S.H.I.E.L.D. workgroup chat, just to give everyone a good laugh. Since Nick was clearly fine, Natasha shifted her focus. Her job now was to enjoy Nick's misfortune. After all, scenes like this were a rare treat. Nick and Natasha exchanged a brief glance before Natasha deliberately craned her neck, furrowing her brows as if searching for any sign of his eyes. Nick, whose swollen eyelids had reduced his eyes to mere slits, immediately turned away, determined to ignore her. Turning to Sherlock, Nick said, "Sherlock, I'm planning to put together a..." Sherlock cut him off. Skip it, skip it. Spare me the Avengers pitch." Nick's mouth twitched. He was caught off guard for a moment, his mind going blank, and then he awkwardly tried again. "Aliens." "Skip the story," Sherlock said with a serious expression, clearly uninterested in these details. Nick couldn't tell if Sherlock truly foresaw what was coming or simply didn't want to listen. All he could do was try to earn some sympathy, and said, "Even though I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., my authority within the organization isn't as absolute or unchallenged as you might imagine, because..." Alexander Pierce. "Cheap? Keep skipping." Sherlock shook his head, dismissing the well-worn plot lines from the movies. "I've already stored them all in my memory palace. Focus, focus, focus. Do you understand what matters here? My part-time salary for the month, that's what matters." But Nick, oblivious to Sherlock's impatience, pressed on in a dry tone. "That's right. Even though Alexander is the former director, most of S.H.I.E.L.D. is still under his control." Sherlock's repeated interruptions left Natasha puzzled. She glanced back and forth between Nick and Sherlock. What's going on here? A swirl of unspoken thoughts flickered through her mind. Nick opened his mouth, but for a moment, he was at a loss for words. "Is this a video game to you? Are you just going to skip all the cutscenes and jump straight into the action?" After a few seconds of silence, Nick summarized, "The situation is not in our favor. I only have a handful of true allies left in S.H.I.E.L.D. Even though I promoted them to higher positions, this political infighting still keeps holding S.H.I.E.L.D. back. Just recently, Alexander even proposed the Insight Project. That project has almost slipped completely out of my control. That's when I realized Pierce is a stranglehold on SHLD's core, its backbone. It's not that I'm suspicious of him specifically. I'm suspicious of everyone. His actions have given me a sense of crisis like never before. I have no idea what he's planning. Of course, Nick's situation wasn't quite as dire as he made it sound, but matters were certainly not in his favor. Nick hadn't been sidelined by Alexander, but Alexander's shadowy manipulation of S.H.I.E.L.D. always left Nick uneasy and on guard. And then, Nick tried to make the most of the situation. Sherlock blinked, a thought flickering across his mind, and a sly smile tugged at his lips. Nick, do you trust Captain America? Nick paused, not understanding, and replied, Of course I trust him. Sherlock kept smiling and said, What if I told you that, in the future, Captain America is actually Hydra? Nick and Natasha? What the hell? Are you kidding me? Nick stared at Sherlock in disbelief, suspicion and shock written all over his face. Sherlock put on a solemn expression and said, Then, let me tell you what I've seen in the future. I foresaw Steve dressed in black battle gear, holding his shield, meeting with several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in secret, and whispering the chilling words, Hail Hydra. I saw his shield stained with blood, crushing human lives beneath its weight. I saw him, iron shield in hand, fighting side by side with a Hydra agent wielding a metal arm. I saw him clash with Stark in a fierce battle, his shield slamming into Stark's chest. I saw countless S.H.I.E.L.D. warriors and humans reduced to ashes at Steve's feet. And I saw him, wielding a mighty hammer, bringing it down on your head. Nick Fury. Nick's expression faltered, a visible shudder running through him. Mother, what the? Is this for real? When I say it's real, I mean it. Ping. Congratulations, you've obtained the skill card. Alarming honesty. The more truthful and frightening your words, the more they sow suspicion, shock, and belief in others. Free attribute points +2. Glancing at Nick, whose brow was tightly knit, Charlot continued describing the battle. Nick, you were already dead before the final showdown. Black Widow Natasha, she was gone too. Then Captain Marvel descended from the sky, and in the future I saw, we seemed to be fighting over rainbow candy. Then a flamboyant sorcerer in a vivid red cloak flipped off Iron Man. Tony Stark, who muttered, I am Iron Man. And with that, he was gone. Afterwards, Dr. Banner helped send Captain America off as well. Justice prevailed over evil. Once again, Nick's fingers drummed rapidly on the table, betraying the chaos inside his mind. His face much calmer than he actually felt. Charlot's story had left his thoughts in utter disarray. All of them died? No, don't dwell on this. Nick forced himself to stop thinking about the future. If the future could be changed, then the imminent crisis before him was what truly deserved his attention. Only after surviving the present disaster could he begin to prepare and plan for more distant threats. Staying calm in the face of an immediate crisis, that was what mattered now. Solve each problem step by step, don't rush. Still, Nick found it hard to believe there could be anything wrong with Steve. The vision of a single possible future wasn't enough to completely shake his trust, but it had planted a seed of doubt. Yet, that seed wasn't the most important thing. Who could say how the future would unfold? For all he knew, he and Stark might become the villains in the end. An agent's duty was to question everything. Of course, an investigation into Steve was unavoidable. This matter, best to assign it to Sitwell. Charlot, can you help us foresee the crisis looming right in front of us? Nick asked gravely. George, too, sat on the edge of his seat, hanging onto every word. Of course. At the mention of this, Charlot's expression turned serious and focused. This was the first immense disaster that he, Gwen, and the others would have to face together. Indeed, a crisis is looming right before our eyes, and it's a catastrophe that threatens the entire world. With his skill cards at the ready, Sherlock was not simply making empty threats. He was speaking of the very disaster that every member of the Avengers would soon have to confront. This crisis broke out from New York. In the beginning, no one paid attention, no one tried to stop it, until it quickly swept through every corner of the city. The world was set ablaze. Blood and fire spread through the streets. Pain and screams echoed. Despair and wailing filled the air. Superpowered beings collapsed helplessly. Countless people were forced to abandon their jobs. Countless others had to leave their homes. Families were torn apart, and some lost their lives altogether. In the face of such a vast catastrophe, no one could stand apart, for we are all part of this disaster. Even heroes found themselves powerless, and even if victory was achieved in the end, what remained was a shattered world and a landscape of withered life. Nick's face darkened with every word, and he quickly pressed for details. What kind of disaster is this? How are we supposed to stop it? Seeing the increasingly grave looks on Nick, Natasha, and George's faces, Sherlock spoke with solemnity. No, Nick, you can't stop it, and neither can I. Quiet, listen closely. It's already begun. Sherlock curled his lips into a subtle smile and met Nick's wide, narrow eyes. The name of this great crisis is the subprime mortgage crisis. Oh. Nick's heart skipped a beat. Well, it was true. He couldn't stop it. Or rather, by now, no one could. The dollar-based economy was already teetering on the edge of a cliff. Realtors, fueled by the economic bubble of rising American home prices, encouraged speculators to take out massive subprime loans to buy houses, hoping their assets would double as prices soared. Loan companies sold off these subprime contracts to investment banks, cashing out to reinvest elsewhere. Investment banks, in turn, packaged these subprime credits into swaps, trading them like stocks in the market, leveraging them dozens of times to harvest wealth, and even passed them off to insurance companies for protection. But house prices couldn't rise forever. When speculators' dreams of quick riches collapsed and sky-high interest rates loomed over them, they had nowhere to turn but to sign their homes over to the banks. Yet the houses wouldn't sell, so banks turned to insurance companies for compensation. But when the insurance companies that backed these loans started going bankrupt, the loan companies soon followed. In an avalanche, no single snowflake is innocent. This financial collapse of the American economy was saturated with the greed that lies within every human heart. In the chain reaction collapse, triggered by leveraged investments, banks, investment institutions, and funds all teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, sending the stock market into violent turmoil. Even though the Federal Reserve, having detected the problem early on, had already begun to raise short-term interest rates, this time the long-term rates did not follow suit. The real estate bubble, weakened by falling home prices, burst at the slightest touch. What followed was global market upheaval, with stocks plunging the moment trading began. This financial crisis swept across the world like a storm. By the time things had reached this point, investment banks were all standing at the edge of ruin. No one could stop this financial catastrophe now. Soon, it would give rise to the European debt crisis, Greece's bankruptcy, Britain's exit from the EU, South Korea desperately selling assets to save itself, and so on and so forth. Economic recession took hold, job pressures mounted, and the liquidity crisis within the U.S. dollar financial system deepened. Amidst this worldwide turmoil, it was a certain great nation in the East that first regained stability. Though the subprime crisis struck a heavy blow to its export industry, its rise only became more unstoppable. It was a disaster that swept across the globe, and yet Nick, who was always talking about saving the world, finally saw his opportunity. But in truth, he was far from capable of saving the world this time. Subprime crisis? George cried out in shock. Another economic crisis was looming. George couldn't help but feel anxious. With jobs and livelihoods under such strain, America would lose face and all kinds of social conflicts would erupt. A surge in unemployment would inevitably lead to a spike in crime rates. Damn it, looks like he'd better start preparing early. Nick's brow twitched fiercely. He shot a glance at Natasha at his side, knowing he had to hurry back. He too had invested in supposedly stable stocks and other financial products. Moreover, the financial storm would surely impact SHELD's funding chain. Thank goodness for Charlot. Without him, Nick would be in serious trouble in this crisis. If not dead, then gravely wounded. Now, though, he could ride the wave for a tidy profit, and even use this chance to tighten his grip on S.H.I.E.L.D. With this in mind, his eyes grew gentle as he looked at Charlot. Charlot, S.H.I.E.L.D. simply can't do without you. Rubbing his fingers together, Nick made up his mind. Charlot would be cultivated as a secret agent, hidden away at all costs, never to be revealed, especially not to Alexander. Nick was convinced that Charlot would be an invaluable asset in the future, perhaps even the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D. To be able to predict the future, it was truly terrifying. The only pity was with such power, Charlot could easily amass great wealth, and Nick was sure Charlot had little interest in money. So, what could possibly win Charlot over? Turning the idea over and over in his mind, Nick resolved to play his biggest card to lure Charlot in. Even Alexander coveted it, and Nick was sure Charlot knew of its existence. Carefully choosing his words, Nick said, "Do you know about the existence of the cosmic cube?" Charlotte's eyes lit up instantly. "The cosmic cube? Of course I know about it. Why? Are you willing to give it to me? That thing could definitely fetch a hefty price." "Of course not. The cosmic cube contains limitless power, and I want to extract a portion of that power to serve as your payment for this job. Don't worry, this power is completely safe, not dangerous at all. In fact, it can be used directly as an energy source." "Sounds just like a fancy battery." "Nick really is stingy." Charlotte pouted. 1 share a month? We can only extract a few energy crystals a year. How can we possibly give you one every month? You get one a year. Worried Charlotte might be dissatisfied, Nick quickly added. But your salary and status will both be twice that of Coulson. Deal. Charlotte agreed without hesitation. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D., secret agent. With a lazy smile curling at the corners of her lips, Natasha was the first to extend her delicate, fair hand toward Charlotte. I'm Black Widow, Natalia Alienovna Romanova. You can call me Natasha. Their palms met, and feeling the calluses from countless firearms on her hand, Charlotte raised an eyebrow. Nice to meet you, Natasha. Although I've always called you that. By the way, need me to set you up with a husband? His name is Ryan Reynolds. He's not a bad guy, just a bit of a chatterbox and a weirdo. Other than the fact that he's neither super nor a hero, he's a pretty decent superhero. Natasha rolled her eyes, clearly uninterested in Charlotte's silly joke. Hey, Charlotte, George snapped, frowning in disapproval. Don't just go joining some shady organization. George paused. As your classmate's father, and the neighbor who's watched you grow up, I feel it's my responsibility to step in. You know, spy agencies are a mess, and American ones are even messier. They're full of all sorts of unsavory characters. And look at these two. One's Russian, the other's black. What kind of trashy organization is S.H.I.E.L.D.? Just looking at them, they don't seem like good people, and the name doesn't sound trustworthy either. Face grim, arms crossed, George addressed Natasha. You're Russian, aren't you? No, Natasha bit her red lip gently, her tone soft but tinged with complexity. I'm Soviet. That one sentence made George's expression twitch, inwardly exclaiming, good grief. He glanced at Nick, who, at some point, had quietly slipped on his leather coat and now watched their exchange with cold detachment. George looked at these agents with nothing but contempt. Miss Natasha, this black man, is he your subordinate? Are all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents as pathetic as this guy? If they're all like him, I could take on 10 at once. Is it a crime to be cocky? Is it illegal to brag? If it is, then I'm the law. Nick stood there, his face dark as thunder, saying nothing, while Natasha commented with a peculiar smile. He's our director. Director? George's face was a picture of disbelief. So the black guy wasn't lying. This really was the best S.H.I.E.L.D. had to offer? George frowned deeply, his suspicion growing. I'm even more doubtful now. What could Charlotte possibly gain or learn by joining you? George spoke his mind. You guys are just too weak. He turned to Charlotte, fixing him with a serious gaze. Charlotte, you'd be better off becoming cop with me. I think you have real talent. Stick with me, and you'll be knocking their director's teeth out in no time, just like I did. Polite Nick, inwardly, damn you, I have a partner named Yulon. He's the one who taught me how to fight. But I can't teach anyone without his permission. But if you become a cop, you'll be able to learn everything naturally. While now, this actually sounded quite tempting. Without even glancing at George, Nick seized the moment and interjected. Charlotte, joining S.H.I.E.L.D. as a secret agent won't interfere with your life at all. You won't have to go through any agent training. You'll still be free to do whatever you want every day, and our contact will be strictly one-on-one. That's how I can best protect you and your family. I have no intention of training you as a fighter. Your future is yours to decide, and I respect that completely. Become a cop? That's the most irresponsible, ignorant, and foolish use of your gifts imaginable. What we need from you are your predictions and advice. We'll never hold you back. You're free to chart your own path. We'll move forward together, side by side. Everything we do is for the sake of protecting the entire world. Not just America, not just this little corner of New York. George glared daggers at Nick, his message crystal clear. You black devil. Next time you fall into my hands, you're finished. No need to clock in, just stay home and make up a few lines for a paycheck. Charlotte was even more tempted. It's just telling stories, right? Who can't do that? Director. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with excitement, his face full of loyalty. Don't worry. Leave the prophecies to me. If I see any crisis coming, I'll tell you every single detail. Nick smiled, visibly relieved. If used wisely, Charlotte could become his ace in the hole. Now, just like Hawkeye and Black Widow, it was time to come up with a code name for him. As he pondered, he spoke. Your eyes can see a future that concerns you, which means you will have experienced everything related in that future. You fought in every battle. You survived through all. Death is far too stingy with you. She doesn't even wish to grant you her release. Charlotte, your code name in S.H.I.E.L.D. from now on will be Deadpool. There wasn't a single cloud in the cerulean sky, and the blazing sun cast its gaze down upon the earth. The city had turned into a gigantic furnace, with waves of heat swirling through the air, making every breath scorchingly suffocating. Yet Charlotte didn't mind in the least. In fact, he was uncharacteristically delighted, because summer vacation had begun. It was an ordinary stretch of days, nothing particularly special. Life had once again returned to its usual rhythm. Mother, Holding his phone, George pressed a hand to his forehead, utterly exhausted and burning with anger. Charlotte, who was off to the side playing with Gwen's puppy, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, his ears pricking up as he eavesdropped on the call. How could you not report something this serious to me sooner? George's face was clouded as he spoke. How could you be so careless? Getting into fights left and right. And now you've even lost the hand's exclusive goods. And it's not just a little bit that's missing. We're talking about a full 100 kilograms of high luo-ing. Are you kidding me? Where am I supposed to help you recover that? Street racing. Street racing. Street racing. You and those street racing punks are at it again. And now you've offended them because of Big Brother Tang's sister. Fine, let me think of something. See if I can help you track down those damned racers. Brian, I am so disappointed in you. At this rate, your undercover work may be forced to end. These past few days, the three detectives' undercover work seemed almost heaven-blessed, going off without a hitch. All had successfully infiltrated the hand. Among them, Yulon was nothing more than a fringe enforcer, a familiar face at the precinct, someone the gang could never bring themselves to trust. His small-time boss was practically gnashing his teeth in frustration. Here you are, a cop who arrests me every other week. Just because you grew a little ponytail and dotted a mole by your eye, you think you can pass for a civilian and waltz into my crew as an undercover? Do you take me for a fool, or are you blind? But he was certain Yulon simply looked down on him. Soon after, that small-time boss gathered all his men, planning to take Yulon out, but Yulon single-handedly beat the lot of them until they were all left in tears. In the end, with no other option, the battered and bruised boss had to accept Yulon's undercover presence, acting as though Yulon didn't even exist from that day forward. As for Carter, George had arranged for her to go undercover as a gang member, but she hadn't quite lived up to expectations, ending up as a kitchen helper instead. The only one George truly trusted was Brian, who had performed outstandingly from start. Because of his driving skills and the high-speed chase specially arranged by the NYPD for Brian, his dazzling performance behind the wheel finally earned the trust of the Hand Society. And since the Hand Society was in desperate need of people, Brian rose quickly through the ranks and even won Madame Gao's favor. The undercover operation was progressing steadily, until today, due to a mistake at work, Brian lost the Ocean Blossom, causing a huge disaster for the Hand Society. Now, there was nothing they could say to remedy the situation. There was no choice but to have Brian withdraw for now, while they figured out what to do next. It seemed this undercover mission was destined to end in failure. Brian, get ready to pull out, George said, his expression somber. There was no doubt Brian would soon have the entire Hand Society on his tail. George had to figure out a way to save him, but fortunately, Brian's driving skills were second to none. As long as he could find a car, George believed Brian would manage to escape. But Brian, voice trembling as he struggled to keep his composure, said, "No, I can't just give up the mission like this. We're so close, just one final step, then we can find and take down the entire underground drug lab. We can finally arrest Madame Gao and that chef, the one who's been making drugs for her all this time." Lately, Madame Gao has been staying in the hospital, running the Hand Society's business remotely, and her grip on the organization isn't as tight as before. And Spider-Man has reappeared, active once more. For criminals, the nights in New York aren't as safe as they used to be. This is our best shot. Brian, George's tone was stern, almost harsh. This is far too dangerous. It's suicide. You don't have to risk your life for this. We don't have to. What we've achieved so far is already enough. George, I can help too. Charlotte poked her head out from behind, startling George so much that he nearly jumped out of his skin. If Charlotte hadn't spoken up, George might have forgotten she was even there. Charlotte, the white lion dog Gwen brought home from Hammer Tech. That's right. Now that it was summer break, Gwen was once again interning at Hammer Tech, and this time Harry had also chosen to join her. It was Harry who met with Hammer in person and convinced him to start a collaboration, using Oscorp's technology to help plan and launch Hammer's own Primate Warrior project. Charlotte, George blurted out, covering the receiver in alarm and hissing angrily. Don't mess this up for me. But the situation was urgent. George uncovered the receiver and turned back to Brian. Withdraw immediately. I'll arrange for Hank to come and back you up. Don't worry. What we've accomplished so far is more than enough. Madame Gao's days are numbered. I'll let Yulon know to evacuate as well, but ahem. As for Carter, let her continue her undercover work for now. She's doing an outstanding job in that role. Who knows? Maybe she'll even pick up a new skill while she's at it. The call ended. George turned around in anger, ready to scold Sherlock for interfering with police confidentiality, only to realize that Sherlock was no longer behind him. Sherlock, cradling the snowy white little lion dog in his arms, looked utterly delighted as he vigorously ruffled Gwen's furry head. George was speechless. With a flick of his hand, a set of keys landed squarely in Sherlock's grasp. George said seriously, "Sherlock, I have to step out for a bit. When you leave, make sure to lock up. Just leave the keys at your place." As he spoke, George buckled his gun holster onto his waist and donned his full tactical gear. After a moment's thought, he grabbed a shotgun from the entryway, along with several dozen rounds of ammunition. Throwing on his police uniform and grabbing his car keys, George hurried toward his patrol car. After just a few steps, as if remembering something, he stopped and turned back to fix Sherlock with a stern look. "Sherlock, stay right here, you hear me? This is no time for games." "Don't worry," Sherlock replied, hugging the lion dog and nodding obediently like a model child. "I'll be right here. I'm not going anywhere." A flicker of doubt passed over George's face. He'd half expected Sherlock to shamelessly insist on tagging along. Still, this was for the best. With time running short, George dismissed his suspicions, rushed to his patrol car, started the engine, and sped off down the street. In the rearview mirror, Sherlock could be seen waving enthusiastically, sending George off. What George couldn't see, though, was that atop the car, Spider-Man had already struck a flamboyant pose, hitching a ride as the patrol car roared away. Meanwhile, Brian clenched his jaw. Should he retreat now? But he was so close, just a little further to go. America is never in short supply of heroes, and he himself was the protagonist of this story. Steeling himself, Brian's sense of justice prevailed, and he resolved to risk everything for this cause. He made up his mind. He would deliver this decoy shipment himself, leading George and the others straight to the drug lab's headquarters. After much hesitation, Brian called George, ready to share what was on his mind. As George cruised through the city with Spider-Man in tow, every car on the road seemed to cast admiring glances their way. Sherlock, ever the crowd pleaser, waved cheerfully at the passers-by, greeting everyone with a friendly smile. Only George remained oblivious, simply thinking that the citizens of New York were being unusually enthusiastic today. The call connected, and George asked, "Brian, what's your status? Where are you now?" "Chief George, this time I brought a tracker with me. You must seize this opportunity. If I really die, then just pass along a message from me to—" "Never mind, just leave it at that." With those words, Brian hung up the phone without another word. "Fuck." Hearing the deadline on the other end, George stepped even harder on the gas and tried calling Brian again, but his phone had already been switched off. "Motherfucker, damn it, Brian. What the hell is he trying to prove? Does he really think he's some sort of hero?" Unable to hold back his frustration, George slammed the steering wheel and cursed, then dialed Yulan's number. Reclining in a traditional armchair reserved for small-time bosses, Yulan, dressed in a black tang suit and turning a string of prayer beads in his hand, sipped his hot tea contentedly. The tea was nothing fancy, but Yulan found there was a certain charm to the life of an undercover cop. When the phone rang, Yulan beckoned with a wave of his hand. The small-time boss, still nursing fresh bruises from a recent beating, respectfully brought over the phone on a wooden tray. Yulan picked it up without a trace of concern, answering the call openly as the undercover cop he was. "Hello, Chief George. Everything's going well with my undercover work here. Has something happened? Oh, is my undercover mission about to come to an end?" The small-time boss suddenly looked up, his eyes wide and gleaming with anticipation on his ugly face. But the moment he raised his head, he found himself locking eyes with Yulan's icy, piercing gaze. An instant later, Yulan's sudden backhand sent the small-time boss flying out of his seat. "Nothing to worry about. Just swatting a fly, George. Don't mind the noise. Now, tell me what's happened." "I'd say my undercover work is going pretty well. I'm already close to making it into the higher ranks." Letting out a quiet sigh, George sped down the road, flipped on the signal tracker, and began explaining Brian's situation from the beginning for Yulan. He lost 100 kilos of sea holly over a meal. Yulan was shocked. That stuff is usually sold by the gram. Losing 100 kilos at once, the triad is going to lose its mind. He was now certain that Brian's undercover mission really couldn't continue. "What do you need me to do?" Yulan stood up, giving his robe a light kick with his foot before picking it up in his hand. MHM. All right." After hanging up, Yulan's eyes flashed with a sharp glimmer. He grabbed the small-time boss off the floor, a sly smile playing at his lips. "The police have another job for you to help with." The small-time boss spat out a tooth, grief and anger rising bitterly from his heart. "Yulan, you're a cop. Have some respect for your professional code. Don't go overboard." Yulan's hand clamped firmly around the boss's jaw. With a sharp slap to his stomach, he left the small-time boss doubled over in despair, bile rising in his throat. Yulan sneered coldly. "Who said I'm a cop? Right now, I'm just your hired muscle. Gang enforcers. Why would they care about any police code of conduct?" Yulan's expression softened as if clouds had parted, and he gave the little gang leader a friendly pat on the shoulder, smiling faintly. "Gather your men and come with me to take care of something. Once it's done, I'll probably have to leave." "Cheer up, you're cooperating with the police now." The little gang leader thought. Just a moment ago, you insisted you weren't a cop. You're the boss. Whatever you say goes. Having taken his fair share of beatings from the underworld, the little gang leader, voice still shaky, was now single-mindedly focused on getting Yolen off his back and sending him back to the police force where he belonged. With his lips swollen, the little gang leader puffed out his chest and held his head high. So what if they're investigating the Hahue's drug trafficking case? So what if they're after evidence of Hahue's crimes? So what if they want to arrest Madame Gao? I'll tell you everything. I know absolutely nothing. He was a small fry, barely even a footnote in the organization. Manufacturing drugs? Please, even dealing, he was never involved. His main job was to bail out his own underlings after something went wrong, paying them off to take the fall and do jail time. To the Hahue, minor offenses weren't worth covering up, and the big crimes were beyond his reach. Someone like him could never get near the core of power. But thanks to his need to save face, he'd attracted the attention of this big shot, Yolen. Now he was filled with regret. Why did he ever have to boast? Walls have ears, and now he'd caught the eye of the Grim Reaper himself, Yolen. Boss, if you say go east, I'll never head west. If you say to pet a dog, I'd never steal a chicken. So what if it's a Hahue? So what if it's Madame Gao? I'll grab my boys and go head-to-head with them. But could you maybe let us off the hook? The Hahue was leaderless. After months of chaos, all the underbosses had their own agendas. And now, with new superheroes like Ghost Spider, Cash Girl, and Daredevil on the offensive against Hahue, and the Punisher even trying to wipe them out entirely, things only got worse. Most crucial of all, the Spider Monster had reappeared in New York. It was no exaggeration to say that guy was the most terrifying thing in all of New York. Legend had it, any criminal caught by him would suffer psychological scars that never healed. Being a criminal these days was a tough business. Without some kind of superpower, you were nothing more than cannon fodder for superheroes looking to level up. Even those with powers. One day they'd be making waves, the next they'd vanish without a trace. Glancing over at Yolen, the little gang leader cursed inwardly. Damn, I might as well go get a regular job. The car engine roared to life, and the little gang leader rallied all his men to follow him. Everyone marched out with forced bravado and boarded the cars, setting off. As they turned the corner, Yolen, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly narrowed his eyes, catching sight of a fleeting figure on the sidewalk. That person's physique and posture looked so strikingly familiar, almost as if he was gazing at a version of himself from years ago, stirring up a wave of nostalgia. With a gentle smile, Yolen glanced up at his own reflection in the mirror overhead. It had been more than a decade since George had rescued him. Days like these, so reckless and uninhibited, even experiencing them once more, only made him weary. He was eager to return to the police station, to resume his life as a police officer. A life where he was loved and cared for, where friends and loved ones were close by, sharing simple joys and peaceful days. That was what he truly desired most. The police car sped down the road, bumping over potholes. Unbeknownst to George, atop the car, Spider-Man, utterly at leisure, was performing a lively, rhythm-filled dance. Twisting his waist, swaying his hips, moving his limbs with flair, every movement radiated an unabashed comical energy. His ankles flicked nimbly, his waist undulated with remarkable grace, and his hands waved in expressive patterns. The fact that George hadn't noticed, nor had Spider-Man been thrown from the car, was already a testament to Charles's extraordinary self-control and showmanship. It wouldn't be long before internet personalities everywhere would be scrambling to imitate this dance on top of cars. The two of them had become the most eye-catching sight on the streets of New York, especially since, without George's knowledge, they had already made the front page of the city's morning news. In the perfectly captured photo, George, though anxious, still maintained his approachable persona, waving amiably at the crowd during a red light, greeting the New Yorkers who were staring at the roof of his car. And in that same photo, Spider-Man danced atop his car, hips swaying and hands flourishing in flamboyant style. Oh my God! Gwen slapped her phone down on the table and helplessly covered her forehead. The scene was simply too much, whether it was Charles or her own father. She didn't want to acknowledge either of them. They both looked like a pair of hopeless fools. Too exasperated to even complain, Gwen called Charles. As soon as the call connected, Gwen's barking dog impression rang out from the phone. Then Charles, holding his lion-sized dog, laughed and said, "Hey Gwen, aren't you supposed to be at the lab with Morbius's team, going over his old research? How do you have time to call me?" "Charles," Gwen groaned, pressing her forehead in frustration. He always managed to say exactly what she didn't want to hear. Morbius was currently locked away by Charles in Connors' underground lab. Meanwhile, Gwen, carrying Morbius's instructions, had smoothly joined the research group Morbius left behind. Morbius had been extremely cooperative, handing over all his research data to Gwen, on the sole condition that Spider-Man stayed far away from him. However, Things had not been smooth for Gwen in the lab. Despite having Morbius's endorsement, her abilities were still met with skepticism by the rest of the team, who went out of their way to trip her up. Already feeling irritable, she grew even more frustrated when she saw the photo of the two of them in the newspaper. Before the agitated Gwen could say a word, Charlotte eagerly chimed in to claim credit. Gwen, your father wanted to go alone and take on the drug cartel. As Spider-Man, I've been quietly protecting him along the way. I'll thank you on my father's behalf. The words she'd wanted to say got stuck in Gwen's throat. Her thanks came out through gritted teeth, but after all, Charlotte truly meant well. Even though their public embarrassment made her want to disappear from the face of the earth, at least Spider-Man wore a mask. So as Ghost Spider, who also wore a mask, she realized that if she were in the same situation, she'd never live it down. Now that she knew Spider-Man was keeping watch, Gwen gave up the idea of telling George the truth. After all, Charlotte did it to save him. She believed that even now, with George grinning foolishly from all the attention he'd received, he wouldn't blame Spider-Man if he ever found out what really happened, right? And even if, one day, George discovered Charlotte was Spider-Man, he probably wouldn't actually want to wring her neck, right? At most, they just go down together. The car's tracker was on, and following the directions he received by phone, Brian drove all the way to an abandoned factory on the outskirts. He'd originally brought this batch of sea poppies, stolen from the hand, to be further processed at their drug-making facility. But seeing the two black pickup trucks stopped up ahead, surrounded by nothing but emptiness, sent a chill down Brian's spine. A ninja in red leapt from one of the pickups, followed by a burly Indian interpreter, both making their way over to Brian's Jeep. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the red-clad ninja, Brian climbed out of the car, his face drawn and tense. The red ninja, speaking heavily accented English, asked, "The goods? Did you bring them?" "What? Huh?" Brian looked utterly baffled. He wasn't pretending. He genuinely had no idea what was said. He couldn't help but glance at the Indian interpreter beside him. "Sorry, I didn't quite catch that." "Wait, buddy, what language was he even speaking? That English, was he serious?" With a loud smack on the Jeep's hood, the Indian man shouted angrily. "Yo, hold on." His pitch dropped. He hadn't understood either. Leaning in close to the red ninja, the Indian and Japanese men tried to communicate in English, sometimes slipping into Japanese as well. This was getting ridiculous. At first, Brian didn't even realize they were speaking English. Suddenly, the Indian interpreter slapped the Jeep's hood again, pointing at Brian and interrogating him in English, thick with an Indian accent. Brian's heart sank. He glanced at the wide-open, deserted square around him and realized this was definitely not the Hands drug lab. Worse yet, even trying to run would be nearly impossible. It was clear, today he might not make it out. Although the red-clad ninja's English was far from perfect, his skills were undeniably formidable. Every subtle move and expression from Brian was caught by the ninja's sharp eyes, and he silently raised his guard. "Of course I brought it. Follow me." Gritting his teeth, Brian let his hand brush lightly over the pistol at his waist. He'd made up his mind. The moment the two men were distracted by the opening of the trunk, he'd take out the Indian first, then seize the red-clad ninja and make his escape. He didn't know the location of the drug lab yet, but the red-clad ninja certainly did. With cold sweat beading on his forehead, Brian led the two men to the back of the Jeep. Unseen by Brian, the red-clad ninja walked behind him wearing a cold smile, his hand silently gripping the hilt of his katana. The trunk popped open. Just as Brian was about to make his move, his hand trembled so violently he nearly shot himself where it hurt most, and the planned ambush fizzled out before it began. The red-clad ninja also jolted, quietly sliding his half-drawn katana back into its sheath. The red-clad ninja thought, "Are you messing with me?" Right in front of Brian, two blue crates sat neatly in the trunk, making him stare in disbelief. Impossible. They were gone the last time he checked. Could it be? Hiss. Thinking back, Brian realized he might have checked the wrong car. All that tension, it turned out to be nothing but a wild goose chase. Maybe he should hurry up and contact George. The plan could still go on. The Indian stepped forward and opened a crate, eyeing the mound of white powder inside. He gave a twitchy little grin, pulled a small straw from his pocket, and took a quick snort right out of the air. His neck twitched uncontrollably as he turned to give both the red-clad ninja and Brian a big thumbs up. Seeing the strange look on the Indian's face, Brian quickly shut the lid of the crate. "Achoo!" he sneezed loudly. When he looked up again, the Indian found himself staring into the red-clad ninja's murderous gaze. Well done. The red-clad ninja couldn't be bothered with the Indian. Instead, he beckoned to Brian and said, "In a moment, follow my car. You'll need to haul more goods back." Relieved, Brian nodded at the red-clad ninja. "Buddy, I still have no idea what you're saying." To be absolutely safe, Brian secretly removed the tracker from his car before setting off. After all, The hand would definitely inspect his Jeep thoroughly. Before, he'd kept the tracker as a last-ditch escape plan, but now, that was no longer necessary. With the convoy rolling again, the red-clad ninja led Brian straight toward the hand's underground drug lab. Brian couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. He quietly took out his phone and sent George a new message. He had always envied Carter's meteoric rise. But this time, the greatest credit of all, Brian was determined it would be his. Golden sunlight spilled over the battered streets of Hell's Kitchen, the brightness tinged with a sickly, evil yellow. On either side of the worn, dilapidated road, rusted-out cars lay abandoned, while packs of gaunt, stray dogs roamed, scavenging through heaps of garbage as they wandered forward. This was the slum of New York City, a breeding ground for countless crimes and conflicts. Even before he rolled down the car window, Brian could almost smell the stench wafting in. In New York's sweltering heat, the odors seemed to cook and ferment in the air, mingled with the sharp reek of human waste. For newcomers, this was nothing short of a living hell. But for the regulars of Hell's Kitchen, it was just another ordinary day. Following the narrow, cramped streets of the neighborhood, 3 cars slowly crept forward. As they advanced, the zombie-like homeless figures lining the sidewalks became fewer, replaced by gang members whose eyes followed Brian with silent, chilling scrutiny. From a distance, these men joked and chatted, breathing in deep lungfuls of air. But as Brian's car drew closer, all conversation died. Their intense, unsettling gazes made Brian feel as if he were being stripped bare. He rolled down the window, its reflective tint glinting, and the ninja in red lifted his hand, greeting a bald, tattooed man who emerged from the crowd. Then the Indian man stepped out of the car, returning to his own place among the group. The gang members parted, revealing a narrow, winding path that led through a crumbling building. The cars jolted along, bumping their way deeper into the heart of the slums. Eventually, they arrived in front of a Jewish bar, beside which yawned the entrance to a vast underground cellar, large enough for cars to drive into. It was only then that Brian realized the hand's drug lab was hidden in the underbelly of this very slum. As the Jeep rolled to a stop, they found themselves at the entrance to the drug lab's underground parking lot. Brian glanced at the massive, reinforced black iron doors ahead, a wave of foreboding washing over him. This was nothing less than a fortress. It wasn't something the police could storm at will. Even if law enforcement wanted to blow the whole place sky high, they'd have to consider the wild mix of residents living above in Hell's Kitchen. Besides, Brian was certain this factory had more than one way in or out. There had to be far more escape routes than anyone could guess. Whatever Brian was thinking, the red-clad ninja lowered the car window and pulled down his mask. He stepped out and walked to the heavy iron door, his back to Brian, picked up the phone mounted on the wall, and spoke a few coded words. Soon, with the grinding sound of gears, the massive iron gate slid open to both sides, like 2 rows of bared teeth, revealing the dark throat within, ready to devour whoever approached. Brian's phone had long since lost its signal. Now, he had no way out. All he could do was start the Jeep in silence and drive straight toward whatever fate awaited him. As the overhead lights flickered on one after another, Brian found himself in an underground parking lot. He pulled up next to a Jeep that looked vaguely familiar. Just as he jumped out, intending to move the crates from the trunk, a red-clad ninja raised a hand to stop him. Inside, the ninja's face covering remained lowered, exposing his dark, unreadable face. The red ninja wore a peculiar blend of styles, a cross between Japanese and Western, with a head of tightly coiled black hair twisted into a knot at the back, while the front of his head was completely shaved. He glanced at Brian with a knowing smile and said, "No need. Someone else will handle that. You're coming with me." Brian had no right to refuse. Uneasy, he could only follow the red-clad ninja's lead. With his right hand resting on the hilt of his katana, the red ninja led Brian to another iron door. He shot Brian a dismissive look and chuckled. "There's something I lied to you about before." "What?" Brian, preoccupied with finding a way to escape and pass on a message, froze for a moment. A chill crept up his spine as he looked at the red ninja in confusion. The red ninja sneered, "I lied. There's nothing here that needs to be delivered out. In fact, everyone who comes here is meant to stay here, to work and live. So, Brian, you're not leaving. I hope you learn to like it here." Brian's breath caught. A cold numbness swept over his scalp. Stay here? Are you kidding?" he stammered, his face drained of color. "I have so many deliveries to make every day. I'm a great driver. They can't do without me." "Relax," the red ninja replied, a mocking smile curling his lips. "As long as you finish your work here and earn your points, one day you'll get a leave. After all, we can never be sure that newcomers won't leak information about this place. The only thing we can do is treat everyone the same." Brian's heart sank into despair. So, the reason the Hand Society let him into the production center so soon after joining wasn't because they trusted him. It was because from the very start, they never intended to let him go. He thought back to how his phone had lost service before he even reached the alley. The Hand Society wasn't afraid of being tracked. They had prepared for everything. Brian felt a wave of hopelessness crash over him. Almost involuntarily, his hand drifted to the pistol at his waist, desperate enough to consider a last stand. The red-clad ninja, of course, noticed his movements and sneered coldly. "Stay right here, Brian. Don't do anything stupid. The extraction center just happens to need a forklift driver, and it was your boss who said you were good behind the wheel. He recommended you to us himself. This is your honor. It's also his honor. Only a fool would care about that kind of honor." Clenching his teeth, Brian kept his head low. He glanced at the heavy iron door opening up to the deeper abyss, a flash of fierce resolve in his eyes. He raised his hand, about to... But just as the tension was about to snap and battle erupt, a familiar voice rang out from beyond the door. "Hey, Yasuke, hey, Brian." Brian's hand jerked involuntarily, and he nearly coughed up blood right there on the floor. Yasuke, who had been on high alert, twitched at the corners of his mouth and sheathed his katana. Not this routine again. Looking at the newcomer, Brian's face filled with disbelief as he stammered. "Kakakater." The red-clad ninja's expression tightened, and even Carter's smile grew a bit stiff. After all, Officer Carter had infiltrated under a false name, and being called out by her real one sent a cold sweat running down her back. "She's not called Kakakater." Yasuke's voice grew dark and heavy, his gaze pressing down on them with a new intensity. He flexed his hand around the katana. Facing the desperate pair, he announced in a booming voice, "Her name is Kakarot. Brian, you remembered wrong." "Yeah, right. That's me, Kakarot." Relieved at dodging the crisis, Carter quickly nodded, trying to play along. As she spoke, she raised her fist, moving in to share a complicated handshake with Yasuke, the kind you'd only see between old friends. But Yasuke, raised since childhood in Japan and never picking up on Black American culture, just stared at her coldly, unfamiliar with the gesture. Carter awkwardly bumped her fist twice against Yasuke's hand still gripping the katana, slapped it twice, and then, with no response, sheepishly nudged the katana with her hip. All she got in return was Yasuke's icy stare. Brian couldn't help but cover his eyes. Just imagining the scene was enough to make anyone cringe. Left with no choice, Carter forced an awkward smile and raised her fist as she walked over to Brian. "Don't you dare come over here." Brian didn't want to acknowledge Carter, but he had no choice. "Hey, Tilda man, Tilda. Woo, brother." Brian flashed a dazzling smile, and their fists bumped together, followed by an utterly mismatched, clumsy handshake routine. Then Carter crouched down and started quacking like a duck. Brian's smile froze completely. "Sis, that's not how you greeted Yasuke just now." After the handshake ended, Brian and Carter shared a stiff but familiar shoulder hug. Only then did Brian whisper, "What are you doing here?" "Woo," Carter shouted, unabashedly explaining. "I'm a helper in our Hand Association's cafeteria, responsible for delivering food to all the members. This is my final stop." As he spoke, Carter threw an arm around Mayasu's shoulders and continued. "And this guy here told me earlier, I got promoted. From now on, I've landed a steady job here. My new duty on the assembly line is..." Carter lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously, "to cut open the packaging." Damn it. Crap. Brian had been considering using Carter as a way to escape from here, but now it was clear Carter was utterly unreliable. He recalled that he'd only joined the police force for 2 days before witnessing Carter's astonishing knack for chaos. She always managed to mess up good things and somehow put a positive spin on disasters. Maybe all Carter needed was a trip to the restroom, and they'd have a shot at escaping. With that thought, Brian abandoned any notion of a desperate struggle. He took the pistol from his waistband and handed it over to Mayasu. Mayasu, for his part, appreciated Brian's sense of the situation. After searching them, he lost all interest in the two and turned his attention to the food Carter had brought. It consisted of several metal boxes locked with combination codes. The food was packed inside the moment it was prepared and only unlocked at its destination by authorized personnel, ensuring that no one could tamper with or poison it at any stage. "That means you, Carter." Catching their curious looks, Mayasu did a brief inspection, then explained without the slightest hint of concealment. "Kakarot is in luck because this food is called the antidote. It's delivered just once a year, and each dose lasts for 1 year. Going forward, you'll all have to take trace amounts of poison every day." A cold smirk curled his lips as Mayasu went on. "Unless you plan to starve, you'll have to take the antidote. Every member of the Hand Association needs it." Now that they'd arrived here, Mayasu saw no possibility of escape for the pair. Afterward, Mayasu took the antidote Carter had delivered and moved it ahead. With a casual wave, he signaled another black-clad ninja to bring the two of them to their next task. He was to escort them to suitable workstations. "Follow me," the ninja said in fluent English. He held a device, scanning through records and quickly confirming Brian's assignment. Forklift operator. But he couldn't find any records for Carter, because Carter was just a kitchen helper. Unable to contain his curiosity, the ninja turned to Carter and asked, "What's your role in the organization?" "I'm a chef," Carter declared firmly. "A newly discovered chef, in fact." "You're a chef? A poison chef?" The ninja's face showed some shock. In that case, it made perfect sense that there were no records for her. "That's right. I'm a new chef," Carter replied, brimming with confidence. "You can cook? How good are you?" "I'm very good at it," Carter declared, her confidence undiminished. "Very good?" The ninja in red eyed Carter with disbelief, then went on. "I hope you can say that with the same confidence later. Just so you know, the head chef was hired by Madame Gao herself at a high salary. He's even a Nobel Prize-winning chemist. He can replicate lizard serum. You think you can outdo him?" Carter scoffed, clenching her fists as she retorted. "Cooking doesn't need to be that complicated. Why use lizard at all? Even if he's won 10 chemistry prizes, that doesn't mean he cooks better than I do." "Good." The ninja's expression shifted from skepticism to seriousness. He scrutinized Carter, trying to decide if she was truly that confident or simply risking her life. With a solemn face, he said, "I'll take you to the kitchen right now." As for him, Brian, the only one present who was both conscious and had followed the entire conversation, quickly interjected, "I'm a right-hand man. We're a team. She can't do this without me." Afraid the ninjas might not believe him, and fearful of losing his hard-won chance at escape, Brian hurried to add, "She really can't do without me. You might not know this, but she's terribly unlucky, and I'm her lucky star." As he spoke, Brian forced a stiff smile, not forgetting to give Carter a covert nudge to play along. But that gentle nudge must have hit some sensitive nerve, because Carter instantly stumbled, losing her balance. With a pained yelp, she tumbled toward the ninja in black. Carter clung desperately to the front of the ninja's shirt as she fell, dragging the garment down in one smooth motion all the way to his ankles. The ninja in black, still clutching his phone, was left standing there in nothing but a pair of cat paw print underwear, frozen in shock. 2 clear handprints marked his chest, and his eyes widened in utter disbelief. Carter hurried to apologize. I guess I'm actually pretty lucky after all." As she spoke, Carter grabbed up a handful of black fabric, trying to help the ninja get dressed again. But as her hand moved, she accidentally pulled out the elastic band from his underwear. The taut elastic snapped back, landing a sharp sting across the naked ninja's backside, leaving a long, red mark. The ninja let out a strangled, melodramatic whimper. The rest of the fabric slipped to the floor, and the now fully exposed ninja shivered, arms crossed over his chest. Seeing Carter approach to help, the naked ninja frantically waved her off, backing away in alarm. But Carter's foot was still on his discarded clothes, and with his ankles tangled up, the ninja toppled backward, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, little stars swirling before his eyes. "Enough. Don't come any closer. I believe you." Carter's footing faltered as well. The naked ninja's eyes bulged in surprise, just as Carter swung his elbow, aiming straight for the cat paw patterned underwear. A howl of agony echoed powerfully through the air. Meanwhile, tracking Brian's signal, George followed it all the way to an abandoned factory on Manhattan Island. Sitting in the patrol car, George surveyed the desolate surroundings, his face clouded with deep unease. He pushed open the door and stepped out of the car. It didn't take him long to spot tire tracks on the ground, along with the tracking device carelessly discarded in a hidden spot by the roadside. George was no fool. He knew this was definitely not the Hands Drug Lab, but he could guess that the real location had to be somewhere on Manhattan. And of all the places in Manhattan, Hell's Kitchen was the one that set off the most alarm bells. He picked up his phone just as a message came in from the Intel division. They had sent over the latest tracking data for Brian's phone. Examining the spot where the signal disappeared, George couldn't help but frown. Another thought struck him. He remembered the promotion news Carter had sent him, reporting her current assignment. That location was right in this very area. He quickly put 2 and 2 together. Sure enough, Carter had also gone missing. George's mind went into overdrive, sifting through every clue. "Hey there, George." Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. George nearly jumped out of his skin, almost toppling over in shock. One hand flew to his belt, the other clutched his chest as he spun around. "Who's there?" "Hey, George, it's Peppa. You look like someone in desperate need of help. Trust my method. Rolling in a muddy puddle will really help you think. It's the cure for any problem you're facing. You're the top dog at the NYPD, you know. If you oink like a pig while you do it, the results are even better." Charlotte lounged grandly atop the patrol car, hands propped on the flashing lights, legs kicked up over George's windshield. Her feet swung back and forth with wild abandon, her attitude positively brazen. This was the first time George had come face-to-face with Spider-Man. For a fleeting moment, he thought he caught a glimpse of someone else's shadow flickering across Spider-Man's face. Spider-Man, George blurted out in surprise, his shock quickly boiling over into rage. Damn it, get off my car now. You're under arrest. He whipped out his handcuffs and stormed toward Charlotte, bristling with fury. He'd been waiting for a chance to teach Spider-Man a lesson. Raising her leg, Charlotte effortlessly dodged George's grab for her ankle and chuckled lightly. No need to rush. George, aren't you looking for Brian? How do you know I'm looking for him? I mean, George caught himself and glared at Spider-Man, his anger blazing. You bastard. You were eavesdropping on my phone call. Tell me, when the hell did you sneak onto my car? That? Charlotte tapped her forehead with a thoughtful gesture, her tone saturated with nostalgia. Probably. Right before the fourth dance. The fourth dance, George's voice trembled. What does that mean? Were you dancing in my squad car? He quickly replayed in his mind all the unusually enthusiastic New Yorkers along the way, and himself grinning foolishly, waving back at them. George's face turned beet red in an instant, his whole body shaking with rage. Don't get so worked up. George, this is what you'd call perfect police-community harmony. We're the model of teamwork and mutual benefit. I've been investigating the hand as well. Don't you want to know where Brian was taken? As a matter of fact, I know exactly where he is right now. George's raised fist stopped just short of hitting his own windshield, while Shiloh had already dodged aside, flipping nimbly to land on the side of the police car. With complete confidence, Shiloh smiled. His spider sense had already locked onto a target in the thick, hostile air of Hell's Kitchen. He had never forgotten. He had a score to settle with the hand. The roar of engines suddenly filled the air as Yulon, having received the message, arrived with his small-time lieutenants. But the underling at the wheel, catching sight of Shiloh, let out a terrified shriek. Oh my God, Lord above, it's the spider freak. Run, run, everybody, let's get out of here. His own car was boxed in by another vehicle behind him, so he couldn't back out. Without hesitation, the underling unbuckled his seatbelt. He flung open the door, abandoning the car altogether, and bolted for his life, heedless of anything else. Making a desperate leap, he landed sprawled across the hood of his buddy's car, which was frantically reversing, and howled at the top of his lungs. It's the spider freak. Retreat now. Tires screeched, cars fishtailed, and with the underling clinging desperately to the hood, the convoy made a shaky, hasty escape. In their wake, Yulon, still a little stunned after getting out of his car, watched as the vehicles vanished from view. They sure can run fast. Is Spider-Man really that terrifying? Turns out he's even more effective than the hand. With a helpless shake of his head, Yulon strode over toward the two of them. George, what's the situation? Hey, Yulon. Spider-Man's willing to help us, too. George forced down his anger as he spoke. Compared to the thought of ganging up on Spider-Man, finding Brian was far more important right now. This was also Shiloh's first time meeting Yulon. Dressed in a black tang suit, his hair cut close to his scalp, he was short and compact, yet carried an air of power. Every step he took was brisk and purposeful, his sharp eyes shining with intelligence. He moved with the agility of a cat, the powerful muscles beneath his clothes impossible to hide. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a full head of jet black hair. Though middle-aged, he still radiated a heroic vigor. So this is Yulon. He really does have a face that looks like it could take a punch or two. Spider-Man, I've heard so much about you, Yulon said with a smile. Unlike George, he had no complaints about the city's nocturnal Spider-Man. Apart from Spider-Man's rather unconventional methods, the records show that neither Spider-Man nor Ghost Spider has actually killed anyone. But Chinese Kung Fu, just like Bruce Lee. You look like someone who's really tough. The main hero and his trouble-prone sidekick? My spider god. George must have caused you so much trouble, hasn't he? As Peppa, let me apologize to you on George's behalf. Please be patient with him. After all, not everyone is as outstanding as I am. Ignoring George's scowling face, Yolen gave a light laugh and said, Spider-Man, just as chatty as the legends say. Tell me, is your suit really made from vegan fur? If not, we might just have to arrest you. Come on, now draped in dead skins? That's so outdated. In a flash, Charlot's arm was slung casually over George's shoulder. If I'm going to wear anything, it'll be a living alien creature. For now, they had reached a temporary truce, but that didn't mean George was about to show Spider-Man any warmth. None of the criminal Spider-Man had dealt with ever dared to mess with him again, but without exception, every one of them had filed complaints and lawsuits against the NYPD. They insisted that the city's vigilante had injured them, and if only the police had caught them sooner or stopped Spider-Man's actions, none of this would have happened. George, in particular, was swamped with complaints. he was at his wit's end. And to make matters worse, he'd never liked Spider-Man's brand of reckless justice in the first place. Come with me. We're leaving now. The dream is over. The heart knows no fear. There's a place, the old home of the hand. With a swift move, Charlot hopped on the roof of George's police car, grinning. This is the very first collaboration between the police and Spider-Man. Goodness, I can hardly wait. Let's get moving right away. Spider-Man. George, still bitter about having lost someone last time, was visibly annoyed. Do you really have to sit on the roof of the police car? Charlot chuckled. Absolutely. That's exactly the vibe I'm after. If I rode inside, wouldn't I just be like any ordinary person? I'm the fashion of a new era. There isn't a car from the old days that could ever contain me. Yolan, standing by the passenger door, could only smile helplessly. Hold on, there's one more person I've invited. And who is this final guest? A man in a perfectly tailored black suit, with meticulously styled blonde hair, sunglasses perched on his nose, his forehead held high, striking features, and a tall, upright posture. To the three of them, he was a familiar face. That's right, it was Agent Smith from S.H.I.E.L.D. The moment Smith arrived, his burning gaze was drawn irresistibly to Spider-Man. Oh my, this was his very first mission target when he came to New York. Today, he was finally seeing him in the flesh. Beneath his sunglasses, Smith's eyes grew damp, and for a fleeting moment, he was surprised to feel the urge to cry. But he quickly pulled himself back into work mode. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes behind the shades as he focused intently on every movement Spider-Man made. The corner of his mouth curled into a mischievous, almost devilish grin. As he strode forward, he began carefully analyzing Spider-Man's every psychological move. Spider-Man, you. Before he could finish a web shot out and sealed his mouth shut in an instant. All right, this irrelevant fellow's here now. Time for us to set off. Spider-Man announced, giving the police car a friendly pat, urging George and Yulon to get in. Tearing away the web from his mouth, Smith grumbled in irritation. Spider-Man, I just want a quick chat. I know you're New York's friendly neighbor. I mean no harm at all. Yeah, whatever. But I definitely mean you harm, Spider-Man said with a drawl. The way you're dressed, you look like a C-list villain from a B-grade movie. There's nothing to discuss with you. With that, he casually webbed Smith, who was about to protest, and dragged him into the back seat of the police car, slamming the door shut. Nothing to discuss with Smith? George knew he shouldn't, but he couldn't help but cast a jealous glance in Smith's direction. Locked in the back, Smith raged helplessly, pounding furiously on the window. George shot Spider-Man on the roof a glare, but finally, with a look of resignation, climbed into the police car himself. As the car started up, Spider-Man on the roof rapped on the driver's window. Since they needed Spider-Man's help to rescue Brian, George, wearing a sullen expression, reluctantly rolled down the window. With a nimble flip, Spider-Man swung down to hang beside George, giving orders in a spirited tone. Piggy George, let's roll out. Forward, forward, forward. Let's march ahead. Defeat the darkness. Justice will never die. Darkness has fallen, but George will stand before all, raising his weapon to the sky, ushering in a brilliant new era. Hey, you underlings, are you ready? Damn it. Shut up. Can't you just be quiet? Gripping the steering wheel, George's veins bulged with frustration. He couldn't help but want to grab the shotgun by his side and give Spider-Man a piece of his mind. Be quiet? Or would you rather I start dancing? Spider-Man asked, genuinely curious. The mere mention of dancing made George's blood boil. He huffed and puffed, his face reddening with anger. Fine. Talk. Just keep talking. Damn it. Say whatever you want. No one's going to stop you anymore. Spider-Man let out a casual, oh, then glanced at George and added, someone's getting a little worked up, but I won't say who. Worked up? George nearly choked on his own breath. The police car shuddered, and the sense of justice in George's heart held him back. It stopped him from jerking the steering wheel to ram Spider-Man into the opposite guardrail. But George's eyes were bloodshot, and he was clearly not himself anymore. Charlotte smacked her lips in mild disapproval. George really was too easily shaken. With that kind of temperament, how could he ever master the art of concealing his emotions, of smiling without joy or frowning without anger? How would he ever rise to greater heights in his career? It seems I really do need to give George a hand, help him grow up a little. After a rare 2 seconds of behaving herself, Charlotte couldn't help but turn to George and say, Officer George, I feel like you and I really click. We're practically born to be partners. Just like Batman and Gordon, why don't we team up? You bring the cases, I help you solve them. You make your name, I get the glory. I don't need it. Compared to Spider-Man, Ghost Spider was downright adorable. That Spider, whenever facing him, acted so timid and cautious. It was obvious he was just a kid. But this Spider-Man, this one was clearly a madman. Great. George shot Spider-Man a cold look and replied, I have a case on my desk right now, and the suspect's name is Spider-Man. Can you help me arrest him? "Oh, George, George, George," Charlotte teased, tapping her finger repeatedly against George's forehead, a laugh bubbling out. The veins on George's forehead throbbed violently, his face turning green. Wasn't there anyone who could put this scoundrel in their place? "I know what you're up to. You want us to put on a double act, lock me up to lure out New York's hidden criminals, then let me go again. A little entrapment, is it? Ha 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 ha. You really are something else, my worthy partner." As she spoke, she reached her hand through the car window and gave George's shoulder a hearty slap. "Eh?" George gave a chilling, bitter laugh, sounding less like Gordon and more like he was on his way to turning into the Joker. Oh, if Batman ever acted like this, Gotham would have gone insane long ago. "Take a left up ahead. No, we should be driving on the sidewalk. That guy gives off the stench of a serial killer." "George, you missed your chance again. I can almost see the kill streak bonus points racking up over your head." "Damn, Hell's Kitchen smells absolutely awful." Standing on the roof of the car, Charlotte couldn't help clamping a hand over her nose and mouth. She shook her head in utter misery. George took a deep, grim breath of the foul air. At last, something managed to shut Spider-Man up. Then, unable to help himself, he slumped against the car window and started retching. It was a far cry from when he'd arrived with Brian. On either side, vagrants and criminals loitered about. No one knew who shouted at first. "Spider Freak!" Immediately after, everyone in Hell's Kitchen scattered in panic, fleeing back to their rooms or doghouses, where they huddled and trembled in fear. "Wow!" exclaimed Elon in awe. "I've never seen Hell's Kitchen like this before." "Well, now you have." George spat on the ground, glancing upward to where Spider-Man was positioned above him. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "This is just the restroom. Up there, that's our real hell." Turning left, then right, they pressed forward until Charlotte led them to a certain house. Tilting her head to make sure she had the right place, Charlotte casually pulled a block of C4 from her pocket, slung it with a web, and shot it inside. Splinters and makeshift building materials burst outward in all directions, revealing a narrow, winding path. George drove the police car right over the wreckage and pressed on, but in doing so, he triggered the hand security alarm. Because Charlotte had been covering her nose and mouth the whole time, George had no idea Spider-Man was nearly suffocating on his rooftop. Before long, he pulled up in front of a bar that looked decidedly suspicious. From a hidden opening inside the bar, pairs of watchful eyes glared at the police car, ready to strike at any moment. That is, until Charlotte donned her gas mask, staggered upright, and snapped her head toward those concealed eyes. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. "Oh no, it's Spider-Man." With a thwip, web shot out and slapped across the entire wall of the bar. Charlotte yanked hard. Neon lights still flickered atop the sign, but the whole garish, dazzling wall collapsed in an instant, crashing to the ground and exposing the gang members cowering behind it. The minions who had been peeking over the wall were still frozen in their last, awkward spying poses. George frowned as he glanced at those groaning under the rubble, and at the faint evidence scattered on the floor. In his heart, he was sure they found their target. But for the Hand's fringe collaborators, the story was far from a happy one. Every one of them stared in terror at Spider-Man, perched atop the police car. If we said, "This is all a misunderstanding," would you believe us? Screams erupted. Battle was about to break out, or rather, it became an all-out Spider-Man solo performance. Webs streaked through the air. One by one, the criminals were pinned helplessly to the ground. One tattooed, bald goon shrieked in panic as a web snared his shiny head and slammed him to the floor. "Help me! Somebody snap this thing off me!" But those already bound could do nothing but watch helplessly. Leaping back onto the police car, Charlotte used both hands, darting along the silken thread like a spider. In a swift, fluid motion, she dragged the tattooed bald man across the ground, pulling him out from the midst of the crowd and slamming him onto the police car's windshield. Inside the car, George's expression darkened slightly as he found his view taken up by the man's crotch. With a sigh, he got out of the vehicle. Atop the car, Charlotte's two scarlet palms were cradling the rune-covered bald head with surprising gentleness. But as Charlotte pinned his head down, she exposed her own face, the face of a spider, the very visage that had become a nightmare among criminals. Her lips curled upward in a sinister smile. Tightening her grip on the bald man's head, Charlotte's fingers applied pressure, forcing him to scream uncontrollably. "Ah, no, please don't eat me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Anything you want to know." The smile beneath Charlotte's spider mask was blurred and eerie, tinged with cruelty as she let out a wicked chuckle. "Poor little thing. Look at us, we've come all this way. What's left to confess? Be good and surrender quietly, all right? Don't worry, I'll try my very best not to hurt you." She lingered on the word best, drawing it out with a strange, menacing emphasis. Charlotte squeezed harder, and a sharp crack echoed from the bald man's neck, making his eyes go wide in terror, as if his skull might split open at any moment. Without a second thought, the rune-marked man jabbed a finger desperately toward the entrance of the underground parking lot, shouting at the top of his lungs. There! Over there! That's where it is. He pressed a button in his hand, and a dark, hidden tunnel leading to the wine cellar slid open. Still gripping his head, Charlotte sounded almost disappointed. How could you give up so easily? Aren't you having fun playing with me? I was hoping to enjoy this a bit more. My dear bald friend, in my experience, no bald man is ever this simple. Surely you've got more backbone than this. The terrified man was in no shape to reply, but George, ever the righteous one, couldn't bear to watch any longer. That's enough. Spider-Man, let him go. We've got a job to do first. The rune-covered man glanced at George with deep gratitude. Thank you, Officer of Justice. Just cuff it to the car here for now. George ignored the grateful look and added coolly, we'll take him with us on the way out. The bald man's face twisted in fury. You're no better than he is. His eyes shot George a look full of accusation. Understood, sir. Charlotte smiled faintly, ignoring the handcuffs George offered. Instead, she used her webs to bind the bald man's hands together. With a flick, the web shot out, launching the man into the air. In the next instant, he was left hanging from a nearby street lamp. The web, propelled by its own momentum, wrapped swiftly around the lamp, securing the bald man in place with perfect precision. George glanced at the miserable figure on the verge of tears, then silently put his handcuffs away. He started the police car once more and drove onward, deeper into the wine cellar. They continued deeper and deeper until, in the dim, shadowy light, only the impenetrable, massive iron door remained before them. What now? Yulon and George exchanged glances. George reached for his phone, only to realize there had been no signal here for a long time. With no other choice, he looked to the cocky Spider-Man perched on the hood of the car. Charlotte blinked. Why are you all staring at me? Do you really think brute force alone can handle something this technical? With her double-strength skill card activated, Charlotte strode up to the iron door. Muscles bulged along her arms as she tore open a gap in the door just wide enough for a person to pass through. Though they braced themselves, George's face still betrayed a look of utter disbelief. Is he even human? He's Spider. Yulon got out of the car and released Smith, who had been locked in the back seat of the police cruiser. Suspicion gnawed at the three of them as they followed Charlotte into the Hand's underground parking garage. They checked their gear carefully. It was clear to everyone that a fierce battle was about to erupt. Winding their way past countless parked cars, the group finally came to another giant iron door. Charlotte stepped forward and repeated her earlier feat, quickly punching a hole through the door. A storm of gunfire erupted at once, peppering Charlotte with bullets, followed by a rocket that exploded squarely against her chest. The blast forced a pained cry from her lips. Her groan trailed off in a wavering, fragile note. George, who had been anxiously worrying about Spider-Man, froze mid-step, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably. George, what's up with this Spider-Man? Yet even more striking than the cry was the sight of spent bullet casings raining down at Spider-Man's feet. George had never imagined that the Spider-Man who once dodged bullets at every turn might not fear them at all. These days, Charlotte's stats meant a pistol shot would barely scratch her. With the double-strength card equipped, even rocket blasts did little damage. But getting hit still hurt. It was a bit like undergoing a particularly vigorous foot massage. She raised her hand, brushing the bullet fragments off her suit. With the spider suit unscathed despite the rocket's explosion, Charlotte smiled and gave a friendly wave to the Hand's assembled ninjas. Don't mind him. Spider-Man isn't Superman. He can't last much longer. Keep firing, shouted a red-clad ninja, clutching his rocket launcher, sweat pouring down his brow. Whether bullets hurt Spider-Man or not, he had no option now but to yell orders. The red ninja's eyes went wide. Glancing down, he saw a strand of webbing wrapped tightly around his waist. Following the web with his gaze, he saw Spider-Man tilting his head, holding up a middle finger, and giving the web a sharp tug. He looked no different than before, except his head was slightly lowered, and in his pitch-black compound eyes, it seemed as though a tide of darkness was swirling, so terrifying it sent chills down one's spine. The red-clad ninja couldn't help but shudder, and in the next instant, his whole body was flung through the air. Charlotte grabbed him and swung him like a weapon, smashing one black-clad ninja after another, their screams echoing through the chaos. Suddenly, the scene fell into an eerie silence. After a brief pause, George followed Smith's lead and slipped through the opening. He immediately drew in a sharp breath, confronted by a scene of utter devastation. Charlotte, still playing the role of Spider-Man, maintained his strict no-kill rule. But the floor was littered with black-clad ninjas, their limbs all broken, and Spider-Man had sealed their mouths and eyes to stifle their moans. It was hard to say if this was any better than simply killing them outright. To top it off, Charlotte, worried that the red-clad ninja he wielded as a weapon might die, even used his sharing skills several times to heal his wounds, right up until the end, when he broke every bone in the man's body and stuck him to the ceiling. He hadn't killed anyone. Charlotte let out a soft sigh, genuinely feeling he was a saint. Just look at that. Spider-Man wouldn't even kill these hand ninjas. If that's not saintly, what is? The cacophony of crashes, screams, and alarms turned the Hand's underground drug lab into sheer bedlam. But none of it disturbed Carter and Brian. At that moment, both were clad in bulky orange hazmat suits, holed up inside one of the Hand's underground chemical laboratories. They'd locked the heavy steel door behind them, and even the black-clad ninja, now also suited up in hazmat gear, braced himself against the wall and waddled toward them in a clumsy duck walk. He'd finally learned a healthy dose of fear, keeping a good distance from Carter, ignoring the distant alarms and commotion. People trying to escape from here was nothing new, but not a single one had ever succeeded. The black-clad ninja scribbled notes as he watched Carter pour nearly 10 bags of pepper powder into the pulverizing mixer, unable to stop himself from frowning. This doesn't look quite right, does it? Puffing out her ample chest, Carter refused to let this rare chance to show off her skills slip by. Eyes wide, she declared, "I'm the chef here." With that one line, she utterly stifled the ninja's entire arsenal of chemical theory. Under Carter's intimidating stare, he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Clearly, he developed a psychological scar. Perhaps realizing how cowardly he'd just acted, the ninja shot Carter a fierce glare before returning to his notes, silently absorbing the unique methods of Carter's drug-making craft. Then, he dumped a whole box of morphine tablets and some nitric acid into the drying machine and began to mix them together. Brian, not far away, couldn't help but swallow nervously. While Carter had everyone's attention, he quietly set about assembling a bomb, preparing for their escape in silence. But then, he watched as Carter approached the tilted reactor and began fiddling with it at random, adjusting both the time and temperature settings. Brian's heart leapt into his throat once again, terrified that a single careless move from Carter could send both of them to an early grave. Thankfully, everything went smoothly, at least the reactor didn't explode. By the time Brian finished making his bomb, Carter proudly carried over a tray of pastries she'd crafted using her own molds and set them before the black-clad ninja. The ninja eyed the dozens of white strips and gave a satisfied nod. At the very least, they looked passably convincing. After setting aside a small portion for the ninja, Carter, wearing an expression of pride, carried her pastries toward Brian. "Brian, you have to try this. My creation is guaranteed to be explosively delicious. Don't come any closer." What would he do if Carter put it in front of him? Should he eat it or not? No, of course he couldn't eat it. But perhaps just running a test on it with the instruments wouldn't hurt? Before he could worry any further, the decision was taken out of his hands. Just as Carter set her tray in front of Brian, a sudden explosion echoed nearby. Turning his head, Brian saw the black-clad ninja's corpse, bloodied and unrecognizable. The ninja had just tried to cut off some powder to test with the instruments. Brian's eyes went wide with shock. He whipped his head back to stare at the thing Carter had placed before him. "Ah!" Carter, startled by the blast, trembled so much she nearly dropped everything. Brian's heart skipped a beat, nearly leaping out of his chest. "No way, seriously? How did you manage to make a bomb out of those ingredients?" The air was now tinged with a faint scent of pepper and salt amidst the aftermath. There was no time to think it through. Escaping was now the top priority. "Carter, whatever you do, hold that tray steady." Giving this warning, Brian hurried to the black-clad ninja's mangled body, quickly finding the snapped key still hanging at his waist. Gritting his teeth, Brian pressed his homemade bomb against the door and lit the makeshift fuse. There was a sharp crack, but the metal door holding them remained perfectly intact. Brian cursed under his breath. The bomb he'd made was too weak. It couldn't even dent the metal door. He then glanced over at Carter's pastries. "Hey!" Carter twisted away protectively, clutching her creation to her chest. "Take that thought right back. My masterpiece is meant to be eaten." "Brian, After a loud explosion, Brian, dressed in protective gear, led Carter out of the room. It was almost absurd. His own bomb wasn't nearly as powerful as the ones Carter had crafted. But there was no time to dwell on that now. Seeing the crowd approaching, and under Carter's disapproving gaze, Brian grabbed one of Carter's pastries and hurled it forward with all his might. Another fierce explosion erupted ahead. The recipe for this one was clearly different. You could see a cloud of black pepper dispersing through the air. As sneezing echoed from that direction, one black-clad ninja after another collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. Fortunately, both Brian and Carter were wearing hazmat suits with their own oxygen supply, allowing them to move freely in the chaos. Brian felt secretly grateful he'd never tried to analyze Carter's creations, and even more relieved that none of them had exploded inside the dryer. He flung 3 more pastries forward. With a roar, powder burst out and filled the area with dense, swirling smoke. It brought Charlotte, who had been slicing her way forward, to a sudden halt. The tingle of her spider sense warned her that nothing good awaited in that smoke. She held back George, who caught up behind her and grinned. "Don't be so reckless, George. Maybe we've been wasting our time playing the heroes. Look at them. They're managing just fine on their own." Through the shifting haze, Brian and Carter emerged, instantly spotting George and the others with delight. George, Elon, and Spider-Man. Carter, brimming with excitement, let go of her tray, which plummeted toward the floor. Luckily, Brian darted forward in time to catch it, breaking into a cold sweat from the close call. Glancing down at her own handiwork, Carter smiled and said, "Oh, by the way, George, I just made a new batch of pastries. They're explosively delicious. I wouldn't recommend eating them, but you can at least enjoy the aroma." "I strongly advise against it," Brian interjected. Seeing George and the others, Brian finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling much lighter. These are Carter's specialty, after all. With that, Brian picked up another pastry and tossed it over his shoulder. The explosion was followed by a cloud of mysterious dust spreading through the air. "White sugar. It's white sugar. I added loads of it to the pastries," Carter announced proudly, her orange hazmat suit making her look for all the world like a champion chef. And honestly, she might just be. As everyone knew, white sugar was actually a tightly regulated hazardous material. Not only could it provide plenty of energy, but when mixed with the right oxidizer, it could go off with a bang. For example, a mixture of white sugar and potassium permanganate makes for a simple but effective explosive. In China, if you want to buy more than 8 kilograms of white sugar, you have to register with your real name, and it will certainly attract the attention of the authorities. After all, who would buy 8 kilos of sugar just to eat it? In short, white sugar is actually quite dangerous. It's one of the most common ingredients used to make explosives in everyday life. So everyone, please be very, very careful when eating it. Never consume too much at once. Did you know? If you eat too much white sugar at one time and also have whole grain foods or drinks, they will start to ferment in your stomach. And then the most terrifying thing happens. It will make you fat. Amid swirling clouds of dust, Charlotte pulled George back a step. Whoever marries Carter in the future is truly in for a wild ride. Who knows what frightening thing she might whip up in her kitchen. Just like now, Charlotte could sense a powerful danger radiating from the spreading smoke. She sniffed the air, her face grave and earnest as she declared, "This is the scent of sea poppy." George whipped his head around to look at Spider-Man. Was a superhero really doing drugs? Sensing the suspicion, Charlotte defended herself with utter confidence. "That's right. I guessed. You'd better be right." One after another, ninjas dressed in black began to collapse to the ground, foaming at the mouth as the smoky haze thickened. Seeing Carter striding quickly through the powdery air, Yolan immediately called out to stop her from coming closer. "Don't come any further. Wash off whatever's on you first." He had no intention of getting contaminated with something mysterious. Brian crouched down, took the pastries from the plate, and laid them out on the ground, fashioning makeshift landmines as he said, "There's a car wash in the parking lot. We can probably rinse this stuff off there." Glancing back at the way they'd come, they could see the airborne dust being sucked inward by the ventilation system. Somewhere deep within the tunnel, hidden from sight, the air was filled with the sounds of coughing and bodies hitting the ground. There was no time to worry about that now. The most important thing was to escape, but George doubted it would be that easy. Sure enough, after moving forward a bit, they ran into a large force of hand ninjas approaching from another direction. 10 ninjas in red led the way, and at their head was the black warrior, Yasuke. He stepped forward, lowered his stance, and, with a cold, emotionless face, slowly drew the samurai sword from his waist. The tip of the blade scraped against the scabbard, emitting a clear, resonant hum, while the gleaming white steel reflected a chilling, icy light. Do you know anything about ninjas? We often lurk in the world's dark corners, silently eliminating anyone who threatens us. Yasuke's gaze was even colder and sharper than his blade, as if he himself were the indestructible sword. His gaze was locked firmly on Charlotte, and he continued muttering under his breath. "We've killed all our loved ones, cut away every emotion, eliminated every weakness, and become blades that nothing can withstand. Ninjas are born to be cold-blooded killing machines." Mayasa took a step back, tracing an arc on the floor, crouched with both hands gripping his katana, and barked out, "Now, let Spider-Man truly experience the terror that only a ninja can bring. Prepare to die by my blade." With those words, Mayasu's figure flickered, transforming into a crimson specter as he lunged forward, both hands driving the sword's tip straight at Charlotte with blinding speed. For a split second, it seemed as though he and his blade had merged into one. The dazzling flash of steel was utterly unstoppable. Charlotte could sense a powerful surge of danger, so intense it made his eyes sting. But just a heartbeat later, Mayasu, still clutching his katana, faltered. Each step slowed until he finally stopped a few paces from the group. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of white foam, clutching his chest in disbelief, eyes wide with shock. His trembling hand pointed shakily in Carter's direction. The antidote was poisoned. With that, his head lolled to the side, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. Charlotte, still braced for an attack, exchanged a glance with Yulon, who was equally on guard. Then, together, they turned to look at Carter, who appeared just as taken aback. Mayasu was just the beginning. In the distance, the mass of black-clad ninjas seemed to be struck by the same affliction, collapsing one after another, foaming at the mouth, their eyes rolling back, bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Had the dust in the corridor spread out? Apparently not, since Charlotte and the others remained unaffected. Brian immediately recalled Mayasu's earlier explanation about the antidote. The hand had always used poison to control every member, with everyone required to take the antidote on time each year. As long as they did, nothing would happen. That was why the hand guarded the antidote so closely. Only those deeply trusted would ever know the code to the vault where it was kept. Looking around at the sea of fallen ninjas, everyone was at a loss, completely confused about what had just happened. But, given the situation, it was clearly time to make a quick exit. Brian cast a sidelong, searching glance at Carter. He didn't know exactly what had happened, but he was certain Carter, who had delivered the antidote, had to be involved. Don't look at me like that. I swear, this has absolutely nothing to do with me. If it does, then may I gain another pound. Carter snapped, exasperated. What a vicious oath. The group shot Carter a look, then hurried back to the underground parking lot. All throughout the drug lab, black-clad ninjas lay sprawled on the ground, white foam dribbling from their mouths. Those bound at the entrance by Charlotte were no exception. The vast underground drug manufacturing center of the Triad now seemed like a desolate, haunted city, silent and empty, with only Sherlock and his companions left behind. They made their way to the underground parking lot, where they washed the dust from themselves. This time, there was no way everyone would fit into a single police car, so Brian found his own Jeep, planning to bring back the drugs stashed inside as evidence, and maybe earn himself a commendation. Although Carter had claimed half the credit for this operation, at least Brian still had the other half left for himself. And with a whole Jeep full of contraband, surely this time his achievements would outshine Carter's, wouldn't they? Seeing Brian's Jeep, Carter suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, right, Brian. I forgot to mention, I borrowed the flour from the back of your car earlier." Flour? For a split second, Brian felt his scalp tingle and drew in a sharp breath. What do you mean by that? That's right. The kitchen ran out of flour and asked me to buy some. Then I saw you had 2 big boxes of slightly damp flour in your trunk, so I just borrowed them. Honestly, it's not like it's anything precious, yet you had it all packed up in tiny bags. Took me ages to get them all open. And then, Brian stammered, his voice dry and strained. And then, Carter scratched his head and replied, "I just delivered it to the kitchen, of course. I heard they're going to make something with it. They even asked me to deliver some to every Triad member. Rest assured, I didn't forget to return your boxes and containers." No wonder. Brian had wondered at the time why the heroin was so brazenly packed in wooden crates. Mystery solved, it was you. When you were unpacking, did you breathe any in? Brian couldn't help but ask again. Carter let out a self-satisfied laugh. "I always wear a gas mask when I cook. There's no way I'd breathe any of it in. But you know what? They said your flour was top quality. Besides whatever they cooked up in secret and had me deliver, they also steamed several baskets of snowy white buns and sent them to Madame Gao. Did you know? Madame Gao absolutely loves steamed buns. Oh, and I've picked up the recipe too. Want some? When we get back, I'll steam a whole basket for the police station." I'm not much of a rice or bread guy," Brian replied stiffly, his face frozen. Behind him, George's gaze grew dark and knowing. He understood exactly what had happened. After such a short time undercover, the entire Triad had been wiped out at Carter's hands. He was a disaster, a force of chaos greater even than Sherlock. Meanwhile, up ahead, the small-time boss was frantically trying to escape, crouching near the hood of a car. Every so often, he'd lift his head to glance nervously at the sky, making sure that terrifying spider-like monster wasn't swooping down after him. Only then did he tap the hood, signaling his men to stop the car. He had been tossed around in front of the car like a ragged sack the whole way. Now, aching in his back and waist, he jumped down from the vehicle, feeling as if every bone in his body had turned to jelly. Damn you, Spider-Man. Damn you, Yulon. You're all a bunch of cursed bastards. God should have just struck you all down, then none of this would. Cursing under his breath, the little gang leader clutched his back. His words faltered as he looked ahead, eyes wide in disbelief. There, a familiar face approached him with a gentle smile. The man's hair was cropped short and thick, and his upright frame made the black jacket he wore look commanding and sharp. His steps were unhurried, his eyes carried a faint shadow beneath them, and his face still held the freshness of youth. He walked straight up to the little gang leader, who was frozen in fear, unable to move a muscle. Be big bro, you, how? The little gang leader stammered, staring at that familiar yet strangely younger face. Big bro. Raising his brow ever so slightly, the man glanced at him, a faint smile playing on his lips as he asked in a calm voice. Where did he go? Gulp. Who? The little gang leader swallowed hard, trembling all over, confused and scared. Sensing trouble, one of his underlings behind him immediately tried to abandon his boss, scrambling into reverse to escape. But in the blink of an eye, the man seemed to appear out of nowhere, slamming down onto the car's hood. With a thunderous crash, the rear of the car lifted off the ground. With a powerful shove, he flung the entire vehicle away. It crashed dozens of meters away, erupting in a burst of fire. You're not Yulon. The little gang leader's eyes widened as the color drained from them, blood dribbling uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. A crimson hand pulled itself free from the little leader's chest, right where his heart had been. Glancing at the crumpled corpse at his feet, the man revealed a face even younger than Yulon's. He smiled softly and said, "Ha, my name is Lu Yu." With that, Lu Yu slowly crouched down. Upon the eyes-wide-open body of the little gang leader, he left a vivid, unmistakable bloody handprint of his own. Leaving the hand's underground parking garage behind, George immediately called the chief. Just as he suspected, it wasn't only here. Simultaneous outbreaks of mass food poisoning had struck every hand hideout across New York City. Members were rushed to various hospitals for emergency treatment, and in an instant, the city's hospitals overflowed with patients. Meanwhile, Mrs. Gao, long hospitalized at New York Presbyterian, was suddenly ravenous, only to be felled by a stroke, foaming at the mouth, writhing in spasms, and now hauled off for gastric lavage. The entire hand suffered an unprecedented blow, inexplicably teetering on the brink of destruction, sending shockwaves of fear through every criminal organization in New York. No one could fathom who the hand had offended to provoke such utter, ruthless devastation. The commissioner of the New York Police Department had also been searching for George and his companions, as the entire NYPD was nearly driven to madness by the recent events. All homicide cases had been temporarily postponed. After hearing George's report on Carter's culinary exploits, the commissioner stood there in stunned silence for a long while before slowly saying, "So that's why she requested permission to keep a gas mask in her patrol car. Sigh. From now on, let's just let Carter stick to her very promising career as an undercover cop. We absolutely cannot let her waste any more time on cooking. And besides, with her achievements now, she's already earned a promotion to deputy chief. After that, we'll think of another undercover assignment for her, maybe at the Continental Hotel or inside one of the New York gangs. As long as we don't keep her in the precinct for too long, she can go wherever she likes." George nodded in wholehearted agreement. Frankly, it was Carter alone who had practically wiped out the entire hand society. Charlotte and the others barely contributed. George had already made up his mind. No matter what, he would never eat another bite of food prepared by Carter. Charlotte's eyebrows lifted ever so slightly. Now that he had avenged his old grudge, he felt a clarity and lightness of spirit. The only regret was that he hadn't delivered the final blow himself, leaving his sense of satisfaction just a bit incomplete. But fortunately, the Hand Society was not entirely wiped out. A handful of its leaders, just a few fingers left, remained, apart from Lady Gao, who was still at large. The rest were far away in Japan, and likely wouldn't dare return to New York anytime soon. Swinging through the air on web lines, Charlotte wrinkled his nose, sensing a powerful new threat through his spider sense. His eyes lit up. That scent, a new villain. In a flash, Charlotte twisted midair and dove straight toward the source without hesitation. Meanwhile, Liu had already changed into a set of crisp, clean clothes. He stood atop a derelict skyscraper, one hand clasped behind his back, a confident smile playing at his lips. His eyes, however, were cold and shadowed as he watched Charlotte approach. Charlotte landed before Lu Yu in a perfect superhero pose. Just one look, and Charlotte immediately realized this wasn't Yulon. Of course not. The two had just parted ways. Unless Yulon had learned to clone himself, this had to be someone else. Lu Yu appeared even younger and more ruthless than Yulon. Charlotte's mind raced through his memory palace, quickly matching the scene to a film he'd seen before. The premise. Across the universe, there exist countless parallel worlds. In every world, there's a version of Yulon. The evil Yulon wants to absorb the energy of every other Yulon in these universes to make himself stronger, until at last, he is defeated by the good Yulon. Lu Yu's face radiated righteous determination, but his voice was low and rough, tinged with menace. Spider-Man. He wore a self-assured expression, his demeanor bold and unrestrained, as if nothing in the world could faze him. The way he looked at Charlotte was tinged with amused superiority, not regarding this so-called Spider-Man from hell as anything worth his attention. A faint sound broke the silence. It was Lu Yu who struck first. "Yeah, you're the first Spider-Man who's dared to come looking for me. Let's see what you're really made of." He clasped one hand behind his back, and with a sharp surge of power in his left palm, he launched it forcefully toward Charlotte. A roaring gale swept forth with the blow, wild and unrestrained, like a tiger charging down a mountain. Charlotte, in response, stepped back, flipped her palm, and in a flash, a revolver appeared in her grasp. "Sir, times have changed. Who wouldn't use a gun if they had one? Why bother with martial arts?" As she spoke, she squeezed the trigger. The bullet tore through the air, speeding straight for Lu Yu. Lu Yu's smile didn't waver. In fact, his disdain for Charlotte only deepened. With lightning speed, Lu Yu snapped his arm back, flicking his fingers with a casual precision. In a flash, he deflected the incoming bullet right before it could reach his face. "It seems I overestimated you. Relying on gadgets will never match the strength that comes from within." With that, Lu Yu drove his fist through the air, sending a blast of force darting toward Charlotte's eyes. "How amusing! Of all the martial arts under heaven, none can withstand true speed," he taunted, his tone dripping with mockery. "Kid, shooting bullets? Showing off, are you? Just who do you think you are?" Twisting her body and tilting her head, Charlotte dodged the gust of force, never letting Lu Yu out of her sight. But Lu Yu, ever prepared, closed the distance in a heartbeat, his footwork tracing the patterns of the 8 trigrams as he gathered power in his fist for a direct strike. Watching Lu Yu's relentless pursuit, his left fist coming down like a shadow, Charlotte grinned, activating her double-strength skill card, and unleashed a punch of her own to meet his. The two fists collided with a thunderous impact, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. Lu Yu, hands still tucked behind his back, staggered back 5 steps, while Charlotte was sent flying outright. "Looks like your strength still isn't enough," Lu Yu sneered, unmoved from where he stood. After tumbling to a stop in midair, Charlotte twisted and landed, shaking out her aching fist, her gaze at Lu Yu growing more serious by the second. She never expected Lu Yu's abilities to surpass her own by such a margin. What's the use of brute force? You need to be tough, and you need to roar. With a flick of her wrist, several web strands shot toward Lu Yu. But Lu Yu made no move to dodge. Instead, he traced the 8 trigrams beneath his feet, and in a blur, closed the gap between them. The wild wind in his left palm twisted the webs aside, slipping between Charlotte's defensive hands and crashing squarely onto her chest. "Seems your speed isn't up to par either," Lu Yu commented coolly, his words reaching her only after the blow had landed. The force of his palm sent Charlotte flying, her body hanging momentarily in the air against all logic. She yanked hard on the web lines, anchored to the ground below. In a sudden burst, she lashed out with a fierce kick aimed square at Lu Yu's neck. It all happened in just a split second, but Lu Yu still managed to react in time. He raised his right arm to block the kick, stumbling back several steps once more. Looking down at Spider-Man, who had fallen silent after landing, Lu Yu patted the spider feet clinging to his right arm and gave a lofty assessment. "You've got some skill, I'll give you that, but that's about the only thing you have going for you." He lifted his left hand, spreading his fingers and aiming at the direction where Xiao Luo stood. Both hands moved, twisting his entire body, making a series of sharp, cracking sounds. It seemed as if his palm could envelop Xiao Luo completely. "You're all brute strength and little else. What a waste of raw power. Martial arts is more than just force, it's the art behind the strength. In every way, you're no match for me. What do you have to win with? Kid, come back after a few more years of training." Xiao Luo's rapid healing finally allowed him to cough up the last of the congestion in his chest. He grinned and said, "Isn't this just a parlor trick? I can do it too. Watch closely, Dragon Capture Claw." With a shout, Xiao Luo clapped his hands in front of his chest. There was a sharp swoosh, and a katana came hurtling from the distance, landing squarely in Xiao Luo's grasp. Without any pretense of sportsmanship, he swung the blade straight at Lu Yu. Lu Yu repeated his earlier trick, sidestepping the attack and flicking his fingertips against the blade, sending a deep, resonant vibration through the metal. Xiao Luo's head buzzed in harmony with the blade. Damn it! I can't win at all. Time to cheat. Xiao Luo canceled his double-strength skill card and yelled again. Heaven and earth in harmony. Indeed, shouting the move makes it all the more imposing. Even Lu Yu was shaken, feeling a terrifying surge as his strength and vitality seemed to drain away all at once, leaving him instantly pale. All that power, he'd worked so hard to steal it from others. With a sudden motion, he crossed his hands and slammed them down on the katana, snapping the blade into 3 pieces. He flicked his palms, sending the 3 broken shards flying straight towards Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo stood his ground, neither dodging nor flinching, and shouted boldly. Cosmic shift! With a series of wet thuds, both men grunted in pain. Lu Yu clutched the blood blooming on his chest, eyes wide in disbelief. Glancing at Xiao Luo, who bore the same wounds, he opened his mouth and spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Luckily, none of the injuries were fatal. Better stop the bleeding first. Lu Yu quickly tapped several pressure points on his own body, but nothing happened. As he triggered his healing, Xiao Luo deactivated the shared skill. Lu Yu's strength surged back in him in full, but before he could celebrate, he heard Xiao Luo clap his hands together and shout. Photosynthesis! Bathed in sunlight, Xiao Luo's body began to glow with a faint white light. The shards of blade were squeezed out by healing muscle, and the blood reversed its flow, returning to the wound. Energized and whole, Xiao Luo sprang to his feet. Your martial arts are still a notch below mine, wouldn't you say? Xiao Luo declared, brimming with arrogance. Wait a moment. The bleeding from Lu Yu's wounds had finally stopped, lending a touch of color back to his pale face. He looked at Charlotte with a gentle smile and said, Your martial arts are quite impressive. I was simply excited by the challenge and wanted to test your skills. I'm Lu Yu, a temporal special agent. I mean no harm. I'm here to investigate the temporal disturbances in this world. No harm? What a joke. Never mind the scent of blood that clung to Lu Yu from earlier. Even Charlotte's spider sense was screaming at the growing danger that radiated from him. Are you with the Time Variance Authority, TVA? Charlotte narrowed his eyes, causing Lu Yu to glance at him in surprise. He genuinely hadn't expected Spider-Man to know about the TVA. Shaking his head, Lu Yu explained, No, not exactly. I'm part of the Temporal Investigation Bureau, which operates under the TVA. Our responsibility is to handle cross-world criminal activity across hundreds of parallel universes, ensuring the stability of the timelines. But we don't actually interfere with the flow of time itself. You know how it is, there are countless parallel worlds. The TVA can't possibly investigate all of them. So for every few hundred universes, a separate branch of the Investigation Bureau is established. The temporal disturbance here is likely the work of interdimensional criminals who have infiltrated this world, and I'm the special agent assigned to investigate. Standing upright, Lu Yu's gaze swept over Charlotte. Seeing that Charlotte had fully recovered, looking as if he hadn't suffered a scratch, Lu Yu's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. He was now fairly certain this wasn't martial arts at play, but yet another peculiar superpower. He himself had suffered only minor injuries. There was no need to push further into a direct confrontation with Charlotte. After all, he hadn't come here because of Spider-Man. It was only when Spider-Man had the nerve to get involved that he decided to test Charlotte's abilities. Now that they'd already exchanged blows, there was no sense in escalating things into a life-or-death struggle. With a smile, Liu offered some advice. Of all the Spider-Men I've encountered, you're by far the best. But I see you rely solely on brute strength, without much else to offer. Why not let me teach you a thing or two? As he spoke, Lu Yu twisted his wrist, and with the force of his movement, his entire body seemed to flow seamlessly with his palm. When the heart and mind are aligned, the intention follows. When intention and breath are one, power arises. The hands and feet coordinate, as do the elbows and knees, the shoulders and hips. Drawing his shoulders and hips together, Lu Yu's clothes rustled as he suddenly struck forward with a powerful punch. The force of the blow created a whistling gale, and Charlotte's eyes widened in surprise. He could feel himself actually learning something. Catching the earnest look on Charlotte's face, a hint of mockery flickered in Lu Yu's eyes as he continued. Martial arts aren't just about raw strength. They're about understanding and mastering the unity of the entire body. It is a skillful art of application, granting you greater power and agility in battle. Here, I have a book on basic boxing techniques. You can take it and study for now. I believe that the next time we meet, your strength will have reached a whole new level. As she spoke, Yulan waved her hand, sending an object flying towards Xiao Luo. He caught it deftly. Opening his palm, he saw it was a small black USB drive. Learn the techniques inside first. As for me, I won't take up any more of your time. Lu Yu's steps were light. In just a few strides, he leaped down from the top of the abandoned building. Xiao Luo raised an eyebrow, tucking the USB drive into his pocket. He had to admit, Lu Yu was impressive. Moving with the grace of a bird in flight, brushing the wall with his toes midair, he soared at lightning speed to another building. Glancing back at Xiao Luo on the rooftop, he turned without hesitation and hurried away, disappearing from Xiao Luo's sight in just a few breaths, leaping across the rooftops. Yet prey caught in a spider's web seldom escapes so easily from its snare. The spider's awareness lingered like a shadow, and a wicked smile played at Xiao Luo's lips as he continued to monitor Lu Yu's every move. Down in the sewers, Stark wrinkled his nose and strode forward. His watch cast a soft, wide glow, bright enough to see by, but not harsh on the eyes, illuminating his frowning face as he walked deeper in. Above was a ceiling of pitch-black stone, underfoot an uneven, rugged ground, littered with garbage and reeking of foul, nauseating stench. It was damp and gloomy here. Stark's face darkened as he stepped over the corpse of a rat, lips pressed tightly together, his displeasure with this rendezvous spot written all over his face. He'd rather stand on a rooftop, battered by the bitter northwest wind, than stay here in the stifling sewers. Yet, he had no choice but to come. Quickening his pace, Stark soon reached his objective, Steve. By now, Steve sported a thick, scruffy beard, his blonde hair grown much longer, dressed in a worn green vest and blue jeans. He hadn't been idle these days. Each night, he disguised himself as a homeless man, going out to observe and learn about this world. He forced himself to adapt and blend in with society, giving himself more time to think. And today, at last, he was waiting for Stark's arrival. Their eyes met. Steve smiled faintly, gazing at Stark with eyes full of remembrance. "You really look like him." At their first meeting, with just a single sentence, Steve managed to hit Stark's sore spot with uncanny precision. No explanation was needed. Stark knew exactly who Steve meant. To Stark, Steve's nostalgia felt more like a provocation, stirring up a strange anger he could barely control, the veins at his temple throbbing in response. Steve's gaze was something Stark found absolutely intolerable. Unable to hold back, he shot back sarcastically, "Hey, soldier, which coffin did Hydra dig you out of? To be this well-preserved, you must have been pumped full of preservatives, right?" Steve shook his head, his expression serious and tinged with bitterness as he replied, "Not all. To be honest, my last memory was of a crash, a plane slamming into an iceberg. I never imagined I'd open my eyes again, let alone wake up in the future. I survived, frozen in ice, and brought back to life." Stark rolled his eyes, unwilling to waste another word on Steve. He glanced around, sweeping his gaze over the filthy ground and the heaps of congealed trash, his distaste practically written all over his face. "Well then, Captain America on ice, tell me, you haven't actually been living here, have you?" If Steve admitted he'd been sleeping in this pile of garbage, Stark swore to himself he'd never come within a foot of the guy again. "Here." Steve was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. "Of course not. I stayed somewhere more spacious and bright, just for the experience, trying out the life of a homeless man." Steve's eyes flickered as he spoke the truth. It wasn't pleasant, but it did give me a better understanding of this country, this society. Shootings, murders, drugs, crime. The subprime mortgage crisis had already hit, shaking the American economy. Stark hadn't yet announced the shutdown of his weapons division, but even so, the entire Stark Industries stock was plummeting. Worse off were the investment banks, many teetering on the edge of bankruptcy. This crisis had seeped into people's hearts, leaving many unable to pay their mortgages, swelling the ranks of the homeless, and sending crime rates soaring. The whole society was gripped by anxiety, and Steve felt it keenly, especially after he'd been forced to fend off groups of homeless men who tried to steal his spot or his belongings. He couldn't help but feel, deep down, that the country was finished, that everything he'd once tried to protect had slipped away. He started walking, leading a scowling Stark deeper into the sewers. When you're talking with someone you barely know, you naturally reach for common ground. And for the two of them, nothing was more common than Tony Stark's father, Howard Stark. A few simple questions, each one stomping right across Stark's sore spots. "I was Howard's friend. You're so accomplished. Howard's upbringing, his presence in your life. He must have loved you so much." By the end, Stark was grinding his teeth in frustration. But Steve never quite caught on to Stark's mood. He just kept leading him through twists and turns in the sewer, until they finally arrived at a spot near an underground bomb shelter. Catching sight of lights deep inside the shelter, Stark paused, slightly surprised, and asked, "Do you live there?" "Of course not." Steve shook his head and replied, "I just stumbled across this place a few days ago while wandering through the sewers. It's really well hidden. Must be someone's secret hideout. At least, it doesn't look like it belongs to the military." I haven't actually gone inside, just used this spot to rest for a bit. As he spoke, Steve pointed to a pile of odds and ends not far away. There were some pillows and blankets tied together, a battered black suitcase, and on top of it, a few books and a desk lamp. That was the entirety of Steve's belongings. All right then. Stark curled his lip again, drew a printed sheet of paper from his pocket, and slapped it against Steve's chest. Sign this. The stage is set, and it's your turn to perform. Oh, and one more thing. Stark's gaze sharpened as he locked eyes with Steve, speaking each word with deliberate emphasis. And remember, in this story, you didn't rescue me. I broke out using my own new inventions and gear. With that, Stark lifted his chin, his face radiating smug pride. This time, I'm the one who broke you out of Hydra's clutches. Steve took the sheet and, using the glow from Stark's watch, scanned the text with a puzzled sound. This is a contract. That's right, an actor's contract. Stark's expression flickered, as if recalling something unpleasant. His brow twitched and his eyelids trembled, but he confirmed Steve's guess. Nothing seemed wrong with the words on the page. The only problem was the party he'd be signing it with, a devil. The contract was simple enough, just a straightforward outline of Steve's role as Hydra captain in a collaborative performance. Even so, Steve couldn't quite wrap his head around it. Had the world changed so much that it had left him behind? Or was everything in this new era just this unhinged and unpredictable? Then again, back in the day, he'd started out as a small, scrawny art student. It was only the rise of Hitler that made him determined to join the army. Later, his kindness got him selected for the super soldier program, transforming him into a super soldier. At that time, he hadn't been given any real responsibilities. The things he signed with the U.S. military were basically glorified actor contracts. After all, his work consisted of performing on stage with female dancers every day, putting on shows where he'd beat up Hitler, all to promote American spirit and boost the army's image. Thinking about it, landing another actor's contract now shouldn't be a problem. Or should it? Everything about this situation screamed problem. He kept reading and found a script Stark had thrown together, clearly with little effort. The plot. An American soldier gets kidnapped and used for blood experiments. Soon after, he was rescued by Tony Stark, the richest man in America, who had also been kidnapped. Using his ingenuity, Stark outsmarted Hydra at every turn, secretly crafting a unique and magnificent creation, the Iron Armor. Having successfully escaped, Stark resumed his former life, but Steve, on the run, still faced relentless pursuit. With Steve's blood in hand, Hydra's super soldier experiment became a perfect success. A new villainous super soldier was unleashed upon Steve, and after an unprecedentedly fierce battle, Captain America managed to prevail once again. Steve couldn't help but furrow his brow. How did all this connect to the Hydra captain mentioned in the contract? Understand now? Just follow this plot. Get ready to return with me to Hydra's temporary base. My iron armor is almost finished. When the time comes, a thunderous crash echoed from deep inside the bunker, cutting Stark off mid-sentence. Both men frowned and turned toward the source of the noise. Steve stepped forward, brows knit, instinctively shielding Stark behind him. This protective gesture didn't earn Stark's gratitude. Instead, it reminded him of the stories between Captain America and his own father, making Stark feel like a child in need of protection. With a defiant raise of his brow, Stark sidestepped Steve, one hand in his pocket, confidently striding toward the direction of the sound. What could possibly be down here? A giant lizard, or perhaps a giant bat? Of course, Stark wasn't unprepared. His hand in his pocket gripped the weapon he'd brought along. Before long, Stark reached an area illuminated by bright lights, a hidden underground laboratory tucked away within a bunker. Be careful, Tony, Steve called out, pulling a makeshift shield, a scavenged trash can lid, from his box as he hurried after Stark, his expression grave as he watched the lab entrance. Stark, on the other hand, merely curled his lip, tightened his grip on his weapon, and pushed open the laboratory doors. With a soft click, the door swung open. Inside, the sterile white lights flickered on one after another, revealing a laboratory packed with equipment. Upon seeing the apparatus, Stark walked in, glanced at the labels, and commented with disdain, "Is Hammer really still using this outdated junk? Has his brain been stuffed full of stupid by some dim-witted gorilla?" He gave the equipment a few pats, his eyes scanning the room warily for the source of the earlier noise. Truth be told, he was half expecting a gorilla, one that looked suspiciously like Hammer, to leap out from some shadowy corner, shrieking and flinging something foul his way. And he wasn't entirely joking. This scenario fit perfectly with Stark's own analysis of Hammer's usual antics. "Tony, are we really doing the right thing here?" Steve asked, a note of concern in his voice. Stark opened his mouth, unable to resist rolling his eyes. Taking a couple of steps forward, Stark braced his hand on the crimson pillar and sneered. "The right thing? Look at this place. It's obviously some criminal's secret underground lab. With all this secrecy, even if we destroy it, I doubt anyone would complain. I wouldn't recommend you do that. A stranger's voice suddenly echoed through the room, making both men tense up. Steve tightened his grip on the trashcan lid, while Stark pulled out a black, baton-like tool, his tone sharp and wary. "Who's there? Show yourself." It was not the familiar sound of a barking dog. No, not at all. "It's been a while, Tony Stark." Within the blood-red pillar, the liquid seethed, and beside Stark's hand, a pale, bat-like face emerged. It was Morbius, the very man Charlotte had locked up here for research. Stark's brow furrowed as he took in Morbius, his entire body stained crimson and suspended in viscous liquid. He recognized him at once as the scientist employed by Hammertech. Rather than easing, Stark's suspicion only grew, his voice laced with skepticism as he arched an eyebrow. "Dr. Morbius? Don't tell me you got bitten by a vampire, or was it you who did the biting?" Neither. Morbius, nearly driven mad from the lack of human contact, pressed his entire face to the glass and grinned. "My experiment failed. To save myself, I turned into this. I locked myself away to keep New York safe from unnecessary danger. Now that my condition has stabilized, please let me out. It's time I made an antidote to make myself normal again." "Oh," Stark drew out the sound, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "So you locked yourself in here?" He didn't believe a single word Morbius had said. Picking up a blood analysis report from Morbius, Stark shot the trapped scientist a glance, shaking the paper in mockery. Though the report was over a week old, it was clear someone had been trying to cure Morbius's mutation. And on the nearby workbench, a prototype web shooter was in development. Stark didn't need to guess who the real owner of this place was. Morbius showed no embarrassment at being found out. "Tony Stark, I sense an energy within you, a trace of magic. Aren't you even a bit curious to master it, to wield it at will?" Morbius's words made Stark's pupils contract. Their gazes clashed in the air, tense and electric. Stark looked at Mobius, who seemed completely confident, and said, "I don't want to. If you wish to make use of it, I have." Mobius paused mid-sentence, noticing Stark's expression darken, and began to doubt whether he had heard correctly. "What did you say?" "I said I don't want to. Is your method just turning into this half-man, half-monster you become? You'd better clean up your own mess first before trying to fool anyone else." He glanced at the documents in his hand, then tossed them onto the table with clear disdain. "Electroshock? Science in your eyes is truly baffling. Tony Stark, I don't know how you made it back, but I heard about your kidnapping. After all you've been through, don't you get it yet? Every human life is as fragile as a candle. A single gust of wind can snuff them all out. The great threats from the cosmos don't pick their targets based on status or wealth. They don't care who you are or what you own. As long as you're a weak human, you'll be devoured without any power to resist, because you lack the strength and the means to fight back." "Oh." Stark gazed coldly at Mobius, who was floating in his tank, and replied, "So, your idea of strength, your so-called resistance, is to end up sealed in a jar by Spider-Man?" Mobius's cruel expression froze in an instant. He tried to explain, his voice dry and unconvincing. "That was just an accident. Give me another chance, and I wouldn't even let Ghost Spider or Spider-Man make a move. Get me out of here, and I'll show you worlds beyond humanity, a new horizon. This one little planet, this tiny Earth, we're like frogs at the bottom of a well, never seeing how vast the world truly is. We shouldn't stay confined in one corner. Rescue me, and you'll never regret it." Steve shook his head and said, "The anthem of humanity is a hymn to courage. If we abandon our humanity and our courage, and drown ourselves in bloodlust and desire, we lose all that gives human life value. We won't be saving you." Mobius's face turned cold as blood, staring at them through the viscous liquid with the look of a vengeful specter, as if ready to devour them. Days of hunger had already consumed him entirely, drawing him ever closer to that thing which had awakened him, a power inherited from the endless multiverse. Though that power was still faint, Mobius now possessed the ability to hunt totems. If he could kill a few more animal-themed superheroes, hunt down a few more totems, he was certain that the spider totems, Ghost Spider and Spider-Man, would no longer be his match. With a deafening bang, Mobius slammed his fist into the glass of his cell and roared in fury. "Let me out right now, you insignificant humans." A thunderous roar startled the two of them, and the commotion attracted something else. The moment Mobius caught sight of that figure, he shuddered from head to toe, instantly retreating and melting away into the blood-red water, his form vanishing from sight. I was just joking around with those two. Honestly, this place is great. I absolutely love it here." Mobius thought to himself, "I've always said, if I ever run into Spider-Man again, I won't even give him a chance to make a move. As long as I surrender fast enough, Spider-Man won't even get the chance to act. Hey, you too. This is hardly a place for a romantic rendezvous. And keep your distance from my pets. They bite, you know. Charlotte, clad in the iconic Spider-Man suit, strolled in as if nothing was out of the ordinary. Watching Liu slip nimbly into the sewer, Charlotte was convinced she'd finally met her match, an opponent unlike any she'd faced before. Sure enough, Liu was just as familiar with the New York sewers, vanishing alone and silently into a nearby abandoned subway station. Charlotte hadn't noticed the disturbance here, so she'd come to investigate. She hadn't expected to find Stark and Steve meeting up in this place. Thank God I didn't walk in on you both naked. My workbench is not the place for your perversions. If you two so much as mess with my stuff, I'll strip you down and hang you from the top of Stark Tower. Spider-Man. Steve, who knew a thing or two about this young superhero, uttered the name in quiet surprise. Stark, face darkening, snapped, "Shut it. There's nothing between us. My preferences are perfectly normal, Spider-Kid. Do you have any idea how many Miss Americas from last year's Loft magazine ended up in my bed?" "No need to be so eager to prove yourself," Charlotte said with a soft laugh. "This is something you can explain to your boyfriend. Anyway, you've had your little tour. Now hurry up and get out of here. Go find somewhere else to continue your lovebirds conversation. We're not here for any romantic nonsense." Stark shot back, his voice tinged with irritation, desperate to set the record straight and distance himself from Steve. Charlotte let out a long, drawn-out "oh," her tone full of implication, which only made Stark's anger flare hotter. "So, what exactly are you two doing down here? A secret meeting? Grabbing a bite to eat? Or maybe something illegal? Surely you're not here to unclog the sewers, are you?" Stark opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. This really wasn't so easy to explain. "But what you're doing here isn't what matters." Charlotte's voice grew cold, the black lenses of her spider mask reflecting nothing but shadow. "What matters is that you've both seen something you shouldn't have." Stark and Steve tensed, a chill settling over them as they both went on high alert. Whoosh whoosh. A broom and a mop flew into their hands. Charlotte spoke coldly. "So, you'll have to clean this place up before you can leave." Gritting his teeth, Stark scrubbed furiously with the rag in his hand. But from inside the blood-red jar he was cleaning, a pair of haunting eyes stared at him unblinking. Stark never even tidied his own home, and now he was expected to do chores in someone else's? What a joke. He gave the jar a couple of sharp whacks with the rag, then shot a resentful glance at Steve, who was sweeping the floor with surprising enthusiasm. "Look at you, adapting so quickly. Seriously? Why am I even doing this? I quit." Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Stark turned his head, only to find himself face to face, separated by the jar, with a pale, sinister face. Their eyes locked in a silent confrontation. Stark stumbled back a step, accidentally kicking over a nearby basin. Dirty water spilled everywhere. The sudden appearance of Mobius had startled him so badly he went even paler. He took a deep breath to steady himself, but it only made his anger boil over. He hurled the rag to the floor with a sharp smack. Without a word, Stark spun around and strode quickly toward the way they had come. "Try to run off before you're done? Not so fast." Charlotte, ever the supervisor, swung down in front of Stark to block his escape. Stiffening his neck, Stark barked out, "Out of my way. Someone's got an attitude. You really want to try something?" Charlotte's lips curled into a sly smile as he watched Stark's movements. "But I'm not some delicate ghost spider, you know. I've got plenty of strength and tricks up my sleeve." With a swift hook of the left foot and a shove from the right hand, Stark, dressed in a sharp suit, was sent tumbling into the filthy water. Charlotte had him pinned and was effortlessly scrubbing him across the floor. He covered every inch, leaving the floor sparkling clean. Looking at the spotless ground, Charlotte hauled the utterly stunned Stark to his feet, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "All right, as your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, I'm not some unreasonable villain. Now, I forgive you. You're free to go. Don't worry, I'm not one to hold a grudge." With that, Charlotte waved a hand, signaling to both of them that they could leave. Not one to hold a grudge. Clenching his jaw and gripping the weapon in his pocket, Stark glared furiously, his clothes covered in filth. But anger hadn't clouded his judgment. He knew that fighting back now would only make things worse. "Fine, Spider-Man, is it? I'll remember this. Why get back? I'll start designing an anti-Spider-Man suit. Next time, I'll use Spider-Man himself to wipe down every glass panel in Stark Tower." Tilting his head back, Stark shrugged off his suit jacket and tossed it aside, striding toward the entrance ahead of everyone else. Every step he took seemed to radiate barely contained frustration. Steve, on the other hand, felt that they were the ones in the wrong. After all, they had snuck into someone else's home and dirted the floor. It was only fair for them to clean up, and he had no ground for complaint. It was just their last resort had been a bit too extreme. Just look at how furious Stark was. Steve could have sworn he saw steam practically coming out of Stark's ears. With a friendly smile to Sherlock, Steve said, I've heard about you. You're quite the superhero. Knowing New York City has heroes like you makes me feel much more at ease. Glancing at Steve, Sherlock pretended not to recognize him at all and replied with obvious disdain. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Vagrant. If you could find yourself a job, stop relieving yourself wherever you please, quit throwing bricks at people, stealing, begging, and using drugs, I'd be a lot more reassured. If you keep working hard at decent, eco-friendly jobs like you did today, I'll really have nothing to worry about. All right, there's no need to explain yourself to me. Daddy Spider loves you guys, moi. But next time you're involved in a crime, don't let me catch you, or I'll hang your star-spangled rear end from a street lamp and sell tickets for people to come and see. Steve's mouth twitched. Spider-Man was great at everything, except he just couldn't help running his mouth. The fact that he hadn't been punched to death yet was proof enough of his abilities. Steve stepped forward, not expecting Spider-Man to follow right behind him, which made Steve turn and stare at him in surprise. What is it? Sherlock puffed out his chest. I'm leaving too. Am I not allowed to use this way out? Of course you can, Steve replied, nodding agreeably. Stark's scowl was barely visible in the dim sewer light. He had originally intended to wait for Steve, but hadn't expected to end up waiting for Spider-Man as well, which only deepened his scowl. Today, nothing seemed to go his way. He hadn't forgotten that, back at Star Tower, there was still that damned Hydra training session waiting for him. Lately, with the subprime crisis exploding, Obadiah had been run ragged, completely unaware that the supposedly kidnapped Stark and Pepper had already teamed up to gather every piece of evidence of his crimes. They were just waiting for him to stabilize the company's stock price before turning on him and sending him straight to jail. Meanwhile, using the Hydra threat against Stark as leverage, Pepper had agreed to let Hydra use Stark Tower's spacious rooftop as their training base. Naturally, she had no reason to oppose Coulson's proposal for secret surveillance, either. Steve and Stark had been missing for so long that Nick was at his wit's end. One crisis just kept piling on top of another. Due to the economic issues suddenly caused by the subprime mortgage crisis, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cash flow dried up overnight, and its funding chain snapped without warning. The entire organization was forced to tighten its belt, and Alexander, who had been asked for help, could only grit his teeth and try to find a solution. Who would believe it if word got out? S.H.I.E.L.D. actually needed financial support from Hydra to stave off bankruptcy. Although Stark Industries' market value had dropped somewhat, Tony Stark was still the richest man in America. As long as Stark returned and the economy stabilized, Stark Industries was sure to reach new heights. And after rescuing Stark, it made perfect sense for S.H.I.E.L.D. to ask him to provide some financial support for the organization his father had founded. Following Stark out of the sewers, Charlotte made sure Luyu was still in place and tending to his injuries before swinging away on her webs at top speed. She decided not to provoke Stark any further and headed straight to Stark Tower, where she began preparations for Hydra's training program. Once Charlotte had settled in, someone arrived at the designated spot below Stark Tower. After gearing up, he stepped out, fully suited. Every member attending the training instantly recognized his Hydra identity. He was dressed in a black robe, boldly emblazoned with the Hydra insignia, and the blood-red word Hydra was prominently displayed for all to see. But the Hydra emblem was a row of 9 cartoonish snake heads, all turned to the side and standing shoulder to shoulder. They grinned wickedly, their mouths pulled into matching, mischievous smirks. That's right, the person who had arrived was none other than Hydra's training representative, the infamous Polio, Ethan. Ethan couldn't help but swallow nervously as all eyes turned to him. Beneath his comical mask, a bitter smile flickered across his face. Wearing his Bluetooth headset, he made his way to the entrance, ready to begin screening his future colleagues. Of course, the moment he appeared, Coulson, who was monitoring the area, immediately took notice. Unsure of what this Hydra imposter was really up to, Coulson could only pick up his radio and issue one command after another. From Charlotte's vantage point on the rooftop, starting a new Hydra seemed like a remarkably simple task. Step 1. Establish a new HYDRA. Step 2. Identify the true Hydra agents among those present and recruit them all into the newly formed HYDRA. And just like that, a brand new HYDRA, brimming with members, would be up and running. The screening method was just as straightforward. The agreed-upon code phrase for those attending the training was, I am HYDRA. Skill card. Master of Tall Tales. When equipped with this card, you can easily discern whether someone is telling the truth or lying. However, for the next 24 hours, everything you say will be brutally honest. A simple method, really. Agent Ward, having received his orders, was the first to stride straight up to Ethan. His eyes were icy and detached as he tried to pierce through the ridiculous mask on Ethan's face, hoping to see what lay beneath. Of course, it was all in vain. Ward quickly noticed all the subtle gestures Ethan made whenever he received instructions. Relying on his own judgment, Ward reached a conclusion. The clown-faced man before him was being remotely controlled. And that meant the person pulling the strings was likely on site as well. After several attempts to get a response, Ethan remained utterly silent. Ward, his face growing darker by the second, finally muttered under his breath, clearly reluctant. "I'm with Hydra." "Excellent." Ethan nodded mechanically. "Your training location is the rooftop. Next. Is it really this perfunctory?" Ward, baffled, walked into Stark Tower, rode the elevator up, and was greeted by a smiling security door that scanned his card and sent him straight to the rooftop. "I'm with Hydra." A woman in a long dress approached Ethan, her pale, bewitching features giving off a sly air. Sizing up this clearly unsavory character, Ethan replied, "Very good. Your training is in the conference room on the second floor. Take the stairs over there. Next. Rooftop. Second floor conference room. Second floor conference room. Second floor conference room. Rooftop. Second floor conference room." That's right. Some of the imposters tricked by Sherlock ended up attending a bona fide internal staff training session for Stark Industries. They were then promptly assigned to various unimportant posts. The CIA, FBI, NYPD, and foreign spies who had come to investigate had no idea what was going on. They spent the entire morning scrubbing toilets and mopping floors. Their heads were about to explode in frustration, thinking this was just another bizarre recruitment tactic by Stark Industries. Meanwhile, the real infiltrators made their way to the actual training location on the rooftop, closely monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson watched the screen, seeing all the S.H.I.E.L.D. undercover agents he'd just sent in. He glanced at the agents beside him, and then at himself, keeping watch over the monitors. He couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. What am I even doing? Did S.H.I.E.L.D. really come to the top of Stark Tower for a team-building exercise? The elevator doors slid open. Ethan, clad in a black robe and still wearing the silly mask, stepped out. Facing the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents needing training, he began, as per Sherlock's instructions in his earpiece, to emit a chilling, sinister laugh. Ethan shook his shoulders and threw back his head. The more he laughed, the more the masked Ethan threw himself into the absurdity of it all. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents stood silent. Ward, what an utterly repulsive, idiotic laugh. As the only outsider here, Ethan let out a shrill laugh and said, "Congratulations. You've been chosen, you Hydras. From this moment on, you are Hydras now. Training is over. Get ready to sign your contracts, everyone. Let's have a round of applause." With that, Ethan, completely letting himself go, was the first to start clapping. Ward had no idea what kind of expression could possibly convey his shock at this moment. Just looking at the ridiculous grin plastered on Ethan's face, he felt an overwhelming urge to walk up and punch him. Is this really your idea of a training ceremony? That's it. Soon, stacks of actor contracts were passed out to the agents of SHLD's Serpent Division. Ward blurted out, "Actor contracts?" With just a quick glance, his eyes landed on several bold words. The role of a Hydra member codenamed Night Blindness. His face was a picture of disbelief. Was this some kind of joke? Fake Hydras recruiting the real Hydras hidden inside S.H.I.E.L.D. to play Hydras? The logic was enough to make his head spin. He glanced again at the farcical mask on Ethan's face and the outlandish fake Hydra insignia pinned to his chest. Ward's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and he felt like nothing more than a clown being toyed with. He demanded, "What on earth do you mean by all this?" Before he could get another word out, Ethan erupted into another nasally, mocking cackle. The Serpent Division agent stared, speechless. He's absolutely insufferable. After marking the script's cue for a villain's maniacal laughter, Ethan dryly recited his next line. "Since you've asked so sincerely, then I won't tell you." Even Coulson, hidden behind the surveillance camera, was left exasperated. It was confirmed. They might not be Hydras, but they were definitely lunatics. With a flash of his hand, a pistol appeared in Ward's grasp. His face darkened, cold and merciless. The very image of a Hydra agent, his menacing aura making it hard for Ethan to breathe. Just then, Ethan heard Charlotte's confident voice in his ear. "Don't worry, you won't dare pull the trigger. Besides, you're under the devil's blessing now. Even a missile couldn't kill you." Charlotte hadn't finished her sentence before reality hit back. A bullet exploded from Agent Ward's pistol. Thanks to the enhancement from Charlotte's sheer skill, Ethan now had the ability to dodge bullets. Yet the suddenness of it all left him frozen in shock. He stood rooted to the spot, mind blank, not daring to move a muscle. The power-up made the incoming bullet seem slower and slower, every groove of death etched on its spinning tip coming into sharp focus. Time seemed to crawl, each second stretching into an eternity. Ethan could only watch, wide-eyed, as the bullet hurtled toward him, like witnessing his own death, then whistled past his head, leaving him reborn on the other side. In that instant, the bullet pierced the cord of the headset hanging from his right ear. "Don't just stand there. Say something quick." Charlotte's voice still rang clearly in Ethan's ear. The Bluetooth headset was just a cover. What Charlotte truly used was a skill card that allowed her voice to carry across distances. Silent Zen. You usually don't speak, but when you do, you're really speaking. Charlotte didn't often rely on this ability, but it was quite effective nonetheless. With this skill card equipped, nothing could stop Charlotte from speaking. She could project her voice across miles, an ability she'd highly recommend to Black Bolt. Seeing Ethan still frozen in shock, Charlotte frowned and snapped. You idiot. If you don't start talking right now, I'll turn you into a magical pretty boy and make you dance ballet on stage. From now on, your performance will be the welcome ritual for every new recruit, broadcast daily on the giant screens at Times Square. A shiver ran through Ethan's whole body, and he snapped back to reality. You idiot. Ethan's voice came out dry and awkward. Staring at Ward, who aimed his gun at him, Ethan found that the thought of performing ballet in front of everyone, social death, was somehow more terrifying than facing a gun. You should have aimed for my head. At least then, I wouldn't have to know you're an idiot. Oh, is that so? Ward, seeing through Ethan's forced bravado, raised his gun again and pointed it squarely at Ethan's head. None of the SHIELD agents present moved to intervene. They, too, could see that Ethan's toughness was only skin deep. Damn it, Ethan thought. I really have no one else left. Only a handful of subordinates. If Ethan still couldn't step up, he'd have no choice but to give up on him. Facing the gun barrel, Ethan let out his signature duck-like laugh. Ha! But this time, staring down the weapon, Ethan's laughter bordered on manic. Was he afraid of dying? No. The moment his wife and child were murdered, he'd already died inside. He'd always told Stark he loved his family, that he just wanted to escape the terrorists and return home. But he'd never told Stark the truth. His family was long gone. All he wanted was to die. He'd never expected that saving Stark would lead to such a wild and unpredictable journey, or that he'd actually encounter the stuff of legends, real demons. Could his wife and child ever live again? No, and that only made him yearn to join them more. Do you know what Hydra really is? Arms spread wide, facing the gun, Ethan wore a gentle smile beneath his mask. Looking at Ward's weapon pointed at him, it was as if he were gazing at his family, smiling as they waved him home. That question left Ward utterly speechless. Seriously, man, we're the real Hydra here. But of course, Ward couldn't just blurt that out. Sensing the shift in Ethan's mood, he was startled. Frowning in surprise, he asked, So then, what is Hydra? Want to know? Ethan took a deep breath, his voice laden with nostalgia. In his mind's eye, memories of his life flickered by like a spinning lantern, the tone gradually shifting from warmth to a bleak black and white. His expression turned earnest, and with the weight of all he'd seen, he spoke quietly. Hydra is. He paused. I'm not telling you. Frustrated? Huh. Oh. Ward exploded. You son of a... What the hell? Another lunatic. Clutching his stomach, Ethan doubled over with laughter, tears streaming from his eyes as he pointed at Ward, whose face was flushed with rage. Ward's grip tightened on his pistol, veins bulging on his hands, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He wanted nothing more than to pull the trigger and end it all right there. But he couldn't, not even a little. Was Ethan ever really scared? At that moment, Ward began to suspect that every little gesture up to now had been a calculated performance by this madman, meant to deceive them all. This guy wasn't afraid to die at all. A lunatic organization brazen enough to parade around as Hydra. It didn't seem so strange anymore. Well done, Ethan. Keep it up. Charlotte flashed a wicked, enchanting smile. After all, to be Hydra, you had to be a little mad. Several SHIELD agents rushed forward to restrain Ward's gun arm, holding him back as his rage threatened to boil over. Ward kept struggling furiously toward Ethan, cursing as he went. Damn it, you bastard. You're not Hydra at all. If I'm not Hydra, then are you? Ethan stood up, his smile fading. The black cloak he wore snapped in a rooftop gale, and the comic mask on his face now looked downright sinister. For the first time, his presence hit like a thunderclap, his words tinged with a manic sense of purpose. He posed a question that made Ward's heart skip a beat, his anger vanishing in an instant. Still, Ward forced his face into a mask of fury, continuing to struggle toward Ethan with all his might. Don't hold me back. Hydra doesn't even exist. This is just a madman's joke. We've all been played. That's enough. Ethan's voice returned to its earlier, bone-dry monotone, as if reciting lines from script. Stop wasting my time. Codename Night Blindness. Hydra members, sign the contract now. We still have work to finish. After all, we're shorthanded. We may have just caught Captain America, but you new recruits are needed to keep watch over him. With that, Coulson, hiding in the shadows, couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock, standing at attention. This news was not unexpected, really. Steve had been out of contact for quite some time, and the original plan was for him to be captured so he could infiltrate the fake Hydra from within. Now, with this new information, the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents disguised as Hydra had yet another reason to carry out their infiltration. Upon hearing Coulson's order, Ward shrugged off the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who had been blocking him, causing them to disperse. His voice rang out, impassioned and furious. I've always admired Hydra, admired the Red Skull. But now it seems all you do is play the fool and spout lies. Captured Captain America? What kind of joke is that? He's been dead for ages. If you want me to believe you, call him on video right now. Let me see him with my own eyes. Ethan responded with a casual, dismissive "oh," completely unmoved by Ward's provocation. He merely gazed silently at the contract he held in his hand. Like an NPC mechanically repeating his script, he said, "Sign the contract. Your next mission is to watch over Captain America." "You bastard. You're not trustworthy at all." "Sign the contract. Your next mission is to watch over Captain America." "What now?" Ward exchanged a glance with Sitwell, who had remained silent the whole time, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Sitwell gave a subtle shake of his head, indicating Ward should wait for Coulson's next move. Should they seize this lunatic right now and interrogate him, or sign the contract and play along with his act? The decision was left to Coulson. After poring over several identical Hydra contracts, all signed under the alias Night Blindness, Coulson finally made up his mind and declared, "Sign the contract, follow him to the captain, and once we've rescued him, we'll bring them all down in one sweep. I'd like to see what else this counterfeit Hydra has up its sleeve." Watching everyone scribble their names on the contracts, most of them using fake names, Xiao Luo didn't care in the slightest. Did they really think pseudonyms could protect them? Did they really believe a devil's contract could be bypassed so easily? Once Ethan had collected all the signed contracts, he suddenly seemed to activate the next step of his mission. "Please proceed to the sewers beneath Pier 35 in Manhattan's East Side to receive your next assignment. S.H.I.E.L.D. Coulson." Fearing they hadn't heard clearly, Ethan repeated the address twice more. With that, Ethan strode away quickly, and to the astonishment of the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. team, he didn't hesitate for a second. He leapt right off the top of Stark Tower. A rush of air and a slamming door echoed in his wake. Ward and Sitwell dashed to the edge of the rooftop, staring as Ethan became just a black speck plummeting downward. Even Coulson couldn't help but walk over to the side of Stark Tower, craning his neck to peer down. All the members of S.H.I.E.L.D. exchanged glances, their faces full of uncertainty. For a moment, no one knew what to do next. It was Ward who snapped out of the daze first and dashed toward the nearby elevator. Ward and the others took the elevator downstairs, searching everywhere for any trace of Ethan. But there was no sign of a body, not even a single strand of hair. All they saw were well-dressed office workers passing by, casting puzzled looks at Ward and his team. Ward pressed his earpiece, and soon, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who had been stationed downstairs hurried over to meet them. When questioned, the agent could only shake his head in confusion. He hadn't noticed anything unusual downstairs. What should they do now? Ward and Sitwell exchanged a glance, and in that moment, a decision was made. They would head to the new location left behind by the fake Hydra. Coulson made the same choice as well. But this meant he could only monitor the situation remotely through security cameras. All his arrangements at the top floor of Stark Tower were now wasted. Still, he had no other options. "We move out immediately. Agents, Captain will definitely need our help." Without delay, every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent chose their own means of transportation and set off for the new mission site. For this infiltration operation, in order to keep their identities hidden, each S.H.I.E.L.D. agent had carefully crafted a cover story for themselves. When Alexander learned that all the chosen members were actually from Hydra, he was at a loss for words. With nothing more to arrange, he simply waited patiently to see how things would unfold. Both Nick and Alexander received Sitwell's report at the same time, but their reactions were quite different. Nick was quickly losing his patience, while Alexander found himself growing more intrigued by this imposter Hydra. In a rush, Agent Ward arrived at the target location first, leading the way for the others. But then, looking down at the manhole cover with its ridiculously cartoonish Hydra logo, Ward couldn't help but sigh, speechless. He stepped forward, lifted the cover, and jumped down. Inside the dimly lit sewer, a fluorescent marker had drawn a big arrow, boldly labeled Hydra Headquarters. Hydra's reputation was taking another hit. With a stoic expression, Ward followed the arrow, making his way to the end of the sewer, where a small platform awaited. Several torches burned there, illuminating a massive, glaringly ugly, crudely painted Hydra graffiti on the ground. That was all there was to this so-called headquarters, nothing else. Not far away, a figure dressed in black, wearing a weeping mask, stood with his back to them, facing the wall. His posture was imposing and motionless, as if he'd been waiting for a long time. Amid the scattered sounds of arrival, one S.H.I.E.L.D. agent after another entered the underground room. Before long, they had all assembled, their eyes focusing on the figure of Sherlock, who stood with his back to them. "You've arrived." With a low, somber voice, Charlotte raised her hand and snapped her fingers. Instantly, all the torches flared to life with pink flames, casting an unmistakably suggestive glow over the entire scene. Still facing away from the group, Charlotte murmured to herself, "You were never meant to come here." The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fell silent. While Charlotte recited her awkward lines with absolute composure, it was the agents who began to feel the embarrassment creep in. "Weren't you the one who called us here?" One of the agents couldn't help but speak up. Ignoring him completely, Charlotte stared dreamily at the damp wall of the sewer, her voice dropping even lower. "And yet, you came anyway." "Ridiculous." Ward's expression turned chilly. He stepped out from the group, striding forward a few paces. "We don't have time to indulge your childish role-playing games. We're here for Hydra business." Still with her back to them, Charlotte nodded solemnly and asked in a grave tone, "And what exactly are you here to do?" Ward opened his mouth, a look of utter exasperation flickering across his face before he couldn't help but let out a wry, helpless chuckle. It turns out, when someone is truly at a loss for words, they really do laugh. Charlotte had managed to draw that reaction from him. He began to feel that this S.H.I.E.L.D. mission was utterly meaningless, a pointless exercise in humoring a group of lunatics. Taking a deep breath, Ward's mood unexpectedly steadied. "I'm here to clear out the sewer," he deadpanned. Sitwell glanced at Ward in surprise, but refrained from commenting. Instead, he stood quietly among the others, keeping a close watch on this mysterious, black-clad figure. The ability to turn flames pink might have seemed trivial, but it was clear that Charlotte was anything but ordinary. Charlotte let out a nonchalant, "Oh," and replied coldly, "So, you're here to kill." Arms crossed, Ward watched Charlotte's back, not even bothering to ask the obvious question. "Kill who?" He simply sneered. Charlotte pressed on, reciting her self-penned lines. "Kill whom? Kill those who must be killed. And who are those? I am the one who must be killed." She finally turned around, sweeping her arm in a grand gesture. A rush of wind erupted, sending a shock through the group as their robes whipped violently in the sudden gale. With a weeping mask on her face, Charlotte let out a string of chilling, venomous laughter worthy of 10 demonic elders. "Ha ha ha. Welcome, agents of Hydra, to the initiation test I have prepared for you. Every cause has its consequence, and I am your reckoning." Still laughing, Charlotte flicked her right hand, her whole body following the movement as she lunged toward the wary Ward in wide strides. Ward dared not take her lightly. He rolled to the side, but Charlotte's sweeping leg caught him, sending him flying. He crashed into several S.H.I.E.L.D. agents who'd rushed to catch him, toppling them all over like tumbling gourds, leaving everyone tangled in a heap. Witnessing this scene, Sitwell's face changed dramatically. He drew his gun and fired, each shot aimed at non-lethal parts of Charlot's body, intent on capturing him alive. Charlot withdrew his hand. Behind the weeping mask, he gave a faint smile. As the bullets sped toward him, his right hand moved so fast it seemed to vanish, and he strode forward step by step, directly facing Sitwell, who had just emptied 6 shots at him. With a casual flick of his middle fingertip, Charlot swatted the bullets aside in midair with effortless ease. Wearing his mask, Charlot saw the bullets as weak as peas, their trajectories altered at his whim. The second bullet, the third. Before Sitwell's stunned and disbelieving eyes, Charlot caught the final, slightly flattened bullet between his index and middle fingers and walked right up to him. Not a single Hydra agent dared to move. They stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded. Could such a person even be called human? All martial arts under heaven are invincible, but none surpass speed. The last bullet, still trailing smoke, slipped from between Charlot's fingers and fell to the floor with a crisp, ringing sound. Facing the crowd, whose faces were frozen in disbelief, Charlot gave another slight, enigmatic smile. He drew a circle with his hands in front of him, pressing his palms together as a soft pink flame glowed between them, his voice low and magnetic. "Congratulations! You've finally met an opponent worthy of your strength. I have no doubt the battle ahead will be a truly exhilarating one." With those words, Charlot snapped his middle finger against Sitwell's bald head, eliciting a sharp, agonized cry from the stunned agent. Clutching his now swollen head, Sitwell doubled over in pain, stumbling helplessly toward Charlot. Charlot caught him gently, but then delivered another sharp knock to Sitwell's shiny scalp. After a wild one-on-one showdown, Sitwell lay sprawled on the ground, his head bearing a striking resemblance to the Buddha's, eyes closed in blissful unconsciousness. Charlot turned, his gaze slowly shifting toward. Not long after, not a single member of the Hydra agents had escaped. Every last one had been beaten and now lay on the ground, clutching their aching heads and groaning. Charlot, satisfied with his handiwork, smiled contentedly. Except for Sitwell, who had dared to shoot at him, Charlot had gone easy on the others. After all, these people would soon be his loyal workhorses, with plenty of tasks waiting for them. How could he afford to break them now? Of course, after the stick comes a sweet date. With a wave of his palm, faint pink flames flared up from the hands of every fallen Hydra agent, Sitwell's in particular burning the brightest. Feeling the pain subside and a warm flow spread through their bodies, all the agents wore expressions of astonished bewilderment. Excellent. Through fierce struggle, you have screamed horribly enough to defeat me. This is the power you have earned. It was through my attacks that I implanted this power into your bodies, helping you to obtain it. Now, you are all superpowered beings. Ward was utterly stunned. Staring at the pale, pink flames flickering in his hand, Ward's palm trembled, and even the pain in his head seemed to fade away. He had never imagined that such a day would come for him. For power, he was willing to pay any price. I hate you all for your own good. Charlot spoke to the Hydra agents in a low, almost solemn tone, as though tending to patients in an ICU. Having gained these powers, most of the resentment they once felt towards Charlot had faded after the beating. Shock at their newfound abilities gradually transformed into gratitude. You've mostly recovered, haven't you? In order to help you quickly adapt to this power that now belongs to Hydra, congratulations are in order. You've once again found worthy opponents. Let's begin a truly exhilarating battle. No sooner had he finished speaking than Charlot flicked a finger, sending the just upright Sitwell crashing to the floor once more. He then proceeded to give the Hydra agents another thorough thrashing. Looking at the battered and tattered agents before him, Charlot finally felt a sense of clarity and satisfaction. During his assault, Charlot had already blasted the tracking and surveillance devices on them into pieces. Now, watching the agents crawling about the floor, their eyes clear and much of their former malice gone, Charlot let out a mischievous chuckle. Congratulations, you've successfully passed Hydra's test. Now, head to the underground parking lot of 115 Central Avenue in Queens to complete Hydra's final trial. After giving a few more instructions, Charlot swept his cloak and, with a blur, vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. This display was even more astonishing than his earlier bullet-flicking feat. With a grim expression, Ward helped the battered Sitwell to his feet. Seeing his companion's dismal state, he silently mourned for him. Sitwell's bald head had received special attention from Charlot. As Charlot saw it, "You've got the hairstyle of a strong man. How could you go without the strength to match?" Driven by Charlot's relentless encouragement, Sitwell received the greatest measure of power, but was also struck so hard he was left almost senseless. His mind still foggy, Sitwell then witnessed the black-robed figure flicker and disappear without a trace, making his eyes widen in shock and his heart race even faster. What now? The Hydra agents exchanged glances. At this point, they had lost all contact with Coulson. Gritting his teeth, Sitwell spoke up. "There's nothing to hesitate about. This is all part of the plan that was set in motion. All we need to do is continue as instructed." With his head covered in welts, Sitwell clenched his fist, then opened his palm to gaze at the flickering, illusory flame resting there. His eyes grew even more resolute. If he can give us this power, he can just as easily take it away. Looking at it now, this fake Hydra is definitely not as simple as it seems. No matter what their motives are, we have to infiltrate their ranks and gather more information. Even if it means risking our lives, we won't hesitate. Ward, standing by, nodded solemnly. Sitwell is right. Another S.H.I.E.L.D. agent also nodded in agreement. Ward makes a good point. At this moment, having gained an advantage, there was no way any of them would abandon the mission. Although they were well aware of the dangers that likely lay ahead, each one of them was driven by their own craving for power. Not long after, one Hydra agent after another voiced their support for Sitwell's plan. Reporting back to Coulson was quickly forgotten as they grew impatient to set off at once. Sitwell, his head heavily bandaged, spoke in a low, somber voice. "Hail Hydra!" The others glanced at each other before responding in unison. "Hail Hydra!" One by one, they quickly strode away, vanishing into the distance. Meanwhile, Charlotte let her form become visible, standing right where she had been all along. Or rather, she had never really bothered to hide. She just stood there motionless. All she'd done was test out her earlier idea. Low-level invisibility. The blind cannot see you with their eyes. It worked just as expected. After contracting these Hydra agents with night blindness, this skill had finally become useful. Perfect. She'd be nothing short of a ghost to ordinary Hydra agents from now on. After a long moment of hesitation, Steve finally steeled himself and signed his name on a contract. He'd already spent so long in the sewers To abandon the whole infiltration plan over one mysterious contract seemed pointless to him. What trouble could a piece of paper possibly cause? Stark snatched up the signed contract with a strange, amused smile. Heh, American boy. With a quick flick of his wrist, Stark sent a notification to Pepper through his watch. Soon enough, a flashy sports car pulled up at the entrance to the sewer. Stark, his head thoroughly wrapped up, dashed over and jumped into the passenger seat that Pepper had just opened. At this point, no one besides Pepper had noticed Stark's return, except perhaps Rhodey, who sensed something was off. But whatever Stark was up to, Rhodey definitely couldn't be brought into it. Steve climbed into the back seat and closed the door behind him. A few vagrants glimpsed the two men as they rushed into the car, but since they didn't recognize who they were, it didn't matter. Inside the car, Stark tugged at his shirt and reached for the jacket Pepper handed him. He picked up his phone, checked his messages, and then entered an address into the GPS. At long last, the day has come. I've really had enough of that place. Staying in New York these past few days has felt like living as a fugitive. There are so many things I can't do, and even when I try, it's just not convenient, Stark complained offhandedly to Pepper, who was driving. It's all for your own good. Tony, after all, the people who kidnapped you still haven't been fully investigated. No one expected their influence could even reach Obadiah. But don't worry, this will all be over soon, Pepper reassured him. The car started up, and, following the navigation, they soon arrived at their destination. Stark turned around and addressed Steve. We're here, Mr. Mighty. Don't forget your sewer cleaning gear. As he spoke, Stark casually tossed a stun baton to Steve and said, Now it's your turn, Captain America. You're about to get taken down and captured. Holding the stun baton and facing Stark, who was ushering him out of the car, Steve looked utterly bewildered. Wait, what's going on? What's going on? Stark sneered. I told you, you need to be captured by Hydra. But acting never quite matches the real thing. So, what's next is your favorite, an all-out brawl, fists flying. But don't worry, your opponents are all newly recruited Hydra actors. The worst they'll do is rough you up a bit. As he spoke, Stark waved his hand, signaling Pepper to speed away in the car, leaving Steve standing alone with the stun baton. His confused expression lingered until Ward and the others, looking ragged and worn, arrived. Steve's confusion only deepened. Wait, aren't these guys S.H.I.E.L.D. agents? Wasn't the plan for me to help them infiltrate Hydra? Why are they here now? Compared to Steve, Sitwell, upon seeing Captain America, looked stiff but understood exactly what this final test was. Rubbing his bumpy bald head, Sitwell made up his mind, rallying everyone present, raising his fist and glaring fiercely at Steve as he shouted, Hail Hydra! He was the first to charge at Steve. Steve? Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! The chorus from these Snake S.H.I.E.L.D. agents grew louder and louder. Steve even detected a hint of excitement in one of their voices, and soon found himself fending off their fierce onslaught. Ward, the strongest among them, took the lead. He came up from behind and delivered a hard kick to Steve's backside. After being beaten up by Sherlock earlier, Ward was eager to let off some steam, and he was more than ready to see if the legend of Captain America's strength was really all it was cracked up to be. Steve twisted his body, dodging aside, and grabbed Ward's thigh, swinging him out of the way. Then, as another agent threw a right hook, Steve raised his arm and blocked the punch. Sitwell quietly picked up a broom that had been left in the parking garage, waiting patiently for the right moment. He watched Steve slip to one side, narrowly avoiding another S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's swinging baton. In that instant, Steve's stun baton lashed out with lightning speed, jabbing the agent squarely in the stomach. Seizing the opportunity, yet another agent launched himself at Steve from the front, locking his arms fiercely around Steve's waist. Spotting his chance, Sitwell rushed forward, broom in hand, and jabbed it hard at Steve from behind. A sudden gust at his back caught Steve off guard. His attention had been focused entirely on Ward and the other agent charging from the front. But instinct kicked in, he dodged just in time. Staring at the broomstick that had suddenly appeared between his legs, Steve's eyes widened and his face went pale. He spun around, staring at Sitwell in sheer disbelief. Sitwell? Are you serious right now? Still reeling from shock, Steve suddenly felt Ward and another agent grab his arms on either side, pinning him in place. The agent who had been holding Steve's waist quickly lifted his left leg, and without missing a beat, Sitwell grabbed his right. Two more agents hurried over to help. Although they were only pretending to be Hydra agents, every S.H.I.E.L.D. agent present was completely immersed in their role. One particularly excited agent ran over, took aim at Steve's spread legs, and, without a hint of hesitation, leapt into the air, preparing to deliver a flying knee strike. Seeing this, Steve was horrified. Summoning all his strength, he struggled with renewed determination. He dragged Sitwell, still clinging to his right leg, and swung him in front, just in time. The airborne agent's knee collided with Sitwell instead, sending him crashing down. Now, growing serious, Steve seized the moment to jab the stun baton into the agent holding his right arm and press the button. Sparks crackled, and the agent collapsed to the ground. With a swift turn, Steve broke free. He kicked away the agent still holding his leg with a sweeping move, then grabbed another by the arm and hurled him across the floor. Though he'd shaken off his attackers, Steve was far from unscathed. The fight hadn't been just a matter of a few casual blows. Ward had even landed an elbow to his face. Wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Steve surveyed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents encircling him, his expression grave. The agents, too, were serious looks. Ward, looking a bit worse for wear, scrambled to his feet and charged at Steve once more, launching a sweeping kick at Steve's head. But Steve pivoted smoothly, narrowly evading the attack. With a rush of wind, his stun baton slammed down onto Ward. With a heavy thud, Ward was slammed straight to the ground. This time, Steve didn't hesitate for even a moment. He had already noticed that Ward was by far the most capable among these agents. So Steve pressed the button, intending to knock Ward out with the stun baton right away. But Ward was no ordinary agent, and his teammates weren't just standing around like mindless robots either. Though electricity made him scream in agony, Ward seized the chance to grab hold of Steve's stun baton, making it impossible for Steve to pull it back. At the same time, another agent swung his collapsible baton with force. Steve let go of the stun baton and dodged just in time, but the blow still landed smack on his rounded backside before he could pull away. Steve couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath, but Sitwell was already upon him, wielding a broom like a warrior, aiming straight between Steve's legs. Catching the baton, Steve yanked the agent in front of him as a shield, then landed a rapid series of kicks, driving Sitwell back again and again, leaving his face pale. With a sickening crack, Steve broke another agent's hand, and amid their pained wails, he turned and landed a kick on yet another S.H.I.E.L.D. operative who just punched him in the lower back 3 times, sending the agent sprawling to the ground, utterly unconscious. But there were just too many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. One after another, they charged in recklessly, wrapping Steve up tightly in their grasp. Seizing the perfect moment, Ward, still lying on the ground, suddenly sprang into action. He jammed the stun baton into Steve's now swollen backside, and, without a shred of hesitation, flipped the power on. A chorus of crackling electricity filled the air. Brilliant arcs of electric light flashed violently, and even the agents grappling with Steve found themselves convulsing with the current, leaving Steve's face twisted in a mix of fury and frustration. Knowing these were all undercover S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Steve had been holding back. But these undercover agents were just too dedicated. They showed him no mercy. What's more, they were far stronger and tougher than he'd expected. Enough to make Steve fear for his own dignity. It was at this moment that Sherlock arrived, only to find S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sprawled everywhere. In the middle of it all, Steve lay face down, his rear in the air, a live stun baton still jutting out. The sight was so shocking it made Sherlock involuntarily gasp. What haven't I seen in my life? Well, this was new. Draped in a black robe and wearing a superhero mask, Sherlock's first instinct was to whip out his phone and start recording as he strode forward. From amidst the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents scattered on the floor, Ward, hearing the sound, struggled to prop himself up. He turned his head and saw the black-clad Sherlock approaching, phone in hand and a spring in his step. Ward's already swollen face twitched, and, facing the camera, he forced a painfully awkward smile. With a determined push, Ward tried to get back on his feet, but pain shot through his right arm and abdomen, leaving him unsteady. His body buckled, and he toppled over once again. Unfortunately, he fell in precisely the direction of Steve's famously perky American butt. On camera, Ward stared in despair at the rapidly approaching backside, then squeezed his eyes shut in resignation. The next instant, his face collided intimately with Steve's rear, prompting a pained yell as he tumbled to the side once more. But from Charlot's vantage point, it was a different scene altogether. Ward, struggling to sit up, puffed out his chest and flashed a lascivious grin before dramatically burying his head into Steve's backside. In the process, he even knocked away the electric baton wedged in Captain America's glutes, letting out another theatrical cry as he went down. Are these S.H.I.E.L.D. agents returnable? I'm really starting to have second thoughts about keeping them. Ward's face flushed crimson, and looking utterly embarrassed, he forced himself upright again. With his right hand useless, he propped himself up on Steve's muscular thigh with his left, his entire body slumping weakly against those iconic American legs. That's when he caught sight of Charlot, still recording, turning away with a look of utter disdain. No, it's not what it looks like. Faced with such an excruciatingly awkward situation, Ward's confidence crumbled. The overwhelming embarrassment made him wish he could just sink through the floor. But unable to stand, all he could do was lean back against Steve's swollen, muscular legs, and try to maintain some dignity as he spoke, as seriously as he could muster. "Sir, we've defeated Captain America. Does this mean we've passed the final test?" Watching Ward, who seemed to be showing off his trophy for the camera, Charlo raised an eyebrow. He honestly hadn't expected the straight-laced Ward to pull something like this, let alone have the nerve to do it in front of the camera, right to Steve. Well then, this footage absolutely has to be shown to Stark later. Yes, excellent work, everyone. Bravo, actors. Charlo waved his hand lightly, bestowing Ward with a surge of strength. This energy quickly soothed Ward's battered body, and as he leaned against Steve's backside, a quiet moan of relief escaped him. Charlo's hand paused mid-gesture as he glanced oddly at Ward, still recording with his phone. These Hydra agents must be courting disaster. Charlo's power spread further, healing the wounds of everyone present. A few of the unconscious agents couldn't help but let out involuntary sighs of relief. There was something eerily bizarre about the whole scene. Among them, Sitwell, his face bruised and swollen to the size of a pig's head, recovered the fastest. His suit had been shredded to rags, and his body still bore vivid red scratches and purple handprints. Sweeping his gaze over Steve, sprawled on the ground, and Ward, still leaning against his rear, Sitwell stepped forward and said, "Lord Hydra, since we passed the test, what do we need to do next? What do we need to do?" Holding up the phone with the real footage, Charlo aimed it at Sitwell, watching as he faced the camera without flinching, his expression unchanged. Unchanged because his face was already so swollen it could barely move, features almost unrecognizable. The next step? Of course, we bring Captain America back and lock him up with Tony Stark. Feeling the surge of power within him, Sitwell unconsciously took a step towards Charlo, glancing at the Circular Hydra agents scattered across the floor. He leaned in and whispered, "Aren't we going to get rid of Captain America? He's bound to become a major threat to us sooner or later." Sitwell had no qualms about lumping their organization in with the villains. Opposing Captain America felt perfectly natural. Ward, lying on top of Steve, narrowed his eyes but said nothing. "Get rid of him? Why would we do that?" Charlo stepped forward, phone in hand, now filming Steve's battered face pressed against the floor from up close. Several flashes of inspiration darted through Charlo's mind, but each slipped away before he could seize them. Recalling the Hydra plotline he'd already mapped out, Charlo continued, "We take him back alive. Perfect. He'll be invaluable for our research into the super soldier serum." Super soldier serum? Sitwell was stunned. With Hydra's ability to directly empower people, why would they need the super soldier serum? Unless this method had side effects? Or maybe it wasn't permanent. His face, swollen to the point of expressionlessness, suddenly turned grave. Charlo, oblivious to Sitwell's inner turmoil, paid him no mind. He kept spinning out the backstory he and Stark had devised, now adding his own twist. After that, Hydra establishes a corporation, goes public, and sells the super soldier formula. A thought struck Charlo, and his eyes lit up. He glanced at Steve on the floor, then at the camera, finally catching hold of that elusive flash of inspiration. "Then, we create a new superhero, just like Captain America. Build an IP, make movies, sell merchandise." Sitwell's eyes widened. His mind buzzed in disbelief as he gaped at Charlo. "What did you just say? Are you hearing yourself? Do you even know what you're talking about? Hydra going public? Grooming a super idol? Shooting live-action films?" It all sounded utterly absurd, yet Sitwell couldn't shake the crushing sense of pressure. This was pure fantasy, but also undeniably ingenious. Charlo continued, gleefully and at ease. "Next, we can use Captain America as our template and repackage a superhero called Soldier Boy. No, let's just make Steve Rogers our own Soldier Boy for Hydra Corporation." Sherlock waved his hand enthusiastically, sharing the plan he'd just come up with to Sitwell. "Then we'll shoot a movie called Soldier Boy as a promotion, followed by another one, The Red Skull Who Isn't So Bad, to clean up his image. And we can invite New York's already famous superheroes, or those aspiring to fame, to join in. We'll make a movie for each of them, and Hydra will set up a group to rival the Justice League. We'll call it the Super Seven. Bigger, stronger, and more glorious than ever. Good heavens, I really am a genius. What on earth kind of organization have we joined?" Ward's face stiffened as he finally remembered they'd signed actors' contracts. He glanced at Sherlock's phone, which was recording all of this, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "You want us, Hydra agents undercover in S.H.I.E.L.D., who can never reveal our identities, to become famous in movies? You want to turn Captain America into a superstar? If we actually go through with this, our faces will be exposed. How do we ever work undercover again? We'd be recognized instantly." Sherlock clapped his hands together in delight. "I really am a genius. And we can shoot the whole thing as a documentary. After all, I can easily put together a drone for filming." Oh, and why not round up Mysterio and his gang too? That guy's definitely up to no good. And as New York's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, isn't it perfectly reasonable to stop him before he even commits a crime? He's not going to sit around waiting for Mysterio to turn bad years down the line before catching him. Sherlock felt that guys like them were just made to join Hydra. And all these plans could easily involve working with Stark too. A villainous laugh echoed from Sherlock, mouth wide in a classic evil mastermind's grin, as wicked ideas spilled out unchecked from the depths of his mind. Since things had come this far as Spider-Man of New York, was it really so wrong to keep an eye on the whole city in the name of protecting its people? What bad intentions could Spider-Man possibly have? Ask around, and the answer's always the same. It's all Hydra's doing. With a sly smile, Sherlock's eyes landed on Sitwell, whose forehead was beaded with cold sweat from the overwhelming pressure. The next time Steve woke up from his hospital bed, he was staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. A camera was inches from his face. He was completely naked except for a pair of green shorts, strapped spread-eagle to the bed. Looking around once more, he found himself back in a hospital, surrounded by a ring of burly men dressed in ragged clothes. But the most crucial thing was his but really hurt. What happened? What on earth happened? His mind screamed in panic, and only then did fragments of memory begin to surface. Stark, the script, getting captured, the underground parking lot, a brutal fight, and then the electric shock. These S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had absolutely no sense of honor, especially Ward. In his memory, Ward had even used a stun baton, striking him below the waist. Don't move, the operation was a success. You're a lovely girl now. Steve was startled out of his wits. He whipped his head around and saw Charlo wearing a Red Skull mask. In a rush, he looked down at his own underwear and moved a little to check, finally breathing a sigh of relief. At this moment, Ethan, masked with a comical face, stepped forward. Without warning, he plunged a syringe into Steve's arm and began to draw blood. Steve's expression darkened. It seemed he had truly infiltrated Hydra. Stark had told him about the plot beforehand, but Steve hadn't expected things to get this intense. Glancing at the array of cameras pointed in their direction, Steve opened his mouth, his voice a bit hoarse as he questioned Charlo. What are you all trying to do? Charlo turned around, but didn't bother looking at Steve. Instead, he fixed his gaze lovingly on the camera and declared, Since you've asked so sincerely, I'll be merciful and tell you. We're going to use your blood to create the super soldier serum, and then, use it to... Charlo opened his mouth, but for a moment, he forgot his lines. What was Hydra's goal again? To take over the world. Ethan, still drawing blood, whispered the reminder. That's right. That's right. Forget what I just said. Let's do it again. Charlo beamed, his tone dramatically theatrical as he proclaimed. We're going to use your blood to develop the super soldier serum, and then take over the world. Moi! Everyone watched as Charlo, with his back to them, cackled wickedly at the camera, and couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Taking the vial of freshly drawn blood from Steve, Charlo flicked his wrist, reciting his lines with an exaggerated villainous fervor. Ha ha ha, with this, I'll finally be able to create the super soldier serum. Wonderful. My precious. Me precious. Listening to Charlo's sinister voice, Steve couldn't help but feel he'd been completely duped. He'd trusted the wrong people. Impossible. Creating the super soldier serum isn't that simple. Even if you have my blood, you'll never be able to succeed so easily. Give it up. You're just chasing a hopeless fantasy. With a flick of Charlotte's wrist, the fresh blood on her hand silently transformed into a vial of pale blue chemical reagent. Charlotte's face lit up with delight as she exclaimed, Wow, amazing. I've finally succeeded in developing the super soldier serum. Steve, who had just been overwhelmed with emotion, was left utterly baffled. When I use a question mark, it's not because I'm confused about myself. It's because I think you're the one with the problem. Glancing at the pale, blue super soldier serum in Charlotte's hand, Steve wore a look of utter resignation. Casting a look around at everyone present, Charlotte kindly offered an explanation. Isn't that how it always goes in the movies? The scene just cuts, and suddenly the formula is complete. Otherwise, do you really expect me to show you the entire research process? After all, the lizard serum she and Connors created was based on the super soldier serum, so it made perfect sense for Charlotte to have a sample on hand. Ethan eyed the vial in Charlotte's hand with curiosity and asked, Is that really the super soldier serum? Absolutely, Charlotte replied with conviction. This is the super soldier serum. If I smash on the ground, everyone nearby will be enhanced and become super soldiers. So you had the super soldier serum all along? Steve immediately caught on, but what he couldn't understand was, why did you have to draw my blood in the first place? Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed through the ramshackle Hydra base as a shrill, makeshift alarm blared out, and an iron fist smashed through the wooden door in an instant. The door was ripped to splinters by a steel hand, revealing a metallic head, none other than Stark in his iron armor. Stark paused for a split second at the scene inside. A group of half-dressed men. In the center, Steve, completely naked, his backside still swollen. What on earth is going on here? No time to think. Act first, ask questions later. This was Stark's latest creation, the brand new Mark II armor, sleeker and much more menacing than the Mark I. Blue electric arcs crackled from his hands as he unleashed them without hesitation, electrocuting everyone in the room. The unsuspecting S.H.I.E.L.D. agents rushed forward to stop him, only to be the first to convulse violently from the shock. Charlotte, already prepared for this, shouted, "I'll be back." The next moment, she vanished from sight, leaving everyone in the room writhing and screaming from the electric assault, including Steve, still tied to the bed, and Ethan beside him. Stark didn't recognize Ethan. He strode into the room in his armor, grabbed Steve's bed with one hand, then smashed his fist through the wall. Hoisting the twice-electrocuted Steve, he charged straight out of the shipping container. Then, with a blast of flame from his jetpack, Stark spun into the sky and soared toward New York City in the distance. Very soon, he crash-landed right onto a street in Brooklyn's wealthy district. The impact jolted Steve awake. He looked over to see Stark crawling out from the scattered remains of his armor, shaking his dizzy head. Well done. They had really taken flight. That exhilarating sense of freedom lit up Stark's battered, bloodied face with excitement. He couldn't wait to get home and start working on a new suit of armor. Oh, and there was also the drone Charlotte had mentioned, the one capable of projecting and recording footage. In the distance, the screech of brakes cut through the air. Stark had indeed taken to the sky, but there was a problem with his carefully planned landing spot. The first to arrive wasn't Pepper, but the New York police. Wearing her uniform, Carter flashed her badge, shut the car door, and hurried over to the two men. "Freeze! NYPD!" she called out, striding up to them. Her gaze swept over the wreckage of the armor littering the street as she fumbled to activate her body camera. "Damn, my body camera's out of battery, but at least my stun batten's still good." Gripping her batten tightly, Carter eyed Stark warily. "Are you aliens?" "Of course not," Stark replied, brushing the dust off himself and standing up with pride. He stepped confidently toward Carter. "Well, that's a relief. Gentlemen, please show me your IDs." IDs. This time, now that he'd regained his identity, Stark radiated a newfound confidence. His joy still lingered from his flight in the powered suit, and even more brilliant ideas were already whirring in his mind. He took another step, presenting his freshly cleaned-up face, fully prepared to call a press conference at any moment. "You don't even recognize me, Tony St." Before he could finish, Carter jabbed her stun batten straight into him without hesitation. Watching Stark convulse from the shock, Carter's tone was dead serious. "Of course I recognize you. You're the guy who stole my car with Father Cage. This time there's no way I'm falling for your tricks again." My mistake." Carter stood at Stark's hospital bedside, face full of remorse. How could she have mistaken him? It just didn't make sense. Beside her, the NYPD commissioner looked utterly exasperated. The best news. Lucky Star Carter had found Tony Stark. The worst news. Jinx Carter had knocked Tony Stark out cold. Upon receiving both pieces of news, the commissioner was torn between joy and dismay, completely at a loss for how to react. He immediately contacted Carter, and at the hospital he saw Stark lying in bed with a sour expression, Carter dutifully keeping watch at his side. Stark wasn't in any real danger. He was simply taken to the hospital for a routine checkup. Following his plan, Stark wasted no time in announcing from his hospital bed that the Stark Industries Weapons Research Division would be shut down. This news made Obadiah's face flush red with anger. He had just managed to stabilize the company's stock price after the subprime mortgage crisis. Yet he had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep working like a beast of burden. Having saved himself, Stark returned to New York amid the explosion headlines, and the whereabouts of Captain America, Steve, were wiped from the public eye. Meanwhile, Francie's lightning-fast delivery service had gone bankrupt in the economic crisis, but now her new venture with Sherlock, a quirky little shop, had finally finished its renovations. They were selling underwear right next to a haunted house. Together with Francie, Sherlock worked late into the night, and after a long, busy day, they hadn't managed to sell a single pair. So that evening, Sherlock headed out alone, ready to stir up a little mischief. Swinging through the air on a strand of web, he caught sight of Jessica soaring through the night sky. Seeing Jessica looking rather downcast, Sherlock didn't hesitate to zip over to her, landing deftly on her shoulders in a flash. He crouched on her shoulder and playfully pressed down on her head, greeting her with a cheerful laugh. "Hey, Jessica! Flying alone through the sky at night isn't very safe, you know. You never know when a bad guy might spot you and snatch away your freshly finished homework." Jessica jumped in surprise at the sudden weight on her head, But when she realized it was Spider-Man, she craned her neck, trying to catch a glimpse of him perched above her. Hey, Spider-Man. That's nonsense. Bad guys never steal my homework. And good guys don't, either. So, Sherlock patted her not-so-bright head, feeling as though his own IQ was dropping with every touch. So, Jessica, did you finish your homework? Of course not. Jessica replied proudly. Well then, Jessica, it's true. Bad guys won't steal your homework because you haven't finished it. Jessica blinked, her mind stalling for a moment as she tried to make sense of the logic. Suddenly, the problem dawned on her, and she declared loudly, I'm not Jessica. I'm superhero Cash Girl. Sherlock poked his head out for a better look. Jessica, with her purple hair, black jacket, her favorite outfit, and her bare face without even a mask, stood there, lips pressed in determination. For a moment, Sherlock was at a loss for words. Feeling as if she'd managed to convince Spider-Man, Jessica called out even louder. Cash Girl is the hero name my classmate Sherlock gave me. I'm a superhero, not Jessica. So, doesn't it sound cool? Sherlock patted Jessica's head, half expecting to see a smooth, empty surface beneath her hair, where every bit of tricky knowledge would surely just slide right off. Afterwards, Charlotte pulled her hand away from Jessica's head with a look of distaste and wiped it on Jessica's clothes. Jessica might not be the sharpest tool in the shed, but as a flying mount, she was still quite reliable. Pointing to a spot of danger not far away, as sensed by his spider sense, Charlotte said, Fly in that direction. Okay. Jessica didn't even hesitate before springing into action. A strand of web shot from Charlotte's palm, pinning a serial killer, umbrella in hand, and in the middle of a crime, firmly to the ground. Patting Jessica on the shoulder, Charlotte suggested, Next up, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man is planning to team up with Money Girl. What do you think? Awesome. Jessica's face lit up with excitement. Charlotte gave her shoulder another pat and added, By the way, I think you should fly in a prone position. It'll reduce air resistance. Jessica nodded thoughtfully. Spider-Man, you really are clever. Obediently, Jessica shifted her posture. Standing on her back, Charlotte nodded in approval. Sure enough, this was much more comfortable. His eyes caught a graceful figure darting across a rooftop in the distance. Pointing that way, Charlotte grinned. Let's go. That's our next stop. Squatting on Jessica's back, Charlotte found it rather pleasant not having to race around on his own for once. Jessica's backbone did dig into his feet a little, but it was still tolerable. And this mode of flight probably felt a bit like riding the Green Goblin's flying board. With 2 quick taps on Jessica's shoulder, Charlotte, chasing after that distant figure, asked with curiosity, How have you been lately, Money Girl? I just saw you flying through the air, and you didn't look too happy. At the mention, Jessica immediately began to chatter. I've been keeping super busy. Ever since summer vacation started, I set up my own private detective agency. I even got a case from Officer Carter to investigate a drug ring. Wait a second, Charlotte rubbed his temples. Spending time with Jessica, Charlotte felt that her genuine cluelessness was a knockout blow compared to his own feigned madness. At least he still had his brain, while Jessica seemed to be missing even her basic faculties. Why did Officer Carter entrust you with a drug investigation? And how much is she paying you? Payment? What payment? Jessica replied, her eyes blank with confusion. It's just that I ran into her while I was handing out flyers for my detective agency. You warned me before to watch out for the Purple Man, so I was on edge every day, so scared I could hardly sleep, even though I never actually met him. Then I heard that the Purple Man was captured by the amazing Officer Carter. Oh my gosh, she's incredible. When I first met Officer Carter, I asked if there was anything I could help investigate. That's when she told me about the Hands drug case. So, having accepted her request, I immediately set out to look into it. You two really are a pair, kind of clueless, but made for each other. Later, with my new friend Daredevil, Matt Murdock, we tracked the case right back to the Hand. Along the way, I met all sorts of people, and I even helped Carter get an undercover gig in the kitchen. But tonight, for some reason, nothing went as planned. The whole night, I didn't cross paths with a single member of the Hand. Even Daredevil and Carter vanished. They went undercover together, and I'm honestly worried something happened to them inside the Hand. You're right to worry. Something did happen to the Hand where they were. Charlotte tapped Jessica lightly on the forehead, then pointed toward a silhouette on the building up ahead, offering some reassurance. Step on it. Look, she's almost out of sight already. And seriously, as a detective, do you not watch the news? Carter and George already cracked the Hand's drug case wide open. Every last member of the Hand is in the hospital morgue right now, getting treated. They probably had their fill. Jessica immediately picked up her flying speed. With her ability to fly, she darted through the sky with impressive agility, even faster than Charlotte could swing from webs. Mimicking Superman's flying pose, Jessica beamed with excitement. Spider-Man, are we a duo now? She accelerated, happily suggesting as she went. Like Batman and Robin, Sherlock and his Watson, Joker and his Harley Quinn. Charlotte couldn't help but smirk. Maybe he should consider recruiting Jessica in a Hydra corporation. Let her join the Super 7 as the American Homelander? But, unfortunately, Jessica was still a bit too weak and a little too naive. Maybe she'd be better off as a flying skateboard for now. In no time, Jessica, with Charlotte riding on her back, caught up to Black Cat, who was darting across the rooftops. Black Cat tried several times to shake them off, but with her limited abilities, she never managed to lose them. Watching her good friend Jessica fly through the air with Spider-Man standing on her back, right up to her face, Black Cat couldn't help but freeze in disbelief. Wait, what on earth are you two supposed to be? While Black Cat was sizing them up, Charlotte was eyeing Black Cat right back. She had flowing silver-white hair, a tall, lithe figure, and wore a skin-tight black leather suit with white gloves and a black mask that concealed her identity, leaving only a pair of alluring eyes visible. The suit hugged her curves perfectly, the collar dipping low to reveal a snow-white expanse and a breathtaking cleavage, an endless, enticing line. This stood in stark contrast to Jessica below, whose figure was, well, let's just say flatter than a landing strip with 2 nails hammered in. Charlotte guessed that standing on Jessica's chest would probably be less uncomfortable than standing on her back. The Black Cat, with her striking figure and magnetic aura, exuded an air of irresistible allure. Every step she took was like a model strutting down the runway, each stride seeming to strike right at the hearts of the men watching. She stood tall, shoulders back, her gaze settling firmly on Charlotte, a captivating, seductive smile playing on her crimson lips. Her voice rang out, cool and proud, as she spoke slowly. Spider Freak? Spider Freak. Those were the words her mother had spoken most often, the name of the most formidable superhero in all of New York City. Her mother, after just one run-in with Spider Freak, had been dealt such a blow that she quit the world of superpowered beings entirely, returning home to do laundry, cook meals, and care for her family. Though her mother had warned her again and again, she had already made up her mind. She would avenge her mother, no matter what. As for Jessica, currently at Spider-Man's feet, who could say what on earth her silly best friend was up to this time? It seemed Jessica, too, had been given a hard time by Spider-Man. Charlotte's expression was full of puzzled contemplation, while Jessica's eyes met the Black Cat's first. With just a single glance, Jessica's eyes widened. Unable to contain her curiosity, she carried Spider-Man closer to the Black Cat, blinking her big eyes as she studied her intently. As her best friend, the smile on the Black Cat's face faltered for a moment. No way could it be? That look? Had Jessica recognized her already? Sure enough, the next moment Jessica's face lit up with sudden realization, and she asked in a tone brimming with curiosity. Felicia? What are you doing out here, so late at night? Compared to Jessica's disguise, the Black Cat was on a whole other level. She hadn't just changed her mannerisms, but altered her hair color and even the exposed skin on her face. She could transform her aura from icy elegance to sultry charm. But there was one thing she couldn't change, her eyes, the look in them. She hadn't expected that just a brief meeting of their eyes would be enough for Jessica to recognize her in an instant. For a split second, Felicia Hardy's face betrayed a flash of panic, but she quickly swept a cold, mocking gaze over Jessica and replied with a sneer. Felicia? Who's that supposed to be? Like a cat stretching after a nap, she extended her arms and arched her body, showing off the striking physique she usually kept hidden, radiating pure, irresistible allure. Felicia's gaze stayed locked on Charlotte, making it clear she had no idea about the name Jessica had called out, nor did she care about Jessica herself in the slightest. Spider Freak, do you remember the cat burglar you left dangling in midair a few months ago, Shadow Cat? Her voice was soft and sultry as she approached the two of them, each step measured and graceful. Charlotte nodded. She still had some impression of the lynx. That woman was the first to try out the amusement project she had prepared, and the two of them had quite a good time together. But since then, Charlotte had never seen her again. With a soft sigh, Charlotte nodded at Felicia and said, Yes, I do remember her. My condolences. What? Felicia was momentarily taken aback, then snapped. She's not dead yet. Jessica twisted her body, her gaze fixed on Felicia, and couldn't help but ask again, You're really not Felicia? Of course I'm not. Felicia's voice was firm and decisive. Then, like a cat, she leaped lightly, showing off her agility. Could your good friend Felicia do that? My hero code name is Black Cat. I'm a newly emerged superhero in New York. Black Cat. Charlotte's eyes lit up. I've heard of you. Oh, really? Felicia blinked. Hearing that Spider-Man knew of her, her urge to cause him trouble instantly diminished, and she couldn't help but feel a tinge of delight. All this time, she had only stolen from the hand, barely stirring up any real trouble. Suddenly hearing her nemesis Spider-Man say he'd heard of her, For some reason, Felicia found herself genuinely pleased. Jessica tilted her head in confusion and asked, "Why is that? Why have I never heard a black cat?" The joy on Felicia's face slowly faded. She was tempted to rush over and shut Jessica up. "Never heard of her?" Charlotte reached out and ruffled Jessica's already messy hair, saying, "She even has her own song." Clearing her throat, Charlotte sang with feeling. Eyes wide as copper bells, flashing with lightning wit. Ears perk up like antennas, catching every hint and bit. You sharpen your fangs and claws, patrolling every street. You bring us peace and safety, never accepting defeat. Oh, Black Cat Guardian. Oh, Black Cat Guardian. Felicia's eyes grew as round as copper bells, and the sharp intelligence that always sparkled in them faded from her face as her happy expression slowly disappeared. "So this is what you mean by knowing me? You know a song about me? But I'm not the Black Cat Guardian. I'm a cat burglar, not a police hero. Still, the song does sound pretty nice. Maybe Black Cat, should become a police officer. Then I'd have an even better reason to catch Spider-Man. Yes, why can't I be a cop?" Of course, Charlotte had no idea what Felicia was thinking. She simply basked in Jessica's applause and flattery, looking extremely pleased with herself. "Enough, both of you." Felicia snapped back to her senses, her eyes blazing with anger as she glared at Spider-Man. The future could wait. For now, she was roaming the streets of New York precisely to challenge this infuriating Spider-Man. Her palms opened, and the white fur on her arms and calves fluttered in the wind as she arched her back. In that moment, she looked just like a little wildcat, every muscle tensed, poised for battle. "Felicia, don't be mad. Spider-Man didn't mean it," Jessica interjected quickly, trying to calm Felicia down. "If he really fought you, he might accidentally kill you without even trying. How about you just apologize to Spider-Man, and let's drop the whole thing, okay?" "Apologize to him? What a joke." Felicia's face darkened. She knew full well just how powerful Spider-Man was. So, she was ready to settle it in a single fight. One decisive blow, find Spider-Man's weakness, and defeat him in an instant. "So you want to challenge me?" Spider-Man leapt lightly from Jessica's back, landing effortlessly on the rooftop. Now, standing face to face with Spider-Man, Felicia felt an overwhelming pressure she'd never known before. The figure before her didn't seem human. It was more like a wild beast, hungry and ready to pounce. "How do you want to challenge me? Rock, paper, scissors?" Spider-Man shrugged nonchalantly. "I'll tell you right now, you could never beat me at that." On the Black Cat, Felicia, still in her battle stance, flashed a quick smile. Her sharp eyes darted over Spider-Man, quickly picking out a weakness in his left hand. Maybe he'd been injured before, or maybe it was something else. Felicia scanned her surroundings, searching for anything she could use to her advantage. With a light laugh, she said, "We duel. If you win, I'll—" Before she could finish, Felicia sprang at him like lightning, her movements as fluid as water. Too slow, far, far too slow. With her current abilities, Spider-Man had no desire to even play along. Just a moment ago, Felicia was brimming with excitement and ready for battle. The next, she was clutching her head, crouching on the ground in pain. Spider-Man blew a casual breath over his left hand, smiling calmly. "You really believed you'd found my weakness? How naive. Your strength isn't enough. Your speed isn't enough. All you have is pale, showy muscle and an exaggerated chest, but no real power. Such a waste of potential. But my punch? It's backed by 20 years of singlehood. Think you can handle that?" Tears welled up in Felicia's eyes. That one punch had nearly shattered her hopes and dreams. For a fleeting second, she even considered quitting this harsh world, just like her mother. Even Jessica couldn't help but shake her head. It was just too brutal. Felicia took a deep breath in and out, then stood up. "Mother, please rest well. With my abilities as they are now, I'm no match for that spider monster. Avenging you seems hopeless. But if I can't get revenge, how can I face you and still call myself your daughter?" She pulled off her silvery wig, her voice resolute and unwavering. "That's why today, I sever our bond as mother and daughter. The debt for your suffering, I'll repay it in my next life." Of course, Felicia wasn't someone who would give up her goals so easily. After a brief moment of gloom, she quickly composed herself. So what if she couldn't win in a fight? That wasn't the only way to seek vengeance. With a radiant smile blooming on her face, Felicia walked with elegant, feline grace, every inch of her tall figure exuding charm. Step by step, she moved toward Charlotte. "No wonder you're New York's most powerful superhero, Spider-Man. You really are something." She had just reached Charlotte and was about to place a hand on his chest when Jessica, hovering in midair, swooped down and grabbed her. Jessica's expression turned to concern as she floated closer, her cold little hand gently touching the large bump on Felicia's head. "That must hurt, huh? Felicia? Next time, don't be so reckless." Felicia was startled, She hadn't expected Jessica to be so formidable as well. Her wrist was firmly held in Jessica's grip. By all rights, she should be playing the proud black cat, seducing Charlotte. She hardly knew Jessica. I don't know who this Felicia is. Looks like I made a mistake today. Who'd have thought even a flat-chested little brat like you could be this tough? Now let go of me. With a frosty glare, Felicia shouted in anger, twisting her arm powerfully, but Jessica held on tight. Let go. Felicia tried again. Let go. She tried a third time. Gritting her teeth, Felicia was nearly in tears from frustration as Jessica stared at her in total confusion. Her face flushed, her whole body trembling. Felicia wished she could just turn around and run home. What a bunch of weirdos. From now on, anyone else can play the gentleman thief. If she ever went out again, she'd curse herself to run into Spider-Man every single day. Okay, you're not Felicia, Jessica said, rubbing Felicia's head comfortingly. If Spider-Man won't play with you, I will. Felicia was suddenly moved by her somewhat goofy best friend, her heart brimming with gratitude. She nearly threw herself into Jessica's arms to have a good cry, pouring out all her grievances about Spider-Man. Jessica's somewhat clueless gaze met Felicia's, and seeing the gratitude in Felicia's eyes, Jessica seemed encouraged. Imitating Felicia's earlier gestures, Jessica began to gently swing Felicia's arm. Felicia, you really like playing this game, don't you? Let's keep going. Felicia fell silent. Suddenly, right in front of Charlotte and Jessica, Felicia burst into loud, heart-rending sobs. She looked just like a child who had been cruelly bullied. Standing beside her, Jessica and Charlotte were both at a complete loss, not knowing what to do. Jessica, who was still clutching Felicia's arm and shaking her, immediately turned and glared at Charlotte, who seemed ready to bolt. It's all your fault, Spider-Man. You made Felicia cry. Felicia sobbed with utter heartbreak. No, I'm not Felicia. I'm not crying. Wah. All right. You're not Felicia. You're not crying, Jessica said soothingly, patting Felicia's back in an attempt to calm her down. But her efforts didn't seem to help much. So clever Jessica tried patting a little harder, unintentionally making Felicia cough from a force. This isn't working, Miss Moneybags. Let me handle it. Charlotte stepped forward, his face serious, radiating an air of authority. But rather than calming Felicia, his imposing presence only made her sob even harder. Charlotte approached, watching Felicia's wide-open mouth as she wailed. With a grave expression, he swiftly reached out and lightly tapped Felicia's mouth as she cried, his palm moving in quick succession. It was almost like Tarzan thumping out a rhythm, making her cries turn into a string of comical, staccato sounds. Charlotte grinned. This is kind of fun. Sure enough, this odd tactic didn't just stop Felicia's crying. It actually made her so indignant that she started to laugh through her tears. Eyes brimming with tears, she broke free from Jessica's grasp, stood up, and swung a determined punch at Charlotte's face. But Charlotte, unfazed, simply caught her fist and gently pulled her soft, trembling figure into his arms. Felicia's hair fluttered in the air. She had no strength to resist. Her body tumbled uncontrollably toward Charlotte. As the Spider-Man mask drew closer and closer, her mind went blank. She forgot her tears, pouted her lips, and a soft blush crept across her cheeks. With a twist of his hand, Charlotte spun Felicia in a small circle right in front of him. The fresh scent of her shampoo brushed against Charlotte's face as their eyes met briefly in midair, a silent spark passing between them. Then Charlotte pressed his body firmly against Felicia, washing away every last bit of her sorrow. Spider-Man. A charged, ambiguous tension filled the air. Jessica's small eyes sparkled with big confusion. In her dazed gaze, she watched the scene unfold. Felicia, cheeks aflame, closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself pinned to the ground by Charlotte, his knee pressing against her gently. Georges' secret technique. Black knee battle armor merge. In a flash, Charlotte twisted Felicia's wrists behind her back, leaving her no room to escape. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill card, I can't breathe anymore. Any black class being pinned under your knee will be completely unable to break free until their last breath. Free attribute points +2. No, came a faint voice from Felicia beneath Charlotte. She didn't struggle at all. Only a single tear of utter despair slid from the corner of her eye. Her love had vanished in the blink of an eye. All that remained was a shell, pinned down and barely breathing. Lowering her smooth brow, Jessica's eyes, dark and gem-like, watched Felicia closely, studying her expression. Then she puckered her lips, lifted her head, and cast Charlotte a look of pure admiration, like a little fangirl. Wow, Spider-Man, you're amazing. She really stopped crying. Felicia, a black cat's life is a life too. You two, you've gone too far. Well, of course, Charlotte, still gripping Felicia's arms, shifted into a more comfortable position, and gave Jessica a smug smile. This is the signature move of George, the NYPD chief. Want to learn it? I could teach you. Charlotte pulled Felicia up by her arm, noticing Jessica nearly bouncing with excitement. Felicia's lips twitched in resignation. I'm sorry, Mr. Spider-Man. I know I was wrong. Can't you just let me go? Felicia pleaded, seizing the moment for a little seduction. She leaned softly toward Charlotte, all the while plotting her escape. But her calculated, dramatic move missed its mark. To their surprise, Felicia's graceful body tilted and she tumbled elegantly off the edge of the building. Charlotte looked at Jessica with a puzzled expression. Can your friend fly? Jessica shook her head. Not as far as I know, but she hesitated, uncertain. Felicia's get-up today made her seem like a different person. Charlotte pressed, but what? Hurry, she's about to hit the ground. Jessica replied, but today she definitely can't. A few seconds later, Charlotte deposited a sniffling Felicia back on the rooftop. Felicia was heartbroken. I'm done, I quit. I want to go home. I want my mom. You're both so mean to me. Her voice broke, each word tugging at the heartstrings. She shouldn't have come. She should have listened to her mother. Spider-Man was way too ruthless. As Charlotte stepped toward her, Felicia began to cry, hastily covering her mouth with her hands. Charlotte, how annoying. She's playing by herself, and won't even let me join in. Don't cry now, Black Cat, Charlotte said gently, handing her a vial of blue serum, a warm smile on her face. Do you know what this is? It's the super soldier serum. You're far too weak to be a superhero, so I've decided to bring you into my organization and give you this as a gift. From now on, we're in this together. You're family now. Really? Felicia asked, tears streaming down her cheeks as she accepted the vial, her voice trembling between sobs and surprised joy. Her cries rose and fell, a blend of sorrow and happiness. With the blue serum in hand, Felicia's stormy tears quickly came to a halt. The joy in her heart flared up just as quickly as it faded. Super soldier serum? Wasn't that something out of Captain America comics? Was this spider freak trying to trick her? Staring at the vial, shoulders still shaking as she sniffled, Felicia's swollen eyes flickered with confusion. Was she being played by Spider-Man again? With that thought, she began to examine the vial in her hands. It looked very much like the antidote serum from the lizard incident. Gazing at the metallic label on top, Felicia couldn't resist fiddling with it, ready to give it a closer look. But with just a gentle touch, the serum hissed and a fine blue mist sprayed right into her face before she could react. She held her breath, but the scent of fresh herbs still wafted in her nose, startling Felicia so much that she immediately tossed the vial aside. It hit the ground with a sharp crack and shattered. Just like the antidote serum before, a delicate blue mist blossomed in front of their eyes, sparkling with a crystalline glow, beautiful and otherworldly. But this time, the serum moved with surprising speed, surging toward all three of them, and especially toward Felicia, who absorbed it almost instantly. Felicia and Jessica both jumped at the sudden commotion, but all happened so quickly that neither had time to run. In a matter of seconds, the blue mist in the air disappeared without a trace, leaving Jessica utterly bewildered. She started to wonder if she'd imagined everything she'd just witnessed. After all, the serum had little effect on Jessica and Charlotte, both of whom already possessed superhuman strength and resilience. But for Felicia, whose body was only a bit stronger than an ordinary person's, the results were immediate and dramatic. Her graceful figure had undergone subtle changes, causing the outline of muscles to appear beneath her skin-tight suit, her skin stretched taut, radiating a newfound sense of strength. Feeling her body gradually being enhanced, Felicia's eyes widened in disbelief. The spider-mutant really hadn't lied to her. This sensation of her body being optimized, every inch brimming with power, was intoxicating and utterly mesmerizing. She closed her eyes, basking in it all. As the strengthening process finished, she gave her fist a swift motion, which cut through the air with a rushing, whistling sound. This sudden surge of strength filled Felicia with tremendous confidence, and she exclaimed happily, "My God, compared to my old self, I feel like there's a world of difference, 10,000 times stronger than I ever was." Huh? Charlotte mused for a while, stroking her chin before asking with a puzzled look. "So, you mean you haven't improved at all?" "You." Felicia was instantly incensed by this. She'd put up with the spider-mutant for long enough. Now that she possessed this strength, she was sorely tempted to pin Charlotte down and show her who was boss. Why not try? There was no harm in trying. What if she succeeded? With her jaw clenched and determination flashing in her eyes, she once again challenged Charlotte's authority. 2 seconds later, Charlotte remained as immovable as a mountain, and Felicia found herself firmly pinned, forced to kneel under Charlotte's knee. Charlotte shook her head regretfully and said, "Oh dear, looks like my super soldier serum has failed. You haven't improved at all. If anything, your brain's gotten duller." Felicia was left powerless, her arms wrenched behind her back by Spider-Man. Her eyes were full of confusion. Charlotte's strength was monstrous, almost inhuman. Felicia even began to doubt her original dream of being a master thief. She wondered if something was wrong with her, because under Charlotte's pinning hold, she couldn't summon an ounce of strength. "All right, since you've already used the super soldier serum, let me tell you about its side effects." Charlotte gave a slight, devilish smile, looking every bit the tempter luring souls into the abyss. Felicia's face went instantly pale, her voice trembling as she asked, "See side effects? Hee, did you really think you could get the super soldier serum from me for nothing? Really? You didn't think there'd be a price to pay, did you?" Looking down at Felicia beneath her, Charlotte let out a chilling, villainous laugh. "What are you planning? What sort of side effects does this super soldier serum have?" Charlotte cackled. "The super soldier serum side effect is, if you don't take the antidote serum on time, the hormones will gradually turn you into a man," she made up on the spot. "What?" Jessica and Felicia both cried out in utter terror. They're not exactly destined to become the next generation of LGBT icons. This kind of thing is downright terrifying to them. Summer glanced over at Jessica, whose face had gone ghostly pale, and raised an eyebrow. A lie is a lie, whether it's to one or two people. There was no need to waste time explaining, so Summer simply went on in a chilling, sinister tone. "Think about it carefully. Since Dr. Erskine developed the super soldier serum, why is it that every single successful recipient, all those who became super soldiers, have been men? Was it really that only men ever volunteered for the experiment? Were there truly never any women involved in the super soldier program? Or perhaps, is there an unspeakable side effect of the serum when it comes to women?" Watching their expressions, Summer might as well have been telling them a ghost story, dripping with malice. Suddenly, she raised her voice dramatically. "Let me tell you the truth. In fact, the Red Skull was originally a woman." "A woman," the two of them screamed in unison. During the experiment, after she received the super soldier serum, the Red Skull experienced side effects. She began to irreversibly transform into a man. She believed Dr. Erskine had deceived her. When he escaped, her despair turned into madness. And, incidentally, she fell in love with Captain America, who had also received the serum. But, ahem, I won't go into the details. You can let your imaginations run wild. Anyway, from then on, Dr. Erskine never gave the serum to another woman. And that's why the Red Skull began hunting down both Dr. Erskine and Captain America. Summer released her grip on her legs and looked down at Felicia, who was still on the floor, torn between doubt and fear. "If you don't believe me, just feel your chest and your forearms. Haven't your muscles gotten a lot bigger?" Felicia, her face ashen, touched her chest. As a master thief, she was intimately familiar with every inch of her body, so it didn't take her long to notice the changes. She hadn't turned into an animated version of Captain Carter, but her body had definitely transformed. Her curves had become more defined. Her frame exuded new strength. Felicia was still beautiful, but with Summer's story echoing in her mind, her newfound power felt deeply unsettling. Her face contorted with dread, and when she looked at Summer, there was a hint of desperate pleading in her eyes. A soft, miserable wail broke out beside Summer. Jessica was the first to lose it. "This is it, I'm doomed. I'm going to turn into a man. My chest is gone, oh no." Summer's mouth twitched. "Jessica, let's be honest, there was never much there in the first place." Reaching into her jacket, Summer pulled out 2 bottles of Sprite, peeled off the labels discreetly, and began to wave them around in her hand. "And this right here is the anti-serum for the hormones. It's also your monthly antidote," Charlotte said as she casually tossed the vial into Felicia's hands. Her deep, magnetic voice lingered in Felicia's ears, but to Felicia, it felt as if she'd been dropped into the depths of hell. "Join my organization, or become a muscle-bound hero like Captain America. I'll give you some time to think about it. I'll be waiting here again tomorrow. I hope you won't let me down." Then Charlotte handed the other vial to Jessica. "Congratulations. You're officially a member of my Black Cloak Patrol now. From now on, you'll get an antidote every month." "Thank you," Spider-Man Jessica exclaimed, her face beaming with delight as she accepted the surge of hope. Without any more hesitation, Charlotte leapt into the air, swinging away on webs, heading in the direction of home. She left behind Jessica, happily gulping down the antidote, and Felicia, the black cat, clutching her vial, dazed and utterly lost. Webs shot out, slicing through the wind as Charlotte soared above the city. Every now and then, she dropped to the street, taking care of a bit of superhero business. Sure, Spider-Man had a strict no-kill rule, but breaking a criminal's 5 limbs? That didn't count as killing, right? As for Felicia the Black Cat, Charlotte had only meant to give her a little scare. She was already planning to bring her into the Black Cloak Patrol to stand against the future Super 7, an organization she hadn't even formed yet. Just imagine the kind of story you could tell with this plot. Hundreds of movies wouldn't be enough. Of course, for now, the organization hadn't been founded, there was no money, no cast, no script, and any premiere was a distant dream. With a nimble leap, Charlotte landed on the street outside Gwen's house. Sensing Gwen still inside, Charlotte's lips curled into a small smile. Right then, Gwen was fast asleep in bed, blissfully unaware of Charlotte's presence. But someone else noticed. A man, sandwich in his mouth, glared out from the kitchen window, eyes wide with shock and anger. "Spider-Man, how dare you come my house?" Seconds later, George burst out the front door, double-barreled shotgun in hand, wearing nothing but boxers and an undershirt. He stormed out, aiming the shotgun at the spot where Spider-Man had just stood. Where had that scoundrel gone? George's heart pounded with caution as he swept the yard, shotgun at the ready, searching for any sign of Spider-Man. But by now, Charlotte had vanished without trace. Upstairs, Gwen, still groggy with sleep, poked her head out the window, staring blankly at her father below. "Dad, what's going on? Did something happen?" "It's nothing," George replied, his face clouded with suspicion. He was starting to worry that Spider-Man had his family in his sights, plotting some sort of revenge. After all, he called out Spider-Man and Ghost Spider more than once in the newspapers and on the evening news. As far as he knew, Ghost Spider was at least reasonable, but Spider-Man was nothing short of a petty jerk. He would absolutely seek revenge. Gritting his teeth, George thought, maybe not today, maybe Spider-Man wasn't as bad as he imagined. Bad? Wait, Spider-Man! He spun around, only to lock eyes with Spider-Man right there in his own home. George's eyes flew wide open, his face frozen in disbelief. Spider-Man, half crouched, realized George had finally spotted him and immediately sped up whatever he was doing. In one swift motion, Spider-Man scooped up the little glowing blue dog and dashed toward the kitchen window. "No, stop. Spider-Man, you can't do this." Charlotte's steps never faltered. Clutching the silent pup, she leapt nimbly out the open window without a second thought. Before disappearing, she twisted her body in the air, striking a triumphant pose toward George, who just burst into the room. Having stolen the dog, Spider-Man swung away on a web, fleeing without hesitation under Gwen's curious gaze. "Spider-Man stole the dog. He took away our good luck. Damn it. Gwen loved that dog. That damn jerk. This is definitely deliberate revenge." George nearly snapped his double-barreled shotgun in two with rage. His face turned crimson, anger boiling over to the point he nearly reached enlightenment. At that moment, his phone blared from the table, utterly out of place. Glancing at the caller ID, Hank, George picked up, seething as he complained. "Hank, that damn Spider-Man. I'm going to expose him. He stole my family's dog, the little glowing one." "Something's happened, George." Hank's grave tone made George pause instantly. He forced himself to calm down, lips pressed tight. Hearing Hank's slightly steadier breathing on the other end, George listened as he continued. "Remember that case I mentioned this afternoon? The one with the bloody handprint at the murder scene?" "I remember. What about it?" George asked, frowning, his own voice low and tense. "The victim's heart was pierced with a blunt object, and the bloody handprint at the scene. It belongs to Yulon." "What did you say?" "That's impossible. At the time of the murder, I was with Yulon. We were near the Hands drug operation in Hell's Kitchen. He didn't have time." Slumping into his chair, George frantically tried to defend Yulon as the realization struck him. It's entirely possible, because the scene was right by the Hands drug operation in Hell's Kitchen. I believe in Yulon too, but right now every piece of evidence points at him. He knew the victims, had a motive, and there's even more damning evidence. "Come back quickly, George. The chief has already signed the arrest warrant. He told me to call you back immediately. Among the officers assigned to capture Yulon, you're the only one I told about our plan." "Damn it." George clenched his teeth, cursing Spider-Man for stealing his luck and causing all this misfortune. He slammed his double-barreled shotgun down hard on the table, then strode toward his room with a cold, determined look to put on his police uniform. "Dad, is something wrong?" Gwen, dressed in gray silk pajamas, her golden hair cascading around her ears, walked downstairs in pink slippers, her long, fair legs peeking out from beneath her pajama pants. Though she'd overheard the conversation, Gwen's face was filled with confusion, as if she couldn't quite grasp what was happening. As he hurriedly dressed and stepped out of his room, George's expression remained grim. He opened his mouth to speak, but, following police protocol, decided to keep the truth from her. "That damn Spider-Man stole Lucky, our little dog. I'm going to get him back right now. Gwen, go back to sleep. Don't worry. It's nothing serious." Gwen's eyes filled with concern as she looked at George and said, "All right, Dad, go ahead. Lucky really is important." At the door, George grabbed his car keys and service pistol, which he kept nearby. He shot one last glance at Gwen before heading briskly toward his police car. As George left, the worry on Gwen's face only deepened. She hesitated for a moment, then decided to change into her ghost spider suit and follow her father to help. She didn't believe Yulon was capable of murder, but still. Oh my God! With a hand pressed to her chest, Gwen was startled out of her thoughts by Charlotte, who had appeared silently behind her. Irritated, Gwen grabbed an apple from the fruit plate and tossed it at Charlotte. Charlotte, absent-mindedly stroking the glow-in-the-dark puppy in her arms, caught the apple effortlessly and held it out to the little dog. Compared to Gwen, Charlotte had a clearer grasp of the situation. She was certain this was Lu Yu's doing. After all, the first time she met him, she had sensed a sharp, unmistakable scent of blood on him. And the reason for his actions was obvious. As long as he stayed out of sight, the police would never suspect Lu Yu. After all, how could there possibly be two identical people in this world? Once Yulon became the prime suspect, he would have only two options. The first, surrender and let himself be taken to jail. The second, run and investigate the truth on his own. Given what Lu Yu knew about him, he was sure Yulon would choose the latter. All he needed to do was keep driving Yulon into a corner, step by step, until there was no escape left. At this moment, in Charlotte's perception, Lu Yu was still hiding in the sewers. With no further moves to make, he simply waited patiently for the right moment. In short, George wouldn't encounter any danger today. Don't worry, Gwen. George won't be in any danger today, Charlotte said with a reassuring smile. The person responsible is Lu Yu, not Yulon. Gwen tilted her head in that endearing way of hers, a skeptical look flickering across her face as she asked, "Who's Lu Yu?" While brushing the little dog's fur, Charlotte explained, "He's another Yulon from a parallel universe. A bad one. That guy is extremely dangerous, so if you ever see him, keep your distance." Luckily, his target is only Yulon. Gwen's face grew even more puzzled at Charlotte's words. What does that mean? Yulon wants to kill Yulon? Watching Charlotte set Lucky down and attempt to teach the puppy to do a somersault, Gwen tried to sort out this tangled logic in her mind. Suddenly, a pale yellow, rectangular portal appeared on the deserted street. Out of the softly glowing portal stepped two men in black. One in black, one in white, each wearing a stylish black jacket and sunglasses. One of them had a face almost identical to Jason Statham's, except for the fact that, despite his receding hairline, he sported a flowing mane of long hair. The other, a black man with both eyes intact, raised his wristwatch. As the portal behind them faded away, he was already operating the futuristic interface on his watch. Evan Finch, the long-haired, white-time patrol officer, turned to his partner, the black officer Harry Morris, and said, "Chief, looks like we made it to Universe 666. What a hellish number for a world. Just saying it gives me the creeps. Stay sharp, Evan. This is the last universe Lu Yu can reach. If you see him, don't hesitate. Take him out on the spot." Officer Harry's tone was stern and cold, his aura reminiscent of Nick Fury himself, as he checked the stun baton holstered at his hip. This device was their secret weapon against Yulon. It could excise Lu Yu from the entire timeline in an instant. "We have to find Lu Yu's variant as soon as possible. He's probably holed up in the sewers again. He always blocks his signal, so tracking him won't be easy." Evan, who was likewise checking his own stun baton, added, "Still, time's on our side. He needs to build a vibration absorption device, so if we can find this universe's Lu Yu before he does, then it's over for him." A cold grin spread across Evan's face as he pressed the button on his baton, watching the yellow light flicker to life. "Remember our code?" Harry, now fully prepared, said with grave seriousness. "First, we must do our best not to reveal ourselves or our identities." Evan rolled his eyes, reciting these age-old temporal police regulations in a bored tone. "Second, under no circumstances should we engage with our counterparts in this timeline. Third, we must avoid altering the timeline as much as possible to prevent temporal anomalies and disturbances in the time stream. As agents under the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, their top priority was to avoid chasing time criminals too conspicuously, thereby causing massive disruptions that could shake the entire world's timeline. The most notorious example in the Temporal Investigation Bureau was Jack Shun, that big-nosed guy who seemed to leave chaos in his wake wherever he went. He had racked up countless complaints and had recently been forced to take a long vacation to reflect on his actions at home. "Excellent." Officer Harry pulled a black stocking from his pocket and slipped it over his face, prompting another eye roll from Evan, who couldn't hide his disdain. But there was nothing Evan could do. He reluctantly pulled out a black hood of his own, covering every inch of exposed skin on his face. Harry called this blending in with the locals. According to him, it was a highly effective tactic. Right now, their task was simple: find this world's Lu Yu. With pistols in hand, The two of them burst into a roadside bar, swiftly taking control of the situation. Officer Harry, gun drawn, fired a shot that shattered a bottle of vodka behind the bar, then shouted orders as he corralled the terrified patrons. He pressed a button on his watch, jamming all wireless signals and disabling cell phones, before expertly sweeping up the bar's cash. They settled onto the bar stools, sipping beer and waiting patiently. Sure enough, it wasn't long before they saw breaking news on the television. Yulan had escaped arrest. The broadcast even showed Yulan's wife, her eyes red from crying, insisting she didn't believe her husband could be a killer, even in the face of the dashcam footage presented by the police. Harry and Evan exchanged a knowing smile. Their glasses clinked together, a crisp, clear sound ringing through the air. Glancing at the trembling regulars cowering on the floor, they picked up their newly acquired cash and prepared to leave. Their routine with Lu Yu had become second nature by now. This move allowed them to locate Lu Yu's variant, stage a convincing robbery to avoid suspicion, and pocket some local currency for future use. A triple win. The only problem was in past encounters, they had always been outmatched by Lu Yu. But this time was different. This time, their application had finally been approved. They had received the Temporal Anomaly Bureau's cutter. On the TV, the urgent news continued. Yulan had resisted arrest and escaped, and a police warrant declared him extremely dangerous. Dressed in pajamas, an apple between her teeth, Gwen lounged on the sofa, legs crossed in utter confidence. She rested her fair, delicate wrist on her knee, listening as Charlotte recounted a story that seemed utterly fantastical. Even without makeup, her natural beauty shone through. She took a big bite of her apple, cheeks puffed out, her words coming out muffled as she asked. So, you're saying that Uncle Yulan from a parallel world came to ours, disguised himself as our Uncle Yulan, committed murder, and then forced our Uncle Yulan into a desperate situation, only to then kill him himself? Gwen's brow furrowed tightly. This sounded like an incredibly difficult problem to solve. Lu Yu had set Yulan up, leaving behind a complete trail of evidence at the scene. One could say that if Lu Yu hadn't shown up, Yulan being sent to prison would have been a foregone conclusion. After all, Yulan's face was clearly captured on the dashcam footage from the Han's low-level boss's car. Not to mention, although the car exploded, a small-time thug had been thrown clear. Despite suffering multiple fractures, he survived and became a key eyewitness. There was really no way for Yulan to defend himself. Even George, who had always trusted Yulan, couldn't help but start doubting him after seeing all this evidence. In the video, Lu Yu displayed inhuman strength and a menacing aura. S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately intervened in the investigation, putting Agent Smith in charge. The footage of NYPD Officer Yulan committing murder and making an arrest exploded across the internet, causing an uproar. With Yulan now a fugitive hiding somewhere in New York, anxiety among the city's residents soared. People hoped that the vigilantes Ghost Spider and Spider-Man would quickly apprehend the fugitive Officer Yulan to safeguard the lives and property of New York citizens. Gwen clenched her fists, her expression grave. She was deeply invested in this matter. After all, George and Yulan hadn't known each other for years. When she was little, Yulan had taught her martial arts and fighting skills. Now, they had to find Lu Yu. There was no other way to clear Yulan's name. But how could they possibly track Lu Yu down? As she absent-mindedly played with the puppy's mouth, its goofy grin full of sharp teeth, Charlotte turned to Gwen with excitement. Gwen, look at him. Isn't he just like you? Cut it out. I'm trying to think here, Gwen replied seriously. She'd made up her mind. Since Lu Yu's target was Yulan, if she, as Ghost Spider, could find Yulan first, then she would definitely be able to use him to track down Lu Yu. Charlotte, Gwen took another bite of her apple, her tone turning earnest. What do you think? How can we find Yulan? That's easy, Charlotte replied, scooping up the lion dog who was trying to wriggle away, a mischievous smile spreading across her face. All we have to do is find Lu Yu and follow him. He'll lead us straight to Yulan. Gwen blinked, frowning as she pressed on with another question. So, how are we supposed to find Lu Yu? That's easy, Sherlock replied confidently, toying with the little lion dog in his hands. All we have to do is find Yulan. Then we just wait for the right moment, like lying in wait by a tree for a rabbit, and Lu Yu will turn up. Gwen slammed her hands down in frustration. Are you playing some kind of Russian nesting doll trick on me? Annoyed, she snatched the puppy from Sherlock's arms and ruffled its head, grumbling. I'm being serious here. As a superhero who protects New York City, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Seeing Gwen fussing with the puppy, Sherlock's eyes gleamed with an idea as he said, If you want my help, that's possible. However, I'm planning to set up an underground superhero team to protect New York, called the Black Cape Patrol. As long as you're willing to join, then I'll help you. You trying to rope me in? The Black Cape Patrol. Gwen frowned. It wasn't that she was unwilling to join, but in her mind, superheroes ought to stand up for justice. This strange-sounding organization made her hesitate. That's right, the Black Cape Patrol, Sherlock said, his expression suddenly grave. Recently, while I was up to a bit of mischief in New York, breaking a few rules here and there, I accidentally stumbled upon the existence of Hydra, an organization working against me. Ignoring Sherlock's self-deprecating remarks, Gwen asked with curiosity, Hydra? Sherlock smirked. Just as he expected, Gwen's attention was instantly diverted from Yulon. The news about Hydra kidnapping Stark had exploded all over the internet, and now that Stark had been rescued, the story was making headlines once again. Although Stark had refused every interview, the fact that Hydra, a villainous group straight out of the comics, had shown up in the real world had become the hottest topic these days. Noticing that Gwen was now sitting upright and focused, Sherlock's expression shifted, and he nodded with a complex look. That's right, Hydra. They've been operating from the shadows for years, and I just happened to overhear a top-secret bit of information about them. Something called Hydra's Superhero Celebrity Project. Their plan is this. Just like how superheroes form companies, Hydra aims to create and package their own superpowered heroes. Gwen looked even more confused. Frowning, she asked, what does any of this have to do with me, or what I was talking about? It's absolutely connected. Sherlock said earnestly. Hydra plans to take villains with superpowers, like Liu Yu or Dr. Midnight, and use the media to clean up their reputations, recruit them into Hydra, and turn them into superstar icons. Through public relations, they'll make us look like the villains in their story. They'll slap labels on us, like animal abuser, Nazi sympathizer, polluter, or racist. They'll sway public opinion, and in the name of justice, they'll bring us down. Seeing Gwen's expression grow increasingly grave, Charlotte changed her tone, put her hands on her hips, and said, But don't worry, I'm here. I'll prove that our black robe watchdogs are absolutely not the kind of superheroes who slaughter animals, embrace Nazism, or pollute the environment. Watching Gwen puff out her cheeks, clearly wanting to say something, Charlotte laughed and added, All right, enough teasing. Come on, let's go. I'll take you to find Yulon. As for the black robe watchdogs, I have high hopes for you. Why not join our big family? Everyone was searching for Yulon, but whether it was Liu Yu or Yulon himself, neither of them would be found so easily. After making another call to George and learning about his current predicament, Yulon tossed his phone away. With nowhere else to turn, Yulon hid in a place no one would ever think of, New York City's sprawling network of sewers. To be honest, he had no idea what was really happening. He just suspected someone had impersonated him to commit this crime. Yet, over the years, he hadn't offended any superpowered individuals capable of changing faces. Even though Yulon wanted to investigate the matter himself, he was like a headless fly, completely lost and without a clue where to start. So, he could only choose to, Hey, Yulon. A sudden voice echoed, making Yulon tense up from head to toe as he froze mid-stride and turned toward the source. The voice had come from right behind him. Clearly, this person had followed him all the way, and yet, Yulon hadn't sensed their presence at all. Out of the darkness, a figure appeared. Charlotte, her hair flowing down to her waist, dressed in a white cleric's robe. She was plump, with a triple chin, yet her expression was proud and cold as she poked her head out. Who are you? Yulon demanded in a steely voice, taking a subtle half-step back and shifting into a fighting stance. Who am I? Now, that's a good question. Charlotte, compelled to speak the truth at this moment, gave a mysterious air and spoke in a deep voice. Some people think I'm just an ordinary person. Some call me the devil's advocate. Others believe I'm an agent of justice. There are those who see me as the Hydra of evil, and a few imagine I'm the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. I have so many identities, some real, some false. But in the end, I think I'm just myself. It doesn't really matter who I am. Whoever you believe you're seeing, that's who I'll be. As she spoke, Charlotte placed one hand behind her back, looking every bit the enigmatic master. Her long hair fluttered behind her, and in a blink, she was standing right in front of Yulon. With a casual grace, she tapped lightly on Yulon's forehead with her left finger. She didn't use a trace of force, yet Yulon's face changed dramatically as he stumbled backward in alarm. Fussed unbelievably fast. It was the kind of speed that made his scalp prickle, leaving him utterly unable to react. But the Charlotte standing before him simply shook his head and said, Compared to him, you're just far too slow. With his face pale and his heart full of confusion, Yulon stared at Charlotte with a grave expression. Before his eyes, Charlotte seemed to blur into a phantom, vanishing and reappearing in the blink of an eye, right in front of Yulon again. With a single finger, Charlotte pointed at the center of Yulan's brow. This time, with a warning in advance, Yulon tried to block Charlotte's attack. Yet, with one hand still behind his back, Charlotte slipped past Yulan's crossed arms with ease, and with a downward motion, tapped Yulan's chest, forcing him to stagger back several steps. Compared to him, your strength is just too weak. Letting out a quiet sigh, Charlotte glanced at Yulan, whose hand now hovered over the gun at his waist, his face ashen with distress. Shaking his head, Charlotte continued, I originally thought you'd be as strong as yourself, but now it's clear, you're still worlds apart from your counterpart in the parallel world. Counterpart in the parallel world? Yulan seized on that phrase, but even then, he still couldn't make sense of it. What exactly was the person before him talking about? Charlotte had intercepted Yulan here, because, thanks to his spider sense, he knew if Yulan kept moving forward, it wouldn't be long before he ran into Lu Yu. After a moment's thought, Yulan asked, You mean, it was the me from a parallel world who came to this world, impersonated me, and committed those murders? That's right, Charlotte nodded, his cold, proud gaze sweeping across Yulan. In his mind, he was still puzzling over something. From that brief test, just now, Charlotte couldn't understand why Lu Yu was so much stronger than Yulan. Lu Yu was practically a monster, his abilities surpassing even Spider-Man's, while this Yulan was merely a martial artist, his body only several times stronger than an ordinary person. In the film, The One, all the counterparts from every parallel universe are connected by an unseen force. Each time Lu Yu kills another version of himself, the power from the fallen counterpart is distributed among all the remaining Lu Yes in the multiverse. But now, it seemed all the power had been absorbed solely by Lu Yu. And compared to the movie, the Lu Yu Charlotte encountered was nothing short of superhuman. At this moment, deep within the sewers, inside Connor's secret laboratory, which had been sealed off by the police, Lu Yu was skillfully using the remaining equipment left behind to assemble a vibration absorption device. He turned around, glancing toward the darkness of the tunnel, his lips curling into a smile as he listened to the crisp echo of footsteps approaching. Yulan, you finally arrived. Switching on the vibration absorption device, Lu Yu spoke with a calm, almost cheerful tone. This is the last parallel world I can reach. Now come, join me in this glorious evolution. Bang, bang, bang. Lu Yu arched an eyebrow and, with a swift sidestep, nimbly evaded 3 bullets whizzing toward him. He glanced in the direction from which the shots came, a hint of exasperation in his eyes. After a quick check, he confirmed the attacker was not Yulan. It's been a while, my old friend, Lu Yu said with a cold laugh, setting the oscillation absorption device in his hand down on the table beside him. From the shadows, a row of gleaming white teeth appeared. Time and Space Special Agent Harry greeted him from the pitch-black corner where not even a hand could be seen. It's been too long, my old friend. Special Agent Harry's eyes swept over the glowing, box-like device Yulan had left on the table. He couldn't help but speak, his voice hoarse with tension. Is that the oscillation absorption device? Lu Yu glanced at the device he had just finished constructing. A smile tugged at his lips as he confirmed. That's right. This is the oscillation absorption device. You're insane. In the darkness, Harry's face was grim, his tone heavy with accusation. The oscillation absorption device can disrupt and absorb multiple versions of yourself from the quantum realm. The Time-Space Investigation Bureau will never tolerate this. With Harry's gun trained on him, Lu Yu paid no mind. He spread his arms wide, feeling the surge of power within him, and smiled. It's like Schrodinger's cat. Before the box is opened, before observation, the cat exists in a quantum superposition of life and death. Now I am that box. Using the oscillation absorption device, I have merged all my cells from multiple universes into one. Give it up, old friend. There's no way you could be a match for me now. Fury flared in Harry's eyes as he demanded. So this is why you've targeted your counterparts in the 333 worlds under our jurisdiction? You've truly lost your mind. You have violated the Time-Space Special Police Code. You're destabilizing the balance of the multiverse. All for power, just to possess strength beyond anyone else. Power? Balance? Rules. Lu Yu let out a derisive laugh, staring into the darkness where Harry's face remained hidden. No one can prove this is a bad thing. Power has never been what I truly sought. Lu Yu's eyes shone brightly. Though his face was shadowed, hope and idealism broke through as he spoke with unwavering conviction. I'm not crazy, you know. Old friend, I will absorb every version of myself in every parallel world. I will become the only me, the sole Lu Yu in the entire multiverse. I will superimpose every Lu Yu in existence onto myself. I will become a god, a savior. Enough, Harry roared. There are countless parallel worlds, and you only have access to 333 of them. Don't tell me you dare break into headquarters and steal the shuttle device. Not to mention, there are countless parallel worlds. Do you really think you have the power to absorb every version of yourself from each and every one of them? Staring at Lu Yu, whose face had darkened with gloom, Special Agent Harry let out a cold, derisive laugh. Because of your current quantum superposition, the resulting temporal tides make it impossible for the Bureau of Temporal Anomalies to pursue you. But if you have the guts to go ahead, I believe the one who will meet the worst end will be you. Become a god? With these mere 300 versions of yourself stacked together? Or are you counting on the 3,000 you might have in the future? Or perhaps the 30,000 you imagine will follow? Stop dreaming in broad daylight. All of this is in vain. No matter how many of you are overlapped, it won't make any difference. Lu Yu threw his head back and laughed wildly. My old friend, don't you get it yet? He lowered his head, his voice turning icy. It's not just the 333 of us in these worlds who want to merge into one. At this very moment, countless versions of me in countless parallel worlds are having this exact same thought. With a face as cold as winter, Lu Yu spoke with ruthless clarity. Quantum superposition, mutual resonance, the pursuit of singularity. We're like moths drawn to a flame, crossing time and space in a relentless rush toward each other. It's not me moving from one world to the next, merging with myself over and over. It's that, in innumerable worlds, countless Lu Yes who have already merged are once again locked in deadly combat. We will fight one another, most of us doomed to fail, but eventually will converge. All for the slimmest, faintest glimmer of hope. Hearing this, Special Agent Harry's eyes went wide. His lips parted as he swallowed hard, a look of panic finally breaking through his composure. Everything you're saying, is it true? You really want to become the only you in the entire multiverse? Taking advantage of Harry's momentary distraction, Lu Yu, his expression icy, immediately made his move. That's all there is to say. Farewell, my old friend. May you rest in peace. Lu Yu transformed into a streak of black light, darting toward Harry at blistering speed. But hidden in the darkness, Harry's face turned grim. He'd been waiting for this. In a heartbeat, he gripped the cutter at his waist, drew it, and flicked the switch. A pale yellow current sparked at the tip of the cutter, faintly illuminating Harry's silhouette in the shadows. Suddenly, a wave of soft blue light burst from his watch, instantly slowing Lu Yu's charge. In that moment, Lu Yu's speed dropped to less than that of an ordinary person, a first for him, and it made his face twist with shock. Gritting his teeth, Lu Yu could only watch helplessly as Harry strode forward, raised the cutter, and drove it mercilessly toward his chest. The pale yellow current danced at the tip of the cutter. Deprived of the speed he'd always relied upon, Lu Yu had become nothing more than a lamb waiting for the slaughter. Fortunately, although his body had slowed down, Lu Yu was still able to speak normally at this moment. Killing me is pointless, old friend. If you kill me, you're opening Schrodinger's blind box. And when you open that box, when I die, the energy accumulated in me will instantly transfer to another Lu Yu in this world because it will have been observed. So you have to take me to another world before you can make your move. Special Officer Harry had no idea that the function of the cutter was to send its target into the void outside of the timeline. He simply thought it meant death. So, upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Harry's expression shifted slightly, and he hesitated, his hands pausing in mid-action. It was just a brief hesitation, and though his movement slowed, it was enough for Lu Yu's thumb to brush against the edge of Harry's jacket. A surge of unimaginable force erupted, violently yanking at Harry's clothes. In an instant, Harry was hurled through the air. Lu Yu had used all his strength in that blow. As Harry flew off into the distance, the flow of time and space shifted, blue light contracted, and Lu Yu regained his freedom of movement. Crashing into the wall, Harry's face turned ashen. He frantically reached for his left wrist, aiming for his watch. But this time he was too late. With a lightning-fast kick, Lu Yu shattered both the watch and Harry's wrist in one blow. Harry howled in agony, clutching the cutter, and lunged at Lu Yu's chest. But Lu Yu easily sidestepped, seized Harry's other wrist, and squeezed hard. The pain forced Harry to drop the cutter, which Lu Yu caught securely in his other hand. In that brief moment, Officer Harry, gritting his teeth against the pain, tried to reach for the grenade at his waist with his shattered left hand, clearly intending to take Lu Yu down with him. But one misstep led to another, and by now it was too late. A faint smile played at Lu Yu's lips. Without any hesitation, he plunged the cutter deep into Harry's abdomen. A burst of yellow electricity flashed, and with eyes wide in shock, Harry vanished from sight in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace behind. Holding the cutter in his hand, Lu Yu smiled once more, turned around, and looked toward the part of the sewer that led out in another direction. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Evan lifted his watch, staring at the screen where Chief Harry's signal had disappeared. His face went pale. He opened his mouth but could only clutch his chest, unable to hide his sorrow. Special Officer Harry had been his superior since Evan's rookie days, a mentor and partner, a friend as well as a teacher. They had weathered countless crises together. Who could have guessed that the direction they'd chosen just an hour before, the coin toss made in jest, will be the last time they ever saw each other? That moment, so casual, had become their final farewell. Gritting his teeth, Evan forced himself to steady his ragged breathing. He picked up speed again, striding forward. There was no room for hesitation. He had to continue the mission and avenge Time Patrol Officer Harry. He hadn't gone far before he heard faint noises up ahead. Evan perked up his ears, pressed himself against the wall, and moved forward with utmost caution. A cold, imperious voice echoed from ahead. Yulon, if you don't want to die, you'd better come with me. If you keep going, you'll meet your end at Lu Yu's hands. Of course, if you're set on dying, you're welcome to die by my hand instead. At least then, I'll have stopped Lu Yu. Yulon's face was etched with suspicion as she stared at Charlotte and asked, "Why should I trust you? Maybe you're lying. Maybe this is all an elaborate, multi-layered ruse. Because you have no choice," Charlotte answered bluntly. "Of course, if you're still not convinced. I'm sure there's someone eavesdropping back there who knows even more than I do, who sees even deeper than I can. Isn't that right, dear Jason Statham? Someone eavesdropping behind them? I've been discovered." Clutching his weapon tighter, Time Patrol Officer Evan tensed every muscle. His mind raced to find a way out. But before he could react, a plump, doughy hand landed silently on his shoulder, and a chilling, sinister whisper brushed past his ear. "Hey there, Jason." Evan's pupils constricted. A shiver of cold shot up his spine, making him tremble from head to toe. Several strands of his carefully styled hair seemed to leap from his scalp in fright. Without hesitation, he spun around and hurled a punch behind him. But his blow met only empty air. The full force of his attack almost wrenched his arm out of its socket. All he saw before him was the darkness of the sewer, utterly deserted. A hallucination? No, it couldn't be. Lowering his gaze, that creeping, skin-crawling sensation returned, sending another shudder through Evan. His face turned pale as snow. Beads of sweat the size of pearls trickled down his forehead, and he stood frozen in place. He stared in disbelief at his left shoulder. That chubby hand seemed to cling to him, following every move, never letting go, even when he'd spun and lashed out. Right behind him, Charlotte stood with a smile as cold as ice. "It's been a while, Jason. I have to say, this new hairstyle really doesn't suit you at all. Is this someone who knows the other version of me from this world?" Not sure if Charlotte was friend or foe, Evan's hand slid carefully toward his watch, ready at any moment to restrain Charlotte and strike with all his might. Not far away, Charlotte suddenly vanished from Yulon's sight, startling him. He quickly spun around at the sound behind him and immediately saw Evan, the time-space special agent, caught in Charlotte's grasp. Yulon didn't recognize Evan, but he noticed the subtle movement of Evan's hand at first glance. Alarmed, he shouted a warning. Having his intention discovered, Evan clenched his jaw and slammed his hand down toward the blue button on his watch. But just as Evan's wrist loosened, his hand pressed only empty air. The heavy grip on his shoulder had disappeared without a trace. Evan spun around in haste, only to see the burly Charlotte curiously inspecting his watch, trying to strap it onto his chubby wrist. "Give that back to me." Evan raised his gun in anger, aiming it right at Charlotte. That device was his only way home. But before Evan could pull the trigger, Charlotte tilted his head back and let out a haughty little hum, clapping his hands with an air of confidence. Immediately, Evan's gun flew from his grasp and landed securely in Charlotte's palm, who then turned the barrel to point straight at Evan. "All right." With a bitter expression, Evan slowly raised his hands and said, "My friend, I'm not Jason, but I overheard some of what you said just now. I think there's definitely been a misunderstanding between us." Keeping his hands raised, Evan managed an awkward yet polite smile and turned his body to emphasize that he meant no harm. Charlotte, wrists squeezed tight by the watch, showed off the gadget with a satisfied grin, the strap leaving a mark in the soft flesh of his arm. He beamed at Evan and asked, "What does it look? That's my watch." "It looks great," Evan replied through gritted teeth, forcing out the words. Knowing he had no other choice, Evan clasped his hands behind his head and continued. "I'm Evan Finch, a time-space special agent. The time-space terrorist Lu Yu has fled into this world, and I'm here to catch him. Just now, my old partner Harry's vital signs vanished. I'm sure he's already been killed." With a pause to mourn, grief etched in his features, Evan added after a moment, "Lu Yu is extremely dangerous. He's trying to merge every version of himself from parallel worlds into one body. His most common trick is to impersonate one of his counterparts and kill someone in the current world. While the police chase the imposter, he goes to the place where that person is most likely to flee and traps them there. Yulon, you really can't keep moving forward. You're in serious danger right now." At this, Yulon's face darkened considerably. "So you're saying if I go with you, I'll be safe?" Evan, hands behind his head, fell silent at the question. Even Special Agent Harry had died at Lu Yu's hands. How could he possibly hope to stand against him? After a moment of contemplation, Evans spoke. I can take you back to the Temporal Investigation Bureau. Lu Yu would never dare set foot in our world. Once you're there, you'll be completely safe. We can simply wait in ambush, lying in wait for Lu Yu to walk straight into our trap. Trust me, I want to kill him even more than you do. With her lips pressed together, Yulan began weighing the feasibility of Evan's suggestion. At this moment, Charlotte, who had already dismantled Evan's odd-looking pistol into a pile of components and was now fiddling with the trigger, commented, Yulan, why don't you guess what Lu Yu will do if he can't find you? Her brows shot up. The moment she heard Charlotte's words, Yulan's expression changed dramatically. Oblivious to her reaction, Charlotte continued calmly. He'll go after your wife, your family, your friends. He'll use them to force you out of hiding. Or perhaps Lu Yu will set a trap there, waiting for you to walk right into it. Yulan, now ashen-faced, couldn't afford to worry about anything else. Without hesitation, she spun around and dashed back the way she had come. That's right. If Lu Yu failed to find her, then her family would inevitably become his next target. By the time she realized it, it would already be too late. Charlotte glided alongside her like a specter, long hair streaming, white robe billowing, her face cold and impassive, moving sideways with fleshy cheeks quivering. With effortless grace, Charlotte floated at Yulan's side and spoke again. Yulan, you don't have many choices left, and I'm your best hope. Evan glanced at the scattered pistol parts on the ground, then at the gleaming watch on Charlotte's wrist. He muttered a curse under his breath, picked up his pace, and hurried after them. What do you want? Yulan asked, her tone grave as she hurried forward. Charlotte chuckled and replied coolly, I'm helping you now. In return, someday, you'll help me too. Meanwhile, Lu Yu strode forward with a light, swift step, racing down another branch of the sewer, his legs blurring into afterimages. Suddenly, as if catching sight of something, he accelerated again and in an instant arrived before a wall. This was the peculiarity of parallel worlds. In other universes, this wall wouldn't even exist. No two parallel worlds are ever completely alike. A tiny change can lead to utterly different outcomes. Yet, parallel worlds are also intertwined. The corrections of time and space often nudge different universes toward the same fate. Running his hand over the hard, damp surface of the wall, Lu Yu's brow furrowed in thought. Then, with a sudden movement, he slammed his fist into the wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall burst open, leaving a pitch-black hole. Peering coldly through the darkness, Lu Yu gazed into the unknown beyond. The bricks shattered and shot out in all directions, landing in the sewer on the other side. With a few more heavy punches, Lu Yu smashed a wide opening in the wall. Then, with a powerful kick, he brought the entire wall crashing down in an instant. He leapt nimbly over the rubble to the other side and quickened his pace, charging forward with determination. Before long, he stopped abruptly, his face cold and hard, staring at the disassembled handgun parts scattered on the ground, their metallic surfaces catching and reflecting the uncertain light. So it's you, Evan. He broke into a run, but the three figures ahead had already vanished without a trace. After the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, they were still nowhere to be found. Unable to locate the trio, Lu Yu returned once again to the research base in the Connor sewer. He swept his gaze across the surroundings, then walked over to the body of SWAT officer Harry and picked up the watch he had smashed to pieces earlier. Holding the fragments, Lu Yu seemed to be pondering coldly, lost in thought. Evan had rescued Yulan and gotten her out. So, Evan's first choice would surely be to take Yulan back to the world of the Temporal Investigation Bureau. But setting aside the fact that he couldn't cross into other worlds right now, even if he made it back to the Bureau, that would be no different from walking straight to his own execution. No, for now, it was better to stay here. At dawn, George stumbled home, disheveled and exhausted, yawning with weariness and wearing an air of utter defeat. Yulan had resisted arrest and tried to flee. No one could catch her, and no one was willing to fire at her back. A whole night of searching turned out to be a complete waste. They'd only managed to round up a few hundred petty criminals. Now, every time George thought of the video he'd seen of Yulan killing someone, rage simmered uncontrollably inside him. He had trusted Yulan so much, yet she had betrayed his trust. And her claim of conducting her own investigation only made George's anger boil over. In his eyes, Yulan had clearly run off at the first sign of trouble. If she had nothing to hide, why was she so afraid to be brought back to the station? If she truly wasn't the culprit, why wasn't she willing to cooperate with his investigation? Was he not worthy of her trust? Was the NYPD not worthy of trust? Now, under orders from the chief, who was just as furious, police officers were stationed all around Yulan's home, and her wife was being held under house arrest under the guise of protection. If Yulan dared show herself, She would have to face Hank and the fury of every officer present. The moment George stepped through the door, he saw Gwen and Charlotte on the sofa, locked in a heated argument over the puppy. The puppy, spotting George, whimpered plaintively, as if begging him to come to its rescue. Spider-Man brought Lucky back? Seeing Lucky, a hint of relief flashed across George's face. At least Spider-Man still had some conscience. He wasn't completely heartless. That's Xiaohei. That's my puppy. Clutching two little white dog legs, Charlotte shot Gwen a furious glare. How dare you try to steal my dog? You're talking nonsense. It's not black at all. It's white. That's why its name is Lucky. Ghost Spider snatched it back from the dreadful Spider-Man. Lucky is such a terrible name. That's why it's mine. Xiaohei sounds even worse. That's why it likes me. It's mine. It's mine. It's mine. Only old grandpas would like an outdated name like Lucky. HM, you might actually have a point. Well then let's call it Xiaohei again. Woof, woof, woof. Hearing the puppy's bark, old Grandpa George, who had named it, couldn't help twitching his lips. Exhausted as he was, he suddenly felt wide awake and said, So, it was Ghost Spider who brought my Lucky back. Compared to Spider-Man, Ghost Spider really is a good kid. Hearing George's praise, Gwen shot Charlotte a triumphant look. Charlotte, fuming, slapped her leg and leapt up. She glanced sidelong at Gwen, who was grimacing and rubbing her thigh in pain, then glared at George and demanded, Old George, are you trying to steal my dog too? Faced with Charlotte's accusation, George simply rolled his eyes and replied, Steal your dog? This is my Lucky. As he spoke, the weary George reached for the puppy's collar, quickly found what he was looking for, and proudly displayed the tag hanging from it. See? Lucky! Well, it really did have a dog tag. Charlotte slumped back down with resignation, but after a moment, her brow furrowed again. She jumped up once more, glaring at George. Wait a minute. What gives you the right to put your tag on my puppy? George's face froze. After a long night, his brain just stopped working, and he stared blankly at Charlotte, utterly baffled. Besides Charlotte, Gwen, clutching her leg, couldn't contain a giggle that burst out, and she collapsed on the sofa, laughing so hard she doubled over. Charlotte, thoroughly annoyed, shoved Gwen's laughing head away, pointed at George, and snapped. Besides, I remember Lucky was Gwen's childhood nickname. How could you just give my puppy that name without her permission? Lying sprawled on the sofa, Gwen's laughter froze on her face. She turned to look at Charlotte again, her eyes now sharp and icy with a murderous glint. Perhaps Charlotte had really gone too far this time. With Gwen glaring at her in excited rage, for the first time George grabbed her by the collar and tossed her right out the front door. Lying on the ground, Charlotte got up just in time to see Gwen, triumphant, waving her tiny fists in victory and pulling a face at her, full of gloating delight. Charlot pursed his lips and made up his mind to come back soon to steal the dog, to take his little Blackie away. Blackie, hang in there. In a few days, I'll come to rescue you. Help you escape this family full of darkness, ghosts, and violence. Blackie, Blackie, no, Blackie. As the door of the George house closed behind him, the exaggerated sorrow on Charlot's face vanished instantly. With a nimble twist, he leapt up from the ground, hands casually stuffed in his pockets, and strolled home as if nothing had happened. Inside, George put the puppy down and watched as the little glow-in-the-dark dog dashed about the room in a burst of playful energy. Unable to resist, George raised a hand to stifle a yawn. He hadn't slept all night. His body was at its limit, desperately craving a deep, uninterrupted rest. Beside him, Gwen shook her tousled golden bangs. Catching George's yawn, she couldn't help but mimic him, raising her hand to her mouth in an echo of fatigue. George turned his gaze to Gwen, eyes lingering on her pajamas, and smacked his lips thoughtfully. Gwen, it's not fully light yet. Why don't you go back to bed for a while? But then, frowning, his policeman's vigilance quickly swept away the fog of sleep from his mind. Glancing out of the gray dawn, then back at Gwen in her pajamas, a sharp glint flashed in George's eyes. Something's not right. Why was Charlot in my house? It's getting late, Dad. I'm heading to bed now, Gwen said with a yawn, already turning to head upstairs for some quality sleep. Wait, Gwen, why was Charlot just here? George eyed her suspiciously as she made for her room. Are you two hiding something from me? With her back to George, Gwen scrunched her little nose in mild annoyance, then turned around. Rolling her eyes in exasperation, Gwen glanced at Officer George, who stood with his arms crossed and his detective mode fully activated. She replied, utterly speechless. What's so strange about Charlot being here? You just got home yourself, and you're clearly hiding something from me too. Don't try to muddle things. This is totally different, Gwen, George replied, rubbing his chin as he thought aloud. Do you two spend a lot of time together when I'm out at night? No, wait. Charlot's actually often at home, but you're the one who's always missing. Recalling several times he'd noticed Gwen's absence, George pressed further. Don't tell me. You were at Charlot's place then? Gwen's expression was deadpan. Your theories are getting more and more ridiculous, she thought. Of course, I was sneaking out to be a superhero. But George went on with his analysis. If you weren't at Charlot's, then where did you go? Wandering the streets of New York alone at night? That's incredibly dangerous. Or could you have some way of staying safe? Gwen's heart skipped a beat. So George had noticed her habit of sneaking out at night after all. Gwen put on an awkward expression and said, because I like Ghost Spider. I'm a huge fan of Ghost Spider. I guess. I want to meet her at night. So, with a shy face, Gwen twisted the hem of her shirt, sneaking glances at George to see how he'd react. George still wasn't buying it. His gaze swept up and down Gwen, and he stroked his chin, lost in thought. Adore Ghost Spider? And you're not home at night? Could it be? All right, fine, Gwen drooped her head, sounding utterly deflated. I really do spend my nights at Charlotte's house. George's tone shot up, his attention instantly caught by Gwen's words. She really is at Charlotte's house? Or are they trying to hide something even bigger? A suspicion flickered in George's mind. He looked at Gwen, an incredulous expression spreading across his face, which made Gwen's heart skip a beat. Oh no, Dad's onto me. Her face went pale, and she stammered. Dad, I can actually explain. Don't tell me you. George's trembling finger pointed at Gwen, his voice laced with shock. You and Charlotte have a child together? That's right. I really... Huh? What? Gwen stared back at George, just as stunned. Her cheeks flushed red, and she yelled in frustration. Dad, how could you just assume something like that? That's slander. You're besmirching the friendship between me and Charlotte. I'm not talking to you anymore. I'm going to spend the night at Charlotte's. With that, Gwen, still in her pajamas and thoroughly annoyed, stomped past George, slippers slapping on the floor, flung open the front door, and dashed all the way to Charlotte's house. George stood frozen, still pointing into the air. After a moment's thought, a sudden realization dawned on him. Wait, could it be twins? Time slipped by quietly. Night quickly faded into morning. Yulin, accompanied by the hefty Charlotte and Evan, snuck their way to his father's house. Peeking out from the bushes, they surveyed the police officers lurking nearby. Yulin grew more alert, whispering to Charlotte and Evan. We'll rescue my wife, and then, right in front of all the police, we'll travel between worlds, taking her and me together. That way, Louis will know exactly where I've gone, and he won't trouble anyone in this world ever again. Charlotte nodded in mild agreement. Evan, meanwhile, eyed the watch on Charlotte's wrist, wondering how to ask for it back. Good plan. Evan tossed his long hair and asked, So, how exactly are we supposed to sneak in? That's easy, Yulin replied with a confident grin. We won't get caught because... Hey, Yulon. Hearing a voice by her window, Mrs. Irene from next door opened her window. When she saw Yulon crouched in the bushes outside, she greeted her cheerfully. A flicker of awkwardness crossed Yulon's usually confident face. Ignoring the glances from the two people beside her, she raised her hand in an embarrassed wave. Hello, Mrs. Irene. Charlotte, tilting up her round face with a smile, chimed in as well. Hi there, Mrs. Irene. Then Charlotte turned to Evan, who clearly didn't fit in with the group, shooting him a look full of disdain. Evan could only manage a strained smile, his lips twitching awkwardly. Hi, Mrs. Irene. Mrs. Irene gave the three of them a warm, kindly smile. Would you three like to come inside for a cup of steaming hot cocoa? Or maybe some eggs? No, but thank you, Mrs. Irene. Yulon nodded politely, her face serious as she replied. We're fine out here, really, very comfortable. What's that noise over there? A strange sound had caught the attention of the police officers nearby. Hank swung his arm, resting his hand at his hip as he strode toward them. Through the bushes, he first spotted Mrs. Irene's head poking out the window. Hank's eyes swept the area, searching for anything out of place. He called out, Is there anything unusual, Mrs. Irene? Shoo. All three, Yulon included, quickly made a secretive gesture toward Mrs. Irene, urging her to keep quiet. Mrs. Irene winked at Yulon, letting her know she understood. No, nothing unusual, officer. Everyone seemed to relax at once. All right then, glad to hear it. Hank let his hand drop away from his gun, his whole body relaxing as he turned to leave. As a member of the police force, he knew all too well how formidable Yulon was. No one could handle her except with bullets. It's just that Yulon said she was really, really thirsty. Mrs. Irene watched Yulon's hands waving around emphatically and added with certainty. She said she wanted 10 bottles. You what? Hank spun around, his eyes widening as he glanced in the direction of Mrs. Irene's gaze. In a flash, he drew his pistol from his belt. Come out. Yulon, get out here now or I'll shoot. Don't panic. Evan grabbed Yulon, holding her down as she started to stand. Calm down. It's just a joke. God damn it. Realizing it wasn't Yulon, Hank's temple throbbed in frustration as he glared at Evan, his face red with anger. Damn it, Frank. Why aren't you out driving your damn car? What are you even doing here, hiding in a wig? Next to him, Charlotte suddenly stood up straight and declared, Officer, sir, we're just here to, take a dump. Holy shit. Charlotte's sudden appearance startled Hank so much that he nearly lost control. His hands fumbled for his gun, and for a split second, he almost shot her dead. Ever since Yulan's escape, Hank's nerves had been stretched tight, wound up like a wire ready to snap. Any unexpected incident now was enough to pluck at that taut string, threatening to send him over the edge. Damn it. Fuck. You two little bastards didn't even bother to cover your tracks. Clutching his chest, feeling his heart pounding wildly, Hank's veins bulged on his forehead. He glared at the two long-haired figures, his voice sharp with fury. Which lunatic asylum did you two damned beetles escape from? I ought to haul you down to the station right now. Please, sir, there's no need for that. Evan, though baffled by the oddball priest beside him, was confident that these ordinary cops wouldn't be able to handle him anyway. So, eager to defuse the situation, Evan stepped out from the thicket with a friendly smile, trying to smooth things over. We're just reporters from the newspaper. We came here only to gather details about last night's case and maybe interview the officer in charge and the fugitive's wife. We're hoping to learn a bit more about what really happened. As he spoke, Evan pulled a notepad from his leather jacket, plastering on a genial smile, looking for all the world like a harmless reporter just after a story. When Hank heard Evan was a journalist, a look of realization crossed his face. No wonder these two had been skulking around here, acting so suspiciously. But knowing they were reporters only made Hank scowl harder. These meddlesome types, always twisting facts, were the bane of the police force. Who knew what nonsense they'd write in the papers after snapping a few photos? For the sake of clicks and attention, these damned reporters didn't care one bit about professional ethics. Hank gritted his teeth, glaring at the pair. Go. Move it. The both of you need to clear out right now. This area is under police protection. Your presence is not welcome. As Hank shoved Evan away, Charlotte also fished out paper and pen from her coat, scribbling notes as she strolled out of the brush. In a deliberately provoking tone, she called out, Under the blazing sun, an African-American officer is seen laying hands on two long-haired white men at the roadside. Hank's eyes flashed, burning with rage as he swung his gaze onto Charlotte. Evan's hopes of calming things down had vanished. Desperate, he threw out an arm to block Hank, who looked about ready to charge Charlotte, pleading, Don't do this, officer, please, just don't. While Hank, furious and one hand hovering near his holster, was restrained by Evan, Charlotte continued in that infuriatingly smug voice. New York police threaten innocent citizens with drawn guns, all for daring to uncover the truth. He used to be a cop, and he's a black man, but in the middle of the mission, he was seen hugging another man on the street. Passing citizens began to question his sexuality. The NYPD is too sensitive, obsessed with authority, and they attack innocent passers-by at will. The law challenges divine authority. A black officer denies the Jewish God. This time, Jesus is faced with bullets. Even Evan's face twitched at this point. He simply couldn't hold Hank back anymore and was shoved aside by him in a burst of anger. Hank, gun in one hand, strode up to Charlot in a few quick steps. With a swift motion, he snatched the notebook from Charlot's hands and tore it in two. His face flushed with rage, Hank grabbed Charlot by the collar of his priestly robe, pressing the cold muzzle of his gun right against Charlot's forehead. Charlot stood a full 2 meters tall, making Hank have to stand on tiptoe to reach, an awkward, unnatural posture. But Hank, burning with fury, didn't care about any of that. He gritted his teeth, looking as if he'd like nothing better than to pull the trigger right then and there, and shouted, God damn it. Seeing the veins bulging on Hank's neck, Charlot gave a manic grin and said, Come now. Officer anger is a demon in your heart. Don't let it tempt you, or you'll fall into a bottomless abyss. Keep calm, stay peaceful. God damn it. Hank spat out the words, showering Charlot's chest with angry flecks of saliva. Though he didn't fire, his rage got the better of him. He drove his elbow hard into Charlot's abdomen. You bastard. You think you're so tough, huh? Go on, keep talking. Let's hear it. Cursing, Hank delivered another vicious elbow strike. Was that really a request? Feigning pain, Charlot doubled over and said, A black officer spent the night loitering in front of a beautiful white criminal's house. They get into a scuffle at the slightest disagreement, and the lovely lady's husband is forced to flee in the middle of the night. You got some nerve. Hank's eyes widened in disbelief. He simply couldn't take it anymore. Seeing Charlot bent over from his blows, Hank raised his knee and drove it into Charlot's stomach. The commotion quickly drew the attention of every cop nearby. Several officers rushed over to break things up and provide backup. Carter was the first to arrive, hurrying forward to pull the punching, kicking Hank off. He helped Charlot up and, recognizing him, exclaimed in surprise. "Hey, Father Cage, you're here too? What are you doing here?" The curiosity on Carter's face shifted into confusion, then into guarded suspicion. "I'm just here getting beaten up. Don't move." Seizing the moment, Charlot grabbed Carter by the neck, pulling her in front of him as a shield. He pressed the pen in his hand to Carter's face, threatening her. As he stared at the officers hastily drawing their guns, their faces dark and tense, Charlot issued a cold, menacing warning. "No one's allowed to come any closer, or I'll smear her face black, and then you'll all be accused of racism." Hank's face turned ashen, his lips twitching. He gripped his pistol and took another step forward. "Don't come any closer," Sherlock shouted a warning, pressing the pen tip closer to Carter. "No." Carter stared at the carbon pen tip mere inches from her face, her voice trembling with terror. "You can't do this. Father Cage, even though you stole 2 of my police cars, I still consider us friends. You mustn't blacken my face. It's politically incorrect." While Carter was terrified at the thought of her face being marked, Hank, whose own face was already dark, was more worried about the danger the pen posed to Carter. He stopped, his expression icy, leveling his gun at Sherlock. "That's right, Carter, we are friends. But isn't helping each other what friends do? I need your help right now, so you shouldn't resist. You should be cooperating with me." Sherlock soothed Carter, who was still struggling, as he edged backward. Sherlock's twisted logic gave Carter pause. She hesitated, puzzled, and said, "That actually makes a lot of sense. I suppose I should help my friends. So, as your friend, may I ask where you parked your police car?" Sherlock asked at once. Carter, realizing Carter was about to switch sides again, Hank quickly raised his voice. "Don't forget, you're the deputy sheriff of the NYPD. Your mission here is to protect Officer Yulan's wife from harm. And the person holding you hostage is a criminal brazen enough to hold a cop hostage. Police and criminals aren't friends, they're enemies. He's your enemy." "All right then, Carter." Sensing Carter was following Hank's words and starting to struggle fiercely again, Sherlock shook his head in defeat. "So, as your enemy, may I ask where you parked your police car?" "Of course. It's in the 3rd spot at the corner of the street," Carter replied without hesitation. Hank slapped his forehead in disbelief. If this kept up, the entire police force would become a laughingstock. He raised his service weapon, his face dark with frustration, and said, "Father, I request a hostage exchange." Sherlock let out a cold laugh. "Do you take me for a fool?" Twirling the black carbon pen in his hand, Sherlock smirked with an air of pride. "Do you think a black pen is any threat to you, a black man? Besides, if I take you hostage, won't your fellow officers just open fire on the spot?" "You gotta be kidding. Now that's real discrimination." Catching in the corner of his eye that all the police attention was now on himself, Sherlock saw Yulan successfully slip back into his own house. With his plan working perfectly, Sherlock's lips curled into a sly grin as he began to stall for more time. "In fact, an exchange of hostages isn't out of the question, unless you give me another white marker pen." Slipping into his own home was an effortless affair. Within the familiar walls, Yulan moved with a spring in his step, gliding silently from room to room, searching for any sign of his wife, Kara. Ever since he'd uncovered the truth behind his predicament, he couldn't help but be consumed by worry for Kara. He feared Liu might come to their home, snatch Kara away, and use her as leverage against him. So, when he finally reached the bedroom door and saw Kara standing by the window, watching the commotion outside, relief washed over his face. "You're safe. That's all that matters." "Kara." He crossed the room in a few quick strides, startling Kara. She spun around in alarm, her tear-stained eyes locking with Yulan's. "Yulan." For a fleeting moment, delight flickered across Kara's face, but it soon gave way to terror and anger. Her eyes were already red from crying. She glanced down at Charlotte, who was waving a black marker and loudly demanding that the police bring a vehicle, a hearse, and 4 black men to carry it. Of course, Hank immediately rejected Charlotte's outrageous request, and he also refused her follow-up demands for white men, for beautiful women, someone to pull the cart, and someone to carry the sedan chair. Kara hurriedly shut the window and drew the curtains tight. Lowering her voice, she turned to Yulan and demanded angrily, "How could you kill someone? How could you run away? Do you know how shocked I was when I saw the footage? Turn yourself in, Yulan. They were members of the Triad. According to police regulations, maybe you can get a lighter sentence. At worst, you just spend a few more years in prison." As she spoke, tears welled up in Kara's eyes once again. Watching Yulan approach, she seemed on the verge of embracing him, but instead she gritted her teeth and snapped. "Don't touch me. Yulan, turn yourself in. Do it for me. Do it for yourself." "No, Kara, you don't understand. I didn't kill those people." Yulan replied at once. Kara let out a bitter laugh, her gaze sharpening with disappointment, like 2 daggers piercing straight through him. So you still won't admit it? Still trying to deceive me? Just like last night, when you had me shield you from the police so you could escape? Yulan, I was wrong about you. If you won't turn yourself in, then I'll report you myself. With that, she stormed back toward the window. Yulan hurriedly grabbed her, clapping a hand over her mouth before she could scream. Kutta, after all these years, don't you know me? Don't you trust me at all? Why would I kill those people? Just give me a chance to explain. That's all I ask. Just one chance, all right? Hearing his words, Kara's struggles did slow, if only a little. Don't make a sound. I'll let you go now. Seeing Carla nod, Yulan released her grip and said earnestly, a parallel world. My counterpart, Lu Yu, came from a parallel world. He killed those people and tried to frame me in this world. Lu Yu's real goal is to kill me. Carla's face was a kaleidoscope of emotions. She stared at Yulan's serious expression, and then her look transformed into blazing fury. Her voice trembled as she said, you couldn't even bother to come up with a decent excuse? Are you just brushing me off? You're unbelievable. Yulan, don't be like this, Carla. Realizing how absurd her words sounded, Yulan stepped over and lifted a corner of the curtain, quietly peeking at the scene downstairs. She saw Hank and Charlotte locked in a heated argument, too distracted to notice anything up here. Turning back, she continued, I'm telling the truth. That Lu Yu could show up any minute now. He might take you hostage or try to kill me. Come with me, Carla. Let's leave together for another parallel world. It'll be much safer there. Are you serious? Carla stared at Yulan in disbelief. I'm serious. Yulan's face was grave. Carla seemed at a loss for how to react. She gazed blankly at Yulan for a moment before letting out a long sigh. You really are crazy. With a wry smile, Carla shook her head and sighed. Well, I suppose that's good news in a way. You're mentally ill. You have no memory of killing those gang members. You can't distinguish your own actions, and you've lost control of yourself. If you can fool the doctors and the court, you'll be acquitted. That's not it. Unsure how to explain, Yulan pointed toward Charlotte and Evan downstairs. Those two are from a parallel world as well. They're here to help us escape Lu Yu's pursuit by taking us to another world. Earlier, Carla had watched the drama unfold for quite some time, thinking the plot was already too far-fetched. Now, she didn't believe a single word of Yulan's story. So those two are just fellow patients you busted out of the psych ward. You still don't believe me? Yulan's face grew anxious and worried. He had no idea how to convince Carla. We're really in danger right now. They're the ones who told me about the parallel worlds. They said if we go with them, we'll be safe. Letting out a sigh, Carla looked steadily into Yulan's eyes and asked, if you want me to believe you, it's simple. Can you show me any proof of these parallel worlds? Just a little bit. That question left Yulan speechless. He truly had no evidence to offer. Looking at Yulan, Carla said, exasperated, or, have you ever seen your other self in that parallel world? That Lu Yu. Standing frozen in place, mouth slightly open, Yolan's mind went completely blank. Watching Yolan, Carla shook her head in disappointment. You say it was those two who told you about the parallel worlds, that you've never actually seen any of it with your own eyes. Didn't you ever wonder if they might just be lying to you? I've never done anything like what happened in the video, Yolan replied, her lips pale. And you've never actually seen your other self. Come on, Yolan, let's go and turn ourselves in together. Maybe we can get a more lenient outcome. Rising to her feet, Carla gave Yolan a gentle hug. Looking into Yolan's bewildered eyes, she said softly, maybe your mind is a little troubled right now, but no matter how long it takes, I'll wait for you. I'll go through this with you. Meeting Carla's gaze, Yolan's eyes gradually grew steadier and warmer. With a bittersweet smile, Yolan said, you've convinced me, Carla. Maybe I really do have some issues. While hiding in the sewers, I even ran into two lunatics, and I started to doubt myself and see things that weren't there. I'll listen to you. I'll turn myself in. I trust my friends on the force won't make things too hard for me. As she spoke, Yolan gently kissed Carla on the cheek. Aren't you going to think this over a bit more? Sherlock, unable to hold back, asked as he looked at the two of them. Carla's eyes widened, but Yolan just smiled calmly and, holding Carla in her arms, said, I might be having some delusions, but don't worry. I promise I'll fully cooperate with treatment. Meanwhile, downstairs, Sherlock's sudden disappearance had thrown everyone into chaos. Evan was the first to be tackled to the ground by an officer and was promptly handcuffed. Hank, weapon in hand, scanned the room with sharp vigilance, quickly noticing something odd about Carla drawing the curtains. His face darkened instantly, and he strode toward the villa's front door. A piercing scream suddenly rang out from the second floor. Blinking in confusion, Yolan grew even more disoriented under Carla's gentle persuasion. She turned to Sherlock and asked Carla, so, he's not an illusion? Carla raised her voice, shouting at Sherlock. Get out, you liar. How dare you trick Yolan? This is my home, and I'll make sure you end up in jail. Rapid footsteps echoed up the stairs. Though Hank was a bit bulky, he moved swiftly, rushing up to the second floor of Yolan's house, gun drawn and ready as he swept through the rooms. Just then, Yolan poked her head out of the bedroom, drawn by the noise, only to be spotted by Hank. Yolan quickly ducked back inside, but Hank had already locked on her location and shouted, "Yolan, I see you. Give yourself up now." With nimble hands poised, Hank was fully focused. Facing a martial arts master like Yolan, he dared not let his guard down for even a moment. From inside the doorway, Charlotte smiled with confidence and called out, "Don't worry, Yolan. I got a great plan." As she spoke, Charlotte reached up and locked her arm around Yolan's neck, hoisting a black carbon pen in the air, and together they leaned out the doorway. Charlotte shouted boisterously, "Ha ha ha ha! Nobody move, or I'll scribble all over his face." In an instant, Hank's already dark face turned almost green with rage. Clenching his teeth, mortified and furious, he squeezed the trigger. He cursed out loud, "God damn it, you bastard." The bullet struck nothing. Charlotte and Yolan had already ducked back inside. With gunshots ringing through the corridor, Yolan gave Charlotte a speechless look. So this was her brilliant idea? Charlotte just shrugged. "Well, that's it. I'm out of options now." Realizing Charlotte was unreliable, Yolan raised his voice and shouted an explanation to Hank. "Hank, you have to believe me. I'm not the murderer. There's someone in this world who looks exactly like me." After being toyed with again and again, Hank was practically losing his mind. "Fine, I believe you. Just shove that damn fat guy's head out here, and I'll believe every word you say." But Yolan had no intention of playing along. He'd already slipped quickly to the window, quietly surveying the scene below. Spotting Yolan, the police were now calling for backup. Evan was pinned beside a police car, eyes filled with grim despair at his predicament. Several officers had stormed into the villa and were rushing upstairs to reinforce. But that wasn't even the most critical moment. The real turning point. Across a short distance, Yolan locked eyes with a younger version of himself. Yolan thought to himself, "I knew I wasn't crazy." Lu Yu, who'd come to try his luck, thought, "I knew he hadn't escaped." A cold smirk tugged at Lu Yu's lips as he strolled toward them, looking calm and certain of victory. But his confidence evaporated almost instantly. A hand wearing a time travel device reached out from beside Yolan, yanking open the curtains to reveal a chubby, aloof face. The very picture of someone in control of everything. Lu Yu's swagger vanished. He broke into a full sprint toward the villa, urgency in every stride. Charlotte, caught off guard for just a heartbeat, flashed a sly grin. Without warning, she shoved the bewildered Yolan through the glass, sending him crashing down from the second floor. "It's settled, Yolan. This is your fight. You can't escape it now." Landing hard on the ground, Yolan barely had time to steady himself before a ring of police leveled their guns at him. Cursing Charlotte silently for setting him up, Yolan raised his hands high, then quickly pointed at Lu Yu, who was striding over. "He's the real Yolan. I accuse him. He's the murderer." Yulan's words instantly drew the police officer's attention to Lu Yu. "Stop. Don't move, or I'll shoot." Carter raised his gun and aimed at Lu Yu. Seeing that Lu Yu seemed unfazed, Carter quickly shifted his aim to Lu Yu's feet and fired a warning shot. But the bullet struck Lu Yu right in the head with astonishing precision, causing him to stumble for a moment. He brushed the bullet fragments off his forehead, leaving only a faint red mark. The officers stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. Lu Yu glanced at Carter and Yolan, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Your aim is impressive, but not quite good enough." With that, Lu Yu kicked the officer standing beside him. The officer was sent flying like a rubber ball, crashing into another police car, which exploded in an instant, flames roaring into the night. The shockwave hurled several officers through the air. Lu Yu himself became a blur, a black shadow hurtling straight at Carter with terrifying speed. Shots rang out in rapid succession, but nothing could slow Yulan's advance. Just as he clenched his right fist and, with a cold grin, prepared to strike Carter, his foot landed unexpectedly on a white carbon pen. At that speed, his footing slipped, and he was sent tumbling headlong over Carter's head, completely caught off guard by the mishap. It all happened in a flash, but Lu Yu recovered quickly in midair, twisting his body and launching a flying kick toward Yulan ahead. From an upstairs window, Xia Luo pointed 2 fingers at Yulan and shouted, "Let me give you a hand." With that, Xia Luo activated a power-boosting card, and a burst of energy called sharing surged into Yulan's body. "You've been strengthened. Go get him." Whether or not Yulan had time to react to his sudden surge in strength, Lu Yu's kick had already landed squarely on his chest. With a thunderous crash, Yulan was sent flying, crashing straight into his own home. Stretching his limbs, Lu Yu sneered as he pulled a shock absorption device from his backpack. Before him, the wall of Yulan's house had been utterly destroyed. Yulan himself lay in the rubble, his fate uncertain. A burst of gunfire rattled out, bullets striking Lu Yu from behind. Carter, aiming for Lu Yu's head, shouted furiously, "Freeze, you monster! You're under arrest." But Lu Yu ignored Carter completely. Fixing his eyes on Yulan, he pressed a button on the box in his hand. In the next instant, a beam of violet light shot from the top of the device, streaking straight toward the fallen Yulan. Of course, even though Yulan was lying on the ground, the recent burst of power had left him completely unharmed. He simply needed a moment to adjust to his transformed body. Sensing the deadly threat as the oscillating beam approached, Yulan pushed off the ground with one hand, vaulting into the air. Twisting and spinning midair, he dodged the shockwave and landed lightly on the ground. This change drained some of the smile from the corners of Lu Yu's mouth. That kick in midair, Lu Yu had worried he might accidentally kill Yulan on the spot. He'd only used 1/10 of his strength, but even so, Yulan should have been gravely injured, not standing there now, full of vigor and life. As Yulan landed, he dropped into a horse stance, both fists loosely clenched. He stared at his hands in disbelief. Power surged from every cell in his body, an inexhaustible current. The overwhelming sense of strength was intoxicating, and Yulan couldn't help but stretch and flex, his body moving with newfound ease. It was as if he had returned to his youth, or better yet, reached a peak where nothing was impossible. His chest heaved, vitality flowed through every limb, and it felt as though his very flesh had learned to breathe. Watching Yulan, Lu Yu let out a mocking chuckle and said, "If you died from a single blow, what fun would that be? A little strength makes the game interesting, doesn't it? Let's see how far you can go. Will I be the one to kill you, or will you kill me?" As he spoke, Lu Yu reached back and casually snatched 2 bullets from midair. Standing amid a hail of gunfire, he stomped the ground hard, sending the bullets whistling toward Yulan like darts. Then, with one hand hidden behind his back, gripping the shock absorption device, he charged forward in a burst of speed. His right palm traced an arc through the air, swinging down at Yulan with crushing force. Facing Lu Yu, Yulan's body twitched, dodging the 2 bullets aimed at his eyes. His expression was grim and focused. 1 foot forward, 1 back, he rooted himself to the ground. Gathering all his concentration, he rocketed a straight punch at the oncoming palm that seemed to blot out all vision. Fist and palm collided. A burst of dust and a shockwave exploded outward. Amid the thunderous crash, Yulan was hurled backward, smashing through a wall and landing hard on the sidewalk behind the house. He looked back at Lu Yu in utter disbelief. Even after his recent enhancements, Yulan was already incredibly strong. Yet Lu Yu was even stronger beyond anything he'd imagined. By now, Yulan's home had become little more than a ruin. Under the onslaught, almost no piece of furniture remained intact. Amid the tremors and violent noise, a piercing scream came from upstairs. Kala's cry cut through the chaos. The villa's second floor tilted and collapsed onto the street. Covered in dust, Charlotte dragged a terrified, disheveled Kala out of the debris. She hurried over to Evan, who was lying on the ground, and placed Kala beside him, Evan's hand still cuffed. Her expression was grave as she instructed, "Keep her safe. I'm going in for a closer look." With that, she turned and left without so much as a backward glance. On the villa's first floor, Lu Yu withdrew his palm, sending a surge of force that blasted away the dust from the collapsing building. He lifted his gaze to the clear blue sky overhead, the smile on his face growing darker and more sinister. His right hand, still hidden behind his back, toyed with the shock absorption device. The satisfaction in his eyes, as he looked at Yulan, only deepened. The stronger Yulan becomes, the more powerful I will be when I absorb him. With a light step, Lu Yu seemed to float right in front of Yulan, not giving him a moment to react. Without hesitation, he lashed out with a fierce kick, sending Yulan, who barely managed to shield himself with his arms, flying through the air. In a single leap, Lu Yu closed in on Yulan mid-air, wearing a cold, mocking smile as he pressed his attack against his utterly defenseless opponent. Yulan's face twisted with pain and frustration, yet all he could do was curl in on himself, bracing for the oncoming assault with his arms. In the very next instant, Lu Yu's legs became little more than a blur as he unleashed a relentless barrage of kicks, each one slamming mercilessly into Yulan's chest. With every brutal impact, the two of them seemed to defy the laws of physics, shooting off into the distance. Finally, Lu Yu delivered a savage kick to Yulan's chin, halting his own movement with a wicked grin. He landed lightly atop a taxi that had stopped at a red light at the intersection, leaving the driver inside utterly dumbfounded by the spectacle. Meanwhile, Yulan, his arms broken and blood streaming from his mouth, crashed down onto the busy street, tumbling pitifully through the traffic as cars swerved desperately to avoid him. But in only a few moments, Yulan steadied himself. His injuries healed almost instantly. He rose to his feet, restored in body and spirit as if resurrected on the spot. His face, however, remained grim as he fixed his gaze on Lu Yu, who stood atop the car roof. Yulan's rapid recovery actually piqued Lu Yu's interest a bit, but not for long. With a sudden burst of movement, Lu Yu sprang into the air, crushing a massive dent into the taxi roof with his landing. He soared above Yulan, then plummeted down, driving a brutal kick straight toward Yulan's head. Yulan braced himself, arms raised, legs set in a sturdy stance. The force of the blow drove his feet deep into the concrete, but he managed, barely, to withstand the attack. He knew all too well that a head-on contest of strength would never end in his favor against Lu Yu. He would have to rely on using force against itself, turning Lu Yu's power to his own advantage. Yulan's hands flashed with movement as he shifted his footing in the crater left by Lu Yu's assault. His palms, nimble as a butterfly, collided swiftly with Lu Yu's solitary, iron-like fist. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. Seizing an opportunity, Lu Yu's right hand shot out, talon-like, tearing through Yulan's shirt and leaving 3 crimson gashes across his chest. Yulan's right fist darted forward, aiming for Lu Yu's left shoulder, but Lu Yu deflected it with a sharp twist. Yulan's left palm swept across Lu Yu's right arm, claws raking down, but succeeded only in shredding a few slits in Lu Yu's leather jacket. Lu Yu brushed the damage from his clothes, frowning slightly, then charged at Yulan once again. Thanks to his body's extraordinary ability to heal, Yulan was able to match Lu Yu blow for the moment, neither side able to gain the upper hand. His body gradually adapted to the onslaught of power. Although he was still being pressured on all fronts by Lu Yu, he was no longer completely at his mercy. Lu Yu's expression was dark and sinister, each move laced with cunning malice, while Yulan countered with righteous resolve, his figure gliding, retreating as he fought, each step and strike grounded in unwavering discipline. The commotion here quickly drew the attention of the media. Several news helicopters actually arrived at the scene before the police did. Meanwhile, George, who was still sound asleep at home, received the news and let out a startled cry of disbelief. What? There are really 2 Yulans? He leapt out of bed in a hurry, fumbling to get dressed as he dialed his phone. He'd already been exhausted this morning, his mind too foggy to think straight, and had nearly been driven mad by Gwen. He had just dragged Gwen, who wanted to run off to find Charlotte, back home, tossed her in her own room, and only then returned to his own bedroom. Without even pulling up the covers, George had collapsed onto the bed and fallen into a deep sleep, which lasted until now. When the phone woke him, he'd barely managed to get 3 hours of rest. He was now in that heavy, groggy state where his mind could barely function. Another Yulan? As George awkwardly tried to pull on his pants while still on the phone, Gwen had already changed out of her pajamas and into her sleek ghost spider suit. She picked up her phone and called Charlotte. As soon as the call connected, Gwen blurted out, "Charlotte, the other Yulan has appeared. I overheard on my dad's call that the 2 Yulans are already fighting on 3rd Avenue. Wow, that sounds exciting," Charlotte replied with a yawn from the other end. She sat up in bed, opened her window, and peeked outside. There she saw George, half-dressed, rushing out of the house and sprinting toward his patrol car. "Hey, George." Charlotte waved cheerfully, greeting him with a bright smile. "Hey, Charlotte." George's tone was filled with perfunctory indifference. Charlotte's gaze drifted past Gwen's window, just in time to spot a spider sneaking outside. Resting her hand on the window ledge, Charlotte called out to George in a helpful tone. "George, need a driver? You don't look so good. I'd say you're about to drive while exhausted. Don't break the law when you're the law. Okay?" But George, in his urgent haste, couldn't care less about Charlotte's teasing. He tossed his handgun and shotgun onto the passenger seat, started the patrol car, and sped off toward the scene of the incident. On the rooftop of Gwen's house, Ghost Spider poked her head out, glancing over at Charlotte with a questioning look. "Let me think for a second. What's there to think about? Have you ever seen this before? 2 Yulans fighting it out. Just imagine us dropping in from above and taking them both down." Charlotte's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, let's go." She vaulted out the window, rolled onto the grass, and dashed forward. After slipping through a few quiet alleys, Spider-Man, now suited up, swung out on a web. It wasn't long before she caught up to Ghost Spider, swinging side by side. By the time the 2 figures dropped from the sky, the battle between Yulan and Lu Yu had already reached its conclusion. Although at first the fight was fierce and evenly matched, Yulan was relying mainly on his rapid regeneration. In terms of strength and physical prowess, he was no match for Lu Yu. It didn't take long for Lu Yu to spot Yulan's weakness. With his overwhelming power, Lu Yu completely dominated Yulan, leading him by the nose at every turn. Exploiting Yulan's kindness, Lu Yu took hostages by tossing cars from the roadside. As Yulan rushed to save the innocent, Lu Yu hurled vehicle after vehicle at him, pinning him hard beneath the wreckage and forcing him under the crushing weight. Now, Lu Yu planted his foot on the car resting atop Yulan's head, pressing down with all his might, shoving Yulan back beneath the mountain of metal as he struggled to lift it off. Wearing a cold, mocking smile, Lu Yu grabbed a shock absorption device and aimed it at Yulan's head. But before Lu Yu could savor his imminent victory, fortune turned on a dime. A single strand of web shot through the air, sticking precisely to the shock absorption device. Off guard, Lu Yu lost his grip. The box flew from his hands and landed securely in the grip of the incoming Spider-Man, who, with his back to Yulan, struck a stylish pose atop the heap of cars. As the master of last-minute rescues, Charlotte had chosen the perfect moment to appear. Welcome to New York, traveler from a parallel world. Please allow me the honor of introducing myself once again. Among the countless Spider-Man across the multiverse, I might not be the cheekiest, the chattiest, the cutest, the most youthful, or the most self-absorbed. Casually, he wove a web satchel and slung the shock absorption device over his back. Standing atop the cars, Charlotte let out a wicked laugh, wiggling his hips in a mischievous dance and flashing a sly grin at Lu Yu. But I'm definitely one of the heavyweights. That's right, I'm a messenger from hell, everyone's friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, the guy at your local parcel pickup, the dancing genius, Spider-Man. Come on, baby. Why not join me and be a lightweight in my arms? Clenching his fists, veins bulged on Lu Yu's forehead. He had been just a step away from victory, but now, glaring furiously at Spider-Man, he pushed off with his legs and shot into the sky. Damn bug, you Spider-Man are always meddling in other people's business. Charlotte cocked his head, snapping his fingers at Lu Yu with an impish grin before smoothly twisting his torso back and joking. That's right, meddling is what we Spider-Men do best. Suddenly, Gwen appeared out of nowhere, landing a flying kick that sent Lu Yu hurtling through the air. Before Lu Yu could regain his balance mid-flight, 2 strands of webbing had already latched onto his legs. With a surge of strength, Charlotte hurled Lu Yu into the air with a wild laugh, spinning him around and around as if she were throwing a shot put, before suddenly releasing her grip and flinging him away. She raised her hand before her eyes, watching Lu Yu soar high into the sky, tracing a perfect arc as he flew. Did you think that was all? The landing spot and trajectory had already been calculated, and Gwen, in perfect sync, was already swinging on her web to the designated location. As Lu Yu plummeted from the heavens, dozens of spider bullets fired in rapid succession, pounding into his body. Moments later, Lu Yu crashed to the ground with a tremendous boom, smashing into the roadway. Gwen pressed a button on her wrist, and blinding blue light erupted from the web-like cracks of the deep crater, accompanied by the crackling of high-voltage electricity. Charlotte was close behind. Black venom crawled over her entire body, and under its disguise, she howled furiously, unleashing both her double strength and Lizard Parker skill cards. Her blackened form swelled rapidly, transforming into a monstrous figure over 20 meters tall, face twisted, fangs bared, an immense, terrifying creature. Without restraint, she drove her colossal fist down into the depths of the crater. There's nothing in this world that can't be solved with a single punch. And if there is, just finish the job and tell everyone you only use one. Charlotte's arms blurred with speed, raining blow after blow into the pit without mercy. Take this, take this, take this, she roared, her voice echoing with relentless fury. From a short distance away, Gwen's eyes widened in shock, her beautiful gaze fixed on the pitch-black, monstrous parasite with its enormous tail. She had never known Charlotte possessed such an ability. Towering taller than a 6-story building, the giant Charlotte was a breathtaking and terrifying presence in the city. Even the media, cameras rolling, fell silent in awe and fear, capturing the spectacle without a word. Each heavy punch sent clouds of smoke billowing skyward, engulfing the area. Seizing the moment, Charlotte reached into the smoke and grabbed Lu Yu, her body shrinking rapidly as she yanked him up by the collar and tossed him to the ground. Lu Yu's stats were indeed formidable, but even he could not compare to Charlotte in this state. Blood streamed from his battered body, with who knows how many bones shattered. Yet Lu Yu's mind remained remarkably clear. With a bitter laugh, he spat a mouthful of blood onto the ground beside him. Spider-Man. Truly impressive. I didn't expect that in the end I would lose. No, no, no. A cold, twisted smile curled at the corner of his mouth as Lu Yu sneered. No, I haven't lost. As long as there are other versions of Lu Yu in this world, I can never lose. When I die, he will inherit all my power, and then he'll walk the same path as me. Gwen blinked, her curious gaze lingering on Charlotte. Only now did she turn her attention to Lu Yu, drawn by his chilling words. Who said we want to kill you? We're going to lock you up. Let the law judge your crimes. Oh, Lu Yu let out a cold laugh, glancing around with a mocking tone. Do you really think your world's courts can judge me for the people I killed in other worlds? Even if they could, at best, this would count as suicide. Would the court even bother with that? Lu Yu's incredibly high stats kept him energetic, even in his battered state. Propping himself up with his only unbroken right hand, he continued. How about a deal, Spider-Man? There's something I want. If you give it to me, I'll tell you a secret. Trust me, it's a secret that will benefit you for a lifetime. Charlotte was genuinely intrigued. She took a few steps forward, crouched down, and asked with a hint of curiosity. What is it you want to say? Are you Peter Parker? Yolan spat out a mouthful of blood, then fixed her gaze on the spider-masked face just a meter away. Charlotte shook her head calmly and replied, Sorry, my name is Wade Winston Wilson. Lu Yu's eyes widened in shock. He looked the sideways gazing Spider-Man up and down, his mouth opening as if he wanted to say 1,000 things. But in the end, he suppressed them all and simply said, So that's how it is. That explains a lot. Hey there, my adorable friend. Charlotte stepped closer and mischievously poked at Lu Yu's battered left arm, putting on an exaggeratedly apologetic face. I'm really sorry for leaving you in this state. Oh, you look absolutely miserable. First time's awkward, but by the second time, we're practically old friends, long lost and finally reunited. So come on, spill all your secrets to me. Don't worry, I'm great at keeping things to myself. Ghost Spider can vouch for me. I, Spider-Man, am the strong, silent type. Behind them, Gwen couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The joke was just too good. If it weren't for the situation, her low tolerance for humor would have had her rolling on the ground. Looking annoyed, Charlotte stretched a hand behind her and pointed accusingly at Gwen. Then she turned to Lu Yu and declared, I swear, not a word to a second soul. Cross my heart. If I'm lying, I'm a puppy. All right, Lu Yu sighed. He really had no other choice now. Come a bit closer, and I'll tell you. Lu Yu had many secrets. After all, he traveled through hundreds of different parallel worlds. The secret is, Lu Yu's voice weakened. Clutching a black stun baton that crackled with yellow light, his face twisted into a vicious snarl as he suddenly lunged, aiming the weapon straight for Charlotte's neck. But after all that build-up, the attack missed. Charlotte jerked her head back and stepped half a pace away, moving just out of Lu Yu's reach. With both hands cupped before his mouth, Charlotte put on a look of exaggerated terror. No way. No way. Don't tell me you're actually planning to ambush Spider-Man with this trick? Don't you know about Spider-Man's spider sense? Oh, my old friend. You really are adorable. His neck flushed red with frustration. Now that his last resort had failed, Lu Yu boiled with rage. He hurled the cutter in his hand at Charlotte, who caught it with ease. Thank you so much for the gift. Old friend, this thing really does look cool. Switching off the power, Charlotte tossed the cutter up and down in his hand, making it spin gracefully. He shot Lu Yu a look of approval. Thank you for the artifact, my friend. A harsh, hollow laugh escaped Lu Yu as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Looking to Charlotte and Gwen, he said, All right then, this secret about unification. It's not just me, I'm not the only one involved. We're pilgrims, searching for the only true God, our own selves. We use the vibration absorption device to kill our other selves, hoping to become the sole existence in the multiverse. Did you really think I invented the vibration absorption device? No, I only stumbled upon the method while on a mission when I happened to encounter another variant of myself who was also hunting her own counterparts. She was the one who taught me how to build it. I then followed the same path, and while absorbing my own alternates, I also passed the device on to destined others in various worlds. What we pursue isn't power, but faith in ourselves. We believe that, no matter how much time passes, no matter how formidable the enemy, we will walk the path to transcendence. Eventually, one among us will become the savior of the multiverse, the one true God. With these words, Lu Yu's gaze grew resolute. Suddenly, he raised his right palm and struck his own chest with all his might, coughing up a torrent of blood. His body slumped and collapsed to the ground. Gwen cried out and rushed to check on him, while Charlotte immediately tried to use Share on Lu Yu. But it was already too late. Layer upon layer of spectral afterimages erupted from Lu Yu, flickering between reality and illusion. For a fleeting moment, a violet glow shimmered, then vanished into thin air. At the same time, a purple light appeared on Yulan, still pinned beneath the car. Share faded away. All of a sudden, his body lost its strength. Although half his body was outside, the car pressing down on his legs grew heavier, and the pain made Yulan draw sharp, hissing breaths. Then, bit by bit, strength began to return his body. This sensation was entirely new, and Yulan couldn't help but blink in confusion, furrowing his brow in puzzlement. His face quietly grew a little younger, the traces of time smoothing away as waves of power washed over him. In his mind, countless fragments of unfamiliar memories began to emerge. These encounters echoed his own past experiences, almost but not quite the same. One particular scene stood out. He picked up a blueprint that had been discarded on the ground. Yulon, are you all right? George hurried forward, taking Yulon's hand in his own. As he looked at Yulon's face, which seemed to have grown younger, a flicker of confusion crossed his features. But right now, the most urgent thing was still to get Yulon out of danger. Glancing at the car piled up like a small mountain, George called out to his fellow officers behind him. "Hurry, come help." Hearing that backup was needed, Carter rushed out of the police car in a flurry, failing to notice that the closing door had caught the hem of her uniform. "I'm coming," Carter shouted, charging forward. With a sharp rip, all eyes turned as Carter pitched forward, spun a full circle, and landed hard on the ground, landing squarely on her rear. Her uniform was split clean in two, hanging from her shoulders and revealing a pale pink undergarment beneath. Sitting on the ground, Carter looked at George with bewilderment, while George quickly turned away, unable to watch. "Carter, Chief, someone just pulled me." Night had fallen. Sleek legs stepped gracefully along the edge of a rooftop, the slightly modified leather suit hugging Felicia's alluring figure perfectly. What was once a soft, delicate body now carried a sense of balanced strength and muscle. She wasn't bulky, but this new power lent her a striking, bold beauty, like a feisty young wildcat, claws extended, lips curled back in a defiant snarl. Yesterday, Felicia had come home in tears, immediately begging her father, once a Nobel Prize-winning chemist, now unemployed, to analyze the so-called antidote through the night. Afterwards, her father told her with absolute certainty, this stuff was nothing but Gatorade. "Spider-Man, lady, you've been played." Felicia had been so furious she nearly jumped up and down, secretly plotting her revenge on Spider-Man. Then, on TV, she witnessed the earth-shattering battle between two Yulons. She watched, stunned, as the unstoppable Spider-Man descended from the sky, teaming up with his sidekick Ghost Spider to utterly overwhelm Yulon. Felicia also caught a glimpse of a massive monster flashing across the screen, leaving her mind completely blank with shock. "I'm the Black Cat. I injected the super soldier serum. So what? I am useless. I'm just a failure." Her original plan for revenge was instantly thrown out the window, but letting go entirely was out of the question. The Black Cat couldn't swallow this humiliation. So, tonight, Felicia found her way to the spot she had staked out the night before, raising her arms and stretching her lithe form. Her newly tailored battle suit accentuated every curve and flawless line of her figure. Tilting her head, she reclined gracefully on the edge of the skyscraper, one long, elegant leg dangling over the side, her petite foot playfully tapping the air in a rhythmic dance. Who said there was only one way to take revenge? Through brute force. The best way to get back at someone is to take away what they cherish most. And if you want to find out what Spider-Man holds dearest, you have no choice but to hide in the shadows and investigate him up close. That's exactly why Felicia was here tonight, her mind brimming with sly little schemes. Felicia lifted her hand, her blood-red lips curving into a mischievous, alluring smile. Raising her palm to the sky, she covered the full moon with a gentle squeeze. In her satisfied smile, it was as if Spider-Man was already caught in her grasp, trapped, with nowhere to run. How could a foolish little spider ever be a match for me? Just then, a long string with a fuzzy ball attached swung into Felicia's line of sight, instantly capturing her full attention. She followed the string upward with her eyes, but saw nothing at the other end. What on earth is this? Head full of questions, Felicia's bright, sparkling eyes tracked the ball's every movement. Soon, even her legs stopped swinging in secret anticipation, her body tensed, ready to spring at any moment. The next instant, the little ball began to move, picking up speed as it darted away. Felicia couldn't resist any longer. She leapt after it, her face alight with excitement as she lunged for the tempting toy. Just as she pounced, the ball shot forward with a burst of speed. Felicia sprang into the air, arms outstretched to snatch it. But to her surprise, the ball sped up again. Perched on the building's edge, Felicia couldn't help but grimace in frustration as she saw the ball stop just out of reach, trembling as if daring her to try again. She had reached her limit. Felicia darted forward, chasing the bouncing ball with leaps and bounds, her pursuit energetic and relentless. She chased it all the way to the opposite ledge, where at last she managed to catch in her grasp. Fearing it might slip away, Felicia lifted herself up with both hands, then sank her teeth into the ball in triumph. But suddenly, she was yanked upward with a jolting force. The moment she realized something was wrong, she loosened her bite. Her beautiful eyes went wide in surprise as she found herself dangling midair, with Spider-Man standing before her, fishing rod in hand, while she floundered in the air like a caught fish. Her cheeks flushed bright red. Felicia quickly let go, a few sparkling drops of saliva falling as she landed nimbly atop the building, head down, hurriedly wiping her lips. Meanwhile, Charlotte, clearly unimpressed, flicked the cat toy rod to shake off the saliva, then hopped over to Felicia's side and reproached her. "Black cat, how could you just bite straight away like that? You jerk, how dare you trick me with a cat teaser?" She lifted her paw, but before she could land a spinning kick, Charlotte had already grabbed her and was holding her upside down. Charlotte sighed and gave Felicia's ankle a gentle shake, as if hoping to rattle the nonsense out of her head. Then he grinned and asked, "Isn't it fun? I just made this brand new cat teaser. Now I can sit on top of the building and tease cats from far, far away." "You're actually thinking about teasing other cats, too?" Felicia flailed her claws, but her ferocity was all for show. Furious and flustered, she used her core to curl her body up, then lunged to sink her teeth into Charlotte's hand. But if Charlotte could actually be bitten by her, he wouldn't deserve the name Spider-Man. He loosened his grip, letting Felicia drop. In midair, she twisted nimbly, landing on all fours like a true cat, baring her teeth at Charlotte again, ready to pounce. Seeing Felicia gearing up for another attack, Charlotte quickly flicked the fishing rod in his hand, sending the little ball darting right past her eyes. Just as he expected, Felicia's attention shifted in a heartbeat. She bounded forward, sprang into the air, and snatched the ball, only to end up dangling in front of Charlotte. Felicia's confused gaze met Charlotte's. Even behind her mask, it was clear her cheeks were flushed bright red all the way down to her neck. Her ears, too, had turned into glimmering red crystals. Whether from embarrassment or anger, it was hard to say. "What are you guys playing? Count me in." Jessica finally arrived, dressed in a white hoodie, gray jacket, jeans, and black stockings. She took in the scene in a heartbeat and, without hesitation, dove forward to hug Felicia's slender legs, clinging to her like a playful koala. Tiny as a potato, Jessica only made Felicia's perfectly proportioned legs look even longer and more elegant by comparison. Felicia was practically steaming with embarrassment. She shook Jessica off her legs, released the ball, and landed gracefully atop the building, shooting Charlotte an indignant glare. Charlotte waggled the fishing rod, chuckling. "Welcome aboard, Black Cat. This is your exclusive team benefit. I promise, every month you'll have a few hours to play like this. Who would ever want such a membership perk?" Felicia shouted, her voice breaking out of her usual disguise, proof of how truly furious she was. "Edo." Jessica piped up behind her, bouncing with excitement, completely oblivious to Felicia's irritation, her fists so tight the veins stood out. "Some best friend," Felicia thought. "At this rate, Jessica's going to lower my IQ sooner or later." "Well then, let's keep playing with that." Charlotte flicked the fishing rod, sending the little ball whirling through the air, and Jessica chased after it with a goofy grin on her face. Felicia was completely transfixed by the scene, her gaze irresistibly following the path of the ball. She quickly shook her head, tearing her eyes away from the spectacle. This time, the veins at Felicia's temples began to throb furiously. "You're actually using a cat teaser to play with another cat right in front of me." Taking a few steps forward, Felicia clenched her teeth in frustration and lowered her voice. "Can you please cut it out? Didn't you say you wanted me to join some Black Robe task force, or whatever? Fine, I'm in. I agree completely. And another thing, I know you were lying yesterday when you said the super soldier serum would change my gender. That so-called antidote you gave me in the end was just a regular drink." Charlotte glanced at Felicia in surprise, then stopped what she was doing. She reeled in the fishing rod in line, hauling in Jessica, who was now clutching the little ball, well and truly hooked. "All right then, since we're all in the same organization now, that makes us family." As she spoke, Charlotte pried Jessica's hand from the cat teaser and snatched it back. "And as members of the Black Robe Task Force, we need to have matching uniforms." With a dramatic flourish of her hand, Charlotte spun around, and the cat teaser transformed into 3 pitch-black robes. A wild gust of wind swept across the rooftop, sending the robes billowing and fluttering in the air. With a swift movement, Charlotte donned one of the black robes, which now looked like a pure black cloak draped over her shoulders. Turning her back to Felicia, Charlotte hooked a thumb over her shoulder, proudly displaying the giant white word crime emblazoned on the back of the robe. Charlotte asked with smug satisfaction. Felicia's mouth twitched. She also caught a glimpse of Spider-Woman, who had turned around. As the robe flapped in the wind, she could just make out the enormous word justice printed inside the black fabric. Staring at the robe Charlotte offered her, Felicia instinctively leaned back, drawing in a sharp breath. Her eyes widened in disbelief. This robe was hideous. Was she really going to betray her soul and her sense of style, just to get closer to Spider-Man for the sake of revenge, by wearing something this ugly? Even Jessica, usually so clueless, now wore an expression of clear discontent as she hovered in midair. Spider-Man, do I really have to wear this? This robe is seriously ugly. Charlotte's face darkened. Of course you have to. She gripped the robes tightly, and before the two could react, thick strands of webbing, as sturdy as rope, wrapped around their waists to keep them from escaping. With an unmistakably wicked laugh, Charlotte yanked Felicia, who hadn't managed to flee, right in front of her, and without giving her a chance to protest, forced her into the battle robe. See? Doesn't it feel so much better once you put it on? You might even start to love it. Absolutely not. Felicia's face was filled with utter despair as her sleek, elegant black battlesuit was forced under the hideous black robe. This was nothing short of a crime. Soon, Jessica, still suspended midair, was also draped in a black robe. Dangling from her web, she looked like an awkward, ugly kite, and her face showed nothing but a grieved resignation. Excellent, Charlotte said, releasing the web. She pulled out her phone from her pocket, smiling as she continued. In that case, let's celebrate the founding of the Black Robe Patrol today. Let's take a group photo together. With that, she swept up Felicia, who was trying to turn away, and pressed the shutter. Felicia managed a pained, forced smile for the camera, while Jessica, the only one with her face showing, grinned with genuine delight. Charlotte glanced at the photo twice, nodded in satisfaction, and put away her phone. Her expression beneath the mask grew solemn as she declared, I hereby announce the official founding of the Black Robe Patrol. Now allow me to introduce our greatest enemy, the sinister Super 7. At these words, both Felicia and Jessica's faces turned serious as well. With utmost seriousness, Felicia accidentally shrugged off her black robe and then accidentally stomped on it twice. Charlotte paid it no mind. After all, Felicia would have to wear it in the end. Not even Jesus could refuse. You have my word. Charlotte then launched into her explanation. The Super 7 is an evil organization created by Hydra. I've been investigating them recently and uncovered part of their vile plans. That is the Super 7. I now declare the official founding of the Super 7. Applause, everyone. In the crude main base of Hydra, deep within the sewers, Charlotte's chubby cheeks jiggled as she stood up and led the applause. The Hydra members followed suit without hesitation. Before them stood Ward, holding a torch to illuminate himself. A big red ribbon was pinned to his chest, and he wore a sash emblazoned with Hydra Super 7, number 1. With all eyes fixed on him, Ward's smile was so forced, it looked more painful than crying. I trust you've all sensed the extraordinary power at play. After the award ceremony, everyone took their seats in the sewer, perched on a collection of battered, rickety chairs. Each person held a burning torch, looking for all the world like a gathering of cultists in a secret ritual. And that, indeed, is what they were. Hearing Charlotte's words, Sitwell and the other Hydra members nodded enthusiastically. This power thrilled them. They were hopelessly addicted. Clutching the big red ribbon, Ward was the first to answer. Of course, Chief. This power is nothing short of miraculous. It's just, well, he stammered, glancing nervously around the group before speaking with trepidation. This power seems to have some indescribable side effects, some changes that are hard to put into words. In short, as their power increased, they seemed to be in growing danger of gradually cross-dressing. Hey, I disagree. There are absolutely no side effects to this power. What you're saying is slander. Complete slander. Hidwell was the first to voice his objection. As the one possessing the most demonic energy, he was naturally the first to notice this issue. But compared to such a trivial side effect, what he valued more was the sheer strength of the power. What's wrong with cross-dressing? The clothes look great. That's clearly a rare and positive benefit. So what if the outfits are a bit eye-searing? He couldn't see himself anyway. If anything, it was a merciless psychological attack against his enemies. That, too, was a positive effect. Hidwell was genuinely worried that Shero might take away this power. The feeling of having these abilities, that warm current in his heart, he truly didn't want to lose it. Watching Hidwell, Ward wisely shut his mouth with a smile. Hidwell, dazzlingly dressed, strutted from the depths of Ward's memory with his chest out and head held high, radiating pride. It was only after Hidwell started using the power that the rest of them realized this indescribable side effect. And Hidwell, it seemed, was already addicted. All right, let's leave it at that. Cross-dressing is really nothing to fuss over. We HYDRA agents love cross-dressing the most, especially Red Skull. Shero spoke coolly for where he was seated. The HYDRA agents. When no one chimed in, Shero frowned, his gaze settling on Ward. Suddenly, every torch in the room flared with a pink flame, bathing everything in a rosy glow. Ward swallowed hard, then quickly declared, Our great leader is always right. We HYDRA agents indeed love cross-dressing. That's right, that's right. Exactly. I love cross-dressing. I'm just adorable. Everyone hurried to echo in agreement. Only then did Shiro nod in satisfaction, his voice growing temptingly soft as he asked, "So, do you desire even more power?" He sounded just like a devil luring souls into the abyss. The moment the question left his lips, everyone's eyes gleamed even brighter. Shiro's fingers tapped lightly on his knee as he continued. "Then, I'll give you a chance right now. Start acting as Hydra's heads and recruit new subordinates for HYDRA." His words left all the Hydra agents bewildered, some not quite catching his meaning. In truth, aside from us, the true Hydra who remain loyal to Red Skull, there are plenty of imposter Hydra agents hiding in every corner of the world. After losing the war, they scattered and infiltrated all the world's key organizations in secret, especially S.H.I.E.L.D. Watching the wild flicker in everyone's eyes, Charlo lowered his voice, sounding half like he was joking, half like he was telling a ghost story. In fact, the fake Hydra agents might already be hiding among us. It could be you, or you, or you, or even me. Each time Charlo pointed at someone, that person shuddered in alarm, but Charlo only offered a wicked, enigmatic smile. Just kidding, we're the real Hydra, after all. Why would we be afraid of fake Hydra infiltrating us? Charlo said lightly. Everyone gave Charlo looks of uncertain meaning. If they weren't truly Hydra themselves, he might have talked them in circles. And this matter is closely related to the power I mentioned. Charlo continued, completely at ease. Sitwell immediately leaned in and asked urgently, "Boss, what do you want us to do?" The flickering torches cast shifting shadows around Sitwell, as if he were ready to give his life for any order Charlo might issue, be it to kill or to act. Charlo chuckled softly. "What you need to do is very simple. Infiltrate those fake Hydra organizations. Ward, Sitwell, all of the Hydra agents. Boss, aren't you the fake Hydra here? Now you've got Hydra agents ordered to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D., S.H.I.E.L.D. agents ordered to infiltrate the fake Hydra, and then those agents infiltrating the real Hydra again. Is this Russian nesting dolls or what?" But everyone's lips trembled slightly. They could sense something was off. "Boss," Sitwell fought to keep his expression in check, forcing a wry smile as he stepped forward. "You're joking, right? I have no idea where those fake Hydra agents are." "We don't know either." But Charlo's expression shifted. Gone was the playful air, replaced by a devilish seriousness that flashed across his face. "What I mean is this. Every time you recruit a new operative inside the fake Hydra, your recruit will be granted power, and you will receive a cut. The cut is 10% of the power they gain. If your recruit goes on to recruit someone else, they get 10% from their recruit, and you still get 10% of that 10%. Your power will snowball, growing larger and larger, until one day you're like a superhero straight out of a comic book." As Charlo spoke, Sitwell and the others stared in shock, their eyes growing ever brighter. With a flourish, Charlo produced a stack of pre-printed actor contract from his palm. "Remember, neither you nor your recruits can be exposed. If you are, the contract will strip you of all your power. I truly have no idea where the false Hydra is, nor do I care who you people are. All I know is you are not loyal to me, nor are you loyal to Hydra. But I believe, without a doubt, that you are loyal to power. Nightblind ones." With a casual flick, he scattered the contracts into the air. As they drifted down from the sky, black flames ignited around Charlo, and he said coldly, "Do you want my power? If you do, I can give it all to you. Go seek it out. Go sign those contracts. Go build your own ranks, the true Hydra, your own recruits. I placed all my power there, all of it, within the false Hydra." A wicked smile spread across Charlo's face, brimming with naked malice. His eyes, vertical pupils glowing blood red, seemed to see straight into everyone's soul. It was as if every secret they'd ever kept had been laid bare the moment they met Charlo. All that careful hiding, in the end, was just a joke. Their lips grew dry, and they couldn't help but swallow nervously. He knows, he's always known. He knows everything. Yes, he had, in fact, singled out every last Hydra. No more, no less. Or perhaps, from the very beginning, they were his true targets. Their eyes met, and the Hydra agents' faces flickered through a spectrum of emotions. Charlo smiled and said, "No need to get so agitated. In my hands, you're Hydra. In their hands, you are still my Hydra. So get ready to move out. Forget your old code words. And remember the new signal we've agreed on. If you catch Athlete's foot, you'll infect 2 more. Oh, and Ward, don't forget to come back. You're still a key member of my Super 7 team." As he watched the group depart, Charlo couldn't help but burst into laughter. These people, masters of changing their expressions, each face shifting even faster than the last, one more entertaining than the other. Gazing at his own palm, Charlot curled his lips into a smirk, feeling as though he already held Hydra in the palm of his hand. As for whether someone might betray him in the future, or if his plan would fail, Charlot wasn't too concerned. This was just a simple experiment, and what he was testing was something else entirely. The power Mephisto had given Charlot could not be distributed to others, and the amount Charlot himself could store was limited. But the system's skill cards allowed him to bypass this restriction. Charlot also discovered that the power he sent out, when reclaimed, came back even purer. Who could say whether Mephisto had hidden some trap in the original power? So, Charlot much preferred to use the power that had been purified by a human vessel. In this entire process, distributing, recruiting, storing, refining, and reclaiming, Charlot had given it a name: magical money laundering. Time slipped by, and before anyone knew it, Christmas Eve had arrived 3 months later. Life had settled into a familiar, repetitive rhythm. As Spider-Man, Charlotte spent her nights dutifully fulfilling her superhero responsibilities, but by day, she could no longer escape the inevitability of school. After enduring for what felt like ages, she finally welcomed the arrival of the holiday season. Meanwhile, Steve, now back with S.H.I.E.L.D., had begun investigating on his own and had since disappeared completely from contact. In contrast, Stark would still reach out from time to time, keeping in touch with both Charlotte and Ethan. As for Red Skull, Johnny, he still hadn't regained his human form. Lately, he seemed to have given in to despair and was gradually losing hope. The Hydra agents who had been set free wasted no effort in corrupting their colleagues. Their growing power simultaneously fueled Charlotte's own magical abilities, making her stronger day by day. And on this very day, New York was finally graced with a rare, much-anticipated snowfall just before Christmas. Gwen, who adored snowy days more than anything, sat by her second-story window, leaning against the frame and brimming with delight. She wore a graceful white dress layered with a gray jacket, the top button left undone for a look that was both crisp and neat, balancing girlish charm with a touch of mature allure. On her feet were stylish, pointed silver-blue ankle boots, and her long, golden hair cascaded over her shoulders. She gazed up at the gray, clouded sky, her luminous face made even more radiant and flawless by the wintry backdrop. Lifting her hand into the wind and snow, she caught a delicate snowflake in her soft palm, savoring the fleeting chill as it melted into a droplet. Gwen's long eyelashes fluttered, brushing away the mist in the air, her eyes curving into slivers of moonlight, and her serene smile spoke of utter comfort and lazy contentment. She watched the world outside, blanketed in white, and idly brushed at the snow that had gathered on the window ledge. Under her touch, it melted and dampened her palm, even daring to nip at the warmth of her fingertips. The snowfall grew heavier, the air colder. Yet this kind of chill could do nothing to trouble Gwen's body. If anything, the coolness seemed to add to her enjoyment. She stretched out her arms and, unable to help herself, turned her radiant smile up to the sky, a perfect portrait painted in the heart of the storm. But before the blissful expression could fade from Gwen's face, a snowball came hurtling down from above, landing squarely on her face. The loose-packed snowball burst apart, instantly covering her joyful, jade-like features. Some of the snow, caught off guard, even found its way in her mouth. "Puffed," she sputtered, quickly tossing her head and brushing the snow off her face, spitting out what she could to the side. The shock did nothing to shake her, but with a furrow over lovely brows, Gwen immediately knew exactly who was behind this surprise attack. She lifted her brows and gazed up at the eaves. Sure enough, in an instant, she spotted Charlotte, who had snow piled on his shoulders and head, dressed in a red spiderweb-patterned down jacket, peeking around, looking for her. The moment Gwen's furious eyes met his, Charlotte ducked back out of sight as if nothing had happened, pretending that he hadn't just thrown a snowball. "Charlotte, I don't want to have a snowball fight. Snowball fights are childish. The best part is simply enjoying the snow. Go play with Little Black if you must." Just moments ago, Charlotte had seen Gwen's radiant, alluring smile as he peeked around the rooftop of her house, where holiday lights hung. That irresistible urge to throw a snowball had overtaken him. When Charlotte didn't respond, Gwen gave a cold snort, deciding not to bother with him any further. She had more important things to do, like reclaiming her blissful mood and savoring these warm moments in the snow. She stretched out both hands, catching the falling snowflakes, soft and thick as goose feathers, descending from the sky. The sun, hidden behind the clouds, cast a gentle, tender light. It felt as if she were inside a magical snow globe, colorful sparkles drifting down, and she a princess at its heart. Feeling something land on her head, Gwen instinctively lowered it, closed her eyes, and clenched her fists, her teeth grinding in frustration. Perched on the windowsill, Gwen radiated an air of vengeance. The enchanting scene around her seemed to shatter like the glass of a snow globe, and standing before her was Charlotte, feigning innocence, pretending he hadn't just broken the moment. Charlotte! She lifted her head, her furious gaze shooting upward. Charlotte quickly pulled back his snowball, calmly hiding his right hand behind his back, glancing away and whistling as if he were completely innocent. The icy snowball melted atop Gwen's head, cold droplets trickling down her porcelain face, gliding smoothly along her swan-like neck and slipping right down inside her collar. Even Gwen, who hadn't felt the chill before, shuddered involuntarily. And with that, Gwen grew even angrier. She placed her hands firmly on the eaves, pushed herself up, and stuck out her head, glaring at Charlotte just inches away. Charlotte's eyes lit up, his lips curling into a wicked grin. Without hesitation, he whipped his right hand in a perfect arc, swift as lightning. He slapped the snowball right onto Gwen's face. Gwen's features quivered. She stared at Charlotte, who was withdrawing his hand, a look of complete disbelief in her eyes. She pushed half a snowball out of her mouth with her tongue, then leaped onto the rooftop, shouting Charlotte's name through gritted teeth. Scooping up a huge armful of fresh snow, she began rolling it into a ball as she chased after him. Soon enough, the two of them were covered from head to toe in sparkling white snow, chasing and laughing as they tumbled all the way out onto the street. A flying tackle landed squarely on Charlotte, and a snowball was shoved down the back of her collar. Watching Charlotte frantically shake out her clothes, Gwen flashed a triumphant grin. She scooped up a huge armful of snow, clearly plotting a second attack on Charlotte. Wait! Charlotte quickly raised her hands to stop Gwen. That's cheating. You can't just shove snow down my shirt. You're being so childish. I'm not playing with you anymore. Clutching her snowball, Gwen glared and cocked her head in disbelief. Childish? You're the one who started throwing snowballs at me. Annoyed, Gwen grit her teeth and tried to hurl the massive snowball at Charlotte. But the loose snow crumbled between her arms, tumbling down over her own head, sliding along her cheeks and shoulders, and inevitably some slipped inside her thin clothes. The next moment, Gwen was shaking out her clothes just like Charlotte had. Charlotte, meanwhile, straightened her jacket and looked at Gwen with composed amusement. All right, can you finally tell me what help you need from me? Still being so mysterious. Don't tell me it's another one of Dr. Midnight's schemes. Gwen, still shaking out her dress collar, kept shifting so much that Charlotte caught a glimpse of the pale skin at her chest. As the snowflakes slid down her delicate body, they melted completely against her, leaving her white dress with a distinct, damp sheen. Gwen's cheeks flushed pink, and she breathed out warm, visible puffs as she replied. Of course it's not about the doctor. It's about Christmas presents. Oh, Charlotte's eyes lit up. Are you finally giving me my little black back? Gwen shot back immediately. That's my little black. Catching snowflakes with her hand and twirling in her dress, Gwen looked like a blossoming lily, vibrant and shy. Her cheeks were tinged with red as she glanced at Charlotte and spoke bashfully. I want to compete in an underground boxing match. It was as if a thunderbolt went off in Charlotte's mind. She stared at Gwen, mouth agape. What? George, has fate's wicked hand finally decided to strike at you after all? Don't worry. I promise. I'll take good care of little black from now on. Sensing Charlotte's undisguised shock, Gwen nervously twisted her fingers and hurried to explain. If I can last 30 rounds in the underground match, I'll win $100,000. For a researcher, for a superhero, this was a hard thing to admit. Gwen's eyes shone with a subtle excitement. She had already planned out what Christmas gifts to get for her friends, but her finances were stretched thin. So when she saw the ad on the street, the idea took root immediately. Seeing that Charlotte was about to say something, Gwen straightened her face and said, I know what you're going to say, but I don't want to borrow money. I want all my Christmas gifts to be full of my own heartfelt intentions. So, Charlotte, could I trouble you to help explain for me when the time comes? Of course. Charlotte gave Gwen a big thumbs up. George absolutely hated Spider-Man. Just imagining Spider-Man swooping down from the sky to rescue the stubborn old cop George, becoming his savior, and then the two of them falling to their knees, weeping with gratitude for the help they received. Spider-Man truly deserves to be called the greatest superhero of all. Thinking about it like that made Charlotte a little excited, unable to keep the anticipation from bubbling up inside. With a blush rising in her cheeks, Gwen couldn't help but feel happy as she saw the joy on Charlotte's face. She stepped forward and gave Charlotte a gentle hug, saying, Thank you, Charlotte. So, could you pick me up tonight in Uncle Ben's car? Letting go, Gwen looked at Charlotte with sparkling eyes, her heart full of expectation. Charlotte's expression froze. He lowered his head little by little, pointing at himself in disbelief as he asked again. You want me to come pick up you just after you finish your boxing match, driving Ben's old car? Faced with Charlotte's uncertainty, Gwen looked a little puzzled, but she nodded enthusiastically. That's right, the match should be over by 8 tonight. I've already prepared a backpack for the prize money. I really don't want to attract any unnecessary trouble, so it'd be best to get straight into your car and leave as soon as I come out. What's wrong, Charlotte? Don't you want to? I do. With some difficulty, Charlotte managed to say yes, forcing a wry smile as he asked Gwen. By the way, Gwen, what if the fight organizer refuses to give you the full prize money? The question made Gwen pause, and she hesitated, pinching her fair chin. That's true. If he doesn't give me the full prize, what should I do? Although Charlotte was pretty sure he wouldn't get killed in the car, he still decided to resist a little, even if it was just playfully. How about I put on a mask and pretend to be a robber? If he doesn't pay up, I'll just hold him up and take all his cash. Then I'd make my getaway. Gwen and I would exchange a knowing look. She'd step aside, the boss would curse us out, and when I ran to Ben's car, I'd find someone trying to break in, so I'd just raise my hand and fire a shot. A month later, I'd be locked behind bars, gripping the iron bars with stubbly cheeks, yelling desperately at Gwen. With great power comes great responsibility. Of course, Gwen had no idea where Charlotte's imagination had wandered. She just smiled and said, if he doesn't pay, I'll get a lawyer and sue him. A lawyer? Will that really work? Charlotte was full of doubt. It should work. Gwen nodded at Charlotte, her confidence unwavering. That lawyer's name is Matt Murdock. He's got a bit of a grudge against the owner of this underground fight club, so there's no way he'd ever be bought off by the boss. Charlotte agreed firmly. You know, that lawyer really is something. All right. Gwen rolled her eyes, grabbed Charlotte by the arm, and pulled her back. We haven't even won yet. The boss hasn't held back the prize money, and the match hasn't even started. Why are you worrying about all that? Just don't forget to pick me up tonight, okay? Now let's go hang up the rest of the Christmas lights. As Charlotte walked Gwen to the entrance of the underground arena, she glanced at Gwen, her chest tightly bound, dressed head to toe in black, wrapped up so thoroughly that with the black ski mask on, you couldn't even tell if she was a man or a woman. Charlotte's expression grew complicated. Maybe we should just go rob a bank instead. It'd be simpler, and the money would come faster. What kind of nonsense is that? Gwen, masked, shot her a pretty eye roll, her gaze darting around mischievously as she slipped on her special goggles and said, don't forget to come pick me up later. Ghost Spiders totally got this. Go me. Seeing Charlotte nod and quietly cheer her on, Gwen pushed open the car door and, in a flash, had darted away, vanishing from sight in an instant. Compared to worrying about whether Gwen would win, Charlotte was now more concerned for her own safety. She couldn't help but look nervously around, growing more and more paranoid. It felt like someone could jump out at any moment and pull a gun on her. Sure, if Spider-Man got shot, nothing would happen. But if Charlotte got shot, she'd be dead for sure. And if, in front of everyone, she got shot and walked away unharmed, wouldn't her secret be out? One bullet, and her whole social life would be over. Oh God, that would be horrifying. So, under Charlotte's wary gaze, everyone around seemed like a potential threat. That person with the bulky waist, was he carrying a gun? The one reaching into his coat, stroking something with a dreamy look? Was he about to pull a gun on her? That woman in a dress, could a bullet come flying at her from under the skirt? And that guy peeing in the street, was he just waiting for her to look away in disgust, so he could shoot her? No matter how long she waited, the gunman never appeared. Instead, a police officer showed up to check on illegally parked cars. With no other choice, Charlotte started the engine and sped off. Inside the underground fight club, Gwen scanned the area as she approached the registration desk. Lowering her voice and pointing at a poster, she said, I want to challenge him. Her voice, run through a voice modulator, sounded neither male nor female, just strangely inhuman. Oh, damn. The owner, who'd been counting his cash, jerked his head up and stared at Gwen in shock. The unopened cigar slipped from the chubby middle-aged man's lips, staring at Gwen, dressed like a terrorist and speaking through a voice changer. He couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. His whole body trembled, and he was so frightened that he even wet his pants a little. The man had barely any hair left on his head, with dark circles under his eyes, looking every bit the overworked, sickly type. He forced his eyes wide open, staring at Gwen as fast as he could, which made Gwen frown in disgust. Facing Gwen, whose eyes were sharp and whose presence was anything but ordinary, the boss broke out in a cold sweat. With trembling hands raised in surrender, he stammered, How much do you want? I'll give you everything. Just don't kill me, please, I beg you. I have a 99-year-old mother at home and a 1-year-old daughter. As he spoke, the fight club owner couldn't help but break down in tears, sobbing and sniveling in an utterly pitiful display. Kill you? Of course not. Gwen raised her hand again, pointing to the underground fight club's promotional poster on the wall. Hurry up, Baldy. I want to challenge him. Challenge him. The crying stopped instantly. The boss gave Gwen's outfit a skeptical look, suspicion flickering across his face before it quickly turned into seething anger. He slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "You little brat, still wet behind the ears. You dare mess with me dressed up like that? Looking for trouble, are you? You want to get yourself shot? Challenge the king of the streets? You? Go home and drink your milk." The boss's taunts instantly infuriated Gwen. She thought back to how Charlotte would handle this. Then, lowering her voice, she bellowed, "Shut up, you flabby, kidney-challenged little troll. Greedy old dwarf. You really ought to use your pile of money to buy a mirror and take a good look at your hideous face. You'd start doubting your mother's taste." Imitating Charlotte's swagger, Gwen put one hand on her hip, trying to look even fiercer. But no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't seem to reach Charlotte's level of wickedness. Still, she remembered most of the sharp-tongued lines Charlotte would toss out after becoming Spider-Man. All she needed now was to recite them verbatim. That had to be easy enough. Seeing the boss stunned by her insults, Gwen smashed her fist down on his filthy desk with a loud crack. Everything on the desk jumped, including the boss's own head. "Use that pig brain of yours stuffed with moldy cheese. Don't just stand there reeking like your grandma's old foot wraps. I'll say it again, I want to challenge him. My nickname's Peter the Trash Talker." Behind her mask, Gwen's cheeks flushed as she clenched her fists. These lines felt spicy on her tongue, and she nearly had to stick it out just to process how Charlotte could toss out even dirtier quips with such ease. It almost felt like committing a crime to say things like this. But why did it give her a secret thrill? "Mother!" The fat boss slammed his hand on the table and sat right back down. He had leaned forward, all set to leap up in anger, but just as his rear left the chair, he caught sight of the clear imprint of Gwen's fist on the tabletop. With a twist of his hips, he plopped right back into his seat. Now he looked as if he were sitting on a pile of nails, fidgeting and restless, like someone suffering from a bad case of hemorrhoids. Swallowing hard, the boss's eyes shone with forced clarity. He plastered on a professional smile, as if he were a friendly receptionist eager to help. "Oh, my dear trash talker Peter, you want to challenge the wandering king of the ring, do you? Planning to survive 30 rounds with him and walk away with that 100 grand? Excellent. I'll make the arrangements for you right away. At last, your adorable buttface knows how to stop blabbering. Remember the name, Tough Talker Peter. Make sure my prize money's ready. I'll be back for it soon." Once Gwen had left, the boss finally exhaled in relief. Judging by the dent in the wooden table, he knew he was no match for her. But looking at Gwen's height and her skinny frame, he figured she couldn't possibly be that strong. Certainly no threat to the Wandering King. Threatened, humiliated, cursed, and taunted, the boss's face twisted with rage. He snatched up his phone and made a call. "Hey, there's a guy named Trash Talker Peter coming to challenge the Wandering King. Tell the king, I want that kid dead. I want him dead." He hung up with a vicious jab, still panting from anger. After a moment's thought, his face turned red with fury again as he summoned 2 burly bodyguards. Inside the enclosed steel cage, Gwen sized up the 2-meter-tall mountain of muscle before her, a hulking black man. She raised a hand in greeting. "I'm Tough Talker Peter. If you give up now, your nosebleed won't hit the ceiling. Just a friendly warning. You look like a regular guy, and your mom must have worked hard to raise you. As for your dad, well, your father." Echoes of Charlotte's old jokes about black men vanishing after their girlfriends got pregnant drifted through her mind. Unable to resist her curiosity, Gwen asked with a straight face, "By the way, do you have a dad?" That did it. With a furious roar, the giant charged, arms wide, as the crowd erupted in excited shouts. But Gwen was no rookie. She was far too quick for the big man to catch. She darted forward, dipped low, and swept his legs out from under him. The charging colossus was sent flying, his head smashing into the bars. His nose broke with a sickening crack, sending a wild spray of blood over the front row of the audience, and even arcing toward the ceiling. He slid down the cage, landing in a heap on the floor. The entire audience, along with Gwen, who had been poised behind him in a fighting stance, ready to put on a show and claim another victory, couldn't help but stare in disbelief. That was it. Just like that, it was over. There wasn't a hint of excitement. All Gwen felt was the uncomfortable sense of being a bully beating up on a grade schooler. Even $100,000 she was about to win suddenly lost all appeal. Veeks. 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 The crowd erupted in chaos, with fights breaking out everywhere. To everyone present, this match felt so fake it was almost an insult to their intelligence. The boss, who received the news, was beside himself with rage. He was the boss, yes, but the underground boxing circuit wasn't entirely his domain. He was only one cog in a much larger operation. So, it wasn't long before Gwen appeared before him, demanding her $100,000. With 2 bodyguards flanking him for support, the The boss stood up and smashed his fists on the table, glaring fiercely at Gwen as he accused. "You got some nerve coming to ask me for money. It says clearly on the poster, survive 30 rounds against the king of the streets and you get 100 grand. You didn't even last one round before he got hurt. You should be paying me for medical bills and damages. And you still dare to ask for your prize? Get out now." Gwen opened her mouth, her expression darkening beneath the mask. "How was I supposed to know your champion was so fragile? All I did was trip him, and he was done for. You've got a lot of nerve. Get out. You won't see a single cent." Roaring furiously, the boss snapped the case of cash shut. Gwen's eyes narrowed dangerously. Her brow furrowed as she clenched her fist, glaring at the portly boss before her. As a battle-hardened superhero, Gwen naturally radiated an overwhelming presence and a palpable sense of threat. The pressure crashed down on the boss, making the hairs on his arms stand on end. He instinctively clutched the cash-filled case tighter, stammering, "What are you planning to do? I'm warning you, superheroes patrol this street all the time. Don't do anything stupid, or Spider-Man will take you down." A cold laugh escaped Gwen. "Spider-Man will take me down? What a joke. If anyone's getting taken down, it'll be you." She shot the boss a frosty glare, but ultimately refrained from snatching the money by force. So, fuming in silence, she strode out of the boss's office and made her way toward the old elevator leading back to the underground arena. All that effort, only to injure a not-so-innocent but ultimately ordinary person and walk away empty-handed. Gwen couldn't help but feel deeply frustrated. She had no idea how she was going to explain this to Charlotte later. His Christmas present was going to have to be downgraded. She'd been hoping to get him a car. Back in the boss's office, as Gwen left, the three men inside all let out a sigh of relief at the same time. What followed was a torrent of uncontrollable rage. The fat boss slammed his fist onto the thigh of the burly man standing to his left and barked furiously. "You two idiots. Did I pay you just to sit around and watch? He threatened me. He actually dared to threaten me. And you just stood there like statues." The burly man shot back in his mind. $300 a month, and you expect me to risk my life? The boss started raining down punches, cursing as he vented all the frustration he'd just received from Gwen onto the burly man's leg. After a few more blows, the burly man, his thigh throbbing in pain, grabbed the boss's arm in a firm grip. Looking up, the boss caught sight of the burly man's menacing expression. He tried to sound tough, but his voice betrayed his fear. What do you think you're doing?" Meanwhile, Gwen, who was waiting for the elevator, turned back in confusion at the commotion coming from the boss's office. At that moment, the burly man appeared around the corner, striding toward her with a suitcase in hand. Their eyes met, and in the strange, tense atmosphere, the burly man gave Gwen a friendly nod. Although Gwen had no idea what was going on, she nodded back politely. The arrival of the elevator broke the awkward silence. Just as Gwen was about to step inside, a hoarse, weak cry for help drifted from around the corner of the boss's office. "Help me, please, someone help me." She hesitated for a moment, then stopped in her tracks while the burly man, showing no hesitation, carried his suitcase into the elevator. Moved by compassion, Gwen turned her head, let out a sigh, and quickly walked toward the corner. Behind her, the elevator doors slid shut with a quiet whoosh. Turning the corner, Gwen was startled by the sight of the boss sprawled on the floor, closer than she expected. Gone was his earlier arrogance. Now, his head was covered in blood, his injuries looking severe. He had dragged himself across the blood-stained floor, his face grotesque and smeared with fresh blood. Strapped to his back was a shotgun. When he saw Gwen approaching, he shuddered uncontrollably and gasped. "It's gone. All my money's gone. That backstabbing bastard took everything. Damn him. Some of that cash was supposed to go to the New York mob. I have to get it back, I must." As the boss's voice grew stronger and more desperate, Gwen couldn't help but roll her eyes. She pulled out her pink phone and said, "I'll call the police for you." When the boss noticed Gwen's pink phone decorated with a Spider-Man sticker, his expression turned odd. But instead of questioning Gwen's gender, he simply started to wonder about her sexual orientation. "No cops," he shouted, bracing himself against the wall. He let go of his bleeding head, revealing just a few strands of hair matted with blood. Supporting himself with a bloody hand, he limped forward, his leg clearly broken from the beating he'd received. "We can't go to the police. That meathead Sheriff George won't lift a finger to help me. And if I don't hand over the right amount tonight, I'm as good as dead." Sizing up Gwen, who looked every bit the part of a robber herself, the boss pleaded desperately. "Just by your outfit, I can tell you're a superhero. Can you help me get the money back?" He gritted his teeth and added, "I'll pay you $110,000. Please, I'm begging you, if not for me, then for my 1-year-old daughter." Gwen narrowed her eyes. Did he just insult my father right to my face? She couldn't bring herself to like this chubby boss, nor did she care about his shady business. But $110,000. She blinked a couple of times, and, in the end, decided to do the boss this small favor. All right, I only want 100,000, and it's not a reward. It's what I'm owed. And one more thing. If you try to trick me again, you're finished. With that, Gwen dashed off toward the elevator. The boss, limping after her, kept muttering, I wouldn't dare. The car was parked perfectly at the corner. Charlot hunched his shoulders, lowered the brim of his hat, letting only his eyes peek out as he watched everyone around him with suspicion. Everyone looked like a criminal to him. He glanced at his cartoon watch. He was nearly at the time he and Gwen had agreed on. By now, Gwen should be... Suddenly, a commotion broke out in the hallway. A hulking man shoved through the crowd, clutching an overstuffed briefcase, barreling down the street, desperate to escape. Charlot's gaze snapped to the man, tracking him as he ignored traffic and sprinted straight towards Charlot's vintage car. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Charlot knew this was the one. Nerves vanished, replaced by a strange sense of satisfaction. Finally, you've arrived. I've been waiting for you. The car door flung open, and the burly man squeezed himself into the seat, whipping his head around to bark at Charlot. What are you waiting for? Step on it. Charlot's mouth opened, but no words came out. He glanced out the window, seeing the curious faces of New Yorkers gathering around. The guy hadn't even pulled a gun, but Charlot could already feel imaginary bullets whizzing past. I just stopped the car, and you bolted straight into it like it was planned, not a second's hesitation, and now you're yelling at me to drive. Anyone watching would think I'm your accomplice, but I'm supposed to be Ghost Spider's partner. Sir, are you sure you're in the right car? Charlot forced a smile, not only refusing to drive off, but even going so far as to turn off the engine. The big guy froze, frowning in confusion. You're not the underground courier? No questions, no names, not even a peek at the package or the drop-off. No. Charlotte shook her head. The burly man grew even angrier. If not, then why were you winking at me? Who's making eyes at you? Yanking out the car key, Charlotte opened the door and stepped out. Just then, she caught sight of Frank driving past in his old sedan, the two of them locking eyes for a brief moment. Watching the furious giant clamber out of the car, Charlotte pointed in the direction Frank had gone and said, You oaf, that guy's your driver. I'd wager the reason he's only showing up now is because you didn't stick to the agreed time. Am I right? The big man, burning with fury, looked momentarily startled. He glanced at his phone to check the time, then pulled out a handgun and aimed it right at Charlotte's head. Shut up, you idiot. Do you even know what I'm holding? Your limp little toy? Frankly, it does look kind of cute. Maybe you should shove it in your own mouth. Who knows? It might finally make you useful. Charlotte sneered. The rage nearly shattered the giant's self-control. If he didn't need Charlotte to drive, he would have pulled the trigger without hesitation. Instead, he cocked the gun's hammer. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Charlotte quickly raised both hands. She had no desire to be shot in broad daylight. Some things are just too hard to explain away. At the very instant the big man drew his gun, everyone nearby started screaming and bolted for cover. Gwen, who had just come outside, instantly realized where her target was. Pushing against the tide of fleeing people, Gwen unzipped her black jacket, revealing the Ghost Spider suit underneath. With a flick of her wrist, she launched a web and soared into the air, her discarded jacket quickly balled up and stuck to a lamppost. Donning her Ghost Spider mask, Gwen landed at the scene in just a few breaths. Catching sight of Charlotte, hands raised, secretly giving her a little wave, playing the role of a hostage to the burly man, Gwen exhaled in relief, not worried in the least. Charlotte, threatened by a bullet? What a joke. She'd sooner worry about Uncle Ben's rickety old car than Charlotte's safety. So, with practiced ease, Gwen landed right behind the giant. The thrill of stepping in as Ghost Spider to save Charlotte made Gwen's heart race, her body buzzing with energy. She was fired up and ready. All right, big guy, why don't you put the gun down and come quietly to the station with me? You know how this goes. Just like always, armed thugs who take innocent people hostage inevitably get brought down by Ghost Spider. The burly man's whole body jerked in surprise. He spun around, eyes wide, blurting out in shock. Ghost Spider. His mind racing, the giant wasted no time. He grabbed a briefcase stuffed with cash from the passenger seat, glared furiously at Gwen, and barked. Don't move, Ghost Spider, or I'll shoot him. Oh my gosh. It's Ghost Spider. It's actually Ghost Spider. She's come to rescue me. I'm so happy. I'm so excited. Charlotte's exaggerated performance was so over the top that Gwen couldn't bear to look at her. She rolled her eyes so hard they nearly reached the sky. Even the burly man holding the gun couldn't help but let his hand tremble. Where did this lunatic come from? With a flick of her fingers, Gwen shot a web, and while the brute was distracted, she knocked the gun right out of his hand in an instant. Gwen strode over in a few quick steps and grabbed the wrist of the now pale-faced man, who was desperately trying to back away from her. With a sharp twist, she threw him over her shoulder and slammed him hard onto the walkway, leaving him seeing stars. One strand after another, spider silk shot out, and soon the hulking man was securely bound to the spot. But then, the man's gaze dropped to Gwen's feet, not the familiar blue ballet slippers, but a pair of pointed boots he thought he recognized. A look of sudden realization dawned on his face. "So it's you." His words hit Gwen like a bullet, making her instinctively take a step back, guilty and uneasy. She hadn't had time to change her shoes. The news headline about ghost spider fighting in illegal underground rings flashed through Gwen's mind, making her feel as if her social life was flashing before her eyes. She forced herself to sound righteous, her tone a bit too dramatic. "I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Surrender now. You're under arrest, criminal." Right on cue, Charlotte popped her head out from behind Gwen, pretending to be a starstruck fan as she held out paper and pen. "Wow, Ghost Spider. I'm your biggest fan. I'm so happy to meet you. Could I have your autograph?" Gwen's lips twitched. Charlotte's acting was so half-hearted and perfunctory, Gwen could barely stand to watch. With a swift motion, Gwen grabbed the paper and pen, scrawled her superhero name across the page, and tossed it back to Charlotte. She glanced at the growing crowd of bystanders approaching now that the danger had passed, and quickly shot a web, launching herself skyward. Honestly, the feeling of signing an autograph for someone was just weird. It made Gwen a little shy. And on top of that, the fact that she'd been caught fighting in an underground ring made her toes curl tight inside her boots. All kinds of anxious thoughts tangled in her mind. As she swung past the street, Gwen gracefully snagged her disguised clothes with a flick of her web. She exhaled a warm breath. Since it's already happened, I just have to face it, she told herself. What's the point in dwelling on all that could have been? But still, it was so embarrassing. Ghost Spider fighting in underground brawls. And she hadn't even gotten paid. Damn it, she'd forgotten to ask the boss for a share. Just as Gwen swung forward, a deafening roar erupted behind her, making her eyes narrow to pinpricks. Mouth agape, she twisted in midair to look back. In her line of sight, smoke curled from the shotgun in the boss's hand, while blood welled from the chest of the giant, still bound by webs. Grabbing the briefcase from the ground, the boss frantically glanced around, then hurried toward an old sedan parked by the roadside. Gwen spun midair and leapt, swiftly landing beside the giant. As she stared at the man, his eyes wide open in death and his massive form tangled in webs, she raised a trembling hand to her mouth. Blood seeped past her pointed ankle boots, and in her eyes, everything began to fade into dullness, except for the vivid red of the blood. Charlotte reversed the old car back toward them. Not far away, Gwen stood over the corpse, lost and broken, her gaze drifting downward, every line of her face etched with grief. Did I kill him? Beneath her mask, Gwen's face grew pale. The giant's features seemed to blur, shifting into another's. Somehow, she saw Charlotte's face in the place of the fallen man. Blood spilled from the corner of Charlotte's lips. Her bright eyes dulled, losing all light. Her hand, reaching out toward Gwen, fell powerless into the pool of blood. Her slightly parted lips would never breathe again. The vision left Gwen paralyzed. Even her breath seemed to pause. Faintly, she seemed to hear Charlotte's voice. Greater strength. Ghost Spider, hey, Fat Spider. After calling out several times with no response, Charlotte frowned. She raised her voice, calling sharply, Gwen. At last, that call snapped Gwen from her trance. She turned around to see Charlotte holding the autograph book she had just signed, reaching out to her. Gwen's confused expression stiffened into stern reproach, making Charlotte withdraw her hand with a sheepish grin. The sun's already set, Ghost Spider. If you don't give chase, the criminal will get away. Those words brought a steely focus to Gwen's face. Without hesitation, she flicked her wrist, launching a web, and shot skyward in pursuit. She headed straight after the portly boss as he sped off in the car. Behind the wheel of the modified old sedan, Frank glanced at the blood-stained, briefcase-clutching, shotgun-wielding boss beside him, his expression complicated. He muttered curses under his breath. Gritting his teeth, Frank floored the accelerator, pushing the car to its limit. Any hesitation would be disrespectful to Ghost Spider herself. He'd never imagined that, after taking such a long job, he'd one day find himself up against Ghost Spider. What kind of sick joke was this? Now, all he could do was race the car to the designated spot, a task that seemed impossible. The tires shrieked, leaving twin black marks on the asphalt. Brow furrowed, Frank glanced at the rearview mirror. There, he saw Gwen, swinging after them on her webs. The car's speed could not be pushed any further, yet up in the sky, Gwen was drawing closer and closer to them. After a brief moment of thought, Frank drifted the car in a sharp turn, smashing into a landing gear and barreling into the underground parking garage. Within seconds, Gwen descended from above, landing gracefully at the entrance. She paused for just an instant, then darted swiftly into the parking garage. Her figure bounced along walls, pillars, and beams, her eyes burning with anger as she searched intently for any sign of the suspect vehicle. Meanwhile, Frank circled through the garage. Taking advantage of Gwen's distraction, he crashed into a pink Jeep, then sped back out through the entrance. Frank's expression was grim. He no longer harbored any illusions of luck. Compared to the police officers in their patrol cars, it was the superpowered vigilante Spider-Woman whom he least wanted to face. He had already scaled back his business in New York, yet still, he'd nearly run into Spider-Woman while transporting a package. His grip tightened around the steering wheel. He ignored the portly boss beside him, who was cursing loudly without a seatbelt, keeping his eyes fixed on the rearview mirror, watching for any sign of Ghost Spider. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Ghost Spider swung out from the parking garage entrance, her web shooting skyward. In a flash, she soared into the air, vanishing from Frank's view. Frank's face was like stone. He wanted nothing more than to punch the fat man beside him. If it weren't for that killing, Ghost Spider wouldn't be chasing them so relentlessly. Now his foot was nearly pressing through the floor, but it made no difference at all. With Ghost Spider momentarily out of sight, Frank's anxiety only grew. A faint sound came from above, making the hair on both Frank and the boss's arms stand on end. Their faces went pale as they exchanged a nervous glance. Frank gritted his teeth, about to urge the boss to give up. But the boss's eyes were wide, bloodshot, his face twisted in terror. He raised a shotgun and let out a furious roar. "God damn it! No!" Frank shouted in alarm, but it was already too late. The trigger was pulled. Pellets punched through the roof. Then everything went eerily still. Frank couldn't help but feel a wave of confusion. What just happened? But he had no time to worry about what was above. Right then, Frank saw a strand of web drop from the sky, dangling in the middle of the street ahead. Like a true spider, Spider-Man swooped down, hanging upside down. With a few flamboyant moves worthy of a pole dancer, he landed smoothly on the pavement. Seeing Spider-Man ahead, the boss's face turned purple with despair. He bellowed out in rage. "Step on it and ram him. Are you kidding me?" Without a moment's hesitation, Frank slammed on the brakes. With a smooth, controlled drift, he brought the car to a stop right in front of Spider-Man. He quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, opened the car door, and got out. Raising both hands to cradle his head, Frank knelt skillfully beside the car and pleaded, "Sorry, but I'm innocent. I'm just a delivery guy." The chubby boss in the passenger seat was stunned by how quick-witted Frank was, but before he could react further, Gwen, perched atop the car, yanked him out in one swift motion. The fat boss's eyes bulged in panic, his face drained of color. But he still wasn't ready to surrender. Twisting the shotgun in his hands, he aimed it right at Gwen's head. The very next second, Gwen's fury erupted. She snatched the shotgun away, and with a single twist, bent it like a pretzel before tossing it aside. Grabbing the fat boss by the collar, Gwen demanded in a harsh voice, "Why did you shoot at that person?" He wouldn't let go. He refused to hand it over. It wasn't on purpose. It was him. It's all his fault. Watching the boss still trying to wriggle out of blame, Gwen finally lost her patience. With a flick of her arm, she hurled him to the ground beside the car. One look at his face, and Gwen nearly raised her hand to slap him. Her chest heaved with anger, breath coming hard and fast. Hitting the ground, the already injured boss couldn't hold back a pained scream. Clutching his broken leg, he sobbed and wailed, his cries echoing around them. Frank, standing nearby, frowned deeply. If it hadn't been for the boss's reckless shot earlier, none of this would have spiraled so out of control. He fired his gun just after Ghost Spider left the scene. What on earth was this idiot thinking? With a comic sort of stride, Sherlock strolled over, clamped a hand over the boss's head, and turned to Gwen with a puzzled look. "By the way, what happened to your winnings? I didn't see you collect anything." At the mention of this, Gwen's expression atop the car stiffened. She shot the fat boss a resentful glare and muttered, "That bastard. He said because I beat my opponent in one round, I don't get a single penny." Sherlock's lips curled into a strange smirk as he glanced at Gwen. Gwen bristled, already imagining the mocking grin hidden behind Sherlock's spider mask. Meanwhile, Frank's eyes went wide in disbelief. How? How could you dare do that?" Throwing his hands in the air, Frank turned his head and repeated, "I don't know him at all. I'm just an innocent delivery guy. This really has nothing to do with me. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river long enough, your shoes will get wet." Who could have guessed that a simple delivery run would land him in the middle of this spider mess? And this is the kind of trouble that even the entire underworld doesn't dare face. Ever since Spider-Man's return, he'd only needed to pay a single visit to the Hand, and the whole organization was wiped out overnight. It left everyone stunned, chilled to the bone by the sheer terror of it all. Gwen, of course, recognized Frank as well. She felt he probably had little to do with all this, so her anger was directed squarely at the plump boss as she demanded. You lied to me. You said this box of money couldn't go missing. You lied to me. You promised I'd get my bonus, but then you just pulled out a gun and shot him dead. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you right now, the boss stammered, his words tumbling out in a panic. A forced, awkward smile twisted across his face. The money can't go missing. I swear I wasn't lying. This is my long-term underground courier arrangement. Every day at this exact time, the clean cash is sent off to the New York mob. He lowered his head, his eyes darting about in desperation. Wailing, he pleaded for mercy. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Please, I'm begging you. Just let me deliver this box of money. Please. If I don't, Kingpin will really kill me, and my daughter too. My poor little girl. She's only 2 years old. She's still so small. She can't grow up without her father. All the while, he begged with his mouth, his knees dragged forward across the floor. The pain from his broken leg left him drenched in sweat, but even so, he struggled to crawl closer, trying to clutch at Gwen's leg, desperate for a chance to plead his case, hoping, somehow, for her forgiveness. Let me go. Let me deliver the money. As soon as I'm done, I'll turn myself into the police. Please go, Spider. If you don't, my wife and daughter are as good as dead. Gwen recoiled in disgust, stepping aside and frowning at the blubbering, tear-streaked boss before her. Yet a flicker of hesitation crept into her heart. Charlotte let out a cold laugh and strode forward, kicking the boss aside. Her gaze, sharp as ice, locked onto him as she demanded. That's your excuse for murder? Who do you think you're fooling? Are you taking us for idiots? If you only wanted to deliver the money, why do you open fire in the middle of the street? If your only concern was your wife and daughter, why were you so desperate to deliver it yourself? Or are you hiding something? Were you trying to silence him? Charlotte's words sent a shudder through the boss. He went deathly pale, his lips trembling as he stammered. Because... Charlotte's expression remained icy and unreadable as she pressed on. In this underground courier you mentioned, earlier that big guy got into an old car, looked like he picked the wrong one. The car you got into after was pretty much the same style. Both of you tried to get into the same car, one after the other. Was that just a coincidence? The boss, white as a sheet, seemed to realize something. He pushed himself upright, a look of sincerity on his face as he met Gwen's masked eyes, anxious for her to believe him. I fired the gun because he broke my leg. I just saw him and I lost it. I was too emotional. I couldn't control myself. The rush to deliver the money was because if they were late, Kingpin really would kill someone. As for the underground courier, I've had a long-standing delivery arrangement with this courier, but he often changes vehicles. Listening to the fat boss's explanation, Sherlock raised an eyebrow, then let out a cold laugh, and said, Well then, why not let the courier handle your task himself this time? You can stay right here and serve your sentence. As long as the money gets delivered, isn't that enough? No. The fat boss waved his hands frantically. That's not how it's supposed to be. It's better. It's better if I deliver it myself. I'm afraid he'll run off. If that happens, everything will be lost. Frank was desperate to get out of this hellhole, so he spoke up with a serious look on his face. For a long time, I was the only one making these deliveries. It was only in the past 3 months when the shipments increased that the boss started to distrust me and assigned another guy to ride with me. The same assistant he just beat to death. If it's just about delivering the goods, it's simple. I have no problem doing it. The fat boss's face froze. He hadn't expected Frank to blow his cover, especially after all the money he'd paid him over time, a sum that wasn't exactly small. Seeing the fat boss's reaction, Gwen was now certain he was planning to run. There was definitely something fishy about him. So Gwen nodded and said, Then let the courier deliver it. I agree. It seems he really has nothing to do with all this. With that, Gwen turned to Sherlock and asked, Spider-Man, what do you think? Sherlock straightened his back, puffed out his chest, and declared with great bravado, My lady, I believe there's something suspicious here. Gwen's face remained expressionless. That's as good as saying nothing at all. Frank, however, gritted his teeth and spoke up again. I guarantee I could deliver this shipment. You don't have to worry about me running away. After all, no one wants to cross both the Spider Freak and the New York mob at the same time. If you need me, I can come right back after the delivery. Or I can go straight to the police and testify as a witness. Frank was going all in, though it meant he'd almost certainly be branded an accomplice. He needed to pull some strings and find himself a decent lawyer. All right, that settles it, Gwen said, nodding to Frank as the sound of police sirens grew louder and louder. Frank didn't hesitate any longer. He shot a fierce glare at the fat boss, snatched the suitcase from the ground, stuffed it into the front passenger seat, buckled his seatbelt, and sped away in his car. Watching this unfold, the fat boss's face turned ashen, and he mumbled under his breath. It's over, it's all over. Everything's finished. As the police cars approached, Gwen looked down at the miserable, defeated fat boss with no sympathy at all and said, "Of course it's over for you. Get ready for prison, you bastard." She still didn't get her money back, but things had come to this point, and there was nothing more she could do. At Gwen's words, the fat boss's expression changed rapidly, rage filling his face until it was flushed red. He started huffing and puffing, then, with a furious roar, swung his fist at Gwen and lunged forward. "Go, Spider. This is all your fault. You ruined everything, everything. It was you who fought that damn match, you who threw my plans into chaos. I want you dead." As the furious fat boss charged, Gwen simply shifted to the side, dodging him with ease. Then, lifting her long leg in a crescent arc under the night sky, she snapped a sharp kick that swept across the boss's waist. Though she didn't use much force, the blow sent him sprawling, tumbling face first into the dirt. Before long, 3 police cars pulled up just a few steps away from the fallen boss. Hank, Brian, and a police officer Gwen didn't recognize jumped out and hurried over, while a few other officers stayed in the cars, waiting on standby. Seeing the 2 spider heroes before him, Hank didn't even reach for his gun. Instead, he simply nodded to Charlotte and Gwen. Hank wasn't as by the book as George. In his eyes, anyone who could boost his credentials, didn't steal his thunder, and actually took problems off his hands, especially if they made New York's crime rate plummet, was heaven sent. Honestly, he loved these spider heroes. He just wished he could climb stairs as fast as Carter. Luckily, Carter had transferred recently. Returning Hank's friendly gesture, Gwen nodded back, then glanced at the fat boss, who was still writhing on the ground, trying in vain to escape. The unfamiliar officer strode forward, his polished black shoes tapping sharply on the pavement. He bent down and, without ceremony, grabbed the boss by his hair, hauling the howling man upright. Brian examined the boss's bloodied face, frowning in concentration for a moment before breaking into a grin. "That's him. All right, the moron who runs the underground fight club, Flint Marco. He's the idiot who started shooting in the street." They watched as the new guy cuffed Marco and shoved him into the back seat of the police car. Hank, beaming, threw a playful fist pump in the direction of the 2 spider heroes. "Nicely done, superheroes. This fool Marco just cost me another hour of overtime. Thank goodness for you 2. I owe you a cup of coffee. For superheroes working the night shift, it's got to help keep you sharp. At least, that's what works for me. No need to be so formal, my friend." Charlotte stepped forward, offering a graceful bow and a warm smile. "These are all our good neighbors here in New York City, the devil's advocates, the rising stars of villainy, just the sort of thing our lovely Spider-Men should be dealing with. As Charlotte Holmes, Detective Spider, and with my assistant, Ghost Watson, we are happy to take on any job that fights crime. Our price? Fame." "Oh." In the darkness, Hank's eyes gleamed with a frightening light. He rubbed his hands together, hesitated for a moment, then ducked back into the patrol car and returned with a file. "As it happens, there's a tricky case. 2 people have stolen a prototype radiation gun from the Life Foundation. Supposedly, this gun can blast a non-living target and reduce it to dust, atom by atom, turned straight into sand." Gwen and Charlotte both frowned, stepping forward. Charlotte took the file from Hank and, together with Gwen, began to study it closely. This weapon was once a project under the Osborne Group, later acquired by the Life Foundation. Their research was far from perfect. The gun's range was limited, and the radiation it emitted could cause irreversible harm to the human body. Whether you were pulling the trigger or standing in the way, no one escaped unscathed. The only difference was the severity of the exposure. Still, this weapon that could blast a block of concrete into sand with a burst of radiation made Charlotte's eyes light up. She was certain Stark would love it. One shot, and Stark's entire suit would disintegrate into sand. That was an exhilarating idea to contemplate. Of course, the information in their hands was far from complete. It read more like a crude product manual than a real dossier. All the more reason to find the gun as quickly as possible. No telling what someone desperate enough to steal it might be willing to do. They glanced at the grainy photo of the suspects pulled from the surveillance footage. Gwen nodded at Hank. "Don't worry. We'll keep a close eye on this case." Hearing Gwen's promise, Hank broke into a wide, excited smile. He took back the file, pumping his fists in quiet celebration. Fantastic. The Spider-Men really were heaven-sent helpers. Why did his dopey partner George dislike them so much? It had to be jealousy. Jealousy can twist a person out of shape. May God be kind, and let this case be closed by this time tomorrow. Humming with satisfaction, Hank got into his police car, took off his cap, switched off the lights, waved goodbye to the other 2 cruisers, and drove off in the direction of home. Once everyone had left, Gwen's whole posture sagged. Her spirit seemed to drain away. She hung her head, her face long with disappointment, not wanting to say a single word. All that effort and nothing to show for it. $100,000. A whole $100,000. How am I ever going to get my hands on you? It's all that fat slob from the underground fight club's fault. If it weren't for him, none of this would have happened. Gwen, Charlotte drew out Gwen's name with a teasing, sing-song tone, her voice laced with a mocking playfulness. Oh heavens! One of New York's most famous superheroes, someone or other, bullies poor, helpless civilians in an underground fight club, and when she doesn't get a single cent for her troubles, she just stands by as the man who saw through her secret identity dies right in the street. Then, to top it all off, she personally sends the club owner who cheated her out of her prize money straight to jail. Have you heard this little tale? Isn't it just fascinating? Gwen practically sprang to life, letting out a shriek as she whipped her head around to glare at Charlotte. You are so annoying. But now, I found a brand new way to make money, Charlotte said with a sly grin. Remember I told you about the boys, the black suits vigilante squad? Gwen was still sulking with her back to Charlotte, but her ears perked up and she leaned closer, unable to hide her curiosity. Charlotte pulled out a sheet she'd just swiped from Hank's files and held it up. The page displayed a bounty poster issued by the Life Foundation. This is how my black suits make their living. Lots of criminals and cases have a reward out on their heads. Gwen's eyes went wide. She spun around, her beautiful gaze filled with shock as she stared at Charlotte. Everyone knows Spider-Man is always broke. She'd never thought of this before. Whenever she caught a criminal, she just called the police and left the scene. Now that she thought about it, Gwen felt like she'd missed out on a fortune. Dusk settled over the city, and heavy snow began to fall again, turning the world into a white blur. The biting wind cut like knives, and in her ears there was nothing but the howling of the storm. Once more, Charlotte invited her to join the black suits, but Gwen still wasn't ready, especially after seeing how hideous Charlotte looked in that ridiculous suit. Now that she knew criminals could be exchanged for bounty, Gwen's fighting spirit surged. She couldn't wait to split off from Charlotte and head east on her own, while Charlotte swung off through the wind and snow, searching for her vigilante squad members. In Brooklyn, Charlotte swung down, landing in midair just behind Jessica, who was coated in a dusting of snow. Jessica was wearing the battle suit Charlotte had made for her. It looked like a shrunken Batman outfit. Her scrawny frame only appeared strong thanks to the armored padding, and her short stature made her look even more like a teenage Robin. But anyone who mistook her for Batman was asking for trouble. No Batman was ever this clueless. Even on a snowy night, dressed in all black, Jessica stood out sharply against the white. Charlotte landed right in the spot she prepared on Jessica's back, making Jessica finally sense someone behind her. Spider-Man, you're here. Jessica let out a puzzled sound, twisting her head in an attempt to look behind herself, but only ended up spinning aimlessly in the air. Charlotte gave Jessica a light pat on the head before flipping over and landing on the snow that blanketed the rooftop. The striking black cat, now bristling with cold-tipped fur, lounged seductively against the building's wall. Her arms crossed beneath her chest, accentuating her curves in a bold arc. She tilted her head back and teased. You really are one of those superstar superheroes, aren't you? Showing up whenever you please, never sparing a thought for us minor characters stuck here waiting for you. But I suppose that's what we get for not being famous. Of course not. Charlotte hurried to explain, worried Felicia might take it the wrong way. It's not about being a big shot. It's all about who's got the bigger fists. Whoever's the strongest, they get to call the shots. As she spoke, Charlotte flashed Felicia a proud grin, clenching her fist and flexing her muscles to show off her strength. You! Felicia's anger flared. She straightened up from the wall, teeth clenched, looking like she wanted nothing more than to leap at Charlotte and sink her teeth in. But in the end, she sheepishly shrank back, pulling in her neck. She muttered to herself. If only she could take Spider-Man in a fight, she'd make sure he learned exactly why the roses bloom so red. Both Felicia and Jessica had been training under Charlotte's harsh regimen lately. During combat drills, Charlotte showed no mercy, at one point pinning Felicia's face to the ground, lifting her up and slamming her head first into the dirt, even following up with a punch. If not for Charlotte's sharing ability to heal her, Felicia was certain she would have died right then and there. Those days, she got pummeled by Spider-Man all day, and at night, her dreams were haunted by the same beatings. Even with all of Charlotte's attributes shared with her, Felicia still couldn't win. More often than not, she was grabbed by the ankle and smashed around like a rag doll. Still, despite being outmatched, Felicia couldn't help but provoke Charlotte every chance she got, a glutton for trouble, always looking for fun. Jessica, too, had endured the rigors of combat training, brought to tears more than once. Now, she dropped from the sky, heart-pounding but acting sneaky, glancing around before whispering. Spider-Man, what's our target today? Are we going after those New York mobsters again? Not this time. Charlotte curled her lip in disdain. The Kingpin, that chubby little crook, was just a practice dummy for the girls. If Charlotte got serious, Kingpin wouldn't last 3 rounds. The only hard part was actually tracking him down. She waved Felicia over. Felicia, who'd been keeping a wary eye on them, finally stomped over with a sulky look, making it clear she was only helping because she was needed. Once the three of them huddled close, Charlotte lowered her voice. "We need to find a weapon here in New York, something like this." She gestured. "A weapon that can turn things into sand with a single hit. Be careful, though. That thing is seriously dangerous." Charlotte's tone was grave as she warned them. "Looking for a weapon?" Felicia frowned. Finding things was certainly her specialty, but searching for a hidden weapon in the vast expanse of New York was like fishing for a needle in the ocean. She furrowed her brow and asked, "Is there any more information? I can get my friends to help." The friends she referred to were the contacts her mother, the Black Cat, had left her, perfect for tracking down things and gathering intel. Of course, those people would expect a little something in return. More information. Charlotte rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "It's a weapon currently being developed by the Life Foundation. 2 burly men managed to steal it." "The Life Foundation?" Jessica's voice shot up, her curved brows knitting together. The sharpness in her eyes made her look far less naive than usual. With her small Batman costume, she looked almost menacing. Jessica had never forgotten the company that destroyed her family. It was a nightmare she could never shake. Her face turned pale, her expression earnest, and she focused intently on Charlotte, an undercurrent of hope flickering in her gaze. "That's right. It's definitely connected to the Life Foundation. Think about it. 2 bumbling thieves couldn't possibly steal a cutting-edge prototype that easily. Most likely, there's a corporate spy inside the Foundation, helping from within. It's either Stark Industries or Hammertech behind it. Or perhaps S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra." Charlotte tapped her chin and said, "My money's on Hammertech, but it's not impossible it came from another group." Listening to Charlotte, Felicia grew thoughtful, while Jessica nodded repeatedly. Beneath the night sky of Queens, as thick snow fell, a burly white man strode down the street. His eyes were icy cold, and in his hands he carried a bizarre weapon that looked like an oversized pair of wireless headphones, glowing with an orange-yellow light. He glanced at a device on his wrist. In the distance, the faint wail of police sirens reached his ears. Heading straight toward him was a squad car, its horn blaring, with the portly police chief inside. He raised the headphones, aiming at the patrol car as it slowed in the snow, as if the officers had spotted him. The man's gaze turned steely as he pressed the button on top of the weapon. A deep, humming pulse of radiation and microwaves warped the air, instantly vaporizing the falling snow into steam. The heavy flakes seemed to vanish in his wake, making the squad car ahead stand out in sharp relief. With a sharp pop, the rookie officer, who had been looking bored and impatient, suddenly stared, wide-eyed in disbelief. Through the swaying windshield wipers, he saw the hulking man brandishing the strange weapon, and his heart nearly stopped, his mind going utterly blank. The leather covering of the steering wheel in his hands was the first to disintegrate into sand, sticking all over his palms. Next, the transparent windshield before him began to turn a murky yellow, obscuring his vision, all while he stared in horror. Fine grains soon struck his face, and the sound of sand scraping echoed through the police car. He opened his mouth, tasting grit, and reached for his radio. The officer had to start a call for help. Suddenly, with a loud pop, all 4 tires of the police car burst at once, causing the vehicle, already slowing down, to skid uncontrollably across the ground. A shock wave erupted from the tip of the weapon, sending a pale yellow wave of light surging along the concrete road, sweeping away the swirling snow. Police car, road, and everything ahead were blasted into grains of sand. Caught completely off guard, the police officer and the heavy-set boss were instantly buried under what had become a police car made of sand. The officer scrambled to his feet to check on things, but the moment he moved, his police uniform crumbled into colored grains. Even his handgun at his waist and the radio he had just grasped for help disintegrated into sand. Standing amidst a sea of sand, the rookie officer shivered naked as snowflakes paused, then began to fall again. He gazed at his surroundings, lost and bewildered. At the same time, the heavy-set boss behind him struggled to stand, spitting out sand and casting terrified glances around. "Run! Run! I need to get out of here now!" His handcuffs had long since shattered, but he was stark naked and, with a broken leg, could barely move. He hadn't managed more than a few staggering steps before the pursuing officer tackled him to the ground. Ignoring their nakedness and the sand clinging to their bodies, the officer lifted his fists and punched the boss in the face twice with all his might, then shouted, "Speak, what's happening now? What did you do?" Clutching a giant headphone in his hand, bracing against the snow and crunching over the sand, the burly man bellowed furiously. "Flint Marco, show yourself. You murdered Billy, and now you dare run? Tell me right now, where did you hide the goods?" Blood streaming from his mouth, the heavy-set boss trembled at the sound. Panic etched across his face. He shut his mouth tight, refusing to utter a word despite the agony racking his body. The blizzard fell from the sky, thick and blinding, blocking any view, but the white giant still remembered roughly where the two lay. Eyes icy cold, he strode forward, his entire presence radiating a chilling, murderous intent. His hand dropped to his waist, drawing a Colt 1860 revolver. His boots pressed into the snow, which grew deeper with every step, the tips sinking into the sand. After just a few paces between black night and white snow, he caught sight of a young officer's silhouette. Flint Marco. Hand it over now. He advanced on them, step by step. In his left hand, the burly man gripped a strange weapon, while his right raised a revolver, aiming squarely at the two of them. Hearing the increasingly close footsteps, the plump shopkeeper immediately panicked. Fear and anger ignited a desperate strength within him. The shopkeeper, of course, didn't answer. He suddenly jerked his upper body up and shoved hard against the young officer beside him. The officer, who had been watching their backs and pressing down on the shopkeeper's belly, was caught completely off guard and toppled to the side. Face flushed, the shopkeeper hurriedly rolled over. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged headlong into the night, crawling forward through the wind, snow, and sand. Sharp grains of sand scraped his skin as both wind and snow quickly coated his entire body. The cold bit at his backside, making him tense up and shiver. It was freezing, bitterly cold, not just his body but deep into his bones, chilling his very heart. The view ahead was a blur, but the shopkeeper didn't dare pause for even a second. He pushed his bulging belly forward, inching ahead with great difficulty. The rolling sand left his skin raw, stinging and itching, but he had no time to scratch. Every second counted if he wanted to slip out of the big man's line of sight. He hadn't crawled far before he was gasping for breath, sweat steaming from his whole body despite the cold. As he listened to the faint sounds behind him, the shopkeeper stiffened his neck, lifted his head to rest for a moment, and glanced back the way he'd come. From that direction came the voices of the burly man and the young officer, followed by the sudden crack of a gunshot. The shopkeeper's face grew even paler. Any last hope vanished. He quickly turned back, gritted his teeth, and forced his arms to work even harder, ignoring the pain from his scraped skin, desperate to crawl even faster. Then, with a soft whoosh, the swirling snow was swept away in an instant. From the sky above, a fine white dust began to fall. The shopkeeper tensed, his body now slick with sand and snow. Like a fat pig, his naked body was suddenly exposed to the cold air. Wearing a cold smile, the burly man strode over, revolver in hand, and the strange headphones device now switched off. He pointed the gun at the shopkeeper's head and jeered. "Run, then. Go on, keep running. Tell me, where did you hide it?" Utterly terrified, the shopkeeper rolled over onto his back. Whether from fear or the biting cold, his whole body shook, his rolls of fat quivering. He raised both hands, pointing his own gun at the big man, sobbing as he pleaded. "No, Baker, please spare me. I don't have it on me, but I know where it is. Please, I beg you." Looking at the shopkeeper's piggish, battered face, the big man crouched down with a mocking sneer. There was no trace of pity in his icy eyes, only a chilling, merciless cruelty. He raised his hand, and the burly man smashed the butt of his gun fiercely into the fat boss's face once again. Still unsatisfied, he swept his revolver across, and without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger straight into the fat boss's good knee. A blood-curdling scream tore through the night air, a sound like a pig being slaughtered. With a cold sneer, the burly man fired again. This time, one of the fat boss's legs was shortened by nearly an inch. Now, clutching his groin, the fat boss curled himself into a trembling ball. His mouth gaped in a soundless wail. He no longer had the strength to even cry out. His eyes bulged from their sockets, wide and wild. His mouth and nostrils flared with the force of his agony. His brow knotted tightly, and the skin of his face pulled taut with pain. Such pain cut deep, nearly stopping his breath. After a moment, he bit down, shattering his teeth, and a short, muffled moan of torment rasped from his throat. A chill snaked up from his lower body like a venomous serpent, gnawing at his insides. His skull seemed to explode with a thunderous roar, and for a moment he doubted the whole course of his life. Even the ruthless burly man arched an eyebrow at this depth of despair. He, too, seemed to feel a phantom twinge of pain. So, he fired once more. This time, the shot cleanly severed that useless part, sending it flying. The fat boss, drooling uncontrollably, squeezed his eyes shut. His face turned deathly pale as he convulsed on the ground. The burly man stomped a heavy boot on his chest, pinning every last ounce of resistance back into the earth. Perhaps, for the fat boss, slipping into unconsciousness would have been a mercy. He looked like a fat fish, flopped onto the shore, thrashing in vain. Another blow with the guns, but landed on the fat boss's face. The burly man watched as the boss's bloodshot eyes snapped open, staring blankly up at him. Without a flicker of hesitation, the burly man brought the butt down once more. Pain had fogged the fat boss's mind. His teeth chattered, making a faint, rattling sound. The cold steel of the revolver pressed against his eye, and the burly man let out a sinister, chilling laugh, savoring the fat boss's agony and despair. His voice turned icy as he spoke. "You still have a chance. Tell me, where did you hide the meteorite?" Blood bubbled to the fat boss's lips. In his torment, he'd bitten a chunk from his own tongue. His mouth opened and closed, but he still refused to give in. Because, deep down, the fat boss knew. The moment he gave up an address or a name, he was as good as dead. The pain left his mind a blank haze. As the burly man leaned in, pressing his ear close, the fat boss stammered, voice trembling. "I have a daughter. Please, save me. I don't want to die." The sneer faded slightly from the burly man's face. Then, with a sharp jab of his elbow into the fat boss's lower belly, he spoke. Don't worry. As long as you tell me what I want, I'll definitely let your 3-year-old daughter go." With cold, unfeeling eyes, the burly man stared at the fat shop owner writhing and rolling on the ground in agony like a maggot. He gave a cruel sneer and added, "But do you really think a bastard like you, raised by a whore, actually cares about your daughter?" Meanwhile, Gwen, having heard the commotion, swung her way over. The blizzard truly made things difficult for a superhero like her. The world was nothing but a blur of white. She couldn't even make out the building she was aiming for, nor see clearly what was right in front of her. Left with no other choice, Gwen could only jog along the streets, moving about like a patrolling officer. Apart from a few petty thieves trying to break into shops for a little shopping, this kind of weather wasn't exactly inviting for most criminals. Even Gwen herself found her sense of direction faltering in the snowstorm, lost for a moment. It wasn't until the crack of gunfire rang out from this direction that she shot out a web and swung over to investigate. Gwen had wanted to make a classic superhero landing and see what was going on, but she didn't expect to step into a patch of gravel that hadn't been there before. Caught off guard, she stumbled and landed flat on her back, limbs flailing. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she scrambled to her feet. After making sure no one had seen her fall, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. She grabbed a handful of sand, wetted by the snow underfoot, as a million questions raced through her mind. Did I just travel through dimensions? Or end up in a desert? Of course, Gwen quickly realized what had happened. It was the weapon Hank had asked her to investigate, something from the Life Foundation, a device that could pulverize objects into sand. On high alert, Gwen pressed forward. She hadn't gone far when a gut-wrenching scream split the air. The agony in that cry was bone-deep, relentless, and harrowing, so intense that Gwen couldn't even imagine what kind of suffering the victim must be enduring. With a push of her legs, Gwen sped toward the crime scene, shouting as she approached. "Stop! Let that guy go! Go, Spider!" The burly man, caught by surprise as he twisted the fat shop owner's neck, immediately hauled his hostage in front of him like a shield. The tormented, barely conscious shop owner managed to croak out, "Help me! Please save me!" That voice, was it really the shop owner? Gwen blinked and frowned. Wasn't he supposed to be in police custody? Snowflakes drifted endlessly from the sky as the burly man, clearly not wanting a confrontation with Ghost Spider, warned. "This has nothing to do with you, Ghost Spider. Walk away now. This is a personal matter between me and him." "Sorry to disappoint you," Gwen replied, hands on her hips, her voice ringing out bright and clear. "Spider-Man and Ghost Spider just love meddling in other people's business. That guy in your hand, yeah, I can't stand him either. But I saw what happened, and this time, I'm not backing off." From more than 10 meters away, the burly man's voice rang out, low and menacing. "He killed my brother." At those words, Gwen's confident expression faltered for a moment. Peering through the blizzard and the darkness, she narrowed her eyes ever so slightly. The world before her blurred in the snowstorm, figures just barely visible, shadows shifting in the night. Still, Gwen could more or less guess who he was. One of the 2 men who had stood behind the fat boss that night. Not the one she'd trapped with her web and left to be shot, but the other. A chill ran through Gwen's heart. She hadn't meant for it to happen, but she couldn't deny it. She was deeply connected to that man's death. After a brief silence, Gwen stepped forward and spoke, her voice steady. "I am sorry. The dead can't be brought back, and I understand your anger. But what you're doing now, that's a crime too. We can let the law judge him. You shouldn't throw away your own future for revenge." Gwen's gaze was resolute as she continued. "No one can escape the judgment of the law." The burly man scowled, his face twisted with malice. He tossed the fat boss aside, drew his revolver from his hip with his right hand, and, without hesitation, pressed the button on his headset with his left. A flash of golden light burst out. At the same moment, Gwen had already fired her web at him. The strand shot through drifting, crystalline snowflakes, slicing the frozen air, and in a blink reached the man. But in the next instant, the milky white web was blasted by a surge of microwaves. It dimmed, turning yellow and gritty, then crumbled like sand. A shockwave rebounded along the web, racing toward Gwen, unraveling her line to a stream of falling sand in midair. Gwen's heart leapt. Her pupils shrank. She dove to the side without a second thought. Despite her reflexes, the microwave brushed her left wrist. Landing hard, Gwen stared in shock as her suit dissolved into grains in the blink of an eye, her pale hand exposed to the icy air. The web shooter on her wrist was ruined. Eyes wide, she shot a glance back at the hulking man, her expression grave. The blizzard might have clouded her view, but Gwen had no intention of letting those microwaves catch her again. She had no desire to sprint home half-naked through a snowstorm. Above, the falling snow turned to dust, drifting down like a shower of sand. The man's view cleared once more. He didn't fire his gun, just swept his sand-blasted weapon toward Gwen again. Gwen's skin prickled with fear. Like a panther, she sprang into motion, moving with cat-like agility. No hesitation, just pure instinct to dodge and survive. If you guard for too long, you're bound to slip up. A faint ripple swept across her path and caught her left calf mid-leap, dissolving the protective suit around her leg in an instant and revealing her fair, slender calf. As the suit peeled away from her foot, her crystal-clear toes brushed against the cold, rough surface of the concrete. The touch sent a chill straight through her, the pinkish hue of her skin glowing beneath the pallor, like jade tinged with a soft blush. The unexpected sensation of cold and grit made Gwen frown deeply. With a swift movement, she darted behind a pink Jeep at the side of the road. The moment the car began to dissolve into sand, she sprang away in a flash. Raising her right hand, Gwen shot a web towards a nearby building. She gave it a hard tug, launching herself skyward, her arms spread wide as if she might vanish into the swirling whiteout above. Gritting his teeth, the burly man lifted his device and aimed it at the sky. The heavy snowflakes drifting down from above shattered beneath its beam, transforming into a shower of fine, white sand.